"Madam, something terrible has happened. The president is in trouble." The maid rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency, as she relayed the news concerning Fu Lincheng, as she did on most occasions. Fu Lincheng, a 28-year-old man, stands at 188 centimeters, possessing both remarkable looks and a superb physique. He is the eldest son of the Fu family and the president of the Fu Group, consistently ranked high on the Huruan rich list. This wealthy and handsome tycoon married young, being captured by Yuan Ningxia 4 years ago. Observing the anxious maid, Ningxia remained unfazed. Is this news about him being spotted at a club with a young model? Or is it about him kissing his mistress in public, reclining on a lavish, plush sofa, indulging in fresh fruits airlifted from abroad, and sipping on bottled water worth hundreds? Yuan Ningxia luxuriated in the attentive service of her personal beautician. As long as her monthly allowance was deposited without fail, she could easily tend to the mistress during her postpartum confinement. Who cares about a bit of scandal? Her husband may be a cad, but so what? He may indulge in young models, while she too could flirt with handsome men. The life of a wealthy woman could not be more delightful. No, that's not it. This time, something truly serious has happened. The president has been in a car accident. "Madam, please hurry to the hospital." With a thud, the fruit fell to the floor. "A car accident?" Ningxia shot up, her face still adorned with a mask. "Is my husband, who possesses countless assets and a net worth exceeding $1 billion, really in such a precarious situation? Could it be that this fortunate wife might inherit his vast fortune? He's not dead. Not dead." The maid hastily waved her hands. "The old residents only mentioned a car accident, urging you to quickly head to the hospital." Ningxia tore off the mask, letting out a sigh. "Understood." The maid. Why did the madam seem almost disappointed? Yuan Ningxia's greatest aspiration in life was to reel in a golden son-in-law, to marry a successful man, and to lead a life of luxury, counting money until her limbs ached. Thus, when the opportunity arose to latch onto the wealthy heir Fu Lincheng, she seized it firmly, employing a touch of cunning to marry him under the pretense of being with child, thereby ascending to the status of a wealthy matron. However, Fu Lincheng had always looked down upon her, even harboring a degree of disdain. Had it not been for her pregnancy, he would not have wed her at all. Post-marriage, Fu Lincheng treated her as an ornament, never sparing her a glance, and his visits home were exceedingly rare. This suited her just fine. He held no affection for her, and she reciprocated that sentiment. As long as the money flowed, he could roam the world at will. But how could a car accident occur out of the blue? Ningxia called her sister-in-law to inquire about the situation. Fu Rongrong's voice blared through the phone. What else could it be? Big brother has gone mad. He dared to crash into Dad's car. His audacity is astonishing. Dad was so frightened he ended up in the hospital, and when Erge chased after him, he crashed into Erge's car too. Ningxia, what a lunatic. The Fu family has 4 sons. Fu Lincheng is the eldest, born to Fu Laotu and his first wife. Fu Zifeng, Fu Zian, and Fu Rongrong are the children of another mother. Fu Rongrong's shrill voice pierced through again. This time, Big Brother is truly unhinged. He inexplicably got into a fight with Erge when he returned, then quarreled with Dad. When Dad scolded him, forbidding him to leave, he slammed the accelerator. Erge's car was flipped over. I heard it was all for Jiang Yao. Ningxia, it's been over 4 years since you married in, and you still can't keep your husband in check. If it were me, I'd have jumped into the river by now. Ningxia. Jiang Yao was Fu Lincheng's ex-girlfriend. On their wedding day, Jiang Yao had cried inconsolably, reportedly on the verge of suicide. In the end, Fu Lincheng abandoned his new wife to accompany Jiang Yao for 3 days, helping her emerge from her despair. As if on cue, Jiang Yao arrived at the hospital just as Ningxia did. With red-rimmed eyes, she stood at the surgery door, her frail figure swaying from the weight of her sorrow. Is Lincheng all right? What did the doctor say? Fu Lincheng's assistant was comforting Jiang Yao. Miss Jiang, please remain calm. The president will surely be concerned if something happens to you. Ningxia refrained from provoking Jiang Yao. After an attempt to assert her dominance ended with Fu Lincheng's cold reprimand, Jiang Yao had since walked over her like a conqueror. Eventually, the assistant noticed her and approached to greet her. The president is still in surgery. We need to wait. Ningxia feigned the concern expected of a wife. Is it serious? At this moment, we cannot ascertain the severity. We will only know once the surgery is complete. Truly a competent assistant, His words were as precise as they were guarded. Ningxia expressed her gratitude and found a seat. The corridor was sparsely populated, exuding a chilling ambience, causing Ningxia to ponder excessively. Could it be that this unworthy husband might truly face dire circumstances? He simply cannot have anything happen to him. Otherwise, who would foot the bill for her designer handbags, haute couture attire, and diamond jewelry? As time ticked by, nearing the point of slumber, the operating room door finally swung open. The doctor announced the surgery went smoothly. If he can make it through tonight's critical period, he will be out of danger. Ningxia breathed a sigh of relief. Huzzah! The luxurious handbags, designer clothing, and diamond jewelry were secure. The assistant also relaxed. Zhang Yao, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Is it all right if I see him, doctor? The patient is still unconscious. You may visit, but please refrain from disturbing him." The doctor and nurses transferred Fu Lincheng from the operating room to the ward. Ningxia felt it was time for her to leave with Zhang Yao present. She would certainly look after the wayward man. Just as she intended to slip away quietly, a message from Xiao Ruoshui popped up. "Sister, there's a male strip show tonight. Shall we go?" "Ah, the joys of adulthood have arrived." Ningxia quickly typed, "Count me in." I was called back by Fu Lincheng last time before I could enjoy it fully. Xiao Ruoshui, don't you adore domineering CEOs? This time, I'll arrange for a few strong ones for you, so you can indulge completely. Ningxia, are you insane, or am I? Fu Lincheng isn't enough of a domineering CEO. If I want to see a CEO, I can just look at him. Why should I pay to see others? Do I have too much money and not enough brains? If I want to see obedient little pups. Xiao Ruoshui, can the domineering CEOs outside dance for you? Can Fu Lincheng? Imagining Fu Lincheng performing a striptease sent a shiver down Ningxia's spine. "Madam." Assistant Wu suddenly appeared. Ningxia tucked her phone away. "What is it?" "The company requires my attention on numerous matters, and I cannot remain. Please take care of the president tonight." Ningxia frowned. "Isn't Miss Jiang here? Let her look after him." The assistant replied, "Miss Jiang is, after all, an outsider. It would be inconvenient. It is best for you to stay, madam." Reluctantly, Ningxia pinched her nose and acquiesced. "Fine then." With a snap, the joys of adulthood vanished. Chapter 2. Has Fu Lincheng become paralyzed? When Ningxia arrived at the hospital with her assistant, Zhang Yao was already there. She stood at the door, gazing at the man in the hospital bed like a stone statue waiting for her husband. Her tender expression was profoundly moving. Ningxia wished to avoid a private encounter with this white lotus, planning to wait until Zhang Yao had finished before approaching. However, Zhang Yao suddenly spoke up. "Miss Ruan, may I have a word with you?" Ningxia replied nonchalantly, "Your mouth is on your own face. If you wish to chatter, who am I to sew it shut?" Zhang Yao's expression shifted slightly. She hadn't anticipated such an unappealing response. "Assistant Wu, could you grant us a moment of privacy?" The assistant, eager to distance himself, quickly found an excuse to step aside. Zhang Yao took a deep breath and stated bluntly, "Miss Ruan, I am aware that you married Ah Cheng for his wealth." Ningxia, taken aback, retorted, "As if you and Fu Lincheng are together for reasons other than his money." Zhang Yao's face flushed crimson. "How can you compare us? Our relationship is founded on love." Ningxia chuckled. "I possess a marriage certificate with him." Zhang Yao clenched her fists. "Miss Ruan, the car accident has made me realize many things. I genuinely wish to reunite with Ah Cheng, so I sincerely implore you to divorce him." Ningxia, somewhat speechless, responded, "Why on earth would I divorce my husband, who is wealthy, handsome, and has a sculpted physique?" Zhang Yao, exasperated, exclaimed, "You deliberately climbed into his bed, forcing him to marry you while pregnant. He detests you and has no affection for you. He told me that being with you is mutual torment. Rather than all three of us suffering, it would be better for you to leave willingly." Ningxia fell silent for a moment and then laughed. "You've got that wrong. I am not suffering at all with Fu Lincheng. You have no idea how blissful my life is every day. With endless money at her disposal, how could she possibly be unhappy? If Fu Lincheng wanted to pursue Tin Zhang Yao's outside, she would have no objections." Seeing that her words fell on deaf ears, Zhang Yao left with a bitter remark. "Ruan Ningxia, your interference in our love will surely bring you retribution." As Ningxia entered the hospital room, Fu Lincheng was still under the influence of anesthesia, remaining unconscious. She sat by his bedside, yawning in boredom, and poked his face with her finger. Despite his unkindness towards her, his face was undeniably handsome. Lying there, he bore no double chin, his features symmetrical and his bone structure exceptional, with a profile that seemed meticulously sculpted. No wonder women were drawn to him. I still rely on you for my lavish lifestyle. Fu Lincheng, you must pull through and live well. Ningxia watched over him throughout the night, not daring to close her eyes. Just before dawn, Fu Lincheng finally awoke. Instantly, Ningxia's drowsiness vanished as she leaned closer. Darling, you're awake. How do you feel? As Fu Lincheng opened his eyes, he was greeted by an enlarged face mere inches away, causing him to frown. Ningxia feigned a few tears. I've been worried for a whole day and night, without food or drink. Thankfully, you're all right. Fu Lincheng closed his eyes again, his voice hoarse as he muttered, wipe the ketchup off your mouth before speaking. Ningxia. This is awkward. Having not eaten dinner, she was famished by the time late-night hunger struck. So she had ordered takeout. She blinked and reached to touch his forehead. Do you have a fever? Are you hallucinating? Fu Lincheng enunciated each word. Stay away from me. Ningxia pouted, deciding not to argue for the sake of money, and retracted her arm to stand straight, asking if he felt any discomfort. Initially, Fu Lincheng wished to ignore her, but his throat was parched and dry. He struggled to say, pour me a glass of water. Ningxia fetched a glass of water, intending to help him sit up and feed him, but knowing he despised her touch, she simply offered the cup. Here. Fu Lincheng instinctively raised his hand. Then he realized he could not lift his arm. He attempted to move his other hand, but after waiting in vain for a response, Ningxia patiently said, You wanted water, right? I've poured it for you. Just take it. If you don't, I'll feed you. But don't complain about my touch. Ruan Ningxia. Fu Lincheng suddenly called her name, catching Ningxia off guard. She had never seen him so serious when addressing her. What's wrong? Call the doctor. Fu Lincheng took a deep breath. I can't move my body. Ah? Oh. Fu Lincheng was taken for an examination. Several hours later, the doctor summoned Ningxia into his office to convey the results. After hearing the news, Ningxia was momentarily at a loss for words, her mind racing. After a long pause, she asked, incomplete spinal cord injury, paralysis of both lower limbs, limited movement, and disordered reflexes. Doctor, are you saying he will never be able to move again? The doctor, holding the examination report, explained each detail. Mr. Fu is not completely paralyzed. He has not reached that severity. If recovery goes well, there is still hope for him to stand and walk. Ningxia. Well, it's basically confirmed that Fu Lincheng is indeed paralyzed. Ningxia struggled to articulate her emotions, clutching the thick report as she entered the hospital room. Fu Lincheng had endured a long day, and the nurse informed her that he was asleep. Staring at the slumbering man, Ningxia pondered how to break the news when he awoke. Should she directly say he was paralyzed, or deceive him into thinking he was merely fatigued after surgery? Would he believe her? Moreover, a lie may work temporarily, but not indefinitely. Just as she was wrestling with how to explain, Fu Lincheng stirred awake. Ningxia instinctively hid the report behind her back. Fu Lincheng noticed. What are you hiding? Nothing. Am I blind? Your report. What does it say? Ningxia sat down on his bed, preparing to offer him some comfort as he faced this new reality. However, before her nurturing instincts could take over, Fu Lincheng's piercing gaze fell upon her. Stay away from me. Ningxia rolled her eyes. He shouldn't be choosy at this moment. Don't you want to know the results? Fu Lincheng suppressed his impulse to order her out. Speak. Ningxia cleared her throat. Do you have a heart condition? She feared he might not handle the news well. If you say another word, just leave. The doctor mentioned that your spinal nerves were injured, affecting your bodily functions. Although you cannot move presently, do not lose hope. Modern medicine is advanced. If you recover well, you will stand and walk again. Fu Lincheng scoffed as if hearing a joke. Nonsense. Call the doctor. He did not believe her. The doctor would only repeat the same phrases. Ningxia slammed the report onto his bed. This is your examination report. Read it yourself. Oh, I forgot. You can't move and can't even see. Her words were sharp, clearly infuriating him further. Ningxia sensed the daggers in his glare. She sighed. Fine. I'll fetch the doctor for you, so you can despair once more. Chapter 3. The wealthy husband is bankrupt. Doctors came in waves, each explaining the situation, and with every passing minute, Fu Lincheng's complexion grew graver. Ningxia observed from outside, feeling a twinge of pity for the once proud man. A celestial figure brought low to paralysis. The contrast was indeed stark. Remarkably, Fu Lynching exhibited a strong mental fortitude, not succumbing to immediate despair. When the assistant learned of the news, his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. This cannot be. I thought the same, but he truly cannot move. The doctors have confirmed it after a day of examinations. The assistant quickly inquired, is there any possibility of recovery? Ningxia shook her head. It depends on future developments. It's too early to say. Lying motionless on the bed, Fu Lynching felt like a mere log. Unable to move, the two conversed in his presence, and he could no longer tolerate it. Get out and stop talking. Ningxia ushered the assistant to exit. Go on. He is unstable right now. Let us not provoke him. Once outside, the assistant, refusing to accept defeat, approached the doctor for more information. When he returned, his head hung low, a look of resignation on his face. Madam, it's getting late. You should return to rest. I will stay here tonight. Having spent the entire night watching over Fu Lynching, and now enduring the day, Ningxia could no longer keep her eyes open. She nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude, and called for a driver. In the days that followed, Ningxia spent her days at the hospital while two caregivers took turns at night. Although there were no romantic feelings between them, they were still legally married. It was only right for a wife to care for her husband in times of trouble. At the very least, she had to maintain the facade. Thus, every morning, she rose early to prepare soup and meals to bring to the hospital. Fu Lynching's condition showed no signs of improvement. Every time Ningxia visited, he lay motionless on the bed, haggard and devoid of light in his eyes. Ningxia couldn't help but feel sympathy. Doctors tend to exaggerate. Don't lose heart. You have wealth, good health, and youth, along with the best medical care. You certainly won't remain paralyzed for long. I believe you will stand again soon. After a lengthy monologue, the man on the bed finally spoke. Ruan Ningxia? Were you a mute in your past life? Why are you so chatty in this one? Ningxia, I'm trying to comfort you. Unnecessary. Will you eat? I've prepared a meal. I fear you might poison me. Ningxia, you stubborn man. She rises at 6 o'clock every day to prepare meals for him, only to receive a cold shoulder in return. Ningxia, too, has her temper. She can hardly be bothered to engage with him and storms out in a huff. Despite her anger, she retains her composure. After a stroll outside, her mind gradually cools. Upon her return to the hospital room, the Fu family has finally arrived. After several days, they have come, including Fu Zian, the third young master of the Fu family, and Zhou Xueru, her mother-in-law. Fu Zian stands at the doorway, leaning against the frame, engrossed in his phone. Hearing footsteps, he glances up and spots Ruan Ningxia. His lazy gaze sweeps over her, and he emits an ambiguous click of his tongue before returning to his device. This younger brother has never been fond of her. Every encounter is laced with sarcasm and mockery, all because she is Fu Lynching's wife. The two brothers have always been at odds, and Fu Zian has been opposing Fu Lynching since childhood. As a result, she, too, receives no warmth from him. Ningxia casts a secretive glare at him. What right does a man, whose life is a constant tabloid spectacle, have to look down on her? Suddenly, Fu Zian looks up and catches Ruan Ningxia rolling her eyes. He puts away his phone and grins like a devil. Ruan Ningxia, your husband is paralyzed, and you still dare to provoke me? Do you believe I could dismember you? Ningxia dares not provoke this lunatic. Excuse me. Can I pass? If you want to enter, just go ahead. Am I stopping you? Ningxia wishes she could kick him out. Just as she squeezes into the hospital room, she hears Fu Lynching's furious shout. Get out? This time, he isn't scolding her but Zhou Xueru. Ningxia's heart skips a beat. What a bold man, daring to raise his voice at an elder. Yet, thinking it over, it is hardly surprising. After all, he has already driven his own father to the hospital. You need not unleash such fury on me. This is your father's decision. Zhou Xueru stands at the foot of the bed, unfazed by Fu Lynching's attitude. By Friday at the latest, the lawyer and board members will come to see you. You are now bedridden and unable to sign, but you can still provide a thumbprint. Fu Lynching sneers. I am the general manager of the group. What authority do the board members have to dismiss me? The board members have no authority, but your father certainly does, Zhou Xueru replies. Let us not forget, your father is the chairman. You are merely an executive director, and he can directly remove you from the position of general manager. Ningxia is utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Let me explain. Fu Zian interjects with a smirk, casting her a sidelong glance. Your dear husband, my beloved elder brother, crashed into our father, causing him to suffer a stroke. The old man nearly didn't wake up from the operating room, but thankfully, he is a survivor. When he opened his eyes today, he issued a command, insisting on dismissing Fu Linqing from his presidential role and severing their father-son relationship. Ningxia gasps. What? Zhou Shuiru looks at the bedridden Fu Linqing, disappointment etched on her face. You have truly hurt your father's heart this time, and as for Zufeng, he has regarded you as an older brother since childhood. Yet you have treated him so violently. Thankfully, he was lucky. He only sustained a minor injury. Fu Linqing sneers. My mother bore only me. Where would siblings come from? Stop glorifying that illegitimate child in you. The mistress. Zhou Shuiru's expression shifts, yet she maintains her grace. You lie incapacitated in bed, nearly useless, and it is impossible for you to return to your position at the company. For the sake of the company's future, you should proactively sign and relinquish your position. The term useless seems to provoke Fu Linqing. Ningxia observes the veins in his hand bulging. This mother-in-law is quite bold. Does she not fear Fu Linqing's wrath at such a moment? Fu Linqing has never been amiable. The family's nanny has mentioned he has been a tyrant since childhood, always opposing Fu Zhenhai. At present, Fu Linqing resembles a lion on the brink of fury. Ruan Ningxia. Come here. Suddenly summoned, Ningxia stammers. What? Slap her for me and throw her out. Ningxia is at a loss for words. Do you even hear what you're saying? Asking a daughter-in-law to strike her mother-in-law is unheard of. Fu Zian scoffs, brother. Don't be so stubborn at a time like this. If it weren't for my mother and I feeling sorry for you, who else would come to visit? Fu Linqing indiscriminately lashes out at everyone. What are you? Who are you to lecture me? Fu Zian retorts. And what do you think you are at this moment? Do not forget that everything under your name has been reclaimed by father. And your position has been stripped away. Tio put it bluntly, you are now a pauper. Do you think you can still afford to throw punches? Are you prepared to bear the consequences? What? Ningxia gasps. Catching the key word. Pauper? Fu Linqing, are you truly a pauper now? What about my designer bags, my jewelry, my handsome men, and my blissful life as a wealthy woman? Have they all vanished? Good heavens, how could such a calamity befall her? In her fury, Ningxia feels her vision darken and faints away. Everyone. Chapter 4. An unexpected pregnancy this summer seems to have arrived exceptionally early. It's barely the end of June, yet the heat is already unbearable. Ningxia followed the agent to view 4 or 5 houses in the morning, nearly fainting from the heat. The properties were either too large or too small, too dilapidated or too remote. The agent, drenched in sweat, has begun to lose patience. Miss Ruan, what kind of house are you actually looking to rent? Ningxia is equally uncomfortable. After years of a pampered life, where she was driven everywhere, she is not accustomed to such sweltering exposure. Taking a sip of mineral water to ease her discomfort, she replies. Something affordable in a decent environment, preferably with an elevator. The agent stares at her incredulously. You might as well go home and sleep. In your dreams, you can have anything. The agent, unwilling to pursue this business deal, eventually makes a hasty exit. Ningxia sighs, braving the heat and sweating profusely as she boards a bus. It is not that her demands are excessive. Rather, she lacks the funds. It has been 2 months since Fu Linqing's accident. She has transitioned from shock and disbelief to resignation. Fu Zhenhai, the self-made business tycoon, has acted swiftly and decisively, not only stripping Fu Linqing of the presidential title, but also expelling him from the company and reclaiming all assets under his name. Lawyers have come and gone, inundating her with incomprehensible business jargon, stating that news of his paralysis and dismissal has spread, halting the projects he managed, many of which have encountered issues, leading to a broken financial chain. The Fu Group has issued a statement severing ties with him, stating that they will no longer oversee his projects, and any debts incurred will be his responsibility alone. If he wishes to avoid accountability, he must patch up these financial holes one by one. What can Fu Linqing do? He can only liquidate his private assets. Thus, in just over 2 months, he has transformed from a perennial fixture on the rich list to a paralyzed pauper. Ningxia's once blissful life as a wealthy woman has dissipated in smoke. Previously, she had drivers and bodyguards at her service, with her cards swiping freely. Now, she is forced to squeeze onto public transportation with others. Sitting on the bus, Ningxia gazes at her bank balance on her phone and lets out a long sigh. What on earth is happening? Upon returning to the hospital room, She finds Fu Linqing wearing a sullen expression, not even sparing her a glance. Ningxia knows he is still upset with her for fainting in front of Zhou Xueru and the others. She pulls a chair and sits beside the bed. Fu Linqing? I went to look at houses today. I was shocked. Renting is so expensive now. Slightly decent places cost several thousand. It's simply outrageous. She glances at him. You are accustomed to living in a villa? You certainly won't adapt to a rental. Why not do this? Go apologize to your father. Let him. Before she can finish, Fu Linqing's icy gaze slices through her like a blade. She falls silent. Ruan Ningxia, he suddenly calls her name with a smile. I currently have no money. The one suffering the most should be you. Before marrying Fu Linqing, Ningxia had lived in poverty, her greatest aspiration being to wed a wealthy, successful man. Fate led her to Fu Linqing. That night, after he had been drinking, Ningxia deliberately accompanied him back to the hotel, and they ended up together. The next day, she threatened him that if he did not take responsibility, she would expose his disgraceful behavior. After a lengthy negotiation, the absurd situation ended with Fu Linqing tossing her a check. He had also sternly warned her to take the money and vanish, forbidding her from appearing before him again, lest he become unkind. Yet, she could not resist her luck. Before long, she found herself unexpectedly pregnant. Even fate seemed to conspire to ensure her entry into the affluent world. Had she not seized this opportunity, she would have faced divine retribution. Subsequently, she visited Fu Group to find Fu Linqing, and her pregnancy became common knowledge, forcing Fu Linqing to marry her. Ningxia has often regarded herself as cunning, her actions akin to those of a villainess in a novel. This is also why Fu Linqing has always disliked her, finding her presence irksome after marriage. Confronted with Fu Linqing's sardonic jibes, Ningxia smiles sweetly. The one suffering the most, aside from me, should be you as well. Fu Linqing narrows his eyes. Ningxia plunges the knife deeper. Since your paralysis and bankruptcy, Miss Jiang has not once come to see you. Wasn't she your sweetheart? How is it that when trouble arises, she disappears faster than I do? TSK, TSK, TSK. What is this about true love? After saying this, Ningxia braces herself for Fu Linqing's explosive rage. Yet, he merely remains expressionless. Have you finished? If so, you may leave. Ningxia. What a remarkable young man. You remain unfazed, exhibiting extraordinary patience. However, Ningxia finds this rather uninteresting. I am on the verge of starvation and must go for a meal. What would you like me to bring back? Fu Linqing closed his eyes, ignoring her. Ningxia. Not eating? Well, that saves me some money. The hospital has a cafeteria, which is quite convenient. Reluctant to splurge on meat, Ningxia settled for a modest serving of vegetables, considering it a form of dieting. After the division of assets, the Fu family ceased their financial support for Fu Linqing, who was transferred from a luxurious private ward to a standard shared room. This situation left the pampered young master, who had never faced hardship, utterly despondent. On his first night there, Fu Linqing wore an expression akin to one who had tasted something vile. The mere recollection of it brings a smile to Ningxia's face. After dining, upon returning to the ward, a nurse called out to her, Miss Ruan. The nurse held several payment slips, stating, You have outstanding fees for several days. The hospital is not a charitable institution. Please ensure you settle the payment promptly, or you will have to discharge. Under the nurse's reproachful gaze, Ningxia accepted the slips. My apologies, I was preoccupied and forgot. I will attend to it shortly. Another hefty sum was about to leave her pocket. All expenses incurred by Fu Linqing during his hospital stay were borne by Ningxia. Rehabilitation training necessitated funds. Hiring caregivers required funds. Basic needs such as food and hygiene also required funds. If this continued, she would soon be destitute. After settling the payment, Ningxia visited the doctor's office to inquire about Fu Linqing's recovery. The doctor, sensing her underlying concern, reassured her, Your husband's condition is significantly better than that of patients with high-level paraplegia. He retains some strength in his waist and abdomen, and his wounds are healing well. If financial constraints hinder ongoing rehabilitation in the hospital, he may be discharged to continue his recovery at home. However, it is essential to maintain a regimen of at least 3 training sessions per week post-discharge. Having spent considerable time in the hospital, Ningxia had encountered patients with high-level paraplegia, those unable to move from the neck down. A truly tragic sight. In contrast, Fu Linqing was indeed fortunate. He could still feel his upper body. After clarifying her questions, Ningxia expressed her gratitude to the doctor and returned to the ward. Fu Linqing lay with his eyes shut, seemingly asleep. She set up the small bedside table and called out, "Fu Lincheng, it's time to eat. Don't think I can't tell you're pretending to sleep just because your eyes are closed. Do you have any idea how much this meal cost? It's quite expensive, with both meat and vegetables. Better than my usual fare. If you dare waste it, I'll feed it to you myself." Fu Lincheng could no longer endure it and opened his eyes. "Shut up." Chapter 5. Adult Diapers. Ningxia. "Just eat. If you do, I'll be quiet." Fu Lincheng. "What exactly do you want?" "Nothing in particular. I'm simply asking you to get up and eat. Then we'll proceed with your rehabilitation training." He was required to undergo rehabilitation daily for at least an hour. With acupuncture scheduled for today, Fu Lincheng scrutinized her. "Didn't you say I'm bankrupt? Why do you still come to the hospital every day?" She had promised not to bring him food. Yet here she was, doing just that. He found it absurd that she had fainted upon learning of his financial ruin. From the outset, her intentions in marrying him had been driven by his wealth. Now that he was penniless, what was her purpose in visiting the hospital daily? Was it merely to irritate him? Ningxia felt a tinge of embarrassment, recalling her fainting episode in the ward. "We are married. Isn't it natural for me to care for you?" She was well aware of his family ties. After all, he bore the Fu surname, and she believed that Fu Zhenhai could not truly forsake his son. One day, he would be welcomed back into the Fu family, and she would have another chance at being a wealthy matron. Fu Lincheng dismissed her thoughts with a scoff. "I wonder how long you can keep up this charade." Ningxia chose to ignore his comment and brought the food closer to his mouth, only for Fu Lincheng to swat it away. "If you don't eat, I'll truly feed you by force. You can't escape now. It would be effortless for me." Ultimately, under her threat, Fu Lincheng reluctantly consumed the meal. After a brief rest, they prepared for rehabilitation training. Before they left, Ningxia produced an adult diaper. "Fu Lincheng, why not put this on first?" Fu Lincheng's face turned ashen. "Put it away." His loud outburst startled Ningxia. "What if you..." Fu Lincheng, flustered and enraged, retorted, "Be quiet. I'm merely considering your well-being. If you don't wear this, what if you have another accident during training?" Aside from muscle atrophy and sensory impairment, incontinent issues plagued paraplegic patients. This particular issue could severely impact an adult's mental and emotional state. Fu Lincheng had previously relied on a catheter for urination, and after regaining some autonomy, he had been able to remove it. However, during a past rehabilitation session, he had unexpectedly lost control due to excessive movement. The doctor had reassured him that this was a normal occurrence as his nervous system had not yet fully recovered and advised him to remain calm. Fu Lincheng, upon hearing this, felt as though he could leap from the building. What could be more humiliating for a grown man than incontinence? And to treat it casually, he was no toddler. Wearing a diaper was akin to wishing for death. Ningxia persisted, "You are currently unwell. It's entirely normal to require assistance. You're not the only one wearing a diaper. Other patients do as well. If you refuse and have another episode during rehabilitation, the therapist won't scold you. They'll blame me." When Ningxia noticed he remained unmoved, she escalated her argument. "Surely you wouldn't want to embarrass yourself in front of others, would you?" Fu Lincheng, perhaps recalling the mortification of his previous incident, he begrudgingly snatched the diaper from her hand and wheeled himself into the bathroom. Ningxia smirked, thinking, "Little rascal, I'll show you." She stood at the door. "Can you manage alone?" "I can help you if you'd like." Fu Lincheng snapped. "Stay out. You can barely stand. How will you manage on your own?" Silence enveloped the room. Concerned he might fall, Ningxia adopted a serious tone. "Fu Lincheng, I am not joking. You can't do this alone. Let me assist you. If you dare come in, I will make you regret it." Fu Lincheng's icy voice echoed. Ningxia was speechless. Was his pride really that strong? "Are you sure you can handle it alone?" His core strength was barely 30 to 40%, while his legs, knees, and ankles were completely devoid of muscle control. His legs hung limply and without any support. He couldn't stand, let alone manage the act of removing and donning pants independently. Fu Lincheng, indeed, could not accomplish it, which led to his frustration and anger. Ultimately, he had to concede. "Just don't come in. Call a caregiver." Initially, Ningxia had hired 2 caregivers, but as Fu Lincheng's condition improved, 1 was sufficient. She remained at the hospital during the day while a caregiver took over at night. However, it was not the caregiver's shift, making it impossible to find assistance. Reluctantly, she approached a male relative from the neighboring bed, asking for help in the bathroom, which allowed them to proceed with rehabilitation training. After the training, Fu Lincheng was drenched in sweat. The exertion was exhausting, and as they returned to the ward, Ningxia insisted on pushing him back, then broached the topic of discharge. Of course, if you wish to stay in the hospital, that's also an option. Rehabilitation is much more convenient here. However, our finances don't quite allow for it. Perhaps you could call your father, soften your stance, say some nice words, and stop dreaming. If you think I'll beg him, you might as well wish for my death. Fu Linqing interrupted her with a disdainful expression. If we lack funds, then I will discharge myself. I would rather starve than plead with him. Ningxia, you truly are a stubborn mule? Ningxia's rented apartment was modest, an old and small space of around 60 square meters, fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. Just a few days later, the discharge paperwork was completed. On the day of discharge, Ningxia borrowed 2 strong young men from Xiaoruoshui. Bringing 2 robust young men was indeed a wise decision, as they effortlessly transferred Fu Linqing from the wheelchair to the car and even assisted with the driving. Ningxia found herself at a loss for what to do. Upon seeing Fu Linqing's immobile state, Xiaoruoshui's expression was quite difficult to decipher. Witnessing Fu Linqing's paralysis, as opposed to merely hearing about it, was a vastly different experience. The once vibrant man now lay like a lifeless fish, subject to the whims of others. The emotional impact was overwhelming. Observing Ningxia's carefree demeanor, she couldn't help but worry. How would they manage to live going forward? Unaware of her best friend's thoughts, Ningxia cheerfully followed the navigation back to their new home. Upon arrival at the complex, the 2 young men rolled up their sleeves again to transfer Fu Linqing from the car to the wheelchair. Throughout the ordeal, Fu Linqing remained silent, his expression resembling that of a corpse. When he finally laid eyes on the dark, dilapidated staircase, his face shifted. This is the house you rented? Chapter 6. Divorce? Ningxia nodded. Yes, isn't it nice? Fu Linqing furrowed his brow. What's nice about it? The peeling walls or the impending demolition? Xiaoruoshui chuckled. Mr. Fu, while it may be a bit shabby, this is a legitimate residential area. You affluent individuals may not have experienced living in such places, and no worries, you'll have the chance to deeply immerse yourself in the lives of the less fortunate. This comment was laden with sarcasm, and even Ningxia recognized its tone. How could Fu Linqing, the subject of it all, miss such an implication? His brows furrowed, and his countenance was exceedingly grim. Ningxia discreetly pinched her close friend, urging her to show some consideration for the disabled man. Xiaoruoshui pursed her lips. She climbed the staircase in her high heels, assessing its dimensions. It could accommodate no more than 2 individuals at a time, and 3 could not ascend side by side. The implication was clear. Fu Linqing would have to be carried up. Fu Linqing. His pride and self-esteem could scarcely bear such indignity. Had his legs merely sustained a minor injury, he would have long since dismissed them. Yet the grim reality was that he was paralyzed, unable to rise, and required assistance to move. His once towering pride and dignity had been trampled to near oblivion during his hospital stay. Noticing his anger without words, Ningxia signaled to a rather robust young man. The young man promptly approached and lifted Fu Linqing onto his back, ascending to the 6th floor, while another young man assisted with the wheelchair. Ningxia followed behind. Observing the taut line of Fu Linqing's JAW.it was likely that in the entirety of Fu Dezongkai's life, he had never experienced such a sense of humiliation. While she felt a twinge of sympathy, a part of her relished the irony. He, too, had his share of misfortune. She had endured a life of frustration at his hands for several years. The wheel of karma had finally turned, allowing him to experience the bitter taste of adversity. The apartment had only recently been rented, and it was Xiaoruoshui's first visit. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by peeling wallpaper, a dusty floor, old furniture, and a faintly unpleasant odor wafting through the air. All of which assaulted her senses. Gazing at the dismal surroundings, Xiaoruoshui couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, sister, it feels as though you've been transported back to the pre-liberation era." In stark contrast to the Fu family's villa, this rental abode resembled a refugee shelter. It was no wonder Fu Linqing referred to it as a demolition site. It's not that bad. I just rented it and haven't had the chance to tidy up. The house is quite decent, facing south, and with a little cleaning, it should be livable, Ningxia defended. Stealing a glance at Fu Linqing's expression, she feared he might be enraged by such an environment. Fortunately, his countenance merely reflected displeasure. Without a hint of fury, he was no longer in a position to be angry. Having a roof over his head was already a blessing. Be picky would only lead to sleeping on the streets. The two young men helped Fu Linqing onto the bed in the master bedroom before taking their leave. Ningxia saw them to the door, expressing her gratitude profusely. Xiao Ruoshui, not in a hurry to depart, assisted her in tidying up the living room and kitchen. The apartment was modest in size, 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, totaling no more than 60 square meters. Yet, the task left them both drenched in sweat. The sofa had been left behind by the previous tenant, filthy and worn, with an unpleasant odor. Ningxia draped a bedsheet over it, and the two women then collapsed onto the sofa. Xiao Ruoshui couldn't help but inquire, "Is the Fu family truly this heartless, providing you with no place to live?" Ningxia sighed wearily, not just heartless. Since Fu Linqing's accident, the Fu family has only visited him once in the hospital, and that was to inform him to relinquish the position of CEO. After that, only lawyers showed up. The villa I was living in was a wedding gift from my mother-in-law, not in my name. After Fu Linqing's incident, the Fu family reclaimed the villa.as for the car, the bags, and the jewelry. My mother-in-law took those back as well, claiming they were all provided by the Fu family for my settlement. Now that the Fu family has severed ties with us, they naturally want everything returned. Xiao Ruoshui remarked, "Wealthy individuals can be utterly ruthless in their dealings." Ningxia sighed heavily, "I have no money on my card. As you know, although Fu Linqing was willing to let me spend on his card these past few years, he forbade me from having any funds of my own. The moment my card's balance exceeded 100,000, he cut me off entirely." Xiao Ruoshui was aware of this. Fu Linqing's actions were merely a precaution against her attempting to transfer assets. She kicked Ningxia lightly and said, "Despite the Fu family's wealth, they are all shrewd merchants. When do you plan to divorce that merchant?" Ningxia was momentarily taken aback. "Divorce? Indeed. Your husband is bankrupt and paralyzed, practically a useless man now. You have your youth and beauty. Why not divorce and seek someone else? With a bit of luck, you might find a wealthy partner." Ningxia fell into deep contemplation. Though Xiao Ruoshui's words were harsh, they were not devoid of reason. Typically, when faced with such circumstances, couples either support each other through life's lows or sever ties entirely. Mutual support is predicated on a bond stronger than gold. Yet, between her and Fu Linqing, there was no such bond. They could not support each other. However, they had not reached the point of total estrangement either. Though Fu Linqing despised her, he was still a responsible man. After all, when he learned of her pregnancy, despite his initial rage, he married her for the sake of the child. Throughout the years, even if he acted as though she were invisible, he had never failed to provide the necessary financial support. She had enjoyed 4 years as a wealthy lady, living in comfort. If she were to choose to abandon him in his time of need, it would seem rather inhumane. Noticing her silence, Xiao Ruoshui understood that her friend was softening. Once a woman's heart softens, it marks the beginning of her misfortune. With a tone of exasperation, she said, "There are plenty of wealthy men out there. The Fu family may have fallen, but there are still the Wangs and the Lis. If you feel too embarrassed to speak to him, let me cover the lawyer's fees to negotiate on your behalf. He cannot possibly continue to hold you back now." "Lower your voice?" Ningxia hissed. Xiao Ruoshui rolled her eyes. "Well, he heard that perfectly, so no need for you to worry about bringing it up. Are you hungry? I might indulge myself with some takeout." "Stop changing the subject." "I'm serious. What are you planning to do?" "Not much, I suppose I'll take it one step at a time. It's a time like this. Taking it one step at a time, one tea suffice. You need to take one step and consider 10. My dear, keep your voice down. He just got out of the hospital. I can't possibly bring up divorce right now. We'll discuss it later." As she spoke, Ningxia rose to head to the bedroom. Upon seeing Fu Linqing asleep in bed, she felt a wave of relief. She closed the door and returned to the living room. Just as the door clicked shut, Fu Linqing opened his eyes. The faint sounds from outside were indistinct, but every word of their conversation had penetrated his ears. Chapter 7. In the dead of night, she touches him upon hearing her willingness to divorce. Xiao Ruoshui realized that Ningxia still had some clarity of thought and had not completely lost her senses. "Very well, I will help you find a divorce lawyer. You need not worry about it." Ningxia, fearing that her friend would persist in discussing such matters, feigned agreement. All right, you can find me a lawyer. Will you be staying here tonight?" "Not a chance. It resembles a dog kennel. I'm returning to my own apartment." Xiao Ruoshui expressed her disdain. "The hour is late and it's unsafe. I'll escort you downstairs. There's no need for such formality. I'm not paralyzed. I can walk on my own." Ningxia was truly exasperated with her incessant chatter. Fortunately, Fu Linqing was asleep. Had he heard any of this, he would have been furious. Ningxia nonetheless accompanied her friend downstairs. With all the commotion surrounding Fu Linqing's discharge from the hospital, she had skipped dinner and was now ravenous. There was a 24-hour convenience store just outside the community, where she purchased some food and returned home to prepare instant noodles. After a moment's contemplation, Ningxia knocked on Fu Linqing's door. He hadn't eaten all day and was likely hungry as well. "Fu Linqing, are you still asleep?" There was no response. "Fu Linqing, if you remain silent, I'm coming in." The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. By the faint glow from the living room, Ningxia discerned Fu Linqing lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Appearing to be asleep. "I bought some instant noodles. Would you like a bite?" Fu Linqing still did not respond. Ningxia began to call out, "Fu Linqing, Fu Linqing, Fu Linqing." With a look of exasperation, Fu Linqing opened his eyes. "Stop calling me." This tactic proved effective. Ningxia, in a good-natured manner, asked, "I made some noodles. Do you want some?" "No, are you not hungry?" "I am." Ningxia was at a loss for words. "Then do you or do you not want to eat? Are instant noodles fit for consumption? Good heavens, you're picky now?" Ningxia was astonished. She could hardly believe he thought he could still indulge in delicacies given his current situation. Fu Linqing's face darkened. "Get out. Are you really not eating?" Ningxia did not leave. "They're quite tasty. You should try. Get out, and do not make me repeat myself for a third time." This was utterly bewildering. Ningxia shot him an exasperated glance. "If you're not eating, then it's your loss. I'm not the one starving." Fu Linqing's expression darkened further. Ningxia paid him no mind and stepped outside. Eating instant noodles was still a treat. And after finishing, she began to tidy up the second bedroom. The second bedroom was smaller than the master, featuring a 1.5-meter bed, a desk, and a simple wardrobe with nothing else. After cleaning the second bedroom, she proceeded to the bathroom. The restroom was truly filthy, with grime in every nook and cranny. After scrubbing and cleaning, she worked up quite a sweat, and only after taking a shower did she feel somewhat refreshed. Lying on the bed, her first impression was how hard it was. Having lived for 4 years as the young matriarch of the Fu family, accustomed to the best and most luxurious in everything, she found it difficult to adapt to such a hard bed. It was indeed easier to slip into extravagance than to return to frugality. She wondered if Fu Linqing next door was adjusting to his own new bed. Of course, he was not. Fu Linqing had thought life in a cramped 3-person hospital room was challenging, only to discover that an even harsher environment awaited him. The wallpaper was already peeling, the wardrobe was chipped, and even the bed creaked ominously with the slightest movement. How could one find a place so dilapidated to rent? Ruan Ningxia was indeed a remarkable character. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she gradually found herself growing drowsy. In the hazy twilight of sleep, she felt something brushing against her leg. Originally, Fu Linqing's lower limbs had no sensation, but the thin blanket covering him was suddenly tugged, startling him awake. Through his hazy vision, he discerned a shadow standing by the bedside. Fu Linqing was instantly jolted into alertness. "Ruan Ningxia?" In the darkness, Ningxia uttered, "Did I wake you?" supporting himself with his arms. Fu Linqing leaned up and, illuminated by the faint light from the door, saw her touching his legs. A mix of surprise and anger washed over him. "What are you doing? It's the middle of the night, and you come into my room to touch me? Have you lost your mind?" Ningxia gently rubbed his ankle and replied, "I need to put something under your feet. It's essential to prevent foot drop. As the doctor advised. Have you forgotten?" Fu Linqing. Due to the nerve damage affecting the movement of his ankle and toes, prolonged periods without support could lead to foot drop and inversion, severely impacting his ability to walk. Thus, daily support tools were necessary. Although he did not currently exhibit these symptoms, he was uncertain when he would be able to stand again, making it crucial to take precautions. These self-rehabilitation exercises required diligence. Ningxia had suddenly remembered during her sleep that she had not provided him with support, and upon discovering he was asleep, she decided to finish it herself rather than wake him. However, Fu Linqing abruptly awakened and called her name, startling her. Having already completed rehabilitation training at the hospital during the day, Ningxia decided against giving him a massage and advised, "Be mindful while you sleep tonight. Turn over often. If you find it difficult to wake up, consider setting an alarm to remind you to shift." Such tasks had been handled by caregivers during their time in the hospital. Now that they were home, It fell to her. Fu Linqing had not anticipated her late-night visit was for such purposes. He pressed his lips together and acknowledged, "I understand." Ningxia then inquired, "Shall I head back?" "Call me if you need anything." Fu Linqing responded with a simple Ningxia pressed further, "Do you need to use the restroom?" Fu Linqing curtly replied, "No." Ningxia resumed her concern. "You haven't used the restroom since returning? Not even a drop of urine? Should I assist you to the bathroom, or are you wearing adult diapers while you sleep?" The man, who had been quietly listening, suddenly erupted in fury. "I've said I don't want to go. Can't you understand? I can use the restroom independently now. What do you think I am, a 3-year-old who wets the bed? Get out. Your voice irritates me." Ningxia, observing his furious demeanor, felt as though she was looking at a wounded dog. Utterly powerless, prompting her to scream in exasperation. What was the point of arguing with a dog? With a smile, Ningxia remarked, "Well, I've reminded you. You'd best not wet the bed, or you'll have to wash the sheets yourself." Damn! Fu Linqing was so enraged he felt his vision darken. The following day, Ningxia awoke feeling sore all over. The bed was too hard, and her bones ached. After freshening up, she knocked on the adjacent door. "Fu Linqing? Are you awake?" As cold as ever, Fu Linqing ignored her. It seemed she had angered him last night. "If you don't respond, I'm coming in." After a brief pause, she opened the door and stepped inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, accompanied by a musty odor from the old house. Ningxia approached and drew back the curtains, allowing brilliant sunlight to flood in and dispel the gloom. "Close the curtains," a displeased voice commanded. Turning around, Ningxia saw the figure in bed hiding under the blanket. "Don't you think the air is stale? We should open a window." "I don't think so." "Close it." Ningxia was not inclined to heed his demands. Reiterating, "Did you use the restroom last night?" "Probably not, so you must go this morning. If you remain silent, I'll assume you need to go. Would you prefer to relieve yourself in bed, or shall I assist you to the bathroom?" A voice from under the blanket growled, "I don't want to go. Please leave." "Is it that you don't want to go, or are you embarrassed?" "Oh, don't be shy. We've been through it all, and I've even helped you out of your pants in the hospital." "Ruan." Ningxia, shut your mouth. "I've said I don't want to go. How many times must I repeat myself?" Fu Linqing flung aside the covers, his eyes ablaze with anger. Ningxia mumbled, "If you don't want to go, then why are you being so fierce?" The doctor had informed her that incontinence stemmed from the incomplete recovery of the nerve sensory system. If urine was not expelled promptly, it could lead to retrograde infections in the kidneys, which would be troublesome. Hence, she persistently reminded him, "Well, if you need to go, just call me. I'm planning to take a stroll outside to see if there's a market nearby. Is there anything you wish to eat? I can bring something back. I don't want anything. What would you like to drink?" Fu Linqing's expression soured. "I don't want to eat or drink. Please leave and let me be alone." Ningxia frowned. What had gotten into him this morning? Afraid that continued conversation might provoke him further, she decided to excuse herself. Although the community was old and dilapidated, the surrounding amenities were sufficient to meet the residents' needs. After inquiring, she learned the market was not far from the complex, a mere 10-minute walk. After purchasing her items, Ningxia remembered today was a special day. She took out her phone and called her son, who was abroad. "Son." Fu Zichuan's cool voice came through the smartwatch. "What is it?" "I have a writing lesson soon. Today is the day Mommy calls you. We haven't talked in ages. Don't you miss me?" "No, Dado dear. Mommy will be sad if I'm late for class. I might have to stand, and then I'll be the one feeling upset." All right, I won't delay your studies. Just give me a kiss." No. Fu Zichuan made a face of disgust and hung up the call. Ningxia chuckled as she put her phone away, bags in hand, heading back home. The rented apartment was bare. She needed to purchase everything from pots and pans to basic necessities like oil, salt, vinegar, towels, and toilet paper. After buying the most essential items, she had already spent nearly 200, although it stung a bit. She returned home laden with purchases. Climbing the 6 flights of stairs in one breath, she had just taken out her keys to unlock the door when she heard a loud thud from the master bedroom. Oh no! Chapter 8. The stray dog. Ningxia set down her bags and dashed towards the master bedroom. The sight that greeted her was startling. Fu Linqing lay on the floor in a twisted position. Face down, she hurried over to help him. "How did you fall out of bed?" Despite being paralyzed, Fu Linqing's weight was considerable, and Ningxia struggled for a while without managing to lift him, exhausting herself in the process. "Fu Linqing? You are quite heavy." Fu Linqing felt as if he could die, suppressing the urge to lash out. "Let go." Ningxia refused. What's wrong? Are you addicted to lying on the floor? Fu Linqing gritted his teeth. If you don't let go, you'll dislocate my arm. Only then did Ningxia realize her urgency had led her to grip his arm too tightly. Though, I'm sorry. Quickly retracting her hand, Fu Linqing lost his support and fell again with a thud. His head striking the floor. Fu Linqing. His desire to die intensified. Ningxia awkwardly replied, You told me to let go. Fu Linqing took a deep breath, refraining from exploding in anger. Don't pull on my arm. Support my waist instead. I'll sit up first. Oh, okay. She squatted beside him, reaching around his back to grasp his waist. Fu Linqing lifted one arm and draped it over her shoulder. Together, they exerted their strength, and this time they successfully sat up. How did you fall out of bed? Fu Linqing gritted his teeth. To use the restroom. Ningxia was both amused and exasperated. Did you not say you didn't want to go? When she asked him, he indeed did not want to go. But later he did. It was simply that while attempting to transfer from the bed to the wheelchair, he had misstepped and fallen. Ningxia brought over the wheelchair, intending to assist him into it, but suddenly paused. Fu Linqing. Do you feel anything? Fu Linqing frowned. What sensation? Ningxia hesitated. But Fu Linqing followed her gaze and noticed a damp patch on the inner thigh of his pants. In that instant, it felt as though something exploded in his mind. Ningxia hastily interjected, Don't overthink it. It's quite normal. The doctor mentioned you need a recovery period, and you still. Fu Linqing interrupted her. Get out? You're still in the recovery phase. It will improve day by day. I said get out. Fu Linqing glared at her in fury, his body trembling from the emotional upheaval. Biting her lip, Ningxia replied, I'm not leaving. If I do, what if you fall again? You have no sensation in your legs. If you get hurt, you won't feel it. If you fracture something, you'll need surgery, which will cost a lot. Do you realize we're broke? Fu Linqing was so furious he wanted to curse. Money, money, money. It's all she ever thinks about. This woman must have a fixation on money. Go ahead and lose your temper. I still won't leave. As she spoke, she made to assist him again, but Fu Linqing shoved her away and pulled the wheelchair closer, refusing to look at her. He intended to use his arms to lift himself up to the bed first, then transfer to the wheelchair. However, he overestimated his current condition. Having lain down for so long, his upper body strength had diminished significantly, and this was his first attempt at such a challenging movement. After several tries, he found himself unable to shift from the floor to the bed. Each time he supported himself halfway, his arms would give way, causing him to collapse back onto the ground. Such a simple action, and he was utterly incapable of completing it. Fu Linqing was acutely aware of his current predicament. His pants were damp, and he could not rise, dragging his legs like a useless wretch. A sight undoubtedly comical. To make matters worse, he was the center of attention in this dismal state. Gritting his teeth, he attempted again and again. Ningxia observed as the veins in his neck bulged from exertion. Fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Unable to bear it any longer, she spoke up. Let me assist you. Fu Linqing, exhausted, sat on the ground with his head bowed, his chest heaving from the effort. He uttered not a word, appearing eerily calm, which only served to heighten Ningxia's unease. The once formidable man now resembled a stray dog, and one could only imagine the despair and anguish he felt. Ningxia was at a loss for how to comfort him. At such a moment, any words of solace seemed futile. Yet, silence was not an option. After a prolonged pause, she managed to utter, If you keep this up, you might end up wetting your pants. Fu Linqing. He felt a surge of irritation towards her. Ultimately, with Ningxia's assistance, Fu Linqing managed to transfer himself into the wheelchair. She retrieved clean pants and a towel, wheeling him toward the bathroom. Once there, without hesitation, Ningxia reached to unfasten his pants. Fu Linqing swiftly grasped her arm, demanding, What are you doing? Helping you clean up, she replied. Fu Linqing's expression turned ashen. It's unnecessary. I can manage on my own. Please leave. Are you certain? Leave, and do not make me repeat myself. Ningxia felt a twinge of concern, but seeing his determination, she reluctantly exited. Seated in the wheelchair, Fu Linqing gazed at the cramped bathroom, barely accommodating one person and a chair. Feeling a profound discomfort, the toilet was old and appeared unclean. The floor and corners harbored decades-old grime, repulsive and nauseating. Through the door, Ningxia's voice called out, Fu Linqing, can you really change your pants alone? If not, let me help. Don't let pride get in the way. Fu Lynching chose to ignore her, but she persisted. You can rest assured about the toilet. I scrubbed it several times and used 2 bottles of disinfectant. It's not dirty. As for those old stains, they've seeped into the tiles and can't be removed, so just make do. Suppressing his disgust, Fu Lynching maneuvered his wheelchair to the toilet. The height of the wheelchair matched that of the toilet, which was advantageous. He simply needed to shift his body onto the toilet and slowly, carefully remove his pants to resolve the issue. Then, he could clean himself with the wet towel and gradually put on his pants. For someone who had once been able-bodied, this task would have taken mere minutes. Yet now, it consumed half an hour. In that moment, Fu Lynching comprehended that his life would henceforth be like this. He had become a complete burden. Was there any meaning left in living this way? Chapter 9. Fasting Ningxia waited outside for nearly 30 minutes before the bathroom door finally creaked open. Upon seeing Fu Lynching emerge, looking entirely presentable, she exhaled in relief. I thought you had fallen into the toilet. Fu Lynching said nothing, pushing his wheelchair back to the bedroom. Ningxia blinked, perplexed at his despondent demeanor. She followed him into the bedroom, intending to help him into bed, but as he did not ask for assistance, she hesitated, fearing to provoke him further, and could only support the wheelchair from behind. Silently, Fu Lynching shifted his body inch by inch until he returned to bed. Once settled, he requested, "Please draw the curtains. I wish to take a nap. Thank you." Ningxia sensed the pervasive aura of despair emanating from him. "All right, rest well. I will prepare dinner and call you when it's ready." Fu Lynching ignored her. Ningxia turned to leave, but just as she reached the door, Fu Lynching's voice broke the silence. "Your friend is right." I agreed. He was now a cripple, and it was entirely reasonable for her to seek a divorce. He would not cling to her. Thus, he consented to the divorce. Ningxia was bewildered. Which friend was he referring to? What had he agreed to? She longed to clarify, but seeing his unwillingness to engage, she suppressed her curiosity. The kitchen was a mess, with pots and pans scattered across the floor. Ningxia gathered the items and commenced a thorough cleaning. The kitchen was indeed filthy. Hidden corners were coated in grease. After a busy afternoon, she finally restored it to cleanliness. She served the prepared meal in the living room and went to summon Fu Lynching for dinner. The bedroom was eerily quiet. He lay with his eyes closed, appearing to be asleep, his expression relaxed and breathing steady. Ningxia bent down, gently patting his shoulder, softly calling his name, "Fu Lynching, wake up." Suddenly, Fu Lynching grasped her hand. Murmuring, "Jiang Yao." "Ningxia, what the heck?" She slapped his arm, exclaiming, "Fu Lynching, get up for dinner." Startled awake, Fu Lynching looked bewildered. Ningxia stood before him, hands on her hips, glaring at him in anger. Fu Lynching furrowed his brow. "What are you doing?" Ningxia retorted. "What am I doing? What about you?" Grabbing my hand and calling out another woman's name. "How bold of you! Dreaming of Jiang Yao? Are you so in love?" Still reeling from the nightmarish visions, Fu Lynching was in no mood for her antics. "If there's nothing else, please leave." Ningxia's heart sank further upon being mistaken for Jiang Yao. "This apartment is mine. I found it, rented it, and cleaned it. So why should I leave? Furthermore, you eat my food, stay in my place, and you will abide by my rules." Fu Lynching scoffed. "Listen to you? Be managed by you. Why not just adopt a dog?" Ningxia felt a surge of frustration. This insufferable man was truly pushing her limits. "Fine. If you refuse to let me take care of you, then fend for yourself. Dinner is ready. If you're brave enough, don't eat with that," she stormed out, determined to prove that he would eventually relent to hunger. After a day without food or water, how long could he endure? Surely, hunger would coax him to eat the meal she had prepared. Ningxia settled in the living room, relishing her meal, exclaiming, "Wow, this meat is so fragrant. The vegetables are tender. The chili is so appetizing, delicious." She performed for quite a while, yet there was no response from the bedroom. With a huff, she finished her meal, washed the dishes, and cleaned the floor. At 7 in the evening, Fu Lynching had still not emerged. By 9, he remained absent. At 11. Ningxia could no longer withstand the waiting. She left the leftover food on the table and went to bed. The next day, she yawned as she emerged, only to find the untouched remnants of dinner on the table. Wait, he didn't even get up to sneak a bite? Such an obstinate and stubborn nature was truly rare. Ningxia, undeterred, dashed to the adjacent room and roused the sleeping man. "What exactly do you intend to do? Not eating or drinking, are you trying to cultivate immortality?" Fu Lynching had been plagued by nightmares for days, barely catching any sleep. Today, just as he finally began to drift off as dawn approached, he was abruptly awakened. His expression reflected confusion. His once piercing gaze now softened and vulnerable. Ningxia was taken aback by his demeanor, lowering her voice. I just wanted to ask if you want breakfast. I can go buy some. Fu Lynching snapped back to reality, his brow furrowing as he reverted to his insufferable self. He said nothing, merely gesturing toward the door, signaling for her to leave. Ningxia was exasperated. Aren't you hungry? Fu Lynching closed his eyes. Sighing, Ningxia replied, Your phone is next to your pillow, fully charged. If you need to use the bathroom, just call me. Fearing he might try to reach her midway, she had hung her phone around her neck while grocery shopping. Yet, upon returning home, her phone had not rung once. Ningxia carried the fragrant breakfast into the bedroom, where Fu Lynching still maintained the same sleeping position she had left him in. I bought this breakfast just for you. Please get up and have a bite. Fu Lynching turned his face away. Signaling his refusal to engage with her, Ningxia pleaded, Okay, I apologized. I shouldn't have been harsh with you yesterday. Please eat something. Don't just sit there in silence. Your refusal to speak and eat is truly frightening. If you're still angry, feel free to scold me. Perhaps her apology had some effect, as Fu Lynching finally spoke. Ruan Ningxia, just leave me be. Let me fend for myself. What do you mean, leave you be? What do you mean, fend for yourself? I just said a few things to you. Why are you so hot-headed? Ningxia earnestly tried to reason with him. There are many people in this world who are paralyzed. And some are born with disabilities. Others don't act as if life is over. Can you please pull yourself together? Fu Lynching scoffed. It's not you who can't walk, stand, go outside, or even get out of bed. It's not you who has to use a damn urine pad to sleep. What gives you the right to tell me to pull myself together? Ningxia was momentarily stunned. But, at least you're still alive. What meaning is there in living like this? Fu Lynching retorted. Living like a burden, like trash. What significance does that hold? Tell me. Ningxia was at a loss for words, her mind racing with the thought that his perspective was profoundly misguided. His emotions were far too extreme. I just want to be alone. Please stop bothering me. Ningxia, holding the breakfast, left in a daze. She finished her meal alone in the living room. What did it mean to live without any significance? Living itself is a meaningful endeavor. Ningxia was deeply alarmed by his thoughts of living without purpose, fearing he might take some drastic action. Soon, her fears materialized. Fu Lynching began to starve himself, with not a sip of water or a morsel of food. And refusing to leave his bed, he lay motionless like a corpse. Every day, Ningxia's first task upon waking was to check if he was still alive. She had tried to persuade him, scolded him, and fretted over him, but nothing worked. This way of living was unsustainable, and so Ningxia took out her phone to search online for how long can a person survive without food or water. The results indicated a range of 7 to 3 days. Each individual's constitution varies, and so does the duration of survival. Before his paralysis, Fu Lynching was a robust man. Surely he could survive for 7 days, right? Yet now, paralyzed and having lost considerable weight during his hospitalization, could he withstand a fast for merely 3 or 4 days? This thought terrified Ningxia, prompting her to rush to the hospital the next day and schedule an appointment with the doctor who had previously treated Fu Lynching. Upon hearing her recount Fu Lynching's condition, the doctor sighed. Your husband has shown signs of despair during his hospitalization. I had hoped that the companionship of family would help shift his mindset post-discharge, but it seems his psychological state has only worsened. Indeed, he had become more irritable and sensitive than before. Even a trip to the restroom could lead him to brood for half the day. Ningxia was at her wit's end, fretting so much that she was losing her hair. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 2 or 3 days, lying there like a living corpse, refusing to communicate. Utterly devoid of any survival instinct, if this continued, she would soon become a widow. Doctor, please save him. Chapter 10. A lifeline. The doctor was not a deity. He could not rescue Fu Lynching, who lay far away in his rented room. He could only offer his experience to Ningxia. The higher a person's status, the greater the fall and the ensuing blows. When hope is extinguished, a person can crumble, if he cannot adjust his mindset. Despair will only deepen. Ningxia asked, then, what should I do? He is like a drowning man, desperately in need of a lifeline. You must find that lifeline that can reignite his will to survive. The doctor prescribed some nutritional supplements and urged her to find a way to get Fu Linqing to consume them. When you return, try to comfort him, and if that fails, he may need to be forcibly admitted to the hospital for treatment. Ningxia was at a loss. How could she find Fu Linqing's lifeline? She had done everything within her power. From the moment of his paralysis, she had consoled him, reassured him, and treated him with utmost care, afraid to raise her voice lest she upset him further. The only time she had lost her temper was when he had called out to Jiang Yao while holding her hand, and even then, she had apologized. Yet, he remained ungrateful. She truly did not know what to do. Lost in her thoughts, someone called out to her from behind. Sister Ningxia. Turning around, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Xiaofeng. Why are you alone? Sister Ningxia. Where is Chenggu?" Xiaofeng had undergone rehabilitation training in the hospital alongside Fu Linqing. He had been admitted earlier and was set to be discharged soon. The young man had undergone a double leg amputation, a far more severe condition than Fu Linqing's. He sat in a wheelchair. A girl named Lily pushing him from behind. Chenggu is lying at home. He didn't come to the hospital today. Ningxia smiled. Are you here for a checkup? Yes, today is my follow-up appointment. What did the doctor say? Xiaofeng's face lit up with excitement. The wound is healing well. Now it's just a matter of sticking to rehabilitation training. I even tried on some prosthetics today. Maybe next time we meet, you and Chenggu will see me standing. That would be wonderful. I look forward to that day. Ningxia was genuinely happy for him. As noon approached, she suggested, let me treat you to lunch. The hospital had a cafeteria, making meals quite convenient. Lily, Xiaofeng's girlfriend, was a shy girl who busily attended to him, wiping tables, fetching chopsticks, and helping with food, displaying her thoughtful nature. Sister Ningxia, how is Chenggu doing? Xiaofeng suddenly asked during lunch. He is doing well, eating heartily and feeling great, Ningxia replied, not wanting him to worry, telling a small white lie. The first time she had met Xiaofeng was when she had accompanied Fu Linqing to the rehabilitation department. Xiaofeng, with his high-level amputations, was the most severely affected patient she had seen in the training room. Despite being young and handsome, he had lost his legs at the prime of his life. Yet, this heavy blow had not crushed his spirit. Instead, he remained optimistic and cheerful, a stark contrast to Fu Linqing's despondency. Xiaofeng, I actually invited you to lunch to ask you something. Don't be so polite. Sister Ningxia, just ask away. Ningxia glanced at his legs, feeling somewhat presumptuous. How did you manage to maintain a positive mindset after losing your legs? Xiaofeng immediately understood. Sister Ningxia, is Chenggu contemplating suicide? Ningxia was taken aback. How did you know? Xiaofeng rolled up his sleeve, revealing a brown scar. Because I've been there myself. It's normal for someone to feel suicidal after such a significant blow. When I first lost my legs, I couldn't sleep for nights on end, consumed by the thought that life held no meaning anymore. Unable to walk or jump, feeling like a burden to my family and myself. I thought death would be a release. He smiled gently, glancing at Lily beside him. But then Lily encouraged me, helping me to find my footing again. If it weren't for her, I might have already given up. So, Sister Ningxia, please don't give up on Chenggu. Ningxia felt a pang of guilt. I won't give up on him, that I know. It's evident how much you love him. Ningxia became even more uneasy. You misread the situation. I only love his money. After finishing their meal, the group left the hospital together. As they parted, Xiaofeng suddenly said, Sister Ningxia, for people like us, the encouragement of family and loved ones is crucial. If hope fades from the heart, living becomes truly unbearable. You are Chenggu's beloved, the person closest to him in this world. Others cannot save him. Only you can. Ningxia was momentarily stunned. After seeing Xiaofeng off, she sighed deeply. Others might not know, but she was certainly not Fu Linqing's closest person. He had no idea how much he despised her. As for how to save him, how to instill hope in him, wait. She was not Fu Linqing's beloved. Jiang Yao was. Just a couple of days ago, he had called out Jiang Yao's name in his dreams. Perhaps if Jiang Yao were to come and speak to him, it might restore Fu Linqing's confidence. Ningxia felt a surge of excitement. This was very likely. Jiang Yao could be Fu Linqing's savior. Without hesitation, she dialed Fu Rongrong's number. Fu Rongrong was taken aback by the call. Her tone sharp. Ruan Ningxia, why are you contacting me again? What do you want? Ningxia got straight to the point. Rongrong, you have Jiang Yao's number, right? Could you send it to me? At the mention of Jiang Yao, Fu Rongrong exploded. Are you trying to cause trouble for Sister Yao again? Ruan Ningxia, you're incorrigible. Last time, You nearly caused her to fall down the stairs. What do you want now? Fu Rongrong was referring to an incident from 2 years prior when Ningxia, under Xiao Ruoshui's instigation, had confronted Zhang Yao to assert her position as Fu Linqing's wife. She had demanded that Zhang Yao keep her distance from him, instead of intimidating Zhang Yao. It had led Fu Linqing to perceive her as venomous, resulting in Zhang Yao nearly falling down the stairs. The memories were too painful to revisit. Ningxia replied, I'm not looking to cause trouble this time. I have serious matters to discuss with Zhang Yao. If I believed you, I would be a fool, Fu Rongrong retorted. Being best friends with a White Lotus is just foolishness. Ningxia muttered under her breath. What did you say? Fu Rongrong hadn't caught it. Nothing, just please send me her number, I beg you. Even if you beg me on your knees, it's impossible. You and your brother have been expelled from the Fu family. We no longer family. Dad said if we dare contact you privately, we'll end up like your brother. Kicked out of the Fu family, I can't afford to lose my wealth and privilege. Please don't drag me down. Fu Rongrong continued to chatter like a machine gun. Just so you know, I'll be blocking your number, so don't call me again. I have a party to attend now. Bye-bye. She hung up without further ado. Ningxia was left speechless. Fu Zhenhai was known for his decisive and ruthless actions. When he said he would expel Fu Linqing from the family, he did just that. It would not be surprising if he cast out the other ungrateful children as well. But Ningxia was in urgent need of Zhang Yao's help. If only she hadn't deleted Zhang Yao's contact information earlier. Who else could provide her with Zhang Yao's number? An idea struck her. She thought of another member of the Fu family. Chapter 11. Playing dumb, Ningxia dialed Fu Zian's number. Fu Zian and Fu Linqing were not born of the same mother and had always viewed each other with disdain in their wealthy family. A competitive atmosphere had led to a long-standing enmity. Perhaps the happiest person since Fu Linqing's accident was Fu Zian, who now had a brother who was no longer a rival. Ningxia felt uncertain about asking him for help, knowing he would likely relish Fu Linqing's misfortune. As she waited for the call to connect, anxiety coursed through her. Who is it? After a prolonged silence, Fu Zian's hoarse voice came through. Ningxia quickly responded, It's me, are you out of your mind? Fu Ziyuan did not recognize who it was. He had been abruptly awakened, his mood decidedly irritable. In the middle of the day, the noise disturbed his slumber. If you have no pressing matters, I swear I'll make you regret it. Ningxia did not anticipate his foul temper upon waking. It was midday, yet he was still in bed, likely having indulged in some nocturnal escapade at a nightclub the previous evening. Fearing he might hang up, Ningxia promptly stated, I need to reach Zhang Yao regarding a matter. If you have a moment, could you send me her phone number? There was a brief silence on the line. Ruan Ningxia? Yes, it's me. Well, the sun must be setting in the west if you're calling me. What do you need? Ningxia reiterated her request. I need to reach Zhang Yao. Could you send me her number? Sure. To her surprise, Fu Ziyuan readily agreed. I'm at the Winston Hotel. You know it, right? It used to be managed by your husband, but now I'm in charge, if you have something to discuss. Come to the hotel, I'll give you an hour. Don't be late. With that, he hung up. Ningxia was taken aback by his willingness to assist her. Without further ado, she hailed a taxi and hurried over. Upon arriving at the hotel, she received a text from Fu Ziyuan, come to the Chinese restaurant on the 22nd floor. Ningxia was not particularly familiar with this hotel, but she had heard that it was the first project Fu Linqing managed after graduating and joining the Fu Group. It was also the project that solidified his standing within the company. However, times had changed. That once thriving venture was now under Fu Ziyuan's oversight, while he himself had been cast out of his home. When she reached the restaurant, the staff was in the midst of serving dishes. Spotting her, Fu Ziyuan, in a surprisingly good mood, invited, Sister-in-law, have you eaten? Come sit and have a bite. Thank you, but I've already eaten. Ningxia politely declined. Then I want tea, stand on ceremony. Fu Ziyuan had skipped breakfast and lunch, and his stomach was grumbling. Ningxia had intended to simply obtain the phone number and leave. But Fu Ziyuan was engrossed in his meal, paying her no mind. After he had taken a few bites, she ventured to say, You really didn't need to call me over. You could have just sent me Zhang Yao's phone number. Still thinking of yourself as a young mistress? When you seek a favor, you must adopt the demeanor befitting the situation. Fu Ziyuan cast her a sidelong glance. After marrying Fu Linqing for so many years, how have you learned nothing? Doesn't he teach you how to navigate the world? Or are you simply too dim-witted to absorb it? Ningxia remained silent. Are all the members of the Fu family unwell? Is it so hard to refrain from belittling others? With such a sharp tongue, Why don't you choke on it? Ning Xia silently berated him. Fu Ziyuan appraised her from head to toe. Indeed, one's appearance can be deceiving. Once she had exuded the elegance of a young mistress. Now, she looked as plain as a laborer, fit to work in the fields. Ning Xia thought to herself, oh, for heaven's sake, could this lunatic not exist? Fu Ziyuan suddenly fixed his gaze on her. Are you cursing me in your heart? Ning Xia smiled. Of course not. Fu Ziyuan scoffed. My elder brother still lying in the hospital? Ning Xia replied truthfully, no, he is recovering well. He has been discharged and is resting elsewhere. Fu Ziyuan feigned sarcasm. Resting where? Under a bridge. Ning Xia waved her hand dismissively. Not under a bridge, but in a rented apartment. Fu Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to mock her and enjoy seeing Ning Xia flounder, but her earnestness caught him off guard, almost making him wonder if she were feigning ignorance. A rented apartment. Fu Ziyuan lifted his glass, taking a sip of water. Where did you find a place to rent? Ning Xia regarded him warily. Why do you want to know? I'm just asking casually. After all, we're brothers. I might drop by to see him. More like to gloat at his misery. Fu Ziyuan nearly choked. He had indeed thought her to be playing the fool. Ning Xia, wishing to avoid further trivial banter, insisted, I truly need to speak with Zhang Yao. Please send me her number, and I want to interrupt your meal. If you don't tell me where you live, I want to provide you with Zhang Yao's number. This person is truly unwell. Ning Xia hesitated between disclosing her address and saving Fu Linqing's life, ultimately deciding on the latter. In the old town, in a community called Xingfuhuayuan, Fu Ziyuan checked his phone and was taken aback. It's quite shabby. Can people even live there? Isn't that a demolition site? You're living there and not afraid the building will collapse in the middle of the night? Ning Xia responded, it's livable. It's not a dangerous building. Though it's in the old town, it's still vibrant, and the neighbors are kind and warm-hearted. Old towns are decrepit. There's south no good place to be found. I wonder how your elder brother is adjusting. Fu Ziyuan feigned concern, secretly relishing the thought of witnessing his current plight. Certainly a picture of despair and hopelessness. Just thinking about it brought him joy. Perhaps you should stop pondering. Ning Xia sighed. To be honest, his condition is quite dire. Fu Ziyuan perked up. Oh? In what way? I know you loathe him, and you must be pleased to see him in this state. But his situation is truly grim. Imagine if you fell from grace, losing your legs, your family, and everything you held dear. How would you feel? The doctor said he has lost his will to live. If we don't find a lifeline for him, he won't survive. Zhang Yao is that lifeline. I hope you can provide me with her contact information so I can take her to encourage Fu Linqing. Fu Ziyuan raised an eyebrow. You've mentioned that I dislike Fu Linqing. With him in such misfortune, I'd be remiss not to revel in it. Why would I help him? Ning Xia replied. If I despise someone, I certainly wish for them to endure daily suffering and humiliation. What joy is there in having an enemy slip away so easily? Goodness. Fu Ziyuan gazed at her in disbelief. You must be Fu Linqing's most fervent critic. Ning Xia remained silent. However, upon reflection, you make a valid point. If he were to die effortlessly, that would be rather dull. Fu Ziyuan wiped his mouth and stood up. Let us go. I know where Zhang Yao is. I'll take you there. Ning Xia hadn't anticipated his desire to observe the spectacle. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. Just send me her number and I'll call her directly. What nonsense. Are you coming or not? All right, let us go. Chapter 12. Witnessing suffering without offering aid. Fu Ziyuan led Ning Xia to a CAF situated within a commercial office building. With a single phone call, he summoned Zhang Yao. Believing it to be Fu Ziyuan seeking her out, Zhang Yao's expression soured upon spotting Ning Xia seated beside him, in stark contrast to their usual contentious exchanges. Ning Xia greeted her with unexpected politeness. Hello, Miss Zhang. Zhang Yao ignored her and turned to Fu Ziyuan. What does the third young master need with me? It's not me who needs you. It is her. Fu Ziyuan pointed to Ning Xia, then tossed the menu towards her. You order some afternoon tea for Zhang Yao, of course, no problem. Ning Xia took the menu and glanced through it. Goodness, a mere cup of coffee costs 68, and a small cake is 138. This is quite problematic. When she had been a young mistress, she would have scoffed at such prices. Now, as a humble laborer, these treats felt out of reach. Silently closing the menu, she noted Zhang Yao appeared to be on a diet. Cakes and coffee are high in calories. Perhaps she should just have water? Fu Ziyuan slapped her back to reality. Are you broke? Ning Xia replied. Fu Ziyuan rolled his eyes. unable to contain his exasperation, just order whatever. I'll pay. Ning Xia promptly called over a server and ordered the most expensive set meal. Then she turned to Fu Ziyuan. May I have a moment alone with Miss Jiang? Fu Ziyuan, uninterested in the conversation between the two women, gestured towards the door. I'll step outside for a smoke. Once he left, Jiang Yao directly inquired, what do you want? Ning Xia tentatively probed, Miss Jiang, the last time I saw you was over 2 months ago in the hospital. What have you been up to? Why haven't you visited Fu Lincheng? Jiang Yao seemed impatient. Do I need to report my movements to you? Of course not. I was merely inquiring. Ning Xia continued curiously, don't you want to know how Fu Lincheng is faring? Ruan Ning Xia, what are you implying? Jiang Yao's demeanor shifted, her gaze becoming piercing. When I wanted to see a Cheng before, you did everything to prevent us from meeting. Now you're asking about him. What is your game? I have no ulterior motives. Fu Lincheng was fine before. Now that he is paralyzed, can't you go see him? Jiang Yao laughed. So when he was well, you wouldn't allow me to see him. And now that he is in trouble, you expect me to take this hot potato off your hands? Ning Xia frowned. Why must you complicate things? I'm merely asking you to visit him. I am not suggesting you take him on. You know he is not eating or drinking. He is on the verge of death. I came today to urge you to see him. You're the woman he cares for. If you could encourage him, perhaps he would rally. I'm the woman he cares for? Jiang Yao scoffed. Then why did he marry you? Ning Xia was taken aback, pondering if she was indeed the more calculating one. Jiang Yao resolutely declined, stating, I am busy with work and cannot spare the time to meet him. Please stop contacting me. After saying this, she grabbed her bag from the table and made to leave. Wait, Ning Xia interjected, blocking her path. Even if you are busy, surely you can find an hour or two. Did you not tell me that you love him dearly? A man in sincere love lies immobile. Yet you avoid him at all costs. What do you think Fu Lincheng must be feeling moreover? He is quite eager to see you now. Why not go visit him? Jiang Yao's displeasure was evident as she retorted. Are you being bothersome? I have said I lack time, so let me pass. Ning Xia obstructed her way, asserting, you will not leave until you see him today. Jiang Yao, infuriated, exclaimed, are you out of your mind? Ning Xia softened her tone, infused with a hint of pleading, Jiang Yao, I am not deceiving you. Fu Lincheng is on the brink of a hunger strike and may harm himself. It is dire. You are his only lifeline. Please, accompany me just this once. Jiang Yao regarded her, suddenly laughing, Ruan Ningxia. So you too have come to seek my assistance. Do you recall how you once treated me when I implored you to support my relationship with Fu Lincheng? Now the tables have turned, and you expect me to comply with your request? With that, she forcefully shoved past Ning Xia, intent on leaving. Ning Xia, unable to tolerate it any longer, seized Jiang Yao's bag. Jiang Yao turned back in disbelief. What are you doing? Ning Xia replied, if you believe I have wronged you in the past, I can apologize. But first, you must come with me to meet Fu Lincheng. You are insane, Jiang Yao shouted, being pulled by her bag, fearful of damaging its designer strap. Let go of me. When Fu Lincheng was well, I gained nothing. Now he is bedridden and expects me to care for him? Dream on. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Yao swung her hand, landing a slap on Ning Xia's face. Ning Xia's cheek burned, and she released her grip. Jiang Yao checked her bag, relieved it was undamaged. Yet her fury soared. Good fortune never comes my way, yet I am the first to bear the brunt of misfortune. You truly have a knack for calculating gains. His self-destructive antics concern me not. I am not the one who brought him to this state. You are his wife, and it is your responsibility to care for him. Do not try to shift this burden onto me, Jiang Yao winced in pain as Ning Xia grasped her hair, returning the slap. Fu Lincheng once treated you so well, defending you fiercely even at the cost of my dignity. Now that he is in trouble, you not only refuse to help but actively turn your back on him. How heartless can you be? What do you mean his plight has nothing to do with you? Even a stranger in distress deserves compassion and assistance. Yet you push him aside, as if your conscience has been devoured by dogs. You clung to him like a lapdog in good times, but now that he is in peril, you flee faster than a ghost. How despicable! As Ning Xia berated Jiang Yao, she also scolded Fu Lincheng for being so foolish. So this is the innocent flower you adore, more akin to a heartless devil. Ruan Ningxia, I will not back down. Jiang Yao was not one to endure such humiliation quietly. She shrieked, raising her bag to strike Ning Xia. Outside, Fu Ziyuan, halfway through his cigarette, heard the commotion erupting from the CAF. He turned to witness the chaos. Two women clawing at each other like wild animals, sending the CAF into disarray. Staff yelled for someone to call the police while onlookers whipped out their phones to film the spectacle. Fu Ziyuan, scowling, discarded his cigarette and stormed inside, yanking one woman away from the other. First pointing at Ning Xia, "Stop this immediately," then directing his finger at Jiang Yao, "Stay right there." His anger was indeed intimidating, and for a moment, both women froze. Jiang Yao trembled with rage, her face and scalp throbbing with pain, while Ning Xia sported a swollen cheek, appearing equally battered. Fu Ziyuan's cold demeanor prompted him to inquire who initiated the violence. Ning Xia, emboldened, declared, "She did." Jiang Yao retaliated, "It was you who struck first. You dare lie?" Ning Xia lunged forward, intent on attacking Jiang Yao again, only to be glared back by Fu Ziyuan. She then pointed toward the corner where the surveillance camera was located, insisting, "Let's call the police and let them see who struck first." Jiang Yao remained silent. "See, she has nothing to say. She is feeling guilty." Ning Xia taunted. Fu Ziyuan turned to Jiang Yao. "What do you say? Should we involve the police, or can we resolve this ourselves?" Before Jiang Yao could respond, he added, "In situations like this, the one who strikes first usually bears the primary responsibility." Jiang Yao, recognizing her fault and wishing to avoid escalating the matter and facing humiliation at the police station, shot Ning Xia a resentful glare. "Let today's incident slide, but I do not wish to see you again." With that, she picked up her bag from the floor and turned to leave. Ning Xia was determined not to let her go, moving to intercept her. Fu Ziyuan, maintaining a stern expression, warned, "Enough of this. If the police are called, you will also face detention." "She struck first," Ning Xia insisted. "Right? You did not strike. You merely yanked her hair, causing a bit of blood, but her injuries are far worse." Ning Xia stared in disbelief. This sarcastic tone was unmistakably reminiscent of Fu lynching. Fu Ziyuan commanded the onlookers to delete their videos and instructed Ning Xia to apologize to the staff. He then offered to cover the damages, ultimately quelling the uproar. As Fu Ziyuan settled the bill, Ning Xia requested the staff to package her food. Confused, Fu Ziyuan inquired, "What food?" The server emerged from the kitchen with a bag. "What is this?" he asked. "It's the deluxe afternoon tea you ordered," Ning Xia replied. "The staff had yet to serve it when I began fighting with Jiang Yao. We've already paid, so we might as well take it." Fu Ziyuan was incredulous. "You nearly wrecked the CAF, and now you want to take food home? Truly, you are something else." He thought to himself how she might as well choke on it, having driven here. He now took the wheel to escort Ning Xia home. Before starting the car, he warned, "If you dare eat in my car, I will throw you out." Ning Xia remained silent, perhaps genuinely fearing his unpredictable nature. On the way back, she behaved exceptionally well. However, as the journey progressed, she sensed something was amiss, her expression shifting. "Where are you going? Pull over." The car showed no signs of stopping. "I don't need your ride. Just stop by the roadside and I can return on my own." "You think I want to drive you? If not for my desire to see how the boss is faring, I would not have come this way. The place is crowded, the roads are busy, and the potholes are a nuisance. What a dreadful area." Ning Xia thought to herself that he had ulterior motives. "I will not allow you to see Fu lynching." "Stop the car immediately. I must go today," Fu Ziyuan replied, opening the map and following the GPS directions. Ning Xia regretted revealing the location of her neighborhood in the hotel. They soon reached the old city, and Fu Ziyuan pressed the accelerator, arriving at the Shifeng Huayuan community. With no parking spaces available, he parked haphazardly, unconcerned about potential fines. Ning Xia was genuinely alarmed. "What are you doing? He is in a fragile state. If you go to provoke him, you will only drive him further into despair." Fu Ziyuan unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the car. Ning Xia remained seated, resolutely stating, "I will not move." Fu Ziyuan leisurely replied, "I can wait here all day. Let us see who has the greater endurance." Ning Xia, unable to withstand his obstinacy, remembered the person inside who needed her. She clenched her teeth and conceded. "You may go, but do not provoke him." Fu Ziyuan agreed, "I will not provoke. It will merely be a visit to observe the situation, rest assured." Though Ning Xia remained skeptical, she reluctantly led him into the community. The neighborhood was old, with narrow, congested roads, broken doors to the buildings, dimly lit stairwells, and exposed electrical boxes plastered with spider webs. The young master from a wealthy family was taken aback, asking, People really live here? Ning Xia replied curtly, yes. Fu Ziyuan, perplexed, questioned, why would anyone choose to live in such a place? Ning Xia retorted, because it is affordable. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Fu Ziyuan was slightly out of breath. Which floor do you live on? The 6th, number 601. Fu Lynching is disabled, and you chose to rent on the 6th floor? What kind of logic is that? Ning Xia acknowledged this oversight. The 6th floor was indeed inconvenient for Fu Lynching. However, at the time, she was in urgent need of housing and had limited funds, so affordability was the priority. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Ning Xia unlocked the door. Come in, no need to change shoes. Fu Ziyuan disdainfully remarked, are you joking? This dark floor is worth my changing shoes. Ning Xia, suppressing her irritation, wished she could deliver a punch to him. If you find it so distasteful, then why come at all? After closing the door, she whispered, I will inform Fu Lynching. Please stay in the living room for now and do not come over. Fu Ziyuan waved her off, indicating he would explore the apartment. Ning Xia entered the master bedroom, where Fu Lynching lay on the bed with his eyes closed, having gone nearly 3 days without food, leaving her uncertain of his condition. She approached cautiously, extending her hand to check his breathing. Suddenly, Fu Lynching opened his eyes. Oh my! Ning Xia gasped, instinctively retreating before exhaling in relief. You're awake. Fu Lynching glanced at her, uttering no words, and closed his eyes once more. Since you're awake, don't sleep. ILL, just open the curtains. Without waiting for Fu Lynching to respond, Ning Xia quickly drew back the curtains, allowing sunlight to stream in and infuse the bedroom with a semblance of life. The sudden brightness caused Fu Lynching to furrow his brow. Ning Xia approached the bedside. Fu Lynching, I need to tell you something. Just as she contemplated how to inform him of Fu Ziyang's arrival, Fu Ziyang's voice resonated from the doorway. What's that smell? Fu Lynching, did you soil the bed? Chapter 14. A madman. Fu Lynching jolted awake, casting a glance toward the bedroom door. Fu Ziyang stood there, pinching his nose in disdain. I told you to sit in the living room. Why have you come here? Ning Xia was nearly propelled into action. This was an old house. A bit of odor was to be expected. So stop talking nonsense. This madman never spoke a word of truth. Despite promising her not to provoke Fu Lynching, his words were nothing short of a bombshell. Ning Xia discreetly observed Fu Lynching, noting his evident anger as his chest heaved. Get out now! She approached the doorway, intent on shooing Fu Ziyang away. However, Fu Ziyang sidestepped her hand and swaggered into the bedroom, scrutinizing Fu Lynching on the bed. Goodness, it's been over 2 months since I last saw you. And your hair and beard have grown so long. Are you reverting to a primitive state? Shut up. Ning Xia glared at him. Yet Fu Ziyang persisted, rambling on. I heard from my sister-in-law that you've been on a hunger strike, attempting to take your own life. Since I had some free time today, I thought I'd come and witness your misery. I didn't expect you to be in worse shape than I imagined. He gleefully declared, even our household servants are living better than you. Who would have thought, Fu Lynching, that you would end up like this? Fu Lynching's expression turned icy, his voice chilling as he uttered a single word, leave. Not only did Fu Ziyang not leave, but he also dragged a chair from the corner and sat down, crossing his legs in a manner that suggested he was looking for trouble. I am not going anywhere. If you have the guts, get up and bite me. Ning Xia was taken aback. Was he not just stabbing Fu Lynching in the heart with his words? Fu Ziyang, not yet satisfied, continued to prod. Oh, I forgot. You're paralyzed now. Even if you want to get up, you can't. Ha ha. Ning Xia dared not look at Fu Lynching's reaction. She frowned and said, that's enough. What did you promise me before coming in? In the Fu household, Ruan Ning Xia was typically meek, someone no one dared to provoke. She never expected to raise her voice at him now. It was merely a few jokes at his expense. Fu Ziyang scoffed, if you can't even handle a few jokes, what kind of man are you? Fu Lynching's cold gaze shifted to Ning Xia. Did you bring him here? Ning Xia immediately distanced herself from the situation. He insisted on coming. I had no choice. Fu Lynching closed his eyes again. Both of you, get out, now. He was genuinely angry. Ning Xia was at her wits' end, casting frantic glances at Fu Ziyang, urging him to leave. Yet Fu Ziyang acted obliviously, provoking further. What is going on between you two? As a guest, I don't even get a cup of tea. Ning Xia retorted with a cold laugh. You have the audacity to ask for tea? Come with me. Fu Ziyang remained seated. If there's no tea, mineral water will do. There's no mineral water, only tap water. Come out, and I'll fetch you some. Can that stuff even be consumed? Fu Ziyang grimaced, rummaging through his pocket for his wallet. I'm thirsty. Go buy me a bottle of water, the most expensive one. With that, he tossed a wad of cash onto the bed. The money slid off the bed and scattered across the floor. Ningxia's eyes lit up at the sight of the vibrant bills, her attitude shifting in an instant. What brand of water would you like? Fu Linqing's face turned a shade darker as he bellowed. Ruan Ningxia, dare you pick up that money? Startled, Ningxia hadn't he expected this. Even after 2 or 3 days of hunger, he still had such vitality. She had estimated that the wad of cash was substantial, easily over 1,000. Why not pick it up? It was his choice to give, not her theft. This action only served to infuriate Fu Linqing further, regarding her as a vain and materialistic woman. He glared at Ningxia, smashed the money in his face. Ningxia hesitated. It was money, not refuse. Damn it! Fu Linqing was enraged to the point of spitting blood. Can't you see he's humiliating you? If you had any self-respect, you'd throw that money in his face and make him leave. He knew Fu Ziyang all too well. On the surface, it appeared he was humiliating Ruan Ningxia. But in reality, he was humiliating Fu Linqing himself. The once proud man had fallen to such a state, and Fu Ziyang, that dog, dared to flaunt his arrogance before him. Meanwhile, Ruan Ningxia, that money-hungry woman, was delightfully picking up the cash like a beggar. Thinking Fu Ziyang wanted her to buy food, foolish girl, did she not realize how others were mocking her behind her back? Ningxia cared little for such matters. A penny can conquer the mightiest of heroes. Money was the most crucial thing in this world. Moreover, it wasn't stolen. Fu Ziyang had given it willingly. Only a fool would refuse it. Seeing her stuff the money into her pocket sent Fu Linqing into a rage. Did I tell you to give him that money? Don't do such disgraceful things. Where's your pride? Don't make me look down on you. You've looked down on me for quite some time. I don't care. Fearing Fu Linqing would continue to unleash his anger upon her, Ningxia shot back and then fled. You two have a good chat. I'll go get you some water. Fu Linqing. Fu Ziyang clicked his tongue. The wise man knows when to bow his head. You should learn from your cowardly wife. Know when to submit. Fu Linqing's gaze, sharp as a blade, cut through to him. Did you not understand me when I told you to leave? I want to leave. What can you do about it? Fu Ziyang shook his leg, swaggering with arrogance to Fu Linqing. Do you think you're still as formidable as before? A single outburst, and everyone around you would tremble. Just look at yourself now. I could easily knock you down with one punch. Day after day, he flaunted his arrogance, looking down on this and that. Did he think Fu Ziyang held him in any esteem? Fu Ziyang was also a member of the Fu family, a legitimate heir, not a bastard. Acting as if he were of such noble birth, he looked down on Ruan Ningxia, which was truly laughable. She hadn't even disdainfully regarded his paralysis. If I were her, I would have kicked you out long ago. But she, in an effort to motivate you, even sought Zhang Yao's help, a legitimate wife seeking assistance from a mistress. Wasn't that a slap in her own face? And yet you still have the gall to look down on her. The one truly deserving of scorn is you. The satisfaction with which Fu Ziyang lashed out was matched only by the pain when the cup struck him. What the hell, Fu Linqing? Fu Ziyang jumped up, cursing. Fu Linqing's expression remained impassive. When did it become your place to lecture me? Get out, or the next thing that lands on you won't be a cup. He had somehow acquired a fruit knife, and Fu Ziyang was horrified. What the hell, are you hiding a knife? What do you want? Fu Linqing's gaze was cold and sinister. If you're curious about what I intend to do, you can step a little closer. Fu Ziyang felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Are you insane? Fu Linqing's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. I knew you would come to see me. So I prepared this especially for you. Don't you like it? A madman. Fu Ziyang turned and fled, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, he might find the knife lodged in his own body. Chapter 15. Did Ruan Ningxia strike Zhang Yao? Ningxia heard the sound of things being smashed in the bedroom and initially assumed the two brothers, who held mutual disdain for each other, were brawling. Just as she was about to enter to investigate, she saw Fu Ziyang emerge, drenched, as if pursued by a ghost. Ningxia stopped him. What happened? Fu Ziyang grumbled. Your husband has gone mad. He threw a cup at me. What a lunatic, Ningxia frowned. Didn't you say something to upset him? You're seeing through the lens of a doting wife. He's a madman, crazier than I am. Fu Ziyang scoffed. Have you no common sense? I am soaked. Can't you at least hand me a towel? Seeing her reluctance, Ningxia relented and fetched a towel from the bathroom. As Fu Ziyang dried himself, he continued to complain. You say he is paralyzed. Yet he throws so accurately. Maybe you should let him compete in the Paralympics. Ningxia. This insufferable mouth. She too wished to throw something. Noticing Ningxia standing idly, Fu Ziyang shot her a glance. Didn't you say you were going out to buy me water? Ningxia replied, the water outside can't compare to what we have at home. I boiled some plain water this morning. It's pure and natural, good for your health. You can have that. Fu Ziyang was truly exasperated. You two are quite the pair. One is a madman, the other is stingy. Give me back my money. Ningxia feigned ignorance. What money? Where did it come from? I didn't see it. Did you give me money? And to drink what? Fu Ziyang was utterly fed up. He flung the towel at Ningxia's face and stormed off, fearing he might burst from rage if he lingered any longer. Take care. I want to see you out. Fu Ziyang shot her a glare before slamming the door behind him. Ningxia hurried back to the bedroom to see what was happening. She was not prepared for the scene that awaited her. The cup fell to the floor, shattering into several pieces, with porcelain fragments scattered everywhere. Water stains splashed across the bedside, the bed, and even the floor. A small portion of it even dampened Fu Linqing's cuff. She was unaware of the conversation between Fu Ziyang and Fu Linqing, but judging by Fu Linqing's ashen face, it was undoubtedly not pleasant. Ningxia, wishing to avoid confrontation, chose to ignore him, wrapping the glass shards in her towel before stepping outside. Fu Linqing had anticipated that upon witnessing the chaos on the ground, she would react with her usual alarm, but to his surprise, she remained silent, quietly tidying up the floor before leaving. Perhaps it was for the best. He mused as he desired solitude. His verbal sparring with Fu Ziyang had left him utterly drained, both physically and mentally, coupled with the fact that he had not eaten or drunk anything in recent days. He felt completely depleted and was in no mood for conversation. He merely wished to lie in peace. However, amidst the turmoil, he found an unexpected release of emotions, feeling less stifled than before. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Irritated, Fu Linqing picked it up, noticing it was a message from Fu Ziyang. Without needing to read it, he knew the fool was berating him. Fu Linqing initially intended to disregard it. But another message popped up. You should watch the video yourself. A video? What video? Driven by curiosity, Fu Linqing opened the chat app. As expected, the preceding messages were filled with Fu Ziyang's insults. The last two messages contained a piece of text and a video. The text read, "This is the damage caused by your wife when she assaulted Jiang Yao at the CAF. Given that we were once a family, I've covered the costs for now. I didn't intend to ask you for this money, but you two are such peculiar characters that I absolutely must reclaim it." Fu Linqing furrowed his brows. His wife assaulted Jiang Yao at the CAF? Ruan Ningxia hit Jiang Yao. What was going on? When he clicked on the video, he was taken aback. The footage was quite shocking, showing Ningxia standing behind Jiang Yao, gripping her hair and violently striking her. Ningxia was hurling insults as she hit. What do you think you are? Before the incident, you clung to him like a lapdog. But as soon as trouble struck, you fled faster than a ghost. How disgusting, you two-faced opportunist. To be honest, Fu Linqing was astonished. Astonished that Ningxia possessed such a fierce and aggressive side. In his memory, Ruan Ningxia did not have a particularly good image. She seemed somewhat materialistic, a bit cunning, lazy, unambitious, bullying the weak while fearing the strong, and entirely devoid of merit. Yet he had never seen her in such a furious state before. He sent Fu Ziyang a message. Why were they fighting? Fu Ziyang was driving, finding it inconvenient to type, so he replied via voice message. So my previous words were in vain? Huh. Your wife claimed you were staging a hunger strike and threatening to commit suicide, leading her to go to Jiang Yao. They got into a fight over a trivial disagreement. That woman is genuinely fierce. She nearly pulled Jiang Yao bald. Had I not intervened, your wife would have ended up in jail, and I even covered her damages. You need to repay me ASAP. Fu Linqing. So this rage was all for him. A myriad of emotions swirled within him as he finished watching the video, prompting him to call Ningxia in the kitchen. Ningxia was washing her hands when she saw Fu Linqing's name flashing on her phone, momentarily thinking she had misread it. She walked to the bedroom and asked, baffled, "Are you the one calling me?" Fu Linqing hung up. "What do you think?" Ningxia replied, You could just shout. I'd hear you. Fu Linqing said, I lack the energy to shout. Ningxia. Seeing her standing at the doorway, Fu Linqing frowned. Why are you standing so far away? Come here. I need to talk to you. Ningxia shook her head. I want to go over. I am afraid you'll hit me. Fu Linqing was taken aback. Why would I hit you? You already hit Fu Ziyang. You want to hit me? It was I who brought him here. And you must be furious. I'd rather stay here and listen. This thought irritated Fu Linqing. You know I can't stand him. Why did you bring him back? He insisted on coming along. When I said no, he threatened to linger, and I couldn't afford to waste time with him while you were at home, lying there without food or drink. Fu Linqing desperately wanted to berate her for her foolishness, questioning why she couldn't devise another way to get rid of that idiot Fu Ziyang, yet he couldn't bring himself to utter the reproachful words. After a moment of silence, he calmly dropped the bombshell. Is there anything to eat? I am hungry. Huh? Ningxia was taken aback. What did you say? I said I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? You. Weren't you staging a hunger strike? Fu Linqing replied nonchalantly. I don't feel like dying today. What do you mean by today? What about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? Will you still not die? Fu Linqing. It depends on my mood. Ningxia was left speechless. Such matters depending on mood. He truly was a peculiar individual. What are you waiting for? Are you really going to let me starve? You actually want to eat? You're not tricking me, are you? Then don't bother cooking. I will. Just wait a moment. I'm going to make something right now. Chapter 16. The V-Line and the Doberman Waist. Ningxia happily dashed out, only to return quickly, holding a plastic bag. This is the nutritional supplement the doctor prescribed for you. I've bought it. So don't waste it. Drink it quickly. Fu Linqing's expression shifted. You went to the hospital? Of course I had to go. You hadn't eaten for almost 3 days, lying there motionless, looking like you could drop dead any moment. I was terrified. Fu Linqing lowered his gaze, remaining silent, yet obediently accepted the nutritional liquid from Ningxia's hands, drinking it without further ado. Now you rest for a bit. I'll go prepare something for you. You've been hungry for several days. You shouldn't eat anything hard. I'll make you some porridge. Whatever. Ningxia smiled. Just wait a moment. Understood. Ningxia stood up and left, feeling elated. Such an agreeable Fu Linqing resembled a little puppy. Whatever she said, he complied, and this feeling was utterly delightful. It was akin to a serf rising to be the master. After more than half an hour, Ningxia returned with a bowl of freshly prepared rice porridge. She had made it quite simply, chopping vegetables, adding a bit of oil and salt, and simmering it over low heat. The mild salty flavor, combined with the aroma of sesame oil and the garnish of vegetables. In short, it wasn't too bland. Having not eaten for days, Fu Linqing's body was in a weakened state. His hands trembled as he held the spoon. Should I feed you? Ningxia offered. Fu Linqing felt uncomfortable with such an intimate act of feeding. No, I can do it myself. Ningxia expressed doubt. Are you sure? Your hands are shaking like that. Fu Linqing retorted irritably. I'm not leg disabled, just hand disabled. Ningxia acquiesced. During his hospital stay, Fu Linqing's appetite had been poor, and he had struggled to eat anything, resulting in a rapid loss of weight and muscle. His once prominent abs, V-line, and Doberman waist had all vanished. He had thought he would stop after a few bites. Yet to his surprise, he finished the entire bowl of simple oil, salt, and vegetable porridge. Ningxia was both astonished and pleased. It seems you were truly hungry. Not bad, not bad. You cleared your plate. There's more in the pot. I'll get you another serving. Fu Linqing wanted to decline, but Ningxia was already out the door. She returned quickly, this time with a full bowl. Fu Linqing was already feeling quite full. Are you feeding a pig? Ningxia noticed his calm demeanor and the fact he could joke now, so she spoke more casually. You're barely a monkey. Pigs aren't as skinny as you. Fu Linqing gazed at her silently. Ningxia thought to herself, oh no, this powder keg is about to explode. Contrary to her expectations, Fu Linqing did not become angry or lash out. Instead, he suddenly asked, what happened to your face? Ningxia, caught off guard, replied, what do you mean, Fu Linqing? There are red marks. Ningxia touched her face, realizing there were indeed red marks, a result of being struck by Jiang Yao at the CAF. However, she couldn't admit this in front of Fu Linqing. If he found out she had hit Jiang Yao, he would surely defend his precious Jiang Yao. Ningxia casually remarked, oh, just an allergy. Fu Linqing's tone remained calm. So Jiang Yao's slap can make you allergic? IVE learned something new. Ningxia was taken aback. How did you know? Who told you? Was it Fu Ziyang, that big mouth? Fu Linqing did not respond to her question and instead asked, why did Zhang Yao hit you? I don't want to say. Why don't you want to say? Because if I tell you, you'll only blame me, not your white moonlight. Fu Linqing was momentarily stunned. What is this white moonlight? You really don't know what white moonlight is? You're so outdated. You should spend more time online, old man. Are you looking for trouble? Fu Linqing retorted impatiently. Quickly tell me, why did you fight with Zhang Yao? Ningxia hesitated. Are you really making me say it? Say it. Just don't get angry after I say it. Why would I get angry? Because every time I have a conflict with Zhang Yao, you always side with her, no matter how outrageous her behavior is. I'm the one who always gets scolded. You're someone who helps your friends over reason. Nonsense. Ningxia raised her hands in surrender. See? You re-angry now. Fu Linqing. I'm not angry. You were just talking nonsense. 3 years ago, when we had just married, Zhang Yao came looking for you. That night it rained, and I had a conflict with her. She fell into a muddy pit and claimed I pushed her, and no matter how I explained, you didn't believe me. Fu Linqing frowned. Did that happen? I find myself lacking any recollection. The passage of time has dulled my memory. Indeed, he truly has no impression of it. After our marriage, I aspired to be a virtuous wife, diligently experimenting with recipes to prepare heartfelt bento lunches for you. On one occasion, while you were in a meeting at the office, I grew impatient waiting for your return and placed the bento on your desk before departing. Subsequently, your documents were soiled by the food, and Zhang Yao insinuated that I had lingered in your office for quite some time, which incited your wrath. Fu Linqing paused, recalling the incident. The documents were indeed of great importance, and he had naturally assumed that it was she who had caused the mess. 2 years prior, I sought out Zhang Yao, hoping to persuade her to maintain her distance from you. Unfortunately, she fell down the stairs, and you berated me, branding me as heartless. The stairs were quite steep. Would I be so foolish as to push her? If she had sustained serious injury, I would be branded a murderer. I insisted that I had not pushed her, yet you did not believe me, nor did your entire family. You all harbored the notion that I wished her harm. Fu Linqing's lips tightened at the recollection. He vividly remembered the incident. Zhang Yao had indeed sustained a severe head injury, requiring 7 stitches. People tend to trust what they witness with their own eyes. He had seen Ningxia and Zhang Yao embroiled in a confrontation, leading to Zhang Yao's tumble down the stairs. His initial distrust of Ningxia only deepened in that context. Their acquaintance had begun unfavorably, and their marriage had only exacerbated the unpleasantness, culminating in his growing disdain for her over the years. He wished to avoid her company, refrained from conversation, and even sought to minimize his time at home. For years of marriage had become a trial by fire. This was the first time they sat down to communicate calmly. Fu Linqing inquired, is there more? Ningxia replied, what else is there? Fu Linqing pressed, your accusations against me. Ningxia was at a loss for words. They are the truth. After a moment, she added, there have been many instances of your excessive behavior, but I shall refrain from enumerating them. I share this with you merely to illuminate that each time a conflict arises with Zhang Yao, you choose to believe her over me. Therefore, I do not wish to discuss the recent altercation in the CAF. For I know you will not side with me. Fu Linqing raised an eyebrow. If you do not tell me, how can you be certain that I will not support you this time? Ningxia hesitated. You would support me? Why don't you share your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Ningxia shook her head. Never mind. I won't say anything. After all, Zhang Yao is your true love. I cannot believe you would ever unconditionally trust me. Fu Linqing glared at her. Why are you acting coy? Speak. Ningxia shot him a disdainful glance. I refuse to speak, just to infuriate you. Indeed, Fu Linqing was angered, yet he found it amusing, deliberately provoking her. Your silence indicates guilt. How could Zhang Yao be at fault? Clearly, the blame lies with you. Ningxia seethed internally. What a despicable man. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. She was on the verge of exploding, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You may be blind, but how can your heart be so misguided? Since your accident, has Zhang Yao visited you even once? When I approached her, informing her of your dire condition, she outright refused. She views you as a burden now that you are paralyzed and even instructed me not to seek her out again. My confrontation with her stemmed from my indignation at her callousness and refusal to lend assistance. You have both a foul temper and poor judgment. It is no wonder she does not come to see you. Ning Xia relished the cathartic release of her pent-up frustration, realizing why Fu Linqing was so prone to anger. It felt liberating to express her emotions, yet she anticipated his typical reaction of fury at her disparagement of Jiang Yao. To her surprise, he remained calm, even smiling slightly. So your visit to Jiang Yao was an attempt to rescue me? Ning Xia was puzzled by his smile. I would have liked to, but she refused to come. Why do you think Jiang Yao could save me? She is the woman you adore, the one you dream of. I am left with no choice but to seek her out as a last resort. Setting aside whether Jiang Yao was indeed the object of his affection, Fu Linqing frowned. What do you mean by saying I dream of her? Just pretend all you want. Only you know who occupies your thoughts. I am not aware of it. Please clarify. Ning Xia found his insistence rather vexing. Just the other day, while you were napping, I called you for lunch, and you grasped my hand while uttering Jiang Yao's name. I became furious, and you subsequently refused to eat. Fu Linqing. He recalled that day, indeed having dreamt, though he could not remember whether Jiang Yao featured in the dream. He only remembered it being a distressing one. Leaving him in a despondent state upon waking, as for grasping her hand and calling out Jiang Yao's name, he had no recollection it made sense, then, that upon opening his eyes, he had seen her furious expression. My refusal to eat has nothing to do with your outburst, Fu Linqing stated. It is not your fault. What, then, is it related to? Ning Xia inquired, curious. Is it because Jiang Yao has ceased to contact you, leaving you in despair and contemplating suicide? I never imagined you could be so sentimental. Alas, you are blind to the truth. Jiang Yao is only with you for your wealth. The moment you face bankruptcy, she will vanish faster than a ghost. Fu Linqing replied coolly. Did you not marry me for my money as well? Ning Xia fell silent, but she did not flee like Jiang Yao. She scoffed at the thought of Jiang Yao's disdain for him, calling him a nuisance. Fu Linqing interrupted. While Jiang Yao may deem me a burden, have you not thought the same? You also consider me a nuisance, intending to divorce me. When did I ever express a desire for divorce? On the very first night after you moved in, I overheard you speaking with your friend, discussing finding a divorce lawyer. Ning Xia felt a pang of guilt. You eavesdropped on us. With the volume you both spoke at, did you think eavesdropping was necessary? Ning Xia had no retort. Fu Linqing mocked. You and Jiang Yao are quite similar. You both view my paralysis as a burden. The difference is, Jiang Yao is not my wife. She can easily walk away, while you, as my wife, cannot simply abandon me. Human nature is inherently selfish, preferring to avoid complications and prioritize self-preservation. Ning Xia, seething with anger, retorted. I am nothing like Jiang Yao. Do not compare me to that repugnant woman, Fu Linqing countered. Is it not true? She regards me as a nuisance, and you wish to escape this burden. Do you not? Ning Xia, caught in her fury, spoke without thought. You are indeed a burden and a nuisance. Is it not reasonable for me to wish to be free of you? You are correct. I married you for your wealth, yet now you are destitute. What reason do I have to remain by your side? Upon uttering those words, she felt immediate regret, recalling his earlier cries for help. Even in her anger, it was unwise to provoke him further. Fu Linqing regarded her with a chilling gaze. So this is your true sentiment. If you have grown weary of me, why do you linger here? Why not leave and distance yourself? Fine. If you wish for me to go, then I shall. Ning Xia thought him utterly unreasonable, his sensitivity infuriating. She had never expressed disdain. Why impose his own thoughts upon her? Return my bowl. A person like you does not deserve to eat the food I prepared. A person like me? What sort of person? Fu Linqing's expression darkened ominously. A cripple. With that, he abruptly raised his hand, smashing the bowl with a crash. Ning Xia was taken aback. Fu Linqing pointed toward the door. Leave. I do not wish to see you. Ning Xia bit her lip, rising and departing without a backward glance. Fu Linqing listened to the sound of her footsteps fading away, followed by the opening and closing of the front door. At last, the room was enveloped in an unsettling silence. In that silence, he could hear his own labored breathing and the tremors coursing through his body, alongside the complete numbness in his legs. At that moment, his phone buzzed unexpectedly. A message from Fu Ziyuan appeared. Why haven't you responded to my request for repayment? Are you attempting to evade your debts? Do not even think about it. Hurry and repay your wife's debts. Fu Linqing grasped his phone, gasping for breath, and furiously replied with a voice message. You too can just get lost. You stupid fool. Chapter 18. The quarrel. Ningxia sat on the floor, leaning against the sofa, clutching a cushion. The evening news played on the television, but she paid it no heed, her mind replaying the argument with Fu Lincheng, her anger intensifying with each recollection. Even a figure of clay would have its limits. He told me to leave. If I were to stay, it would be utterly spineless. But why does he have the audacity to tell me to leave? I paid for this place. What right does a penniless wretch like him have to command me? Why doesn't he leave instead? Xiao Ruoshui, growing weary of Ningxia's repetitive grievances over the past hour, chimed in. Indeed. How dare he act so high and mighty with such a disability? Tomorrow, I shall arrange for someone to carry him out and dispose of him. Let us see how he continues to act so brazenly. Ningxia turned her head. Isn't it a bit excessive to toss him out? Xiao Ruoshui shoved a beer into her hands. What are you saying? Where is your spirit? Ningxia downed half the can in one go and continued. I simply dislike how he compares me to Jiang Yao, and no matter my shortcomings, I am surely better than her. Jiang Yao now refuses to spare him even a glance, while I toil endlessly to care for him. He is ungrateful, and to make matters worse, he blames me for the altercation between Jiang Yao and myself. How blind and malevolent can one be? He deserves all the disdain he receives. You have no idea how explosive his temper is. The slightest inconvenience sends him into a fit of rage. Was he a firecracker in his past life, destined to explode? I meant to convey that he is cold-hearted and ungrateful, yet he misconstrues my words as an insult to his disability. With such a penchant for imagination, he might as well write a novel. He accuses me of being after his money. What else could I possibly desire from him, apart from his slightly taller stature? Good looks and a bit of wealth. What other merits does he possess? Xiao Ruoshui, gnawing on a duck neck, looked utterly speechless as this a display of bragging or mere venting. No, he once had wealth, but now he is a pauper, paralyzed and either sitting or lying down all day. His height no longer offers any advantage, and his once handsome face is now unkempt and disheveled, resembling a caveman. Fu Ziyuan was right. He is nearly regressing to a primitive state. His foul temper has turned our years of marriage into a trial for me. I feel as though I am withering away. He even shatters dishes, this wasteful man, oblivious to our financial plight. One bowl could cover an entire day's worth of electricity. He claims I disdain him. If I truly did, I would have left him to fend for himself in the hospital. If I genuinely held such disdain, I would let him languish in the hospital without a care. Especially since the Fu family has abandoned him. Every day, I exert myself to prepare delicious meals for him, tirelessly clean up after him, and manage the mess he creates. What do I gain from this? I can no longer endure this wretched existence. He can do as he pleases. After finishing a can of beer, Ningxia finally released her pent-up frustrations. Observing her momentary silence, Xiao Ruoshui said, Have you finished venting? If so, let us eat something. You haven't had dinner yet. Ningxia burped, replying lazily, Sure, but her body slumped onto the sofa. Xiao Ruoshui took a closer look and was left speechless. What kind of drinking capacity is this? She's tipsy after just one bottle? She helped Ningxia to the bedroom for a more comfortable rest. Once Ningxia was settled, Xiao Ruoshui returned to the living room to tidy up the coffee table. After her shower, she texted her friend. The lawyer you mentioned who excels at divorce cases, what are his fees? Is it a flat rate? The next day, when Ningxia awoke, Xiao Ruoshui was absent, but a note was left on the coffee table. There's bread on the table. It can serve as breakfast. Leaning against the sofa, Ningxia felt utterly miserable. She hadn't consumed much alcohol, so why was she suffering from a hangover? She had spent the night away, leaving Fu Lincheng alone at home. Surely nothing could have happened? After washing up, she checked her phone during breakfast. There were no missed calls. If he hadn't called, it must mean he is fine, right? Last time he didn't call when he fell out of bed. What if his phone had died this time? She dared not dwell on that thought and hurried home. Upon arriving and unlocking the door, the house was eerily quiet, not indicative of any trouble. She sighed in relief. Just as Ningxia was changing her shoes, Fu Lincheng's deep voice suddenly resonated from behind her. So, you do know how to come back. Startled, Ningxia looked up to see Fu Lincheng. Having emerged from the bedroom, seated in his wheelchair, his hair unkempt, his expression weary, and his eyes slightly reddened. Before she could speak, he inquired, Where were you last night? Why didn't you come home? I went to a friend's house. It got too late, so I stayed there. A friend? Male or female? Female. The one you've met before, Ruashue. She helped out when you were discharged from the hospital. Do you remember? Fu Lynching scoffed. The friend who called me useless and urged you to divorce and find someone better? Of course, I remember. Ningxia was taken aback. Does this man hold such grudges? Does he think I spent the night discussing divorce plans with her? Why the sarcastic tone? I already explained it was too late to return. Besides, weren't you the one who told me to leave? Ningxia retorted. Are you looking for a fight first thing in the morning? If you want to argue, I'm ready. I'm fully recharged and could argue all day. Fu Lynching was momentarily speechless. Who wants to argue with you? He then turned his wheelchair and slammed the door to the bedroom. Ningxia was furious. How dare he throw a tantrum and slam the door? She rushed over to berate him, but upon seeing his fatigue-stricken face, she swallowed her words. Had he been waiting in that wheelchair all night for her to return? If he had been lying in bed? He wouldn't have had time to get into the wheelchair while she changed her shoes. With that thought, much of her anger dissipated. It's absurd. He worries about her yet doesn't he bother to call? All while wearing a sour expression. How was she to know he was concerned? Clearing her throat, Ningxia gently knocked on the door. Fu Lyncheng, you haven't had breakfast, have you? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Through the door, Fu Lyncheng's gloomy voice replied, Didn't you say someone like me isn't worthy of your cooking? Chapter 19. Apology Ningxia. Words spoken in anger shouldn't be taken literally. I was upset and said things I didn't mean. Why is he still holding on to that? Ningxia weakly replied, What I meant by someone like you isn't what you're imagining. Fu Lyncheng, fine, if you apologize, I'll pretend nothing happened. Ningxia, you need to apologize too, for humiliating me. Fu Lyncheng. What did I say to humiliate you? Ningxia, you compare me to Jiang Yao. That's an affront to my dignity. Fu Lyncheng. Fu Lyncheng insisted, I said you were similar to Jiang Yao. I never said you were inferior. Ningxia rolled her eyes. What is the difference? There is a difference. When I said similar, I meant that humans have a common instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm, not to compare you with her. Ningxia pouted, You're just quibbling. Yet you outright insulted me, calling me a penniless burden. Your words were far worse than mine, so you're the one who should apologize, not me. Ningxia was somewhat exasperated. You're holding a grudge too much. I was just angry when I said those things. Suddenly, the closed door swung open, revealing Fu Lyncheng in his wheelchair, looking up at her. Yes, I'm the type to hold grudges. Ningxia was so exasperated she laughed. So you? The young master will never apologize to me? Apologize first. Ningxia was on the verge of losing it. Fu Lyncheng, how did you grow up with such a stubborn mouth and terrible temper? Didn't your parents ever discipline you? Fu Lyncheng replied coolly, My mother passed away early. I never had the chance to be disciplined. Ningxia. The conversation reached a standstill. They had been negotiating like two opposing armies, ultimately leading to Ningxia conceding. Fine, I'll apologize. I'm sorry. Can we end this? All right. Ningxia rolled her eyes. What about your apology? Fu Lyncheng stubbornly replied. I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Ningxia was infuriated. What do you mean you did nothing wrong? You smashed dishes and told me to leave. Fu Lyncheng. Smashing dishes and telling you to leave only indicates I lost control of my emotions at that moment. Ningxia was thoroughly exasperated with him. Scoffing twice. Fine, keep being obstinate. She turned to leave, asking as she walked, What do you want to eat? I'll bring something back for you. Fu Lyncheng's lips slowly curled into a smile. Anything. This was the happiest he had felt since yesterday. After their argument, Fu Lyncheng had expected her to return soon, but hours passed without her. Watching the sky darken outside, his mood soured, he lay in bed. Unable to sleep from anger, feeling particularly despondent in the past 2 to 3 months of his ordeal, sleepless nights had often been due to physical discomfort, but this was the first time he couldn't sleep because of an argument. He had never before experienced sleeplessness from a disagreement. He was always the one reducing others to silence. When Ningxia first left, he was indeed furious, hurt by her words that disregarded his dignity. As time dragged on without her return, he began to worry about her safety. Was she in trouble, or would she simply never come back? Eventually, resentment crept in. He blamed her for being petty, for leaving just because he had said a few sharp words. She had taken advantage of her ability to leave whenever she pleased, while he, A cripple couldn't he even step outside. He spent the entire night lost in thought, and by morning, he felt the pressing need to use the bathroom. Without Ningxia's assistance, the process of transferring himself to the wheelchair was arduous and painful. He once again felt like a burden, contemplating whether he ought to continue living. After using the restroom and returning, he was met with the sight of scattered bowls and spilled porridge. One hand grasping the armrest of the wheelchair for support, he used the other to clean the sticky, unpleasant mess on the floor. In that moment, he nearly toppled over, both man and wheelchair threatening to crash to the ground. He had to exercise extreme caution, lest he truly fall and be left without assistance. Even the seemingly simple task of cleaning the floor proved to be an arduous endeavor for him. In that moment, he reflected on Ruan Ningxia's words, realizing she was indeed correct. He truly was a burden, a nuisance, a liability, utterly useless, akin to refuse, overcome with guilt for not returning home the previous night. Ningxia took a deep breath and splurged on pig's trotters, base, an old hen, and some nourishing dried mushrooms, intending to prepare a soup. Upon arriving home, she found Fu lynching in the bedroom. She knocked on the door, announcing, "I'm back. It will take at least 2 hours to cook. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought back some buns for you to snack on." From inside the bedroom came Fu Lynching's muffled voice, "I don't want to eat." Ningxia, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration and burst through the door. "Are you really going to stage a hunger strike?" Fu Lynching lay on the bed, exasperated. "I didn't sleep all night. I am utterly exhausted. Can you please let me rest in peace?" Ningxia thought to herself, why hadn't he said so sooner? "Sleep, then I'll cook, and when it's ready, I'll call you." She proceeded to the kitchen, washing and chopping ingredients. She first stewed the pig's trotters with yellow beans, then prepared soup with the old hen and mushrooms, allowing both dishes to simmer on low heat. Feeling uncomfortable from not having showered the previous night and with summer's heat setting in, she decided to take a bath. While bathing, Ningxia realized a troubling fact. Despite having moved in for several days, Fu Lynching had yet to wash. He must be nearing the point of stinking. No, tonight he absolutely must take a shower. After finishing the meal, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Ningxia knocked on the door again, calling for Fu Lynching to come eat. This time, he complied, nodding without uttering a word. Ningxia intended to help him up, but Fu Lynching waved her off, leaving her to stand aside. He glanced at her and said, "You should go outside." Ningxia was puzzled. Why should she go out? "I can lend a hand." "Help for a moment is not help for a lifetime," Fu Lynching replied coolly. "These challenges are ones I must face on my own." Reluctantly, Ningxia stepped outside. She settled into a chair, waiting for Fu Lynching to emerge. During her wait, she envisioned him maneuvering himself into the wheelchair step by step. First, he would lift one leg and place it on the footrest, then push himself up with his arms, lifting his body off the bed to transfer himself. This maneuver required precision. If his body touched the wheelchair, he would fail the attempt. Should he lack the strength or misjudge the angle, he would knock the wheelchair aside. If he reacted quickly enough, he could fall back onto the bed. If he was slow, he would tumble to the floor, a potentially serious misstep. In truth, Ningxia had secretly attempted this movement herself, feigning paralysis and using her upper body strength to shift into a regular chair. The outcome had been a rather embarrassing fall. She had been utterly disheartened, realizing that what seemed like a simple action was, in fact, incredibly difficult. If it had been her, she might have found herself contemplating the meaning of existence. Chapter 20. I am an adult. After more than 10 minutes, Fu Lynching finally emerged from the bedroom, his clothes slightly disheveled and beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Ningxia understood how fatigued he must be. It was entirely normal for him to be drenched in sweat. She feigned ignorance of his condition, smiling as she said, "You must be hungry. I prepared a sumptuous meal today, so do eat well." Fu Lynching's expression remained indifferent. "I'm not a pig." Ningxia lifted the lid from the pot, revealing a pig's trotter before Fu Lynching. "What is this?" he inquired. "Stewed pig's trotters with yellow beans, made just for you." Fu Lynching frowned. "What do you mean, made just for me?" Ningxia blurted out, to supplement form with form. Immediately regretting her words, she glanced up to find Fu Lynching's expression darkening ominously. "I meant no offense. Nor was I mocking you. I simply thought it might do you some good." The more she explained, the more his expression soured. Ningxia decided to fall silent. Fu Lynching, already irritable, found her words infuriating. To supplement form with form? You really are something. If that is the case, you should eat more brain. Yes, I see I've been foolish. Ningxia nodded vigorously. I should eat brain and also drown in a pig's cage. Fu Linqing merely stared at her. Ningxia served him a piece of the tender, melt-in-your-mouth pig's trotter, urging, you must try this. It's delicious. Fu Linqing recoiled in disgust. I don't eat feet. Then eat the chicken. Ningxia pointed to the chicken soup. Fu Linqing glared at her. Ningxia, undeterred, continued enthusiastically promoting the chicken soup. The broth is exceptionally flavorful. Should I serve you a bowl? Why are you glaring at me? If you want to eat the pig's trotter, I will. You can have the chicken. Oh, it's an old hen. Fu Linqing cleared his throat, awkwardly averting his gaze as he accepted the bowl Ningxia offered. The soup was delightful, providing a comforting sensation. How does it taste? Not bad. At least it looks better than to supplement form with form. Ningxia was exasperated. Why are you so fixated on the pig's trotter? Are you that sensitive? Why shouldn't I be concerned? You've struck a nerve, and I can't let it slide. Ningxia, feeling a swell of frustration, thought she might just retreat into silence. She felt that further conversation would only lead to another argument, so she sulkily focused on her rice. Although the chicken soup was delicious, Fu Linqing's appetite was not particularly robust. Emotional turmoil often affects one's digestive system. When feelings run high, people often lose their appetite and find it difficult to eat. Ningxia managed to stay quiet for barely 2 minutes before she could no longer contain herself. I saw that the porridge on the floor of your room has been cleaned up. When did you do that? Fu Linqing, taking casual sips of the soup, replied, I couldn't sleep last night, so I tidied up a bit. Why didn't you wait for me to come back to do it? You stormed out in a huff. Who knew if you would return? If you didn't come back, I would have had to sleep in a stinky room. Ningxia, recalling the image of him waiting for her return without sleep, felt her heart soften. If you were worried about me, you could have called. Had you called, I wouldn't have spent the night at Ruoshui. Fu Linqing shot her a sidelong glance. Who was worried about you? Don't be so self-important. Ningxia teased. You spent the whole night awake worrying, yet you still deny it. Fu Linqing was momentarily speechless. You think I can sleep soundly after arguing with someone? I can sleep just fine, Ningxia retorted. If I lose a fight, I simply reflect on what went wrong, and the next time I face a similar situation, I'll unleash all my fury and leave the other person questioning their life choices. Fu Linqing glanced at her in surprise. This sounded oddly reminiscent of his own approach. He had a temper, and everyone in his circle knew that anyone who crossed Fu Linqing would find themselves in a world of trouble. He would not relent until they were thoroughly defeated. To his astonishment, he found Ruan Ningxia's character oddly appealing in that regard. Fu Linqing took another leisurely sip of his soup. You certainly don't engage in self-doubt. I used to, Ningxia admitted. I wouldn't retaliate when scolded, always silently enduring. And now you've transformed into a machine gun? Fu Linqing quipped. Ningxia shot him a glare. If I'm a machine gun, then you're a powder keg, easily ignited and ready to explode. This was the most satisfying meal Fu Linqing had enjoyed since his hospitalization. He drank a bowl of soup, finished a bowl of rice, and ate a good amount of the dishes. Whenever he hesitated, Ningxia would eagerly serve him more. I spent 3 hours preparing this feast just for you. Can't you show a little appreciation by eating more? Before he knew it, he had overeaten. Since the incident, it had been rare for him to finish even a bowl of rice. Ningxia was astonished and gave him a thumbs up. Well done. You're really participating in the clean plate initiative. With his stomach filled, Fu Linqing found himself less irritable. He lounged in his wheelchair, speaking casually as if he were complimenting a child. You did well. Isn't it appropriate to praise you? Fu Linqing replied. I am an adult. Don't use child-rearing tactics on me. Ningxia blinked. But you really are doing great. You used to be so picky, refusing to eat this or that. Today, you tried a bit of everything I made. So I felt compelled to praise you. Don't you enjoy being complimented? I don't. Then you'll have to get used to it. I absolutely love giving compliments. Fu Linqing shuddered at the thought and wheeled himself back to his room. You're not going to lie down again after just eating, are you? Ningxia called after him. She didn't want him to be alone. Being alone often led to overthinking and negative emotions. Having eaten, Fu Linqing certainly shouldn't lie down, but what else could he do? The space was cramped, barely accommodating a coffee table, and there was no television. He couldn't even get up to move around. He was trapped in the confines of his wheelchair. Ningxia suggested, the sun is nice today. Why not take a stroll around the house? stroll around the house. Fu Linqing surveyed his surroundings. Where could he possibly go? In this tiny living room that couldn't even fit a coffee table, or the bathroom that only accommodated one person, Ningxia felt awkward. She knew this space couldn't compare to his grand mansion. How about you sit on the balcony and soak up some sun? Fu Linqing glanced at the even less appealing balcony, where clothes, trousers, and towels hung haphazardly, dripping water all over the floor. Are you suggesting that I bask in the sunlight? Or should I brave the rain? Ningxia felt increasingly awkward, having not wrung out her clothes, and some droplets still clung to her. You may step aside. You won't get wet. Why haven't you dried them? Can you not even wash your clothes? It's because I lack a washing machine. I hand wash them, which is perfectly fine, and a few drops of water are quite normal. That Fu Linqing, astonished, asked, You don't have a washing machine? Chapter 21. Standing up, the washing machine and television were purchased by the previous tenant, who took them when they vacated. Ningxia remarked, Actually, that sofa ought to be discarded as well, but if I do, I'll need to buy a new one, so I'll make do for now. This was Fu Linqing's first thorough examination of the rental unit. At first glance, it appeared shabby and small. And upon a second look, it still seemed shabby and small. He had never lived in such poor conditions in his life. After a moment of silence, he inquired, What is the rent for such a place? Ningxia, with a hint of pride, replied, 2,200. It was originally 2,005, but the landlord felt pity for me and reduced it by 300. Fu Linqing felt an ominous premonition. Why would the landlord feel pity for you? Ningxia's pride evaporated as she remembered the unwashed dishes. I still need to wash the dishes. Fu Linqing, pounding on the armrest of his wheelchair, shouted, Did you tell the landlord I'm disabled to elicit sympathy? Ningxia, drenched in sweat, explained, I didn't say you were disabled. I merely mentioned that you have some difficulty moving. The intermediary was acting out of kindness. Fu Linqing pushed his wheelchair closer, causing Ningxia to flee into the kitchen, slamming the door behind her. The kitchen door was made of transparent glass, allowing her to see Fu Linqing's furious face. Ruan Ningxia, open the door. Ningxia cracked the door open slightly, stiffening her neck. You already have difficulty moving. Admitting it won't cost you anything, and we could save 300 on rent. Sometimes, one must seize the opportunity. You are not wealthy now, and I am unemployed. Living off savings is not sustainable. Saving that 300 could cover a week's worth of living expenses. Fu Linqing's face darkened, unsure whether to be more angered by her comment about his mobility or by her nonchalant attitude. The two stood in a standoff through the glass door for a long moment before Fu Linqing left, his expression stern. Watching him depart, Ningxia felt a pang of guilt. My mouth is too good at provoking anger. Knowing he is particularly sensitive about his disability, why can't I be more tactful? She opened the kitchen door and walked toward the balcony. Fu Linqing had his back to her, concealing his expression. But his posture exuded a sense of despondency. Ningxia cautiously approached and gently poked his shoulder. Fu Linqing? He ignored her. Ningxia said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I apologized. Fu Linqing turned his head to look at her. Step closer. Ningxia shook her head vigorously, refusing to approach, fearing he might strike her. Fu Linqing replied, So you are aware that you deserve a beating. After a pause, he added, Can't you feel the water dripping from your clothes? Ningxia touched the back of her neck and took 2 steps forward, realizing why she felt so chilly. So you're not angry anymore? Fu Linqing remained silent, merely gazing at her. Ningxia felt a chill from his intense stare. He suddenly asked, I have no money left. Why are you still willing to take care of me? Ningxia casually replied, It's not as if I'm taking special care of you. Since I left the Fu family, I need to find a place to stay, and having an extra room means I can let you live here. Cooking for you is just a matter of convenience. Fu Linqing calmly inquired, How long do you intend to continue this convenient arrangement? Ningxia paused. I hadn't really thought about it, but since I've paid the rent for a year, we might as well get through this year. Fu Linqing lowered his gaze, implying that next year they would part ways. Ningxia pondered. What do you mean by that? Do you find living with me too bothersome, or do you think I will abandon you? She was straightforward, speaking her mind. Upon hearing this, Fu Linqing choked momentarily. Of course, it was bothersome. Don't you realize how much I dislike you? Living with you daily, have you considered how suffocating it is for me? Although he had known this fact for a long time, hearing him articulate it made Ningxia feel a pang of sadness. Yes, I know. There's no need for you to keep reminding me. Fu Linqing wondered if his words were too harsh and prepared to soften the atmosphere, but Ningxia spoke again. In truth, being with you is quite painful. Your terrible temper is intolerable, and you still have the audacity to criticize me? Fu Linqing covered his chest and waved his hand. Just go, let me be alone for a moment. Ningxia refused to leave. Are you still angry? Fu Linqing retorted. You can set me off in 3 minutes. If I stay angry, I might just drive myself to an early grave. With a tongue as sharp as yours, you might as well be handling poison. After Ningxia finished tidying the kitchen, she emerged to find Fu Linqing sitting in his wheelchair. Looking dispirited. Suddenly, she said, Fu Linqing, let me help you stand for a moment. Fu Linqing turned to look at her. Ningxia continued. Since you were discharged from the hospital, you've mostly been sitting or lying down. Doesn't your back hurt? How could it not? Previously, after sitting for a few hours on a business trip, my back would feel uncomfortable. Now, sitting all day only exacerbates the discomfort. Ningxia decided to act, wheeling him to the living room, standing in front of him and declaring, I'll help you stand. Just for a little while. Fu Linqing regarded her with skepticism. Can you manage? It should be fine. Ningxia replied, I watched you during your rehabilitation sessions in the hospital and know what to do. Fu Linqing shook his head. You lack the strength. If you can't support me properly, or if I sway, we might both fall. How will I know unless I try? Ningxia insisted. I can do it. Trust me. Fu Linqing was taken aback by her determination, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Ningxia spread her legs slightly, stabilizing her stance. Fu Linqing, during his rehabilitation, had attempted to stand and understood the basic steps. His hips needed to extend outward first, then his feet moved from the footrest to the ground. And with both hands gripping Ningxia's arms, he leaned forward slightly while exerting force. He stood up. Ningxia felt his grip tighten on her arms, causing some discomfort, but her heart soared with joy. She exclaimed, See? I told you I could do it. Fu Linqing couldn't help but laugh a little. Don't get too cocky. Ningxia remained cautious, sensing the tension in his body. He towered over her, and their proximity allowed her to see his pronounced Adam's apple and taut jaw. 1 second, 2 seconds, 0.4 seconds, 5 seconds, by the 8th second. Fu Linqing could no longer maintain his balance and began to sit back down. Ningxia followed his movement, carefully guiding him back into the wheelchair. Just as he was about to sit, the wheelchair unexpectedly slid back, nearly causing Fu Linqing to fall. Ningxia's expression changed. Her heart raced with fear. Before she could process her thoughts, her body reacted instinctively. She lunged forward, gripping the armrest of the wheelchair tightly, but worried about landing on him. She knelt on her right knee, ensuring Fu Linqing remained securely seated. Are you all right? Ningxia asked, her cold sweat apparent. Chapter 22. Instinctively protecting him. I'm fine. Fu Linqing's heart raced as he recalled Ningxia's sudden leap, his gaze toward her becoming somewhat complex. In that moment, she instinctively prioritized his safety. It was something he hadn't anticipated. You scared me to death. Ningxia plopped down on the floor, questioning the wheelchair. What's wrong with this thing? Is the brake broken? She examined the brakes beside the wheelchair but found nothing amiss. Fu Linqing's gaze fell on her knee. Doesn't it hurt? He had heard her knee collide with the floor. Only then did Ningxia realize her knee was hurting. She rolled up her pant leg, wincing as she saw a scrape with a little blood. Fu Linqing pressed his lips together, remaining silent. It's nothing. Just clean it with iodine, and it'll be fine in a couple of days. Ningxia then noticed his trembling legs. Why are you shaking so much? Did you hurt yourself, or are you uncomfortable? Fu Linqing pressed on his knee, explaining. It's due to standing. The muscles can't help but tremble. And I can't control it. It'll be fine in a bit. Ningxia responded with an understanding nod. Standing for just a few seconds could be so taxing. His hour-long rehabilitation sessions must be incredibly grueling. The earlier joy she felt faded with this minor accident. Ningxia felt a pang of regret. This is all my fault. I almost caused you to get hurt. What does it have to do with you? Don't take everything upon yourself. Fu Linqing inspected the brakes on both sides and discovered that one side was indeed faulty. The wheelchair had been carelessly purchased by Ningxia for a few hundred, likely of poor quality. Well, it doesn't hinder your sitting, does it? It doesn't hinder me. Fu Linqing frowned as he saw her still sitting on the floor, gesturing toward the sofa. Get up and sit there. Ningxia rolled down her pant leg and moved to the sofa. Fu Linqing pushed the wheelchair toward her. Where's the iodine? We don't have iodine here. I just moved in, and I haven't bought those supplies yet. Then how will you treat the wound? It's fine. I'll buy medicine tomorrow. Fu Linqing was exasperated by her thought process and suggested ordering takeout with her phone. What should we order? There's a delivery fee, and there's a pharmacy right outside the community. It would be better for me to buy it myself. Ruan Ningxia, Fu Linqing called her name sternly. The ground is filthy. Who knows what bacteria and viruses are lurking? The child is bleeding from the wound and needs immediate attention. What good will it do you to buy medicine tomorrow? Ningxia did not anticipate his outburst. Then, I'll go downstairs to buy it. Don't make me scold you. Fu Linqing glared at her, frustrated. You're injured. Stop fussing around and just order takeout. But there's a delivery fee. What does a few dollars in delivery fee matter? This extravagant man. Ningxia felt a mix of anger and helplessness as she placed the order for medicine on her phone. Fu Linqing instructed her, buy iodine, cotton swabs, band-aids, medical sterile gauze, and hydrogen peroxide. All of these are necessary. Ningxia protested, for such a small wound, why spend so much money? Just do as I say. Fu Linqing, fearing she might refuse, added, what if I fall again in the future? It's wise to have these items on hand for emergencies. Oh, why curse yourself like that? Despite her protests, Ningxia ultimately ordered everything he mentioned. After purchasing the medicine, Ningxia began browsing for wheelchairs on her phone. She soon realized there were various types: standard, sports, and electric. The electric ones were the most expensive, with imported models costing tens of thousands. The sports models were also pricey, ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands. The standard ones were reasonably priced but lacked in performance. The electric wheelchair was immediately dismissed due to its exorbitant cost. She couldn't afford it. The sports wheelchair looked appealing, but with so many options, Ningxia found herself indecisive about which brand and price to choose. She planned to research further before making a purchase. Fu Linqing noticed her absorbed in her phone, mumbling about something he couldn't decipher. He furrowed his brow and asked, have you bought the things? Ningxia nodded, yes, I did. The delivery person has accepted the order and will be here shortly. You truly bought them? Fu Linqing feared she might have lied to save money. He had witnessed her stinginess during their 2 months together in the hospital. Sometimes, she would deliberate for ages over a trivial $10 or $8. I really did. Ningxia showed him the order confirmation, which finally put his mind at ease. He pushed the wheelchair back toward the bedroom. But Ningxia stopped him. Fu Linqing, we've been back for several days now, and amidst all this chaos, you haven't gone to the hospital for rehabilitation training. You must go tomorrow. Fu Linqing replied nonchalantly. I am not in a hurry. Why are you so anxious? Of course, I'm anxious. The first 6 months are crucial for recovery. It's best to do rehabilitation training every day. You can't afford to be lax like this. Are you so sure I will recover? You definitely will. I just ordered some home rehabilitation equipment online. You can go to the hospital for training during the day and practice at home afterward. Fu Linqing wondered where her unwavering confidence originated, believing he would fully recover. During his time in the hospital, fellow patients with similar paralysis had added him to a group chat where they encouraged one another, exuding the same confidence as Ningxia. It's just a minor paralysis. I work on rehabilitation every day. There's no way I want to get better. With modern medicine, we will surely be cured. Hang in there, brothers. Once I can stand and walk again, let us all go out for a meal and drinks. Yet, in the quiet of night, they often express their frustrations and despair. Damn it. It has been half a year, and I still have no sensation in my legs. Can I really get better? I'm being tormented by spasms. Medication isn't helping. My legs are twitching non-stop. I am drenched in cold sweat, and the pain makes me want to vomit. When will this cursed spasm end? I don't even want to live anymore. I also feel that living has no meaning. Every time I go out in a wheelchair, the stares from passers-by break my spirit. Have they never seen a disabled person before? What is so interesting to look at? When did your bowel and bladder function return? It's been months for me. I have to use laxatives for bowel movements, and I have no sensation for urination. My self-esteem is shattered. When will this life come to an end? The future feels bleak, and hope seems elusive. In truth, we may never stand again. Fu Linqing had never spoken in the group, but occasionally glanced at the messages out of boredom. Observing their erratic moods, full of vigor during the day and filled with resentment at night, he, too, was burdened with frustration. He doubted his recovery, yet Ningxia believed in him unconditionally. It was almost laughable. Fu Linqing leaned wearily against the wheelchair and asked flatly, how will I go downstairs? How will I get to the hospital? Chapter 23. The handsome man in a wheelchair. Ningxia put away her phone, having already devised a plan. Do you remember the two young men who carried you upstairs the day you were discharged? They are friends of Ruo Shui and live not far from here. I can ask them to carry you downstairs when you go to the hospital. They have a car and can conveniently take you. The thought of being carried like a lifeless body made Fu Linqing instinctively recoil. It was fine once, but repeatedly troubling others was embarrassing. Ningxia assured him, it will be a paid service. I'll cover their fee for carrying you downstairs and taking you to the hospital. They think it's a good deal. They can earn a little pocket money. Fu Linqing fell silent, his gaze toward Wan Ningxia, revealing a complex mix of emotions. This woman was truly peculiar. She hesitated to spend a few dollars on delivery yet was willing to pay someone to carry him downstairs. What was going on in her mind? Ningxia waved her hand in front of Fu Linqing. Why are you staring off into space? Fu Linqing hesitantly asked. Wan Ningxia, you can't possibly have feelings for me. The words trailed off. Ningxia was oblivious. Feelings for you? What do you mean? Fu Linqing felt he was overthinking. This materialistic woman could never be interested in him. If it were before, when he was healthy, wealthy, and the heir of the Fu family, she might have been attracted to him for his outward conditions. But now, paralyzed and bankrupt, he loathed himself. What normal woman would find a worthless, impoverished man appealing? Especially someone like Ningxia. Moreover, she had stated that her care for him was merely incidental, and after a year when the rent was due, they might not be able to continue living together. It's nothing. Fu Linqing shook his head, suppressing those strange thoughts. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. When the medicine arrives, remember to treat the wound. After saying this, he pushed the wheelchair into the bedroom. Ningxia called after him. So we're agreed on going to the hospital for rehabilitation training tomorrow. Fu Linqing did not respond. Ningxia took his silence as agreement and messaged Ruo Shui to confirm their hospital visit for the next day. Once she finished sending the message, her phone rang. It was the delivery person informing her that the medicine had arrived. Ningxia opened the door to retrieve the medicine, quickly tending to the wound before taking a shower and going to bed. The next morning, Ningxia first went to buy groceries, bringing breakfast back with her before waking Fu Linqing. He groggily asked, "What is going on? Didn't we agree yesterday? We're going for rehabilitation training today. I've already brought back breakfast, and Xiao Zhang will be here soon. Hurry up and wash up." Fu Linqing hadn't expected her to be so efficient, preparing everything in advance. If he were to refuse at this moment, she might very well jump up and knock his head off. Seeing him propped up to sit, Ningxia swiftly fetched his clothes. During the time it took for him to change, Fu Linqing asked her to step outside. And Ningxia reluctantly complied, waiting outside. Almost 20 minutes later, he finally emerged from the bedroom. By that time, breakfast had gone cold. Fu Linqing then headed to the bathroom to wash up. After finishing his grooming and using the restroom, another 30 to 40 minutes had passed, and breakfast was now completely cold. A regular person could accomplish many tasks in an hour, yet he had spent an entire hour merely getting out of bed, dressing, brushing his teeth, washing his face, and using the restroom. Such inefficiency was mentally taxing and frustrating, and no wonder he always appeared so listless and lethargic. Around 9 o'clock, Xiao Zhang arrived, responsible for carrying Fu Linqing downstairs while Ningxia carried the wheelchair. "Xiao Zhang, take it slow. The stairs are steep. Be careful not to fall." "Don't worry, Ningxia. I used to work as a mover back home. I can easily carry several bags of quicklime and cement at once." Fu Linqing, being carried, thought to himself. Ningxia glanced at Fu Linqing's expression, anxious that he might lose his temper. Thankfully, he remained relatively calm. Once downstairs, Ningxia was drenched in sweat. The wheelchair was quite heavy, and her arms felt weak. Sitting in the wheelchair, Fu Linqing noticed her trembling arms and pressed his lips together. Ningxia, unaware of his expression, pushed the wheelchair from behind, saying, "The car is parked outside the community. I'll push you out." Since it was morning and the weather was still cool, the community was bustling with adults and children. Each passerby's gaze came with scrutiny and curiosity. Fu Linqing finally understood the discomfort of being the center of attention that those in the group chat had described. It was indeed quite unpleasant, especially under the scrutinizing gazes directed at his lower limbs. Ningxia's voice broke the silence. "If I were walking down the street and saw a man in a wheelchair, I would also take a few glances," Fu Linqing replied with a hint of irritation. "What is so interesting? Haven't you seen a disabled person before?" Ningxia grinned. "Of course, I'm looking at how handsome you are." Fu Linqing. Ningxia continued. A young, handsome man sitting in a wheelchair is such a sight. How could I not take a few looks? It would be a disservice to my eyes, Fu Lincheng, a love-struck fool. Ningxia, Fu Lincheng, are you unaware of just how handsome you are? Look at those elderly gentlemen in wheelchairs. Does anyone pay them any heed? People gaze at you because of your striking appearance. Not due to your wheelchair. If you were an eyesore, even passing dogs would turn their noses up at you. Fu Lincheng. Of course, Fu Lincheng is aware that he is quite good-looking. Even in elementary school, teachers would praise his looks, and throughout middle and high school, girls would slip him love letters. As an adult, his features have become even more distinguished, his physique toned, and his height commanding. He has always stood out in a crowd, garnering the most attention from women. However, all of this was true before his paralysis. After becoming paralyzed, a profound change occurs within one's psyche. Regardless of how striking one's appearance may be, it pales in comparison to the harsh realities of paralysis and disability. In the past, when he was the center of attention, he knew others admired his exterior. Now, when he is scrutinized, his displeasure and anger stem, quite frankly, from a sense of inferiority. He cannot bear the whispers behind his back, the pointing fingers that label him as a cripple. Yet, Ningxia's recent effusive praise has, truth be told, lifted a significant portion of the gloom and discomfort from his heart. It is not merely because she called him handsome that he feels joy. Rather, it sparks a fleeting fantasy that perhaps others do not notice his disability. Upon arriving at the hospital, after enduring a myriad of procedures and waiting until noon, the doctor left for lunch. Thus, they could only wait until the afternoon to commence rehabilitation training. It was not until after 4 o'clock that they finally departed from the hospital. Back home, Fu Lincheng was too exhausted to move. Ningxia, aware of his fatigue, urged him to lie down and rest while she prepared dinner. After dinner was ready, Fu Lincheng fell asleep. Ningxia decided to let him rest a bit longer, rousing him only around 8 o'clock to eat. After the meal, as she returned from taking out the trash, she found Fu Lincheng back in the bedroom. She opened the door to find him still seated in his wheelchair, yet not yet in bed. Ningxia remarked, "Didn't you just wake up? Why are you going back to sleep? Is something the matter?" There was indeed something troubling him, and Ningxia bluntly stated, "Fu Lincheng, you smell. You really ought to take a shower today." Chapter 24. To undress before her, Fu Lincheng paused, taken aback. "What did you say?" Ningxia replied candidly, "I said you smell bad. It's time for a shower." Fu Lincheng frowned. That's nonsense. Indeed, it was an exaggeration. He wasn't filthy, but it was true that he hadn't bathed in several days. With the weather warming up, it was understandable that he hadn't showered in the past few days when he hadn't ventured outside or exercised. However, having gone out today and worked up a sweat during rehabilitation, failing to shower would no longer be justifiable. Fu Lincheng knew he needed to bathe, but was reluctant to move. "I'll wash in a moment." "When is that moment?" "I just finished eating. Let me rest a while. I fear that if you rest too long, you'll lose the desire to wash." Fu Lincheng. Given his current predicament, even putting on clothes was a strenuous task, and showering would only complicate matters further. "Just wash now." Without hesitation, Ningxia retrieved a nightgown from the wardrobe and urged, "Come on, I'll push you to the bathroom." If fearing he might change his mind, Ningxia tossed the nightgown into his lap and hurried him along to the bathroom. Once they entered the bathroom, both found themselves at an impasse. How could he possibly shower? In his wheelchair, he certainly couldn't stand a wash. Yet there were no tools for sitting showers. It was evident that life for the disabled was fraught with inconveniences. Fu Lincheng felt a surge of irritation. Whether he showered or not seemed irrelevant since he had no intention of going out anyway. Ningxia insisted, "No, you must wash. If you don't, you'll truly start to stink. We aren't sharing a bed. A little odor won't bother you. Still, you must wash today. You simply must." Ningxia racked her brain for solutions. "How about you wash while sitting on the toilet?" Fu Lincheng recoiled in disgust. "That's too filthy. Don't gross me out. You and your obsession with cleanliness." Ningxia shot him a look and said, "Just wait a moment." She dashed to the living room and returned with 2 round stools. "You can sit on these to wash. Is that all right?" Fu Lincheng begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Ningxia positioned one stool against the wall for support, ensuring he wouldn't fall, and placed the other beside it, setting the body wash and shampoo within easy reach. The bathroom was small, making it challenging for him to transfer from the wheelchair to the stool independently. Ningxia instructed, "First, take off your clothes. I'll help you sit on the stool, but don't refuse. The space is too cramped, and you might fall if you try to do it alone. To undress in front of her was beyond Fu Linqing's comfort zone. Just help me to the stool first. Ningxia complied, supporting him as he leveraged her shoulder and pushed against the wall to stand, then shifted to sit on the stool. All right, you can step out now. But how will you undress? The stool was too small, and sitting in the wheelchair was far more convenient. Just take your time. It should be fine. Ningxia was exasperated. A simple act that could be resolved with her assistance was being complicated by his pride and need for dignity. Fine, but if you struggle, just call for me. She placed the nightgown and a dry towel in a plastic bag to keep them dry. There were 2 towels, one blue for the upper body and one gray for the lower half. Be careful not to mix them up. The wheelchair should remain close at hand for his convenience after washing, and to protect the seat cushion from getting wet, she covered it with a plastic beaded. As she meticulously prepared, Fu Linqing observed her every action. Everything he could think of, she anticipated and arranged for him. Her patience was remarkable. There was no trace of annoyance. If the roles were reversed, Fu Linqing mused that he could never match her level of care. She performed all these tasks without complaint, genuinely helping him from the depths of her heart, and he found himself pondering why she treated him with such kindness when he had not always been good to her. Did he truly deserve her unwavering support? All right, go ahead and wash. I'll wait for you outside. If you need anything, just call for me. Ningxia stepped out. This marked Fu Linqing's first independent shower since his incident. In the hospital, he had employed a male nurse who would merely assist him with a sponge bath. After some effort, he managed to strip down completely, reveling in this newfound privacy, alone without anyone nearby. He was free to examine his incapacitated legs. Despite ongoing rehabilitation efforts, it seemed ineffective. His muscles appeared to have begun atrophying. If his condition did not improve, his muscles would continue to weaken over the years, becoming thin and soft, akin to 2 chopsticks. He concentrated fully, willing his legs to move, even if it were only a slight twitch of his toes. But nothing happened. He felt no sensation in his legs, no pain, no itch. They were utterly devoid of feeling. Meanwhile, Ningxia waited on the sofa in the living room for Fu Linqing to finish bathing. She had anticipated that he might call her in due to his inconvenience, but even with the sound of running water, he did not summon her. Feeling somewhat relieved, she checked the time and, finding it still early, sent a message to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, are you asleep? There are some matters I wish to consult you about. I realize this might be a bit presumptuous, but I'd like to inquire how you manage your personal hygiene. I found online that bathrooms for disabled individuals require modifications, but I couldn't find any useful images. Do you have any experiences you could share with me? Xiaofeng quickly replied, Of course. Ningxia, just wait a moment. I'll send you a few pictures. Besides the shower area, both the toilet and sink need modifications. Take a look and adjust according to your home situation. Ningxia expressed her gratitude and meticulously examined the photos Xiaofeng sent, realizing that there were indeed many areas requiring alteration. She saved the images, planning to purchase tools and hire a plumber for the modifications the following day. This way, Fu Linqing would find it much easier to maintain his hygiene in the future, and his spirits would not be dampened. After waiting for over an hour, Fu Linqing finally finished his shower. The man emerged looking far more presentable, his hair washed and appearing refreshed. However, a patch on his arm was scraped, and blood was seeping from it. Ningxia gasped, What happened? Fu Linqing glanced at it. Just a little accident. It's nothing. You need to explain clearly. What kind of accident? Originally reluctant to share, Fu Linqing felt compelled to explain upon seeing Ningxia's anxious expression. While showering, I leaned slightly, lost my balance, and braced myself against the wall, accidentally scraping my elbow. Ningxia's heart raced. Oh my gosh, thank goodness you didn't fall. Why didn't you call for me? What would be the point? I didn't fall. Furthermore, at that moment, he was naked. How could he possibly call her in? Come here. Let me tend to your wound. Ningxia retrieved the iodine and band-aids she had purchased the day before. It seemed Fu Linqing had indeed jinxed himself. Those supplies were now put to practical use. Chapter 25. Intimate Actions. After tending to his wound, Ningxia observed his damp hair and asked, Shall I help you dry your hair? This time, Fu Linqing did not refuse her kindness, replying with a simple thank you. Ningxia went to the room to fetch the hairdryer. This is the first time Fu Linqing has asked someone else to blow-dry his hair. The buzzing noise fills his ears as Ningxia's fingers weave through his hair, causing a slight itch on his scalp as if ants were crawling over it. He feels an indescribable sensation within. She is close to him now, and her actions could be deemed intimate. Had it been in the past, Fu Lynching would have pushed her away and told her to leave. Yet now, he does not find himself repulsed as he once did. It is strange, remarkably so. He had once harbored such disdain for her. He still vividly remembers the threats she made years ago, vowing to expose his misdeeds if he did not take responsibility. He recalls her avaricious demeanor when she came to him seeking money, and her triumphant expression when she approached him, pregnant, declaring him the father. All these memories remain fresh in his mind, yet they no longer evoke the same loathing. Fu Lynching finds this utterly unbelievable. How could his feelings towards her have undergone such a radical transformation without his awareness? Could it be that, having lost everything, his mind has unconsciously alleviated his aversion to her in exchange for her care? It must be so. There is no other explanation. Ningxia eventually turns off the hairdryer, remarking, "Fu Lynching, your hair has grown quite long. It needs a trim." Since the incident, he has neglected his hair, which has now grown long enough to reach his ears. Coming back to reality, he realizes that he does not venture out and has no need to meet anyone, so the length of his hair is of little consequence. Yet, it does matter. One's vitality is reflected in such details. Well-groomed hair, neat clothing, and a tidy appearance can make one appear particularly spirited. Conversely, neglecting personal grooming can lead to a disheveled appearance, which in turn affects one's mood. Ningxia continues her lecturing. So, even if you don't go out, for the sake of your mental well-being, you should tidy up every day, you know? Fu Lynching feels overwhelmed by her incessant chatter. Ningxia suddenly has a whimsical idea. How about I cut your hair? I want to charge you. What do you think? Fu Lynching is taken aback. You can cut hair? Ningxia actually can, though she hasn't done it in years. I'll just find some tutorials online. Fu Lynching rolls his eyes. Do you intend to use me as a guinea pig? Ningxia responds, the first time is always awkward, but you'll get the hang of it. Fu Lynching dismisses her suggestion. Ningxia laughs lightly, putting away the hairdryer, deciding to discuss another matter with him. You found the showering process quite troublesome, didn't you? Isn't that obvious? What should have taken a normal person half an hour ended up taking him nearly 2. Ningxia reassures him it's just the beginning. Everything feels unfamiliar at first. Once you get used to it, your speed will improve. Fu Lynching self-deprecatingly remarks, I understand. Practice makes perfect, right? Ningxia ignores his comment and continues. The difficulty you face while showering is due to the bathroom's inadequate layout. There are no grab bars, no stable seating, and you cannot reach the items placed too high, making it quite inconvenient. She then transitions to the main topic. I spoke with other individuals with disabilities, and they suggested that transforming the bathroom into an accessible space would greatly enhance both safety and convenience during your showers. I have some renovation images. Would you like to see them? Ningxia asks cautiously, fearing his pride might be hurt, leading to an outburst. She senses he is somewhat sensitive at the moment. He dislikes hearing the term disability and does not appreciate being treated as a disabled person. Discussion of bathroom renovations serves as a stark reminder of his condition, which she worries might upset him. Fu Lynching indeed feels a twinge of discomfort. 3 months ago, he was a normal person. Now, he feels like a burden. He still cannot come to terms with his new reality. Thus, every time Ningxia mentions the word disability, it triggers an emotional upheaval within him. The scrutinizing gazes of others when he goes out unsettle him as well. For instance, her mention of bathroom renovations does not sit well with him. Yet, seeing her cautious demeanor, as if afraid of provoking him, tempers his anger. What reason does he have to be angry with her? She has done nothing wrong. All her actions stem from a place of care for him, and he has no right to lash out. Fu Lynching extends his hand. Let me see the images. Ningxia, looking a bit defensive, responds, You're not going to smash my phone, are you? What a bizarre thought process. Fu Lynching shoots her a glance. Forget it. I'm going to sleep. No, wait. Ningxia insists, grabbing his wheelchair and opening the chat history between her and Xiaofeng. The person I was chatting with is also disabled. He has undergone amputation and uses a wheelchair like you. His bathroom has been renovated, and he shared all his useful experiences with me. Look at these photos. Once the renovations are complete, you'll have a stable chair to sit on while showering, with grab bars and railings in front. That way, even if an accident occurs, you won't fall. Ningxia passionately elaborates, unaware that Fu Lynching's expression has subtly shifted. The phrase like you strikes a discordant note within him. How can she compare him to someone who has undergone amputation? He still has his legs. Having legs means he is still a whole person. Does she not see a significant difference between having legs and not? Fu Linqing realizes he is overthinking. He dismisses the unfounded notions. You seem to have hit it off well with him. Ningxia replies spontaneously, yes, Xiaofeng is a wonderful person. Although he has lost a limb, he remains optimistic and maintains a positive outlook on life. Fu Linqing turns to her. Ruan Ningxia, are you implying that I am not optimistic or positive? Ningxia feels a twinge of guilt. She did not mean to insult him, merely stating the truth. He is indeed feeling despondent and exhibiting erratic behavior. Look at you, thinking the worst of me. I was just speaking casually. I meant no offense. Fu Linqing does not believe her excuses. Ruan Ningxia, how much money do you have left? Ningxia is momentarily taken aback. Isn't that a rather drastic shift in topic? Fu Linqing points at the phone screen. You've subtly mentioned the cost of renovations several times in your chats. Under normal circumstances, that suggests a financial shortfall. Ningxia concedes, realizing he has caught on. After a moment's hesitation, she extends a hand. Fu Linqing raises an eyebrow. 50,000? What a thought! Ningxia rolls her eyes. Not even 50,000. Less than 50,000. Fu Linqing is taken aback. Less than 50,000? What does that even mean? That's less than my salary for 2 days. I cannot fathom how someone could have only 50,000 in their pocket. To him, having only 50,000 means he would have to beg for food by tomorrow. How can you have just 50,000? Where is the rest of your money? I have no money, Ningxia insists, believing he doubts her. She takes her phone and shows him her balance, 48,920. If she had money, she would not be renting such a shabby apartment. Fu Linqing furrows his brow. During your years at the Fu family, didn't you save a single cent? The thought of this makes Ningxia angry. Is that my fault? It's your doing. You clearly forbade me from keeping more than 100,000 in my bank account. Fu Linqing is taken aback. Did I say that? Ningxia is astonished. You made me sign a contract when we married. That clause was in there, and you don't remember? Chapter 26. Dog of a man. Did we sign a contract at marriage? He does not recall the specifics. Clearing his throat, Fu Linqing explains. I sign so many contracts every day. It's understandable that I wouldn't remember one from 4 years ago. Ningxia finds this exasperating. Had I known you didn't take it seriously, I would have secretly saved some money. It turns out, one should never be too honest. Fu Linqing remained silent for a while before speaking. Why did you make me sign such a contract? Were you afraid I would hide my assets? Fu Linqing may not recall such a clause in their marriage contract, but its purpose was undoubtedly to protect himself from her. After all, Ruan Ningxia married him for his wealth. In his mind, she is a vain and materialistic woman. Marrying such a person necessitated strict contractual boundaries, but can he express this now? Certainly not. She is the one who cooks for him daily. What if she were to poison him in a fit of rage? Fu Linqing shifts the topic. So, have you not sold any of the jewelry, clothes, or bags I bought you over the years? Ningxia blinks. The contract states you would hold me accountable if I liquidated any real estate. Right? Fu Linqing remains silent for a long moment before replying. How would I know if you haven't sold anything if you don't tell me? Ningxia stares at him for a few seconds before exclaiming, Oh, damn it, I really have been too honest. Fu Linqing rubs his forehead. After the incident, did you not sell any of those luxury items? Mom wouldn't allow it. Once you severed ties with the Fu family, she sent people to take away all those valuable jewelry, bags, clothes, and other small items. Fu Linqing's expression darkened suddenly. Ruan Ningxia, this is my first and last warning. I have no relationship with Zhou Xueru. You better not call her my mother in front of me. His serious demeanor startles Ningxia. Zhou Xueru is his stepmother. Fu Linqing has always despised her, even to the point of loathing her. Ningxia only discovered this a year after marrying into the Fu family. When she first arrived, she called Zhou Xueru mom, but upon learning that Fu Linqing was not her biological son, she felt awkward continuing to call her aunt. I am sorry, that was a slip of the tongue. Ningxia was acutely aware of his sensitive points, and she had thoroughly knelt in submission, vowing never to repeat such a thing again. Fu Linqing's expression softened somewhat. What right did she have to seize your personal possessions? Ningxia retorted. No right. Yet she claims that the luxury items I use were all purchased by the Fu family. I possess only the right to wear them, not to own them. After you sever ties with the Fu family, all valuable items will be reclaimed. Fu Linqing scoffed. They can only intimidate you. Taking advantage of my helplessness in the hospital, they are merely ruthless. This was Ningxia's first experience as a wealthy wife, and her confidence was lacking. Whatever Zhou Shiweru said was the final word, leaving her with no capital for resistance. Had she grown up in a wealthy family, with guidance on how to navigate such situations, she would not have been so thoroughly exploited. They would not have found themselves in their current predicament, counting every penny spent. Fu Linqing stated, "Everything taken from me will be returned in due time." Ningxia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Are you planning to soften your stance with your father?" Fu Linqing shot her a look. "Can't I retrieve it through my own abilities?" Ningxia thought to herself, "You, sitting in a wheelchair. What abilities do you possess to contend with the Fu family? Only by yielding to your father and returning to reclaim your status as the young master would you have any leverage." However, given his current state of anger, such thoughts were best left unspoken. "If you think this renovation is a good idea, I shall visit the building materials market tomorrow to see if there are suitable supplies." "Shall I?" Fu Linqing contemplated her less than 50,000 in balance and decided to inquire about prices first. If too high, they would abandon the idea. Regardless of the cost, we must proceed with the renovation. Ningxia declared resolutely. "All right, it's settled then. You should rest. I will take care of your dirty laundry." With that, she dashed to the bathroom, fearing he might change his mind. Fu Linqing did not return to the bedroom. He was still wide awake. The weather was growing increasingly warm, and he desired to sit in the living room to feel the night breeze. Although the old, dilapidated complex was shabby, its low-rise structure allowed for a cross-ventilation design, and the gentle night wind that flowed in provided some relief from the stifling heat. The bathroom door remained ajar, and the sound of running water could be heard within. From Fu Linqing's vantage point, he could see into the bathroom. He observed Ningxia crouched on the floor, diligently soaking his clothes in a basin and scrubbing them with her hands. Fu Linqing recalled her mentioning that there was no washing machine here. She hand-washed her clothes daily. Summer was manageable, but would she really hand-wash in winter? Wasn't he that just inviting hardship? Furrowing his brow, Fu Linqing pushed himself towards her and called her name, "Ruan Ningxia." Ningxia turned around. "What is it?" Fu Linqing replied, "Let us postpone the bathroom renovation. You should buy a washing machine." Ningxia was taken aback, puzzled by the sudden mention of a washing machine. "Aren't you tired from hand-washing clothes?" "Not at all. Even if you're not tired, just watching you makes me feel exhausted. Tomorrow, go to the mall and buy a washing machine. And no need to buy one. I truly don't mind. Summer clothes are thin. A few scrubs and they are clean. With just these few pieces of clothing, I can finish in 10 minutes. It's not about the time. It's about necessity. There's a machine that can solve this issue. And yet you insist on hand-washing. Don't you find that troublesome?" "Not troublesome at all," Ningxia insisted, scrubbing the clothing. "Besides, I have nothing else to do. Washing clothes counts as aerobic exercise. We are too poor right now. Every penny counts. A washing machine costs several thousand. Wouldn't that money be better spent on the bathroom renovation?" Fu Linqing patiently responded, "I can manage without the bathroom renovation. A washing machine is essential for any household." Ningxia shook her head resolutely. "For your safety, we must prioritize the bathroom renovation." Fu Linqing suddenly erupted in anger. "What do you mean by renovate?" "I said it's unnecessary. Do you not understand?" Ningxia was momentarily taken aback. Why was he so irate for no reason? "Because you don't understand human conversation," Fu Linqing snapped, his tone harsh. "When I tell you to buy a washing machine, you should just do it without all this unnecessary chatter." Ningxia felt her own temper flare. Just moments ago, things had been fine, and now he was like a ticking bomb. "I'm not buying a washing machine for your sake. Right now, an accessible bathroom is the priority for you." Fu Linqing's anger boiled over. "What do you mean, for my sake? Did I ask you to think of me? What era is this, still hand-washing clothes? Do you think yourself noble, or perhaps you see yourself as my mother?" The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. "I have no money for you to scheme against me. What is your purpose in all this? Aren't you thinking of divorcing me? Then why do you act like a caretaker? Attending to me every day?" Ningxia's expression gradually faded. She looked at Fu Linqing and spoke each word with clarity. "Fu Linqing, what you're saying is excessive. You've hurt me." Fu Linqing clenched his fist and pounded it heavily against the armrest of his wheelchair, cursing under his breath before wheeling himself away, slamming the door behind him. The entire house fell into silence. Ningxia crouched on the floor for a long time, taking deep breaths to calm herself. "Don't get angry. Don't get angry. This jerk was merely erratic due to illness. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm, my foot. He has injured his leg, not his mind." Why does he go off the rails so easily? Is it wrong to care for him? With such a venomous tongue, he must have been poisoned in a past life. If it weren't for the fact that he had helped her a long time ago, she wouldn't be so kind to him. Nor would she endure his outbursts. He infuriated her. That wretched man. Chapter 27. Divorce lawyer in the bedroom. Fu Lynching leaned back in his wheelchair, staring blankly at the ceiling. After venting his emotions, he felt a hollow emptiness. Regret washed over him. He wished he hadn't lost his temper. However, apologizing was out of the question. While his outburst was indeed wrong, Ningxia's actions were equally misguided. Even now, he felt a lingering irritation and restlessness. He craved a cigarette, hoping to quell the pent-up emotions with tobacco, but there was nothing in this wretched place. He was trapped here, stripped of freedom and everything else. Even after their quarrel, he could not leave. Why was he angry with Ningxia? Because she was making him accustomed to relying on her. She did everything for him, thought of everything for him, and this would only lead him to depend on her more and more. Once he became accustomed to this, she could simply withdraw and leave him behind, and then what would he do? He refused to allow such an outcome. He would rather remain a useless waste, living forever in darkness than to be dragged out into the light, only to have hope ignited briefly before being kicked back into darkness. He had already lived through a hellish existence once. He had no desire to endure it again. He and she should remain as they always had, like strangers, never crossing paths. Perhaps that was for the best. The night passed in this manner, with Fu Lynching hardly managing to close his eyes. The next day, around 8 or 9, he opened his eyes, unable to sleep in bed any longer. It was time to get up and stretch his body. Additionally, he needed to address his physiological needs. Unlike normal people, he had to practice urination at regular intervals to gradually restore his bladder function. What plagued him now was the memory of yesterday's argument with Ningxia. How awkward would it be to face her afterward? As he got up and settled into his wheelchair, he listened attentively, sensing an unusual silence outside. Perhaps Ningxia had gone out to buy groceries. He decided to act swiftly, to resolve his needs quickly and return to the bedroom, thus avoiding any awkwardness. However, as soon as he opened the master bedroom door, he found Ningxia returning from outside, groceries in hand. Fu Lynching. Their eyes met, and for a moment, neither spoke. Ultimately, Fu Lynching merely glanced at her before wheeling himself towards the bathroom. Ningxia had intended to ask if he needed help, but upon witnessing his indifferent demeanor, her irritation flared up again. Fine, no apology is enough, and he chooses to give her the cold shoulder? Then she would also ignore him. Humph! The entire morning passed with neither acknowledging the other, cohabiting under the same roof yet not interfering with one another. At noon, Ningxia prepared lunch. Since she had sworn not to speak with him, she sent him a message via her phone. The meal is ready. You can eat now. 30 seconds later, Fu Lynching surprisingly replied, got it. Shortly after Ningxia received the message, he emerged in his wheelchair, sat down at the dining table without uttering a word. The only sounds at the table were the clinking of bowls and chopsticks. In the silence, Fu Lynching broke the ice first. Have you looked into the washing machine? Ningxia huffed in response. What are you huffing about? Are you a pig? Ningxia shot him a glare. You're the pig. Only pigs would huff. I see you huffing with great enthusiasm. Say I'm a pig one more time, and I'll splash soup in your face. I can remain silent, but you must go buy a washing machine. First, renovate the bathroom. Her stubbornness left Fu Lynching speechless. Why are you so fixated on renovating the bathroom? Buying a washing machine would free your hands. Is it worth exhausting yourself over those few tattered clothes? I'm not exhausting myself. I told you I'm not tired. Besides, how else would I wash clothes if not crouched down? With just those few pieces, a little scrubbing is all it takes. Why waste money on a washing machine for that? What is so precious about these clothes? Are they gilded or silver-plated? You are simply unreasonable. You are as obstinate as a mule. I'm done eating. I'm full of anger. Fine. Don't eat then, bang. Fu Lynching slammed the door and retreated to his room. Ningxia, what a deadbeat. She lost her appetite and had no desire to wash the dishes. So she took the trash outside. The more she is discouraged from making changes, the more determined she becomes to do so. Without uttering a word, she boards the bus to the building materials market. Along the way, she grapples with a simmering frustration and cannot help but message Xiao Ruoxue. Do you think he has a problem? Renovating the bathroom would only benefit him, yet he refuses to acknowledge it. Even Xiaofeng said that once the bathroom is remodeled, he could wash up and use the toilet independently, ensuring both safety and convenience. This not only benefits his physical well-being, but also greatly enhances the psychological satisfaction for individuals like him with disabilities. Just a few days ago, he resorted to self-harm and hunger strikes, feeling that as a disabled person, everything is inconvenient. Now that there's an opportunity to renovate the bathroom, he still insists on opposing me. I simply cannot continue living like this. Day by day, he is driving me to the brink of developing breast nodules. After venting her frustrations, Ningxia feels somewhat relieved. Checking the time, she realizes Ruoxue is likely still asleep and does not expect a reply. Upon arriving at the building materials market, Ningxia spends the entire afternoon comparing materials from several suppliers, ultimately selecting the most expensive option. After showing the images to the shop owner and engaging in some discussions, she pays a deposit and heads home. During dinner that evening, the two women continue to act like combative roosters, ignoring one another. After the meal, they retreat to their respective rooms in the middle of the night. As Ningxia drifts into sleep, her phone buzzes with a message from Xiao Ruoxue. Don't be angry, sister. I'm here to rescue your breasts. You will soon find relief. The next morning, Ningxia wakes to see the message and replies with a simple. Ruoxue does not respond, and Ningxia brushes it off. When a knock sounds at the door, she is in the bathroom brushing her teeth. Who could be knocking this early? After rinsing her mouth, she approaches the door with suspicion and asks, "Who is it?" The voice from outside replies, "It's me." Ningxia opens the door to find her close friend standing there, accompanied by a young man. The young man, dressed in a white shirt and glasses, carries a briefcase. Ningxia casts a quizzical glance at him, wondering, who is this? He is Wang. You can refer to him as Lawyer Wang. Xiao Ruoxue announces as she ushers the lawyer inside. This is the sister I mentioned who is seeking a divorce. Ningxia's heart sinks, and she pulls Ruoxue aside. You didn't bring me a divorce lawyer, did you? Indeed, Lawyer Wang is quite adept at handling divorce cases, Ruoxue assures her, thumping her chest. He will definitely help you successfully divorce that Mr. Fu. Ningxia feels overwhelmed. She had thought Ruoxue was merely joking. Observing her friend's expression, Ruoxue questions, "What's wrong? Didn't we agree that I would handle the divorce lawyer situation, and you wouldn't have to worry? You could have at least given me a heads up," Ningxia whispers, glancing toward the bedroom. "I need to be mentally prepared." "Giving you a heads up would surely jinx it," Ruoxue retorts, her expression indicating she knows Ningxia well. "If I told you I was bringing a lawyer, you would surely come up with excuses, and this divorce would be delayed indefinitely. But you can't just come barging in without warning," Ningxia mutters. "The element of surprise is essential. If I don't take decisive action, you will never initiate the divorce and will only sink deeper into this quagmire, making escape impossible." Ningxia finds it amusing. That's an exaggeration. It's as if I'm trapped in a den of tigers and wolves. It is indeed a den of tigers and wolves. Mr. Fu has no feelings for you. How much suffering have you endured these past few years? Now that there's a chance to divorce, why not seize it? I understand you care, but your temporary support cannot last a lifetime. Ruoxue insists. He has been cast out from the Fu family, paralyzed and bankrupt, reduced to a burden who neither earns money nor contributes. You must be running low on funds. He cannot work, so you have to support him. I can foresee the dire circumstances awaiting you. You will grow increasingly impoverished, begin to scrimp and save, and become overly calculating as the weight of all the pressure falls on your shoulders. You might not feel it now, but over time, the burden will wear you down. Eventually, you will start to resent this inequitable life, unable to take a break, and he will be unable to assist you. This will lead to arguments and mutual disdain, culminating in both of you causing each other pain, resulting in divorce. Ningxia frowns. I dislike your hypothetical scenarios. They are mere conjectures that haven't happened. How can you label my situation before it unfolds? Ruoxue counters. I speak of reality. Life is not a romantic fantasy. It is about the mundane realities of existence. You must be pragmatic. If you can leave now, do so resolutely. The longer you delay, the harder it will be to extricate yourself. Ningxia remains silent. Ruoxue sighs. Just look at yourself. Since Fu Lingqing's incident, in just a few months, your demeanor has changed drastically. Once you had a radiant complexion. Now, you look disheveled, like an elderly woman. After the divorce, you will be free to work and earn money, and take care of yourself instead of being trapped here as his personal caretaker, attending to him around the clock. Ruoshui continues. Ningxia retorts, I can still work now. Just a bit later, and I'm not his personal caretaker 24/7. It's not as dire as you portray. Ruoshui, exasperated, says, I can't continue this conversation with someone so infatuated with love. Is Fu Linqing still lying down? I'll go talk to him. Ningxia, anxious, exclaims, keep your voice down. He is sleeping. What time is it that he is still asleep? Ruoshui replies, moving toward the bedroom door at Fu Linqing. Ningxia quickly pulls her back. Don't shout. Ruan Ningxia, I am helping you escape your misery. Why are you pulling me? The awkward lawyer, having witnessed their tug of war, finally speaks up. Miss Xiao, perhaps I should return today. You may discuss whether you wish to proceed with the divorce and then contact me. Apologies, Lawyer Wang, for the inconvenience. Ruoshui quickly apologizes. My sister is just being stubborn. The male party still needs to meet and discuss. After all, he is already here with that. She pushes Ningxia aside and strides to the master bedroom, flinging the door open. The door swings wide. They are met with a pair of calm, composed eyes. Fu Linqing had awakened at some point, sitting against the headboard, silently observing them. Ruoshui pauses momentarily, and Ningxia, who had rushed after her, is equally taken aback, wondering when he had woken and how much he had overheard. Ruoshui quickly regains her composure. So, Mr. Fu, you were awake all along. You heard everything we discussed outside, didn't you? Fu Linqing's expression remains tranquil, revealing no unusual emotion. I have indeed heard some of it. Since you've heard, I won't beat around the bush. I brought a lawyer today to discuss the divorce on Ningxia's behalf. Ruoshui states boldly. Ningxia wishes she could cover her mouth. There's no need to be so blunt. Ruoshui continues. Ningxia is a kind-hearted and responsible person. Since your incident, she has been unable to abandon you, pouring her heart and effort into caring for you. However, she has done so long enough. It is time you grant her freedom. I understand your current predicament. You surely do not wish to divorce, as having someone to care for you makes life much more comfortable. Ruoshui adds, but that would be rather. Before she can finish her thought, Fu Linqing interrupts, fine, I agree to the divorce. Ruoshui and Ningxia respond in unison, what? Both are taken aback. Ruoshui is stunned because she never expected Fu Linqing to agree so readily. She had prepared numerous arguments, believing he would resist. Yet, within 2 minutes of meeting, he has accepted. This completely catches her off guard. Ningxia is equally bewildered. She did not anticipate such a swift acquiescence. She had thought he might hesitate a little. Considering their relationship had improved significantly and they had been getting along well, his unhesitating consent to divorce leaves her feeling somewhat unsettled. Fu Linqing gazes calmly at Ruoshui. Have you finished saying what you wanted to say? Ruoshui, still in shock, replies, yes. Fu Linqing nods. Since you've finished, please leave my home. Although the house is rented by Ruan Ningxia, we are not yet divorced, and we are still husband and wife. This rented property is considered joint marital property, and I have a right to ask you to leave. His words are exceedingly blunt, essentially ordering her out. As Ruoshui prepares to retort, Fu Linqing coldly interjects. This is legal protocol. You may consult the lawyer behind you regarding whether I have the right to call the police if you refuse to leave. The lawyer, feeling awkward, interjects, Miss Xiao, if Mr. Fu agrees to the divorce, then I am no longer needed. Perhaps you two can continue discussing this. I will take my leave now. With that, the lawyer hurriedly gathers his briefcase and departs. Ruoshui, both exasperated and amused, remarks, I didn't say I wouldn't leave. Why would you call the police? Look how you've frightened Lawyer Wang. Turning to Ningxia, she adds, did you hear what he said? He agrees to the divorce, so you don't need to stay here any longer. The paperwork will likely take a few days, so why not move in with me during that time? Ningxia glances at Fu Linqing, but he does not even spare her a glance. She bites her lip and replies, let us go. Ruoshui beams, that's more like it, gather your things. Ningxia responds, there's no need to pack. It's not valuable. She takes Ruoshui's hand and they leave together. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Sitting on the bed, Fu Linqing appeared expressionless, yet his eyes were shrouded in a dark shadow. Chapter 29. Unspeakable thoughts. After descending the stairs, Xiao Ruoshui inquired, are you really not taking your change of clothes? If not, it's all right, I have some, though the style may not suit you. Xiao Ruoshui's attire was bold, often consisting of form-fitting dresses that accentuated her figure. Her fashion sense was fiery, in stark contrast to Ningxia's more conservative style. Ningxia shook her head and replied, Sister Ruoxue, I'm just here to see you off. I want to be staying at your place. Xiao Ruoxue paused momentarily. Typically, when Ningxia addressed her as Sister Ruoxue, it signified a serious and earnest demeanor. Ningxia continued, Sister Ruoxue, I understand you mean well, but to suddenly bring a lawyer and confront Fu Lynching with the intention of divorce today, I believe you were rather abrupt. Xiao Ruoxue furrowed her brow. You know I'm doing this for your benefit, yet you still blame me. I'm not blaming you. I merely think you should have informed me in advance. Why should I take it upon myself to make decisions? It's because you lack the resolve. A little nudge from me is what you need to make a decision. I invest my time and resources to assist you. And in the end, I'm portrayed as the villain? Xiao Ruoxue felt disheartened. Then I shall no longer meddle in your affairs. Very well. Ningxia grasped her arm. Sister Ruoxue, clarify your words. Is it that you will no longer concern yourself with my trivial matters? Or is it that you will cease to care for me altogether? The distinction is substantial. Xiao Ruoxue shook off her hand. What difference does it make? Of course it makes a difference. To no longer concern yourself with my trivial matters implies you will still attend to serious matters. While to cease caring for me entirely means you wish to sever our friendship. Ningxia replied, I do not wish to sever our friendship. I want us to remain lifelong sisters. Good sisters may quarrel and feel upset, but we cannot cut ties. Xiao Ruoxue was both amused and exasperated by her stubbornness. You've turned your attention to him. Why should I concern myself with you? Ningxia, with a bold demeanor, responded, You must care for me. When I first arrived here, utterly alone and without connections, I remember that frigid winter day when I sat on the street, starving and freezing, with no one willing to help. It was you who offered me a coat and a meal. Saving me from perishing, if you abandon me now, what will become of me? Xiao Ruoxue was at a loss for words. You chastise me for meddling, yet you implore me to care for you. What is it that you truly desire? Ningxia stated, I wish for you to care for me, but I do not want you to meddle in my affairs with Fu Lyncheng. Xiao Ruoxue remained silent. Ningxia apologized, I was a bit hasty earlier. That's why I spoke so. Xiao Ruoxue merely stared. Ningxia extended 2 fingers in a playful heart gesture. Xiao Ruoxue found it impossible to remain angry. As for the matters between you two, I, as an outsider, truly should not interfere. Her tone softened, you may handle it as you see fit. Whether it be divorce or not, it is entirely up to you. Ningxia smiled faintly, rest assured, I will manage it well. After bidding farewell to Ruoxue, Ningxia did not rush home. She was uncertain how to broach the subject of divorce with Fu Lyncheng. Yet, she was equally unsure of where to go. This vast city felt immense, yet it held no sanctuary for her. Years ago, she had arrived here alone, devoid of family, home, or wealth. Nothing at all. It was only after marrying Fu Lyncheng that she had finally acquired a semblance of home. Though Fu Lyncheng did not harbor affection for her and treated her poorly, at the very least, he had never resorted to violence. It was through him that she had found a home amidst her solitude. Unsure of where to turn, Ningxia purchased an ice cream and found a spot by the roadside to ponder. After consuming the ice cream, her body felt refreshed, her heart calmed, and she returned to her rented room. The room was silent. Ningxia changed her shoes and hesitated for a few moments before approaching the master bedroom. The door was ajar, and Fu Lyncheng lay motionless on the bed. Believing he was asleep, she contemplated waiting for him to awaken before discussing matters. However, as she neared the bedside, she noticed his eyes were open, staring blankly at the ceiling. He seemed lost in thought, his expression somewhat dazed. Ningxia called his name, but he did not respond. She leaned down and gently pushed his shoulder. Fu Lyncheng? Only then did he slowly come to, his gaze shifting to her. Didn't you leave? I went and then returned. Ningxia replied. What were you thinking just now? I called you for ages with no response. Fu Lyncheng reiterated. Didn't you leave with your friend? Well, I reconsidered. Ningxia waved her hand in front of his face. What are you daydreaming about? Fu Lyncheng paused for a few seconds before his eyes began to focus. He scanned her face briefly before lowering his gaze. I wasn't daydreaming. Ningxia found his demeanor peculiar. Do you still want to sleep? If so, I will step out. If not, I have something to discuss. Speak directly. No need for circumlocution. Ningxia cleared her throat. About earlier. Shall we have a chat? Fu Lyncheng nodded. All right. He propped himself up on his arms and sat up on the bed. What do you wish to discuss? Ningxia asked point blank. Do you truly wish to divorce? Fu Linqing patted his thigh. I am currently a burden, confined to a wheelchair or lying in bed without financial means. Divorce would only yield benefits for you, not drawbacks. Indeed, it would benefit me, but it would not be advantageous for you, Ningxia countered. You require care now. If we divorce, what will you do? Who will look after you? Who will cook for you? Fu Linqing replied nonchalantly. I am not paralyzed. Although my legs cannot move, my hands still function. I won't starve. How will you avoid starvation? Can you cook? You cannot. You've never set foot in a kitchen. You cannot even distinguish between garlic and scallions. Even if you learn to cook, how will you manage from a wheelchair? The stove is too high. You won't even be able to see the food in the pot. I am not trying to belittle you, but you currently lack even the most basic survival skills. Fu Linqing's expression grew increasingly grim. Ningxia, appearing oblivious, continued, How will you survive without me? You can't even manage a bath without risking an accident. You have no money. While the rent is paid, what about the utility bills and living expenses? What will you do when you fall ill? I hadn't realized until now how dire your situation truly is. Fu Linqing's face turned ashen. You've been pretending well. I didn't know you harbored such disdain for me. Ningxia retorted. When did I express disdain? I merely made a light-hearted comment. If I truly disdained you, I would have left long ago, rather than pouring my heart and soul into caring for you. Fu Linqing paused, his gaze shifting to a peculiar expression. Ningxia, do you harbor some unspeakable thoughts regarding me? Chapter 30. Returning to the Fu family. Ningxia feigned innocence. What unspeakable thoughts? Fu Linqing fixed his gaze upon her. What do you think? Do you think I like you? You have a terrible temper and a disagreeable personality. And you curse at the drop of a hat. I must be out of my mind to have feelings for you. Fu Linqing inquired. Then why are you reluctant to divorce? Ningxia found herself momentarily speechless. Did I ever say I didn't want a divorce? I merely believe you still need care. Fu Linqing countered. Can you care for me for the rest of my life? Ningxia remained silent. You cannot. No one can uncomplainingly care for another for a lifetime. Fu Linqing spoke slowly. Your friend is correct. You are not yet aware of the weight of your burdens. As days turn into years, you will inevitably reach your breaking point. Since we will part ways eventually, why not do so sooner rather than later? Tomorrow, you should inquire whether the disabled can have their paperwork processed at home. Ningxia was taken aback for a long while. Do you genuinely wish to divorce? Fu Linqing nodded, meeting her gaze directly. Yes, I truly want a divorce. Ningxia hesitated. What if I choose not to divorce? Fu Linqing replied. I can file a lawsuit with the court and apply for divorce. If you are willing to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, we can avoid that step. Ningxia felt deflated. It was evident he was serious about wanting a divorce. The room fell silent, save for the sound of their breathing. If you insist on this course, then let it be as you wish. As for this house, you may stay here. I will move to my friend's place. I will also share half of the several tens of thousands I have. Keep that money. How will you survive? Fu Linqing replied. I will find a way. Ningxia pressed. What way can you find? The Fu family has disowned you. Your so-called friends no longer visit, and even Jiangyao has abandoned you. Who else could you possibly borrow money from? Fu Linqing fell silent. Take it. It will ease my mind if you have it. With some money, you can at least order takeout or something. Fu Linqing didn't wish to argue further on this matter and nodded in agreement. Most couples end their marriages in bitterness. Yet Ningxia never anticipated that her discussions with Fu Linqing would culminate in such a cordial and calm manner. However, that night, after showering and lying in bed, sleep eluded her. Her mind was plagued by visions of Fu Linqing alone in the rented room. Disheveled and desolate, emaciated from hunger due to poverty, Ningxia struggled to comprehend why he desired a divorce. If it were her, she certainly would not wish to part ways. Having someone to care for was undoubtedly a blessing. After tossing and turning all night, the following morning, Ningxia got up. Ningxia completed her morning routine and, as was her custom, went to knock on Fu Linqing's door. Are you awake? I'm going to buy groceries. Would you like me to bring you breakfast? There was no response from within the room. Assuming Fu Linqing had not yet risen, she heard his voice from the bedroom. Do you remember what you need to do today? Ningxia, speaking through the door, replied with a hint of exasperation. I haven't forgotten. It's just about the divorce, isn't it? I'll go for the consultation after breakfast, so don't worry, no need to bring me breakfast. Just head to the consultation directly. Don't get too caught up in eating. Ningxia rolled her eyes. It was as if he was eager to rid himself of her. She hadn't even complained about his being a miser and a cripple. Once outside the neighborhood, Ningxia purchased a bun for breakfast. While waiting for the bus, her phone suddenly rang. The caller ID startled her. Why was Zhou Shueru calling her out of the blue? During her years as a member of the Fu family, Zhou Shueru had been a relatively amiable mother-in-law, never treating her poorly as a daughter-in-law. Ningxia held a certain respect for her. Swallowing the bun in her mouth, she answered the call. Hello, Mom. After calling Zhou Shueru Mom for 4 years, it had become second nature to her. With Fu Linqing expelled from the Fu family, would it still be appropriate to address Zhou Shueru as such? Zhou Shueru seemed unconcerned about the formality and directly asked, "Why can't I reach a Cheng's phone? Fu Linqing likely despises you enough to have blocked your number, so of course you can't get through. Perhaps his phone has run out of battery." Ningxia suggested, there's something you need to discuss with him? If there is nothing urgent, why bother calling him? Zhou Shueru paused before continuing. Since you've answered the phone, it's the same. You should come back here. Return where? To the Fu residence? Ningxia could hardly conceal her excitement. Has Dad finally come to his senses and forgiven Fu Linqing, intending to bring him back? Zhou Shueru laughed on the other end of the line. Back then, a Cheng was adamantly opposed to marrying you. Yet I agreed to your marriage into the Fu family. Do you know why? Because you were naive. But sometimes your naivety goes too far. Old Fu has severed ties with him, so how could he possibly be welcomed back? Ningxia thought this mother-in-law could be quite infuriating at times. All right, I want to keep you. You should hurry back. As for the reason, you'll understand when you arrive. After that, Zhou Shueru hung up. Ningxia had no choice but to head to the Fu residence. She could find time to visit the Mingjing Bureau later that afternoon. The old Fu residence was located in the south of the city, far from the east side of the old town. It would require several bus transfers to get there. Fearing that Zhou Shueru might have an urgent matter, she decided to indulge herself and took a taxi. By the time Ningxia arrived at the Fu residence, it was already 10 o'clock. She pushed open the large gate to the courtyard and rang the doorbell. The door was answered by the housekeeper, who had worked for the Fu family for decades. Upon seeing Ningxia unexpectedly appear, he displayed no surprise and politely ushered her into the living room. The maid brought her tea and a fruit platter. Ningxia had not visited the Fu residence often. She only made formal visits during holidays. Most of the time, she resided in a small villa on the outskirts of the city, which served as her and Fu Linqing's marital home. She had barely settled on the sofa when a familiar voice echoed from the stairs. Fu Rongrong, yawning, exclaimed, "I'm starving. Is there any breakfast left?" Uncle Zhong. Before finishing her sentence, she spotted Ningxia sitting on the sofa, and her eyes widened in shock. Ruan Ningxia. Ningxia raised her hand in greeting to her sister-in-law. Good morning. Dressed in slippers, Fu Rongrong dashed over in a few strides. What are you doing in my house? Who allowed you to come here? Dad has already kicked you out of the Fu family. How dare you show your face here? Get out. From the very first day Ningxia entered the Fu family, Fu Rongrong had never taken a liking to her. Due to her close relationship with Jiang Yao, Fu Rongrong had always been antagonistic toward her. Your mother asked me to come, Ningxia replied, remaining composed. Am I to listen to you or to your mother? Fu Rongrong, exasperated, spun in place. Have you lost your mind? How could my mom possibly call you over? If you don't believe me, call her and ask. Go ahead and call. You think I'm afraid? Fu Rongrong glared at her and pulled out her phone to call her mother right in front of Ningxia. Chapter 31. Fu Zifeng's ambiguous attitude toward Ningxia. The call connected quickly, and Fu Rongrong directly asked why Ningxia was at their house. I invited her, Zhou Shueru replied. Your father and I are still at the hospital. We'll be back soon, so have her wait. Fu Rongrong hung up, her expression sour. Ningxia smiled cheerfully. Well, how about that? You can't kick me out, can you? Fu Rongrong was furious, muttering a curse under her breath. Shameless. Since it was indeed her mother who had summoned Ningxia, she dared not force her out. Redirecting her anger, Fu Rongrong ordered the maid to bring her food. Ningxia surveyed the opulent living room of the Fu residence. Compared to the shabby rental they currently lived in, this place was astonishingly lavished. Fu Jinhai had a penchant for antiques, and even the smallest decorative item here cost 5 figures. She whimsically thought that if she could take 1 or 2 pieces, after her divorce from Fu Linqing, when he had no money, she could sell them to get by. However, Ningxia had the heart of a thief but lacked the courage. The aroma of food wafted from the dining room, and having only eaten a small bun that morning, Her stomach began to grumble. Observing Fu Rongrong, who was disheveled and devouring her food, Ningxia approached her with a friendly smile. Rongrong, is breakfast good? Fu Rongrong shot her a disdainful look. Disinterested, as she sipped her iced cola, I'm talking to you, sister-in-law. Don't be rude and pretend you can't hear me. Fu Rongrong regarded her with some surprise, noticing that this once timid woman seemed to have gained some boldness. Daring to provoke her, if you have something to say it. If you have a problem, spit it out. Fu Rongrong was far from polite. Ningxia was not offended. Instead, her smile grew warmer. Are the dishes delicious? Fu Rongrong, growing impatient, snapped, What on earth do you want to say? I simply wanted to mention that the food you're consuming is quite high in calories. I can see that your love handles seem to have grown a bit. Haven T, you gained weight again? Are you nearing 200 pounds? That was a low blow. Fu Rongrong's face turned crimson. She had been chubby since childhood and had few friends as a result. She had tried countless weight loss methods, pills, injections, starvation, yet nothing worked, and she only continued to gain weight. Ruan Ningxia's remark about 200 pounds had completely shattered her defenses. Fu Rongrong angrily threw down her chopsticks. Ruan Ningxia, no matter who comes today, it won't matter. I'm going to kill you. Ningxia gently pressed her hand on Fu Rongrong's shoulder. Sister-in-law, I have a way for you to slim down to a mere shadow. Would you like to hear it? Her words halted Fu Rongrong's fury. The longing for thinness among those who are overweight is akin to the desperation of a drug addict for heroin. The anger from being humiliated dissipated significantly, and Fu Rongrong, half believing, asked, You really have a way to help me lose weight? Indeed, Ningxia replied, sitting beside her and casually taking her plate to start eating. Look at me. I am slim, but I eat quite a bit. I used to be overweight, but I lost it. Do you know why? Fu Rongrong inquired. Why? Ningxia spoke mysteriously. Because I have a special recipe. The recipe? Yes, when I was overweight, I consulted a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and he prescribed me an ancient formula. I followed it for 3 months and successfully lost 30 pounds without any rebound. She ate. Ningxia continued, If you want it, I can share the recipe with you. Fu Rongrong looked skeptical. You would unconditionally be this nice to me? Of course, there are conditions. Ningxia replied with a smile. I'll sell you the recipe. Do you want it? Fu Rongrong. So that's what you were waiting for. But she couldn't help but ask, How much? Ningxia raised one finger. You heartless fiend, Fu Rongrong exclaimed in disbelief. A recipe for 1 million? Ningxia. Truly, she was a young lady of means, speaking so extravagantly. Her one indicated 10,000. Ningxia seized the opportunity to say, Considering we are family, I'll give you a discount. I'll sell you the weight loss recipe for 100,000. Fu Rongrong sneered. Do you think I'm an idiot? 100,000 for a recipe? You might as well rob a bank. Having eaten her fill, Ningxia wiped her hands with a napkin, then pulled out her phone, opened her photo album, and selected a picture to show Fu Rongrong. Take a look. Fu Rongrong gazed at the photo on the phone and exclaimed, That chubby girl can't possibly be you? Indeed, Ningxia confirmed. Now take a look at me. I'm curvy and voluptuous. Worth 10,000, wouldn't you say? Fu Rongrong was taken aback to realize that Ningxia had indeed been overweight before. Since we were once family, I'll give you a special price. I'll sell you the weight loss formula for just 10,000, which is an absolute steal. To be honest, Fu Rongrong found herself intrigued. However, she also held a strong disdain for Ningxia and was reluctant to engage in any transaction with her. Staring at the image of the rotund woman in the album, Fu Rongrong still found it hard to believe. Is that really you? Without a doubt, Ningxia pouted her cheeks. Isn't it strikingly similar to the person in the picture? Quite similar indeed. Suddenly, a voice filled with mirth interrupted from behind them, and Ningxia turned to find Fu Zifeng had appeared without her noticing. He took her phone from her hand, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he looked at the photo. So you used to be this chubby. I would never have guessed. However, his fingers lightly tapped on the photo, and despite his plumpness, there was a certain adorableness about him. Ningxia felt a shiver run down her spine at his presence. Fu Zifeng, the second young master of the Fu family and the eldest son of Zhou Xueru, was also a rival to Fu Linqing, both in the corporate realm and as the heir to the family fortune. These two had grown up competing against each other. On the day of Fu Linqing's accident, he had quarreled with Fu Zifeng. Although both were involved in the incident, Fu Zifeng only sustained minor injuries, while Fu Linqing was left paralyzed from the waist down. Sometimes, fate seemed rather unjust. What made Ningxia most uncomfortable was Fu Zifeng's ambiguous demeanor towards her. Whenever she visited the Fu residence and found herself alone with him, he would gaze at her intently, uttering words that sent shivers down her spine. Just a moment ago, he had caressed the screen of his phone while speaking about himself, which made her quite uneasy. Was this the appropriate attitude a younger brother should have towards his sister-in-law? Ningxia found herself too disheartened to scheme against Fu Rongrong for money. She swallowed her food, feeling rather awkward, and remarked, "Not adorable at all. What's cute about a fat person? Just greasy. Please return my phone." The words were spoken without malice, yet Fu Rongrong's eyes nearly ignited with fury. "Are you looking for trouble? You are the greasy one." Ningxia remained silent. Fu Zifeng returned the phone to Ningxia, and Fu Rongrong lightly tapped her on the head, softly admonishing, "How can you speak to your sister-in-law like that?" Apologize. Chapter 32. One more heartless than the other, Fu Rongrong retorted angrily. "Apologize to her? In your dreams." Ningxia dared not ask this little tyrant for an apology and waved her hand. "I was the one who offended her." "I apologize." Fu Rongrong huffed in disdain. Fu Zifeng's pant leg inadvertently brushed against her knee. "Rongrong is still young. Don't hold it against her, sister-in-law." Ningxia felt goosebumps rising all over her body. No need to hold a grudge. "I am full now. You two enjoy your meal." She hurriedly stood up and fled. Fu Zifeng watched her retreating figure with a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Fu Rongrong, hands on her hips, exclaimed, "Second brother, why are you helping her? I'm your sister." Fu Zifeng looked at her greasy visage with disdain. "Ruan, Ningxia is right. You should lose some weight." Fu Rongrong, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, protested, "Are you still my family? How could you team up with an outsider to humiliate me?" Fu Zifeng's expression remained impassive. "Do not tell anyone you are my sister. A sister as overweight as you is a disgrace." "Ah!" Fu Rongrong stormed off in anger. Zhou Shueru was uncertain when she would return, and Ningxia felt utterly uncomfortable in the same space as Fu Zifeng. After waiting in the small living room for over 10 minutes, she was about to slip away when the sound of a car engine echoed from the courtyard. Zhou Shueru and Fu Jinhai had returned. This was the first time Ningxia had seen Fu Jinhai since Fu Linqing's incident. Previously, she had heard from Fu Zian that Fu Jinhai had suffered a stroke due to Fu Linqing's actions, and she had thought it was an exaggeration, only to discover it was true. Fu Jinhai sat in a wheelchair, looking significantly frilier, with a sickly pallor. One side of his body appeared somewhat stiff, and his mouth was crooked, evident aftermaths of a stroke. Once a man of authority, commanding respect without uttering a word, he was now reduced to this state. It was no wonder he had severed ties with Fu Linqing. Had he not done so, he might have been driven to despair by his unfilial son. Upon seeing Ningxia in the living room, Fu Jinhai's expression darkened slightly. Why is she here? Due to his crooked mouth, his speech was somewhat slurred. This father-in-law had always harbored a dislike for her, resenting her for pressuring Fu Linqing into marriage while pregnant. Zhou Shueru interjected, "I called her here. I need to discuss something with her, and then she will leave. The doctor wants you to rest. Do not concern yourself with family matters. Go upstairs and recuperate." The butler approached to assist, pushing Fu Jinhai into the elevator. The elevator had not been present before. It must have been installed after Fu Jinhai's incident. Ningxia had noticed that the villa had been modified into an accessible space. Although Fu Jinhai was in a wheelchair, he need not worry about mobility. Meanwhile, Fu Linqing was trapped in a rented apartment, struggling with daily life. Watching Fu Jinhai's retreating figure, Ningxia could not help but inquire, "Father, do you know what kind of life Fu Linqing is living now?" Fu Jinhai raised a hand, prompting the butler to stop. Zhou Shueru frowned, taken aback by Ningxia's boldness. Ningxia pressed on, "Your son is not doing well. He doesn't even have a decent wheelchair. He lives in an old, dilapidated neighborhood, unable to go outside, with no one to care for him. Bathing is a delicate task for fear of falling. He has to undergo rehabilitation training every day, and at night, he must turn over several times to alleviate the pain from sitting too long. You are his father, who raised him with great difficulty. Are you truly indifferent to him?" Ningxia aimed to evoke sympathy, hoping to soften the old man's heart and have him bring Fu Linqing back, as if nothing had ever happened. However, after hearing her words, Fu Jinhai coldly replied, "You all understand that I raised him with great effort, yet how has that scoundrel repaid me? He crashed the car into me. Throughout history, which son dares to run his father over with a car? That scoundrel dares to." His indifference to whether his son was alive or dead was chilling. I have plenty of sons. I do not lack him. Ningxia was left speechless. Indeed, like father, like son, both were heartless. The butler pushed Fu Zhenhai into the elevator, and the doors closed. You certainly know how to seize opportunities. Zhou Shueru shot her a sidelong glance. But this time, old Fu was genuinely disappointed in Fu Linqing and would not concern himself any further. Ningxia tentatively asked, Mom, could you say something nice about Aicheng to Dad? Zhou Shueru chuckled. You know my relationship with Fu Linqing, right? He would be delighted if I, his stepmother, were to perish. Do you think I would speak on his behalf? Ningxia's heart sank. Zhou Shueru headed toward a side room. Follow me. Ningxia complied. Zhou Shueru seated herself on a single armchair, bent over to open the drawer of the tea table, and pulled out a piece of paper, tossing it onto the table. This is your son's flight information. Take it. Flight information? What does this mean? Zhou Shueru reclined on the sofa, elegantly sipping her tea. Fu Linqing's calls are unreachable. I received a call from London.it. Seems you are bankrupt now, unable to pay for your son's tuition. The school has initiated the process for his expulsion, and the nanny looking after him has also resigned. Since you can no longer afford the prestigious school, it would be better for him to return. I have purchased a ticket. He should arrive this afternoon. You might want to pick him up. Ningxia was utterly taken aback. She had not expected Zhou Shueru to seek her out for this reason. It was a bittersweet thought. After giving birth, her son had been taken away from her when he was just over a year old. Fu Linqing, feeling disdain for her materialism and still harboring resentment over how she had plotted against him that night in the hotel, had sent their son abroad, fearing he would be corrupted by a mother like her. He had sought the best elite school, with tuition reportedly costing hundreds of thousands of pounds a year, which converted to several million yuan. It seemed Fu Linqing truly despised her. The emergency contact information at the school did not even list her as the mother. Zhou Shueru's relationship with Fu Linqing was tumultuous, yet she was willing to pay for Chuan's ticket, which surprised Ningxia. She took the flight information and headed out. Just as she reached the hall, Fu Rongrong emerged from a corner, blocking her path. Stop right there. Ningxia, eager to get to the airport, had no time for her and directly asked, Do you need something? Fu Rongrong glared at her. What did my mom tell you? Ningxia replied curtly, Go ask your mother. You. If there's nothing else, please step aside. I must leave. That Fu Rongrong refused to budge. Ningxia frowned. What exactly do you want? After much fidgeting, Fu Rongrong finally said, I'll give you 10,000. You give me the weight loss formula. Ningxia chuckled. Sure, cash or bank transfer? Fu Rongrong huffed. Bank transfer. Ningxia took out her phone. I believe I have you as a friend. Just transfer it directly to me. Fu Rongrong's profile picture was of a chubby orange cat. Ningxia sent her a smiling emoji, and Fu Rongrong, watching the message pop up, transferred 10,000 with a flick of her finger. Once the money was received, Ningxia claimed it and turned to leave. Fu Rongrong grasped her arm. What about the formula? I'll send it to you right now. Why the rush? Ningxia pulled her arm away. Let me find it in my album. Just wait a moment. Fu Rongrong felt a sense of foreboding as she watched her leave. But soon, her phone chimed. Ningxia's message had come through. She sent a document, and Fu Rongrong clicked to download it. The document opened, revealing 2 lines of small text. Drink water when thirsty, fan yourself when hungry. Follow this secret recipe, persist for 3 months, and you'll become as slender as lightning. Fu Rongrong stared blankly for 2 seconds before realizing she had been tricked, and her furious screams echoed through the Fu family villa. Ruan Ningxia. I am going to kill you. Chapter 33. She is my mommy. After sending the message, Ningxia blocked Fu Rongrong. That 10,000 was compensation for the mental anguish endured over the years. Fu Rongrong, that chubby girl, had humiliated her countless times. 10,000 was a small price to pay. The villa area was not ideal for catching a cab, and it took Ningxia over 20 minutes to reach the main road. The airport was quite far, and with the flight scheduled for 2:45, she had already wasted a significant amount of time at the Fu residence. Now nearing noon, by the time she arrived at the airport. It was almost 2 p.m. She stood waiting at the airport exit. Chuan is still so small. Did he return alone on the plane? Was he frightened during the journey? Did he cry? Just thinking about it makes Ningxia's heart ache. As it approached 3 o'clock, a small figure emerged from the crowd. Chuan was led out by a flight attendant, who bent down to speak to him as they walked. The little one pursed his lips, his expression appearing somewhat unhappy and dejected, searching the crowd for something. Ningxia immediately raised her hands high. Here, Chuan looked over, and she exclaimed, "Mama is here." Her grand gestures caught the attention of the flight attendant, who pointed in her direction and continued speaking to Chuan. Upon spotting Ningxia bouncing in the crowd, Chuan paused for a moment and nodded. Only then did the flight attendant guide him over. "Sweetheart." Ningxia nearly lunged forward to embrace the little one. "Mama missed you so much." Fu Zichuan struggled out of her embrace and stepped aside. The flight attendant, noticing Fu Zichuan's face full of resistance and a look of "I don't know you," anxiously shielded the child behind her. Eyeing Ningxia warily, "Chuan, is she your mother?" Ningxia hurriedly affirmed, "Yes, I am Fu Zichuan's mother." Fu Zichuan remained silent. The flight attendant regarded her with a gaze akin to that reserved for human traffickers. Ningxia, feeling desperate, urged, "Son, don't betray your mother. If I get taken away, you won't have a mother anymore." Only then did Fu Zichuan leisurely reply, "Auntie, she is my mama." The flight attendant sighed in relief, checked the flight information, and facilitated the handover with Ningxia. After expressing her gratitude and taking the suitcase from the flight attendant, Ningxia turned to take Chuan's hand, but he tucked his little hand into his pocket and strode forward coolly. Ningxia chuckled, remaining in her spot. "You've gone the wrong way. The exit is this way." Fu Zichuan, the little gentleman, remained silent. Ningxia grasped his suitcase and said, "Let's go catch a ride over there." Fu Zichuan walked toward her indicated direction, with Ningxia following closely behind, her eyes brimming with joy, unable to take enough of him. When he was 2, Fu Lin had sent him abroad, hiring the best nanny to care for him round the clock. As a mother, Ningxia could only see her son during holidays, resulting in a rather unfamiliar bond between them. As Fu Zichuan grew older, he became increasingly distant, reluctant to engage in conversations whenever they spoke on the phone. While waiting for a ride, Ningxia stood behind her son, discreetly comparing their heights. The little fellow had already reached her waist, inheriting his father's long legs, ensuring he would grow tall. He was nearly 5 this year. Slender, dressed in a t-shirt and shorts, sporting white sneakers and a smart children's watch. Every item he wore was a designer brand, unmistakably a child from a wealthy family. Alas, the days of being a rich third-generation heir had come to an end. This harsh reality was still unbeknownst to the little one. "Are we taking a bus back?" Fu Zichuan suddenly turned to look at Ningxia. She promptly replied, "Yes, we're taking a bus back." "What is wrong?" Fu Zichuan's eyes filled with confusion. "Where's the bus?" Ningxia pointed to the coach. "That big bus right there," Fu Zichuan asked. "Then why are others getting on our bus?" Ningxia was taken aback. It soon dawned on her, and she explained, "Sweetheart, this is a coach, not our private vehicle. This big bus has many seats and can accommodate lots of people. A taxi is the only kind of vehicle that can seat just us two." The little heir, having never ridden a coach or bus before, paused for a moment and then pouted in displeasure. "I don't like riding with strangers." Ningxia replied, "Why not? It's lively with more people." "Give it a try," Fu Zichuan retorted. "I don't like crowds." Ningxia suggested, "Why not try to overcome it?" Fu Zichuan shot her a glance of exasperation. "Why not take a taxi?" Ningxia cleared her throat. Taking the coach is cheaper. She had spent nearly 300 on the taxi. 300. Now, that amount felt like a fortune to her, equivalent to a week's worth of living expenses for her and Fu Lin. Fu Zichuan asked with a soul-searching question. "Don't you have money? Why not ask Dad for some?" Ningxia thought to herself, "Your mother has no money, and your father is even poorer." As the coach began to board, Ningxia seized the opportunity to take her son's hand, pulling him onto the bus. Once aboard, Fu Zichuan appeared somewhat upset. Despite Ningxia's attempts to soothe him, he remained silent, gazing out the window, refusing to engage. His sulky demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of his father. Ningxia allowed him a moment to cool off. Not far down the road, her phone chimed with a message from Fu Lin. "How is the consultation regarding the divorce going?" "Not well." She hadn't even gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and he remained unaware that their son had returned. Just as she contemplated calling him to clarify the situation, she received a call from Xiao Ruoshui. Ningxia answered her call first. Ruoshui inquired about the conversation she had with Fu Lin after she left yesterday, asking whether they were indeed getting divorced. With Chuan beside her, Ningxia spoke in a hushed tone. "It's not convenient to discuss that right now. Let's talk another day." Xiao Ruoshui pressed. "Why isn't it convenient?" Ningxia explained. "Chuan is back, and we're on the bus." "Oh, my godson is back. Where are you?" "I haven't seen him in over half a year." "I've missed him terribly," Ningxia replied. I just picked him up from the airport and am getting ready to head home. It should take another 2 hours. Perfect timing. You'll be back just in time for dinner. I'll treat my godson to a feast." Ning Xia smiled and agreed. After hanging up, she turned to check on her little treasure, who still had his back to her but had perked up his little ears, clearly eavesdropping on her conversation. Ning Xia leaned in and said, "Chuan Chuan, do you remember Auntie Roshue? She always buys you gifts when you return. She is going to treat us to dinner." Fu Zichuan certainly remembered her, the woman with heavy makeup, a strong scent of perfume, and an incessant desire to cling to him. He wasn't particularly fond of that auntie, nor did he like eating with her. Chapter 34. Your father is bankrupt and paralyzed, though taking the coach was economical. It also came with its inconveniences. They would need to transfer once they reached the city center. Weighing the hassle against the savings, Ning Xia opted for the inconvenience. Now that Chuan Chuan was back in the country, there would be even more expenses to consider, and everything had to be meticulously budgeted. During the evening rush hour, the roads were teeming with vehicles and pedestrians, causing significant congestion. The bus moved in fits and starts. Ning Xia and her son sat at the back, with the suitcase placed in the aisle. She used her foot to nudge the suitcase while messaging Xiao Ruoxue. "We're almost there. Just 2 or 3 more stops." Xiao Ruoxue sent back an okay emoji. Ning Xia noticed her son's complexion appeared somewhat pale. "Chuan Chuan, are you all right?" Fu Zichuan shook his head, insisting he was fine. Ning Xia assumed it was due to his recent return to the country and the adjustment. Soon, they arrived at their stop, and as they disembarked, the little one opened his mouth and suddenly vomited. Ning Xia was horrified. "Baby, what's wrong? Don't scare Mama." Fu Zichuan was at a loss for words, looking like he was about to faint. Without hesitation, Ning Xia scooped him up and rushed toward the hospital. Fu Zichuan nearly vomited again from the jostling, groaning, "Are you trying to strangle me? Put me down. I need to throw up." Ning Xia quickly set him down. The moment Fu Zichuan's feet touched the ground, his stomach lurched. Ning Xia squatted beside him, watching helplessly as he retched violently, feeling utterly at a loss. Once he finished, Fu Zichuan weakly said, "I feel so dizzy." Ning Xia swiftly moved him to a shaded area, dragged the suitcase over, and had him sit on it while she fanned him with her hand, heartbroken. "Baby, what's wrong with you?" Fu Zichuan was unwilling to engage with his confused mother. He closed his eyes, his face devoid of color. Ning Xia was on the verge of tears, pleading, "What's wrong? Talk to Mama." Fu Zichuan forced his eyes open. "I was just feeling better, and now you want to shake me up again?" Ning Xia immediately released her hold. Seeing her eyes reddened, as if she were about to cry, Fu Zichuan paused and said, "I'm not sick. I'm just carsick." Ning Xia felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was merely motion sickness that had nearly given her a heart attack. "Then you sit tight here, and Mama will go buy you a bottle of water to rinse your mouth. By the way, do you want ice cream?" Fu Zichuan, utterly speechless. "You want me to eat ice cream right after throwing up? Don't you think that would be hard on my stomach?" "Oh, right, I'll just buy the water. I'll be right back." Ning Xia dashed to a nearby convenience store and quickly purchased a bottle of room-temperature water. After rinsing his mouth and sipping some water, Fu Zichuan sat on the suitcase for a while, finally feeling better. Throughout this time, Ning Xia remained by his side, somehow managing to find 2 old magazines, one held over his head for shade, the other in her hand to gently fan him. She was a flurry of activity, sweating profusely. After a moment of silence, Fu Zichuan offered the remaining half bottle of water. "Do you want some?" Ning Xia was momentarily stunned. Realizing her son was concerned for her sent fireworks of joy through her mind. Her son was worried about her. The smile on her face nearly reached her ears as she said, "Mama isn't thirsty, you drink it? Once you feel better, we can head home. I feel fine now. Our home is just 5 minutes ahead. Can you walk? Do you want me to carry you?" Fu Zichuan shook his head. "I don't want you to carry me." Ning Xia, whose spirits had soared only to be dashed again, felt a pang of disappointment. How much did he resent her as a mother, to refuse her embrace even when he felt so unwell? "Then just follow me slowly, and if you feel unwell, stop." "Okay." After following for a while, Fu Zichuan glanced around the streets with a sense of confusion. "The last time I returned, the house didn't seem to be here." "Did we move?" "Well, sort of," came the reply. "What do you mean by sort of?" Fu Zichuan's bewilderment deepened, when suddenly a woman's shrill voice pierced the air. "Oh, my dear godson." The woman rushed over and enveloped him in a tight embrace. godson. The familiar and pungent scent of perfume made Fu Zichuan feel somewhat displeased. He extricated himself from Xiao Ruoshui's embrace and nestled behind Ningxia. Xiao Ruoshui chuckled heartily. The little one is shy. Fu Zichuan. Ningxia explained. Chuan isn't feeling well. He got carsick on the way back and threw up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoshui's heart ached. We must replenish what he lost. Come, I've already reserved a private room. You can eat to your heart's content today. Throughout their journey, Xiao Ruoshui continuously fussed over Fu Zichuan, though it was mostly her talking while Fu Zichuan hardly uttered a word. They dined at a nearby restaurant, choosing light dishes to accommodate the young one. Xiao Ruoshui and Ningxia persistently served him food, and soon Fu Zichuan's plate resembled a small mountain. After just a couple of bites, he felt full and requested to use the restroom. Ningxia offered to accompany him, but he declined. He calmly asked a waiter in the corridor where the restroom was, exuding the poise of a little adult. Xiao Ruoshui couldn't help but exclaim, "Why do I feel like your son is more mature than both of us adults? He has become even more taciturn since his last visit. If I managed to elicit a response from him after speaking 10 sentences, I would be eternally grateful." Xiao Ruoshui lamented. "Does he dislike me?" Ningxia consoled her. "What are you thinking? He not only dislikes you but also me." Xiao Ruoshui. Ningxia sighed. "He hasn't smiled at me the entire way here. When I hold his hand, he doesn't let me." Xiao Ruoshui reassured her. "He's still young and just returned from abroad. It's perfectly normal for him to be shy. He'll warm up with time." Ningxia understood this logic, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. It wasn't his fault. He had been sent abroad at a young age, only returning briefly during holidays, growing up in an environment lacking maternal affection. It was only natural that he would find it difficult to bond with Ningxia, who played the role of a mother. After their meal, the sky outside darkened. Xiao Ruoshui still wanted to take Chuan to the city center for some fun, but Ningxia interjected. He sat on a plane for over 10 hours, returning feeling dizzy and nauseous. "Let's not tire him out further. We should go home first." Xiao Ruoshui pondered for a moment. "Then let's rest today. I'll take you out to play another day. Come, I'll drive you back." Ningxia did not refuse. The three of them walked in the direction of the community. The further they walked, the more secluded the path became, and the houses grew increasingly dilapidated. Fu Zichuan looked around in bewilderment. "Where is this place? Why are we here? Aren't we going home?" Xiao Ruoshui looked at Ningxia in surprise. "You didn't tell Chuan?" Ningxia sighed. "I didn't have the chance." Fu Zichuan asked, "What were you going to tell me?" "That your father has gone bankrupt and is paralyzed, and you are no longer the pampered heir of a wealthy family." Chapter 35. I have a grudge against her. Fu Linqing had lost count of how many times he had checked his phone. He had sent Ningxia a message in the afternoon, and by evening, she still hadn't replied. Was she intentionally ignoring him? Or did she simply not see the message? Either possibility left Fu Linqing feeling disgruntled. Ignoring his messages implied she did not take his words seriously, while not seeing them suggested she was indifferent to the matter. Fu Linqing dialed her number. A mechanical voice answered. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off." Fu Linqing frowned. It was already 8 in the evening. She had never returned this late, and with her phone switched off, he had no way of knowing if something had happened. His emotions began to spiral into agitation. A powerful urge surged within him. He pushed his wheelchair to the door, opened it, only to find the threshold obstructing his path. He couldn't get out. Even if he could, how would he navigate the 6 flights of stairs? This harsh reality once again reminded Fu Linqing that he was disabled, unable to go anywhere, confined to rot in the darkness. Damn it! Fu Linqing slammed the door in frustration. When Ningxia opened the door, the living room was shrouded in darkness, the lights off. The house was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Ningxia placed Chuan's small suitcase aside and felt along the wall for the light switch. As the light flickered on, she was startled to find Fu Linqing sitting motionless in his wheelchair, resembling a statue. Clutching her chest, her heart raced. "Fu Linqing, you scared me. You're back?" Fu Linqing gazed at her silently, his voice hoarse and low. Ningxia responded affirmatively, intending to discuss Chuan's situation, but Fu Linqing suddenly interrupted. "What time is it now?" Instinctively, Ningxia reached for her phone to check the time, only to remember, "It's around 8 or 9. My phone is dead." "Why?" Fu Linqing, usually calm, raised his voice sharply. "Why didn't you charge your phone when it was dead?" Ningxia was taken aback by his outburst. "It's just out of battery." "Why are you yelling at me? Shouldn't you be yelled at?" Any sane person knows when their phone is dead, they should find a place to charge it. Yet you, not responding to messages and your phone switched off. Why the hell did you take your phone out if you weren't going to charge it? Is it a toy? Ningxia had never witnessed him in such a rage before. Previously, during their arguments about Zhang Yao, he had never shouted at her like this. His current demeanor was somewhat frightening. The veins on his neck and forehead were bulging, and his chest heaved violently with anger, his jawline taut. Ningxia had devoted herself to caring for him these days. No matter how irritable or displeased he became, she had never held it against him, believing he was a patient and she should be more understanding. But why did he keep yelling at her? Venting his frustrations on her without reason? Was she a garbage can, expected to bear his inexplicable wrath? This time, Ningxia refused to indulge him and yelled back. Who decided that a dead phone must be charged? Besides, where could I possibly find a charging spot while I was out? I merely returned a little late. What exactly are you upset about, you lunatic? Fu Lingqing's hands gripped the wheelchair's armrests tightly, his knuckles turning white. You make a mistake and don't allow anyone to point it out? Before you left this morning, you said you'd be back by noon. But look, it's already evening and you're still not home. You don't respond to messages, your phone's switched off. Did you ever consider how I felt? Did you think I wouldn't worry about you? You haven't thought about it because you're still a healthy person who can come and go as you please. While I'm a disabled person trapped in this prison-like place, unable to move an inch like a prisoner. Ningxia was taken aback. Fu Lingqing turned his wheelchair and began to leave. Wait! Ningxia rushed over and grabbed the wheelchair. Fu Lingqing said, let go. Ningxia stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Nervously, she tentatively asked, Fu Lingqing, were you worried about me and wanted to come find me but couldn't get downstairs, hence your anger? Fu Lingqing replied expressionlessly, I'm angry because I'm a lunatic. Ningxia, she squatted down in front of him. You don't have to be sarcastic. Calling you a lunatic was my mistake. I misunderstood you, and I'm sorry. Fu Lingqing coldly regarded her. Do you think an apology earns you my forgiveness? Where do you get that confidence? Yes, I apologize, so you should forgive me because I didn't mean to insult you. Ningxia asserted with conviction, it's because you yelled at me first. I only retaliated. Fu Lingqing couldn't help but laugh in anger. Ruan Ningxia, do you really have no self-respect? You just insulted me harshly, and now you casually apologize as if nothing happened. How can you be so unbothered? What does self-respect have to do with this? If I said something wrong or did something wrong, apologizing is completely normal. Isn't it? Fu Lingqing was momentarily speechless. Nowadays, even adults would stubbornly refuse to admit their mistakes out of pride. He found himself somewhat admiring Ruan Ningxia for being unbound by such superficial concerns. Ningxia continued, I think you should apologize to me too. While it's natural to worry, you shouldn't take it out on me. Thankfully, I have a strong ability to handle pressure. Otherwise, anyone else would have been driven away by your anger. Fu Lingqing replied, Stop being so self-important. I couldn't care less about you. Ningxia pointed to his clothes, still stubborn. You've changed into nicer clothes, clearly intending to go out to find me. What else could that mean? Fu Lingqing typically wore pajamas at home, but now he was dressed in a t-shirt and long pants, even wearing shoes. Fu Lingqing fell silent. Ningxia patted his thigh, cheerfully saying, The child can be taught. All my efforts in taking care of you these days weren't in vain. You now know how to care for others. Fu Lingqing shook off her hand. Ruan Ningxia, are you out of your mind? A man's thigh isn't something you can just touch. Ningxia clicked her tongue. So petty. Fu Lingqing asked irately, What about your consultation regarding the divorce? How did that go? Ningxia hesitated. I didn't go. Fu Lingqing's expression darkened. What do you mean you didn't go? You weren't planning to go at all, were you? I wanted to go, but before I could, I received a call from your mother, From Joshueru, who summoned me back to the Fu family. Fu Lingqing's face turned ashen. So you went? Yes, she said she had something to discuss. Did you not think to call me before you went? Why are you calling her? Aren't you the one who dislikes her? Besides, she is looking for me, not you. Fu Lingqing's anger rendered him speechless as he glared at her. Ningxia, realizing belatedly that he seemed irate, explained, She truly has business with me. Fu Lingqing scoffed coldly. I know you're foolish, but I never imagined you to be this foolish. You are fully aware of the poor relationship I have with her, yet you still dare to meet her alone? Aren't you afraid she might conspire against you? Ningxia was momentarily taken aback. Surely she wouldn't scheme against me. We have no enmity. I have enmity with her. Fu Linqing's gaze was as frigid as ice. Who knows if that vixen might not extend her hatred towards you as well? Chapter 36. Who is this wild man? This was the first time Ningxia had witnessed him utter such profanities. The malice emanating from him sent shivers down her spine. It became apparent that when he despised someone, he could be truly terrifying. Did he harbor similar loathing for her, as he did for Zhou Xueru? When she manipulated him into marrying her? Ningxia trembled at the thought, unwilling to delve deeper. Fu Linqing noticed her pale countenance and fixed his gaze upon her. What are you thinking? Ningxia desperately shook her head. Nothing. That if I were Zhou Xueru and she were to seek me out again, I would inform you beforehand. In the future? Fu Linqing laughed coldly. You'd best avoid any of the Fu family. They are all unsavory characters. Ningxia mused to herself that he too bore the surname Fu. Fu Linqing rubbed his temples. What does she want with you? Ningxia almost forgot the matter at hand. Chuan has returned. She asked me to pick him up from the airport. Fu Linqing was momentarily taken aback. Who has returned? Your son. A little figure formed in Fu Linqing's mind, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Wasn't he studying abroad? Ningxia retorted. The school said you hadn't paid, and they couldn't reach you. So they expelled Chuan at Fu Linqing. The school charged fees quarterly, and with summer break upon them, if he wished to continue his studies. He needed to pay the upcoming quarter's tuition. Such matters had always been handled by his assistant, but after his incident, no one attended to them. The Fu family had no desire for him to thrive. So it was unlikely they would finance his son's education. Thus, the school had no choice but to expel him. After pondering the issue, Fu Linqing paused. Where is he now? Ningxia sighed. I explained our family's bankruptcy and your situation to him. After hearing it, he asked if I was joking. I told him I wasn't. He seemed unable to accept it and said he wanted to be alone for a while. I had a friend accompany him downstairs and brought his luggage up. We'll pick him up soon. Fu Linqing found himself at a loss for words. What can a little kid not accept? He is a clever little boy. Please do not underestimate him. If I were in his shoes, I too would find it hard to accept going from a third-generation wealthy child to a broken second-generation one. I would also want to be alone for a moment. Down by the flower bed at the entrance of the community, Xiao Ruoxue sat on the stone steps with Fu Zichuan, the street lamp casting a dim light overhead. Half an hour prior, Ningxia had conveyed the news of Fu Linqing's car accident, his paralysis, his expulsion from the Fu family, and their bankruptcy. Fu Zichuan appeared utterly devastated by the revelation. Ningxia mentioned that Fu Linqing was unaware of his son's return and suggested she speak with him first. Meanwhile, she sat there with the disheartened Fu Zichuan, enduring the mosquitoes. Xiao Ruoxue felt several itchy welts on her legs and could no longer bear it. Chuan, how much longer do you need to be quiet? Aunt Xiao. Fu Zichuan finally spoke. Will I be sent to an orphanage? Xiao Ruoxue was taken aback. Why would you be sent to an orphanage? Fu Zichuan lowered his head. Because my dad is bankrupt. And my mom loves money so much, she might divorce him and see me as a burden. It would be best for them to send me to an orphanage. And why goodness, you've been sitting here for half an hour. Contemplating these thoughts? Goodness, are kids nowadays this mature? Xiao Ruoxue was astonished. Chuan, why are you thinking such things? Even if your mom and dad were to divorce, she would never abandon you. Fu Zichuan seized upon the key word. So they are already discussing divorce? Xiao Ruoxue scratched her leg. They are considering divorce, but rest assured, you're so adorable that your mom would never abandon you. Fu Zichuan remained silent. If he is adorable, she would want him. But what if she discovered he was not adorable at all? Would she then cast him away? Would he ultimately end up in an orphanage? Ningxia's voice called out. Chuan. Xiao Ruoxue waved. Here, Ningxia jogged over, noticing Xiao Ruoxue's legs rubbing together. Damn mosquitoes, why do they only bite me? All right, you two should hurry inside. I'm leaving. If I stay any longer, I might lose my legs. With that, Xiao Ruoxue departed, while Ningxia checked Fu Zichuan's legs, finding no welts at all, yet he appeared emotionally downcast. Was he still grappling with the news of their bankruptcy? Ningxia gently patted the little fellow's head. Your father is very happy you are back. He is waiting for you at home. Are you ready to go home? Fu Zichuan looked up, half convinced. Are you sure he is happy, not sad? Why would you ask that? You are his son. Of course, he will be happy to see you. He will think of not being able to pay the tuition. A man who cannot provide for his child is likely not to feel happy. Ningxia awkwardly replied. Your father is just temporarily short on money. He will surely prosper again. We must have faith in him. He will be able to support his wife and son. Don't think too much. This way, our home is on the 6th floor, and we'll take the stairs. The hallway is a bit dim. But do not be afraid. Mommy will hold your hand. Upon entering the building, Fu Zichuan was startled by the shabby, messy hallway, clearly a shock for someone born with a silver spoon, who had never endured hardship, let alone lived in such a decrepit place. Ningxia cast a glance at Fu Lincheng, signaling him to approach and speak to their son. Chuan is introverted and not fond of talking. He will surely feel strange in the new home. As parents, we must communicate more with our children to alleviate their unease. Ningxia had insisted before descending. Fu Lincheng had promised her he would be more proactive. Taking a deep breath, he wheeled himself towards his son, forcing a smile as he initiated. Chuan, welcome home. Fu Zichuan suddenly took a step back, unusually and actively grasping Ningxia's hand. With a perplexed expression, he looked up at Ningxia and asked, Mommy, who is this wild man? Fu Lincheng. Chapter 37. Sharing a bed. Ningxia couldn't contain herself. Pfft. She burst out laughing, unable to restrain her amusement. Ha ha ha. Fu Lincheng shot her a glare. Ningxia quickly silenced herself. Fu Lincheng's expression was a delightful mix of incredulity and annoyance as he darkly proclaimed. I am your father, he added. Come here. Fu Zichuan shrank behind Ningxia. Why are you scaring the child? Ningxia shielded her son. He is just a child, you know? Chuan, ignore him. Mommy will take you to shower. You've been on a plane for over 10 hours and just got carsick. After your shower, you can rest. Upon entering the bathroom, Fu Zichuan's expression crumbled once more as he beheld the filthy toilet. This was the dirtiest bathroom he had ever seen, and he recoiled. Refusing to bathe, and no matter how Ningxia persuaded him, it was in vain. Ningxia felt utterly helpless. This obsession with cleanliness was identical to his wild father. If you refuse to bathe, we can do it tomorrow instead. You need time to adjust. Come, let us check out the bedroom. Ningxia led the little fellow to her bedroom. Our new home is rather small, with only 2 rooms. The larger one is for Daddy, and I will stay in the smaller one. Chuan, you can sleep in the same bed with Mommy for now, all right? Glancing at the cramped bedroom, Fu Zichuan's expression nearly crumbled again. Are we going to live here forever? Ningxia reassured him. No, we will move to a bigger house in the future. What nonsense! If there were a bigger house, why would we move to this rundown place? He wanted to leave, to escape here. But he couldn't even cry or throw a tantrum because no one liked a disobedient child. After a long period of silence, Fu Zichuan asked, Can I sleep alone? Don't you want to share a bed with Mommy? Why can't you and Daddy sleep in the same bed? That was a sharp question. Because Daddy's leg is injured and he can only sleep alone. Mommy tends to be a bit restless in her sleep and might accidentally hurt Daddy's leg, which would be dangerous. Seeing that he truly couldn't sleep alone, Fu Zichuan reluctantly agreed. After settling him in, Ningxia went to find Fu Lincheng. However, Fu Lincheng was not in the living room. He had returned to his room. Ningxia knocked on the door, calling out, Fu Lincheng, are you inside? Please open the door. Fu Lincheng, disinterested, urged her to go to bed. Ningxia lowered her voice and insisted, I need to talk to you. About what? He replied. Just open the door. The door was not locked. Ningxia pushed it open, scissors in hand. Come on, let's cut your hair. Fu Lincheng frowned. What do you mean cut my hair? I think it looks fine as it is. What is fine about it? Your hair is quite long. It really needs a trim. Just now, Chuan couldn't even recognize you. Let me help you. Just sit there, and you won't need to lift a finger. Ningxia, do you not understand what I'm saying? I told you I don't want a haircut. Just leave me alone. Fu Lincheng's irritation was palpable, his tone sharp. Ningxia remained unfazed. She understood that his negativity stemmed from his current state, a reluctance to care for himself. Prolonged exposure to darkness can lead one to become accustomed to it. Such pessimism profoundly impacts one's mood, and over time, it can lead to a sense of hopelessness. Initially, she only intended to persuade him to cut his hair so as not to frighten their son, but now she felt it imperative that he do so. She could not allow his despondent emotions to imprison him. Ningxia approached him, speaking with patience. As long as we are not divorced, we are still a couple, and I have the right to manage you. Your hair must be cut today. You can either cooperate willingly, or I will take matters into my own hands. Ideas your choice. Fu Lincheng regarded her with a gaze akin to that of a dead fish. You dare to challenge me? Ningxia retorted. Well, considering you can't stand up right now, I can do as I please. Fu Lincheng remained silent. Ningxia employed both gentle persuasion and firm resolve. You've already frightened our son. What if this creates a lasting psychological scar for him? I don't mind whether your hair is long or short, but our son is timid, asa father. What harm is there in sacrificing a little hair for his sake? Fu Linqing, irritable, countered. What difference does it make whether I cut my hair or not? Looking disheveled won't change the fact that I can never stand again, and no matter how tidy I appear. It won't restore my ability to walk. Ningxia frowned. Fu Linqing, you mustn't think like that. True, you cannot walk now. But how can you be certain that you won't recover in the future? Attending to one's appearance is essential. It signifies mental well-being and a hopeful outlook on life. Every day can be filled with joy. She squatted down to meet his gaze, striving to be happy and mentally healthy, filled with hope for the future. I see that worthwhile? Fu Linqing's eyelashes fluttered. He yearned to tell her that for someone like him, becoming disabled meant a future devoid of hope. Yet, gazing into her bright, sparkling eyes, he found himself unable to voice his rebuttal. Seated in his wheelchair, draped in a plastic bag, strands of hair fell sporadically. Ningxia stood behind him, scissors in one hand and a comb in the other, advising him, "Lower your head a bit. I need to cut the back." Fu Linqing summoned the last of his patients to cooperate with her. The scissors snipped away, and he watched as his hair fell to the ground, inquiring, "When did you learn to cut hair?" "I never learned," Ningxia replied. "When I was young, my family wasn't well off, so I took care of my own hair. I have a younger brother. I cut both my hair and my mother's, even though it had been years since she last cut hair. Her hands were still adept." This was the first time she had mentioned her family. Fu Linqing had known for years that Ningxia was not a local, yet throughout their marriage, he had never met her family. He had no desire to do so. At that time, he had fundamentally resisted the idea of their union. Fu Linqing paused. "In the future, if the opportunity arises, let us invite your parents over for a meal." Ningxia was momentarily taken aback, and in that distracted moment, she miscalculated with the scissors. "What's wrong?" Fu Linqing noticed. "Don't move." Ningxia pressed his head down, pretending nothing had happened. "My mother is no longer with us, and my relationship with my father is strained. I've long since considered him dead. If you wish to dine, there likely won't be that opportunity." In this regard, they were strikingly similar. Both had lost their mothers and had troubled relationships with their fathers. "All done," Ningxia declared, putting down the scissors. "Hold still, there are some stray hairs at your nape. I'll blow them away." She bent down and gently blew at the back of his neck. A soft breath brushed against his skin, causing Fu Linqing to tense, a tingling sensation blossoming from the depths of his being. He felt somewhat uneasy. "Is it done?" Yes, don't rush me," Ningxia replied. Removing the plastic bag from his shoulders, Fu Linqing was unaware of what his hair now looked like, prompting him to ask Ningxia for a mirror. Feeling guilty, she said, "It's almost midnight. Let us check it out in the morning." With that, she pushed him back to the bedroom, asking, "Do you need my help?" Fu Linqing shook his head. Then, Ningxia checked his phone, noticing it was fully charged. "If you need anything, call me. Good night." Chapter 38. She loved him so much. Returning to the guest room, Ningxia was greeted by the sight of her son. Fragrant and soft, sleeping peacefully on the bed, he lay on his side, his cherubic face rosy, his long, thick eyelashes resembling two tiny fans. Ningxia lay beside him, unable to resist kissing his soft cheek. Sleep eluded her as she gazed at her son. Marveling at how he had grown from that tiny bundle to this, he was so well developed, healthy, and charming. From head to toe, even his hair was perfect. This was the child she had borne, the flesh of her flesh nurtured for 10 months. She loved him immensely, more than she had ever imagined. A thought crossed her mind. If it weren't for Fu Linqing's bankruptcy, she and their son might never have reunited. She continued to watch him until she finally nestled against her little one. Drifting into a deep slumber, the next morning, she awoke to find herself alone in bed. "Where is my big son?" Ningxia sat up, sleep still clinging to her, doubting whether she had merely dreamt that her son had returned. Rising, she searched the living room and found her little one seated on a stool. Ningxia's heart settled back into place. Fu Zichuan was perched on a small stool, resting his chin on his hands, contemplating a question, unaware of Ningxia's arrival. Adults often favor obedient, sensible children, and to avoid being sent to an orphanage, he pondered how to play the role of a well-behaved and sensible child. Should I act like a fool, smiling every day and obeying my parents? Whatever they say goes. I can't say no. I might agree to do things I dislike. But what if they hit me? Should I say no then? Chuan, Ningxia's voice broke his thoughts. Fu Zichuan looked up to see Ningxia in her pajamas approaching him. I'm just reading, he replied, sounding like a good child. You woke up so early just to read? Ningxia was astonished. I couldn't sleep. So I got up. Fu Zichuan opened his book, which was in English. Ningxia couldn't understand it. She stroked his soft face. When did you wake up? Almost an hour ago. You all were still sleeping, so I thought I'd get up first. Fu Zichuan looked up with his big puppy eyes. Did I wake you? No, not at all. Next time you wake up and I'm still asleep, you can wake me up. I don't want to disturb you. Ningxia felt her heart melt, grinning widely. Even if you wake me, I want to be angry. Fu Zichuan simply acknowledged her. Ningxia continued, Are you hungry? Let us wash up and go out for breakfast. I've already washed my face, brushed my teeth, and used the toilet. The nearby suitcase was open, and the bathroom contained a toothbrush and toothpaste. The little one had already tidied himself up. Ningxia was astonished by his independence. At 5, she had still been playing in the mud. Then you can keep reading while I wash up. Okay. Ningxia hurried to the bathroom. Fu Zichuan concluded that acting cute was effective. His mother seemed very pleased. Ningxia quickly brushed her teeth, washed her face, changed her clothes, and cheerfully took her son out to find food. This was Fu Zichuan's first experience having breakfast on a bustling street filled with the aroma of life. He was curious about everything around him. His breakfast had always been at home, served by the nanny, featuring authentic Western-style meals, and he didn't need to clean up afterward. The driver would take him to school. He had never experienced a traditional Chinese breakfast, so everything was new to him. When Ningxia asked what he wanted to eat, he looked puzzled and replied, I don't know. That's all right. We'll try a bit of everything until we find something you like. Ningxia led him from one breakfast shop to another, sampling various foods. They bought steamed buns, deep-fried dough sticks, soy milk, rice noodle soup, and more. They found a less crowded shop, ordered a meal, and sat down to eat. Ningxia spread all the breakfast items before her son, handed him a pair of chopsticks, and encouraged him to start eating. Fu Zichuan asked, puzzled, Aren't you eating? Ningxia smiled. With so much food, you want to be able to finish it all? I'll eat later. Fu Zichuan picked up a pan-fried bun, took a bite, and his taste buds were awakened, his eyes widening in surprise. Ningxia beamed, Isn't it delicious? I knew it would be. Fu Zichuan nodded modestly. Try everything, Ningxia said, propping her chin on her hand as she watched her little one sample each dish. She noted his reactions, savoring every moment. Fu Zichuan gradually found it unbearable to endure Ningxia's unabashed gaze. Taking a sip of water, he nervously inquired, Are you observing me? Observing him, assessing him, contemplating whether to nurture him or not. Indeed. Ningxia gently rubbed the child's small face, saying, You were separated from your mother at such a young age. Living alone abroad for so many years, and your mother knows nothing about you. I don't know what you love to eat, drink, or play with, so I can only quietly observe and remember in my heart. You enjoy meat. Among all these foods, your first choice is meat buns, which is quite similar to your mother, as she also loves meat. It seems you don't fancy sweet drinks. You always opt for water. And you haven't touched the soy milk or mung bean soup at all, just like your father, who also doesn't care for sweets. Ningxia voiced her observations. Fu Zichuan glanced at her several times, pondering why she had bought so many breakfast items. Ningxia added, There are other things you haven't tried yet. Hurry and eat. Fu Zichuan sampled the various breakfast items, and by the end, his belly was round and full, leaving him unable to eat another bite. Ningxia finished half and packed the rest to take home. Before heading home, they visited the local market together. Having never experienced shopping at a market abroad, everything seemed fresh and exciting to him. With his good looks and charming demeanor, walking hand in hand with Ningxia, he garnered numerous compliments from the vendors. Even the usually frugal aunties generously gifted Ningxia a bunch of scallions. Ningxia laughed, Kai, from now on, when I go grocery shopping, I'll take you along. These aunties and grandmas adore you. If you sweeten your words a bit, we won't have to pay for scallions anymore. Her expression was akin to someone who had stumbled upon a great deal, making Fu Zichuan think that scallions must be quite expensive. He asked, Are these vegetables very pricey? Ningxia nodded, So expensive. Do you know how much this little bunch of scallions costs? Fu Zichuan shook his head, indicating he did not know. Ningxia held up her hand to signify 8 mao. Fu Zichuan. Not 800, not 8,000, but 8 mao. Confused, Fu Zichuan wondered if 8 mao was indeed expensive. or if there was a difference in prices between China and abroad. Upon returning home, Fu Lincheng was already awake, with the sound of running water emanating from the bathroom as he washed up. Kai Kai, go call your dad for breakfast, Ningxia said, carrying the vegetables into the kitchen. Mother will handle the meat. Okay. Fu Zichuan approached the bathroom and knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened. Fu Lincheng sat in a wheelchair in front of the sink, a basin filled with water resting on his lap. He held the basin with one hand, while the other wielded an electric razor. Busy shaving. The two exchanged glances, and it was Fu Lincheng who broke the silence, asking, "What is the matter?" Fu Zichuan stared at him intently. Fu Lincheng felt that the boy's gaze was peculiar, reminiscent of when he had referred to him as a wild man the day before. He had cut his hair and shaved. If the boy dared to call him a wild man again, he would show him what a true wild man looked like. With a stoic expression, Fu Lincheng directly questioned, "What are you staring at?" After a prolonged silence, Fu Zichuan pointed to his head and earnestly asked, "Dad, did a dog chew on your hair?" Fu Lincheng. After delivering such a blow, Fu Zichuan got straight to the point. "Mother asked you to have breakfast." With that, he departed without any further ado. Seated in the wheelchair, Fu Lincheng couldn't see the mirror due to his height. He splashed the water in the basin, hastily wiped his face, then wheeled himself back to the bedroom to retrieve his phone and flipped the camera to see his reflection. Upon viewing himself, he couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Ningxia emerged from washing the vegetables just as Fu Lincheng wheeled himself into the kitchen, appearing somewhat imposing. Yet, her eyes brightened at the sight of him. With his hair cut and beard shaved, the aura of despondency had diminished significantly, making him appear neat and tidy. However, she also felt a sense of disorientation. In this state, he resembled the once aloof and domineering CEO he had been. Ningxia circled around him twice, stating, "I told you long ago that shaving would make you look much more spirited. You didn't believe me, but now look, you're both handsome and refreshed." Fu Lincheng replied coldly, "Do you know what your son just called me?" Ningxia blinked. "Did he call you a wild man again? Don't take what children say too seriously. He said my hair looks like it was chewed by a dog." "Ruan Ningxia, didn't you claim you've been cutting your hair since childhood? You've cut hair for your mother and your brother, and now you've made mine look like this. How can you live with yourself?" It turned out he was holding her accountable. Ningxia felt a pang of guilt. "I did cut hair for my mother and brother, but that was many years ago. My skills have since declined." "So you used me as a guinea pig?" "Oh, come on, it's just hair. It will grow back." Fu Lincheng was speechless. In a wonder, he wanted to see how it turned out last night, and she insisted he go to bed. It was clear she had a guilty conscience. "Don't be angry, I swear I will ensure it's done right next time." Fu Lincheng shot her a sidelong glance. "You think there will be a next time? What will you do when your hair grows long again? You don't like going out or socializing. If I don't help you cut it, who will?" Fu Lincheng replied indifferently, "Have you forgotten we're getting a divorce? After you move out, I can cut it myself." Ningxia was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting about the divorce. "Well, if you want to cut your hair later, just give me a call, I can come to help. And I want to charge you a service fee." Fu Lincheng lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Ningxia wheeled him towards the dining area. "You must be hungry. I brought breakfast for you from me and Chuan Chuan." Although it was called a dining area, it was merely a small space adjacent to the kitchen with a tiny table against the wall, on which sat several white plastic bags containing an assortment of foods. There was half a bowl of mung beans, a bitten vegetarian bun, and a small portion of cold pancakes. Fu Lincheng frowned. "What is this?" "Your breakfast," Ningxia replied. "I specifically bought it for you. Please eat." Fu Lincheng pointed to his face. "Look into my eyes and repeat that you bought it especially for me." Ningxia replied confidently, "It's all leftovers from your son. What is there to be picky about? Besides, it's nutritious, with veggies, meat, and soup." Fu Lincheng conceded. "Would you die if you didn't talk nonsense? Where did you find veggies, meat, and soup? There are eggs in the pancakes, vegetables in the buns, and mung bean soup counts as soup, right?" Fu Lincheng fell silent. Ningxia urged, "Come on, eat." "I packed it for you with heartfelt intentions." Fu Lincheng replied earnestly, "You might as well adopt a dog. Give it the leftovers instead of thinking of me." Ningxia. Even if Fu Lincheng were to die, he would never consume these leftover scraps. He possessed a sense of dignity. Throughout his life, he had not lived in luxury, but he had at least never been reduced to eating cold leftovers. Yet, his stomach betrayed him, clamoring insistently for food. During his stay in the hospital, He could go a day without eating and not feel starved. Why was he so ravenous now, after enduring for a while? He inquired about lunchtime. Ningxia, while accompanying their son in reading, casually remarked, Chuan and I ate very well. We should have lunch around 12 or 1 o'clock. If you really don't want to eat, just hold on. A few hours of hunger could help with weight loss. Fu Lincheng. Could he endure? He could not. After a mental struggle, he silently picked up half a pancake. After finishing, he wanted to slap himself. Damn it. Now he was both financially and mentally impoverished. Fortunately, Ruan Ningxia and Fu Zichuan were in the living room, engrossed in their reading, oblivious to his plight. The two, one large and one small, were laughing and chatting. Radiating warmth. Fu Lincheng watched for a while before averting his gaze. As he wheeled himself back to the bedroom, he called out to the living room, Ruan Ningxia, come here. Ningxia asked what was the matter. Fu Lincheng merely gestured for her to come over. Uncertain about why he insisted on discussing something in the room, Ningxia followed him with curiosity. Upon reaching the bedroom door, Fu Lincheng instructed, come in and close the door. Once inside, Ningxia shut the door. What is going on? You seem mysterious. Fu Lincheng sat quietly in his wheelchair, observing her. About the divorce. Ningxia paused. He directly asked, will you consult about the divorce today? Ningxia hadn't anticipated that he had summoned her specifically for this matter. She replied, yes, I'll inquire this afternoon. Don't worry. Fu Lincheng scrutinized her. What time will you go? After lunch, I suppose. There shouldn't be any unexpected changes today, right? It should be fine. Then make sure to inquire thoroughly. It's difficult for me to go out, so it's best if they can come to provide service. Understood. Then came the silence. Continuing the conversation seemed pointless, so Ningxia turned to leave. However, before she could exit, a knock sounded at the door. Ningxia opened it to find Fu Zichuan standing there, looking at the two adults in the room. Calmly, he asked, are you discussing the divorce? Chapter 40. Divorce without separation. Ningxia instinctively denied. Of course not. Dad just has something to discuss with Mom. It's not about divorce. Fu Zichuan interrupted her. You're lying. Then he turned to Fu Lincheng. You tell him, if Ningxia was the nurturing mother, Fu Lincheng was the stern father. When Fu Zichuan was studying abroad, he would make time to visit him, spending more time with him than Ningxia did. Yet their bond seemed less intimate. Fu Zichuan had just returned yesterday, and today he was already sharing smiles and reading with his mother. However, this child has never offered him a smile. Perhaps it is because he does not accompany him in activities like reading or taking him out for breakfast. As Ningxia would in his view, a boy should possess a degree of maturity and independence. Therefore, he believes that exposing him to the harsh realities of life at an earlier age is not necessarily a bad thing. There is no need to deceive him regarding his parents' impending divorce. Fu Lincheng wheeled himself in front of his son and asked, did you hear us talking? Ningxia noticed something was amiss and desperately gestured to Fu Lincheng, signaling him to refrain from speaking nonsense. The impact of a divorced family on a child can be profound. Even if the truth must be revealed, it need not be so direct. There are gentler ways to communicate with the child. Yet, Fu Lincheng seemed oblivious to her signals and bluntly inquired, what did you hear? Fu Zichuan shook his head. I did not hear you speaking. Then why did you say we are getting a divorce? I asked Aunt Xiao, and she said you would eventually divorce. Ningxia was taken aback. Aunt Xiao told you that? She's always blabbering. Don't listen to her. Fu Zichuan gazed at her with dark, penetrating eyes. Aunt Xiao did not deceive me. And Mama, you must not deceive me either. Ningxia was momentarily at a loss for words. Fu Lincheng spoke slowly. Your mother and I indeed plan to divorce. He expected the child to break down, to cry, to cause a scene, but to his surprise, Fu Zichuan calmly asked, if you divorce, who will I be with? This left Fu Lincheng momentarily speechless. That I had not considered that. Fu Zichuan looked at Ningxia. Ningxia hesitated. I haven't thought about it either. Fu Zichuan said. I have thought of it for you. He first looked at Fu Lincheng. If I stay with you, life will undoubtedly be very difficult, as you cannot even care for yourself, let alone take care of me. Then he turned to Ningxia. If I stay with you, it might be a bit better, but if you remarry, who knows? You might have children with another man, and I would become unimportant. Ningxia was stunned. Chuan, how could you think of such things at your young age? I am young, not foolish. Fu Zichuan looked at his incapacitated father and unreliable mother, offering a serious suggestion. If you brought me into this world, you must take responsibility for raising me until I reach adulthood. If you truly do not wish to raise me, I hope you can find an adoptive parent who will not mistreat children. This revelation astonished not only Ningxia but also Fu Lincheng. The child's maturity seemed to surpass his expectations. Fu Zichuan declared, "You two discuss it. I will wait outside. Once you reach a conclusion, please inform me of the outcome." With that, he exited. The two adults remained in the room, momentarily stunned. Especially Ningxia, with an expression of disbelief. "Fu Lincheng, what were you doing at 5 years old?" Fu Lincheng understood her implication and fell silent for a moment. Children these days are generally more mature. There's no need to overreact. Yet, this was too mature. He never imagined the child would think they would send him to an orphanage. How could that be? Fu Lincheng glanced at her. However, there is a point he made that is not without merit. "In my current state, I cannot care for him. If you remarry, the new partner will likely view him as a burden." Ningxia shrugged it off. Remarrying is not of utmost importance. Single mothers are quite capable these days. "I can raise the child alone." Fu Lincheng surprisingly felt a sense of relief. He could divorce her. Yet the thought of her remarrying another man seemed intolerable. Soon, he was startled by his own thoughts. Shocked by his selfishness and the inexplicable possessiveness he felt toward Ningxia. Unaware of his internal turmoil, Ningxia pondered the child's earlier words, growing increasingly anxious, leading her to call Xiao Ruoxue. Xiao Ruoxue, working the night shift, was roused from her sleep, her irritation palpable. "Ruan Ningxia, this better be important." Ningxia sat on Fu Lincheng's bed and recounted the events that had transpired. She then asked, "Did you tell Chuan that Fu Lincheng and I are getting a divorce and that we don't want him?" "Nonsense. How could I tell him such things? Then why does he think I would abandon him and seek an adoptive parent?" Suddenly, Xiao Ruoxue recalled something. "Last night, while we were downstairs swatting mosquitoes, he asked me if you and Fu Lincheng were getting a divorce. I thought you had already come clean with him, so I didn't hide it. I told him that while adults may lead separate lives, they still love him." The more Xiao Ruoxue spoke, the more anxious she became. Could it be that this is why he feels abandoned? Ningxia rubbed her forehead. It was quite possible. How could the little one be so sensitive and perceptive? "It's all right. He may just need time to accept it. I will talk to him about it. You should get some more sleep." Ningxia, feeling disheartened, hung up and turned to Fu Lincheng. "On the first night back, Chuan learned from Ruoxue that we are getting a divorce, which is why he thinks we will abandon him." Fu Lincheng replied nonchalantly, "He's quite intelligent. A little explanation will suffice." Just then, Ningxia's phone chimed with a message from Xiao Ruoxue. "Xia. I just consulted with Lawyer Wang, and he provided me with a plan. Would you like to hear it?" "What plan?" "Lawyer Wang said that in your situation, you can divorce without separating households." Ningxia was momentarily puzzled by this unfamiliar concept. "What does that mean?" Xiao Ruoxue translated Lawyer Wang's voice message into text and sent it to Ningxia. "Some couples, due to financial reasons, continue to live together after divorce in cases like your friends, where the husband is disabled and the child is still young. If the situation has not reached an irreconcilable point, they can continue to cohabitate. The advantage of divorcing without separating is that it can prevent psychological harm to the young child. After the divorce, they can choose to live together like a normal family of 3. And when the child is older, they can have an open discussion about it. Alternatively, they can gradually instill the idea in the child that even if the parents divorce, they will not abandon him. After a year or so, once the child has accepted this reality, they can separate without causing too much distress." After reading this, Ningxia felt as if a new world had opened up before her. She had not realized such an arrangement was possible. Clearing her throat, she nudged Fu Lincheng's wheelchair. "I need to speak with you." "Turn around." Fu Lincheng turned his wheelchair to face her, leaning lazily against the backrest. His mood still rather low. "What is it?" Ningxia inquired. "Have you heard of divorcing without separating households?" Chapter 41. Collaborating in Deception. Fu Lincheng frowned. "What is that?" Ningxia showed him her phone. Fu Lincheng took the phone, lowering his gaze to read. After finishing, he was puzzled. "Divorcing yet living together? What kind of divorce is that?" Ningxia asked for his opinion. "What do you think of this plan?" Fu Lincheng replied, "I don't think much of it." "What do you mean by that?" "I think it's a great idea. Chuan is still so young. If our divorce causes him psychological trauma, I would feel guilty for a lifetime. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. At most, it would be for a year or half a year. During this time, I will comfort Chuan's emotions, and once he can accept our divorce, I will move out and disappear from your sight." "How does that sound?" Fu Lincheng gazed deeply at her, remaining silent. Ningxia grew anxious. You are currently limited in mobility, and during this time, I can care for you, cooking and doing laundry for free. You would essentially have a live-in caregiver who was trying to take advantage of you. Fu Lynching felt increasingly frustrated. His mood darker than before, wondering why he should cooperate with her and what benefits it would bring him. What kind of nonsense is that? Are you even human? Ningxia felt a surge of anger. What do you mean by whether it benefits you? Chuan is not just my child. He is your son as well. You are his father. He is currently emotionally wounded. Shouldn't you care for his feelings? Fu Lyncheng was left speechless by her retort. Seeing he remained silent, Ningxia felt a mix of disappointment, sadness, and anger. Since you do not wish to proceed this way, then Fu Lyncheng interrupted her. I never said I wouldn't cooperate. Let's do it your way. Ningxia was overjoyed. Really? You are willing to help me act? Fu Lyncheng grunted in response. Ningxia's face lit up. Great. It's settled then. Let's rehearse a bit. Rehearse? Yes. Chuan will surely ask. You just said you were getting a divorce? Why are you not now? How will you respond? Just give some vague excuse. Ningxia shot him a glare. He's not foolish just because he's young. I've noticed that our son is particularly sensitive. A mere excuse won't suffice. Fu Zichuan furrowed his brows. Then what should I say? Ningxia locked eyes with him and suddenly declared, I love you. Fu Lyncheng's heart skipped a beat. What did you say? Ningxia reiterated, I love you. You love me too, and that is why we decided not to divorce. If Chuan asks, remember to say it like this. All right, Fu Lyncheng. He paused, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Are you out of your mind? What kind of excuse is that? Can't you come up with something else? Of course not. Ningxia stated seriously. Only this excuse will convince him that we will not divorce, thus alleviating his fears of being abandoned. Fu Zichuan sat on a small chair in the living room, resting his chin on his hands, with his elbows placed upon the coffee table, pondering who might truly desire him. Was it Ruan Ningxia or Fu Lyncheng? His mother appeared to harbor a fondness for him, often indulging his whims with treats and comforts. In contrast, his father remained as stoic as ever, clearly disapproving of him. If they were to present him with a choice, whom should he select? In truth, he wished to choose neither. He longed to return to the past, to go back to England, where he would not have to feign compliance. Chuan, Ningxia's voice suddenly rang out. Interrupting his reverie, Fu Zichuan turned to look at her. Ningxia crouched down, gently patting his little head. Your father and I have reached a decision. Would you like to hear the outcome? Fu Zichuan lowered his head and replied with a soft okay. Ningxia took his hand and led him to the bedroom. Fu Lyncheng sat in his wheelchair, managing a strained smile as he saw them enter. Your mother and I have decided against divorce. Fu Zichuan. Ningxia. Isn't that wonderful? Fu Zichuan's expression shifted to one of confusion and skepticism. Are you playing a trick on me? Ningxia, momentarily taken aback, replied, Of course not. Fu Zichuan glanced at his father. Recalling that he had just mentioned divorce, Ningxia shot Fu Lyncheng a knowing look. What did I tell you? Fu Lyncheng cleared his throat. Chuan. Adults sometimes make erroneous decisions and say things they shouldn't. The notion of divorce was a misguided choice. Your mother and I, well, our relationship is still intact. We haven't completely severed ties, and our feelings can still endure for the time being. His words stumbled forth, causing Ningxia to grow anxious. Hadn't they rehearsed this? Why was it so difficult to articulate? As Fu Zichuan's expression morphed into deeper confusion, Ningxia took the initiative to clarify. Sweetheart, what your father means is that we spoke in haste when we mentioned divorce. In truth, our relationship is strong. I love your father dearly, and he loves me in return. We won't be getting divorced, so rest assured. Fu Lyncheng. How was she able to express such sentiments without hesitation? Could it be that she genuinely harbored feelings for him? His gaze involuntarily fell upon her as she crouched before Fu Zichuan, speaking with patience and warmth. It was truly bewildering, despite having the same face. This version of Ruan Ningxia seemed rather appealing. Ningxia suddenly turned her gaze towards him. Don't you agree? Fu Lyncheng felt a fleeting moment of panic. What are you thinking? Ningxia continued. Everything we just said is the truth. We did not deceive Chuan. Isn't that so? Fu Lyncheng averted his gaze, muttering a non-committal See? Your father and I have made a promise. Ningxia gently caressed her child's soft cheeks. We won't be sending you away. Fu Zichuan temporarily accepted their assurance that they would not divorce. I understand. You won't abandon me. I'll go read for a while. I still have half a book left. Good. Such a well-behaved child. Ningxia beamed as she sent him off. After closing the door, her smile faded. Fu Lincheng, tell me about Chuan Chuan's life abroad. She pulled Fu Lincheng, who sat in his wheelchair, closer, perching herself on his bed, her legs spread apart, hands resting on the arms of his wheelchair, leaning slightly forward with an earnest expression. Their proximity was so intimate that Fu Lincheng could clearly discern the delicate features of her face, along with her distinctly long and lush eyelashes. For the first time, he realized how beautifully long and thick Ruan Ningxia's eyelashes were. It was utterly astonishing. His heart raced irregularly. Don't sit so close to me. Chapter 42. A lack of security. Fu Lincheng felt slightly uncomfortable and shifted back a bit. Ningxia, sensing his unease, pressed, just tell me how Chuan Chuan is doing abroad. Fu Lincheng collected his thoughts and looked at her. What has sparked your sudden interest in this? I have always been interested. It's just that you never allowed me to inquire about his matters. Fu Lincheng fell silent. He had harbored deep-seated prejudices against Ruan Ningxia in the past, believing her character to be flawed and her parenting inadequate. Consequently, he had never permitted her to be involved in their child's affairs, allowing only occasional visits during holidays. Hence, Ruan Ningxia was not well informed about their child's life. Fu Lincheng finally spoke. Albeit slowly, he is thriving abroad. His living conditions are exceptional. He attends the prestigious Eton private school, which caters to children aged 3 to 13. His classmates come from affluent backgrounds, with parents who are elites in various fields. His daily schedule is packed, encompassing up to 12 subjects, with a wealth of extracurricular activities such as single scull rowing, sailing, and cricket. In terms of daily life, he is provided with a driver, a chef, 2 nannies, and a bodyguard to ensure his safety during outings. That's about it. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Ningxia, having witnessed the lifestyle of the wealthy third generation, sighed. You've taken good care of him. But why does he still lack a sense of security? Fu Lincheng raised an eyebrow. Lack of security? Yes, can't you see? He seems overly cautious, behaving exceptionally well, as if he fears we might abandon him. These are all signs of insecurity. Fu Lincheng had only perceived the child's facade and failed to recognize his underlying insecurity. Could it be that mothers inherently possess the ability to detect their children's subtle emotions? He considered that the child had just returned from abroad and might still be adjusting to his surroundings. Fu Lincheng thought for a moment. Don't worry about him. He will be fine. What he did not reveal to Ningxia was that the boy was quite mischievous. His teachers remarked on his intelligence, stating he grasped concepts quickly but was resistant to discipline. He could easily integrate with his classmates, yet also led the charge in isolating others. Fu Lincheng was well aware of the boy's true nature. He had initially anticipated chaos upon the child's return, but his behavior had been unervingly docile. Rather than worrying about the child's lack of security, Fu Lincheng believed it would be wiser to be concerned about how he would transform into a troublesome rascal once he became accustomed to his environment. Ningxia fervently hoped she was merely overthinking. All she desired was for her child to be healthy and happy. The agreement regarding the divorce, or lack thereof, seemed to have reached a temporary understanding with Fu Lincheng. She would cohabitate with him for the time being while awaiting an opportune moment to explain the truth to Fu Zichuan. At noon, Ningxia prepared a meal and called the father and son to eat. When the dishes were served, Fu Lincheng was somewhat taken aback. There were 7 or 8 dishes for 3 people, including fish, meat, and seafood. Ruan Ningxia, have you struck gold? Fu Lincheng inquired, puzzled. Usually, she was quite meticulous with her cooking. Yet today she was unusually generous. Not at all, I simply made a bit more because it's my first time cooking for Chuan Chuan. Fu Lincheng. Ningxia eagerly ladled soup for her son. Ensuring none of the dishes contained chili. Fu Zichuan, displaying perceptiveness, said, Thank you, Mama, for cooking for me. Ningxia couldn't contain her delight. Her child was not only well-behaved and polite, but also expressed gratitude. She felt truly fortunate to have such a son. You must try this, the garlic ribs, and the cola chicken wings. The boiled shrimp is also delicious. Fu Zichuan's bowl was already piled high, while Fu Lincheng's remained empty. He was not jealous of his son, but he couldn't help but notice how overtly Ningxia favored him. Wasn't he a patient too? Couldn't he at least enjoy some service in picking food? Come on, sweetheart. Mama will peel the shrimp for you. Ningxia eagerly fed him. Fu Zichuan opened his mouth. Thank you, Mama. You are so wonderful. Observing this heartwarming scene of maternal affection, Fu Lincheng felt somewhat speechless. I spend so much money to send you to an elite school abroad. Yet you never say thank you to your father, who is so good to you. Before long, Ningxia noticed Fu Lincheng's resentful gaze. What's wrong with you? Fu Linqing replied. Nothing. Fu Zichuan bluntly revealed. He's upset that Mama didn't peel shrimp for him. Ningxia was momentarily stunned, incredulous. Fu Linqing, you're almost 30. Fu Linqing, embarrassed and infuriated, retorted, don't listen to his nonsense. He shot a glare at his son. Just eat your food. Fu Zichuan wore a wounded expression. Daddy, please don't be mean to me. Ningxia exploded. Why are you being harsh with him? Fu Linqing was taken aback. You're shouting at me. For the past few months, Ningxia had been submissive, caring for him and accommodating his whims, always deferring to his wishes. She had never raised her voice at him like this before. Ningxia, realizing she might have overstepped, muttered softly, You glared at my son first. What if you scared him with that look? Scared him? You haven't seen how brave he can be. He's merely putting on an act for you. You've been deceived by his soft and adorable exterior. Ningxia was indignant. Is this how a father behaves, casting shadows on his own son? If you keep this up, I'm going to be angry. Fu Linqing found her reaction both infuriating and amusing. Chuan, ignore him. Ningxia reassured her son, just eat your food. Fu Zichuan glanced at Fu Linqing and then lowered his head, pitifully pushing his rice around. Fu Linqing could no longer contain himself. Did you see that? Ningxia, exasperated, replied, See what? Your son's triumphant little expression. Fu Linqing asserted. He's doing it on purpose, trying to make you scold me. Ningxia was utterly speechless. You're being ridiculous. My son is not that cunning. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Let's not pay him any mind. She affectionately patted her child's little head. All right, Mama. Fu Zichuan nodded obediently. Fu Linqing remarked, You little rascal, your acting is quite impressive. After dinner, Ningxia emerged from the kitchen, where she had been tidying up, and found Fu Zichuan engrossed in a book in the living room. While Fu Linqing had retreated to the bedroom, she brought over the sliced apples and asked, Chuan, where's your dad? Fu Zichuan pointed toward the bedroom. Ningxia sat beside him and said, You've been reading all day? Let your eyes rest a bit. Why not go to the bedroom and play with your dad? Fu Zichuan shook his head. He doesn't like me, so I won't go. Ningxia instinctively retorted, Nonsense? Who said he doesn't like you? Her words were tinged with unease. The arrival of Zichuan was not entirely straightforward. When she gave birth, Fu Linqing had not even visited the hospital. Therefore, she was uncertain whether he truly liked Zichuan. Ningxia did not wish for a rift between father and son. Just now at the dinner table, your dad wasn't angry with you. That's just how he is. Fu Linqing's tone had been far from harsh. She had witnessed his more severe demeanor before. He had actually been quite gentle with Fu Zichuan. Chapter 43. Your father is a powder keg. Fu Zichuan nodded. I know. I just wanted to see him get scolded by Mom. Ningxia was taken aback. Why would you want me to scold him? Her emotions were complex, Fu Zichuan pondered. Because when he was harsh with me before, no one stood by my side. Ningxia felt her heart ache at his words. No one stood by him meant no one helped him. Now that he had a mother, he wanted to see if she would support him. Ningxia embraced her son, feeling a surge of compassion. From now on, Mom will always stand by your side. Fu Zichuan, unaccustomed to such affection, appeared quite uncomfortable. Ningxia did not wish to indulge in overly sentimental displays either, so she released the little one and offered him some fruit. With no television in the house, Fu Zichuan remained unusually quiet, not causing any fuss. Ningxia suggested, Mom has cartoons on her phone. Would you like to watch? Fu Zichuan regarded her with a puzzled expression. As other parents forbade their children from using phones, I'm not like other parents. Ningxia replied with a smile. Let's balance work and play. You've been reading all day. It's perfectly normal to play on the phone a bit. As Fu Zichuan watched her open an animation titled Peppa Pig, he found it curious. Wasn't that meant for children under 3? Why was she so engrossed? The phone screen was still too small. It must strain the eyes. Ningxia, somewhat dissatisfied, promised, next time, Mom will buy you a television. Watching on a big screen is much more enjoyable. Fu Zichuan remained silent, confused by his mother's logic. Tio, protect his eyes. Shouldn't he avoid electronic devices? Ningxia had originally planned to take Zichuan to the mall the next day to look at televisions, but she received a call from the equipment store owner. The items she had ordered were ready for the bathroom renovation. After arranging a time with the owner, Ningxia took Zichuan to pick up the packages. There were several parcels, and the mother and son, carrying and balancing them, climbed the stairs, breathless. Fu Zichuan squatted next to Ningxia, eyeing a pile of unfamiliar items, and asked curiously, What are these? Ningxia explained each item. This rack is a walking aid. This is a physiotherapy device to stimulate muscles and prevent atrophy. This is a stationary bike for joint activity. This is a resistance band your dad can use to strengthen his upper body. And this, well, is a knee cushion to place under your knees while sleeping, which helps align the waist with the bed and alleviate discomfort. And this, Fu Zichuan pointed to a package that had been opened. Is this a diaper for me? Ningxia replied. No, who is it for? Don't ask. Fu Zichuan's mind whirled, and he deduced, it's for dad, right? Why does he need to wear a diaper? Ningxia, initially intending to brush it off, found herself explaining seriously, your dad sustained a severe injury, and the diaper is a precaution in case he needs it. Once he recovers, he won't need it anymore. This was the first time Ningxia mentioned Fu Linqing's injury to him. Fu Zichuan hesitated for a few moments. Will he be able to recover? Of course. Ningxia replied without hesitation, your dad will definitely stand up again, just like before. He'll be able to run, work out, drive, and travel the world. The bedroom door, Fu Linqing, sitting in his wheelchair, heard Ningxia's words. He was taken aback by her unwavering belief that he would recover. He himself lacked that confidence. What if he could never get better? Fu Zichuan asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Fu Linqing gripped the wheelchair's armrests tightly. He too had wanted to ask that question but had never voiced it. What if he never improved? What if he was destined to remain in a wheelchair for life? What would she do? She couldn't possibly care for a disabled person for the rest of her life. Why are you so pessimistic like your dad? Ningxia chuckled. We must have faith in your dad. He will surely get better. Fu Zichuan was obstinate. But what if he doesn't? What if indeed? If your dad really can't get better? I won't abandon him. If dad's legs don't work, mine can. I can be dad's legs. I can help him do the things he can't. Ningxia assured him earnestly, I won't turn my back on your dad for that reason. So don't worry. Fu Linqing lowered his gaze, his expression unreadable, yet his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. She wouldn't abandon him. Go be his legs. Did she truly understand what she was saying? Deep down, she seemed to have some affection for him. Otherwise, why would she say such things? When she married him, it was for his wealth. Now that he was broke, why did she still seem to like him? Ningxia, unaware that Fu Linqing had overheard her thoughts, continued to ponder. She observed Fu Zichuan's expression. Do you have any more questions? Fu Zichuan shook his head. Ningxia released a sigh of relief. The words she had said were meant to soothe her sensitive child, to reassure him that no matter what, mom and dad would not separate. He was still young and lacked a sense of security. It was best to avoid upsetting him. After unwrapping all the packages, Ningxia realized Fu Linqing had yet to emerge, so she planned to hide the diapers to prevent him from getting angry upon seeing them. Just as she turned to conceal them in her room, she was startled to find Fu Linqing sitting in his wheelchair, his dark eyes fixed on her. She dropped the items in shock. The package labeled adult diapers rolled effortlessly to the side of Fu Linqing's wheelchair. Ningxia stammered, When did you get up? You didn't make a sound. Embarrassed, she hurried to pick it up, attempting to hide it behind her back. This is for Zichuan. Don't misunderstand, Fu Zichuan queried. Fu Linqing glanced at the little one. Do you still need to wear diapers? Ningxia shot him a warning glance. Unfortunately, Fu Zichuan, oblivious to her cue, proudly declared, I haven't worn them for a long time. Ningxia face-palmed, thinking, foolish son, your father is a powder keg. If he blows up, we both will bear the consequences. Yet Fu Linqing suddenly said, give it to me. Ningxia was taken aback. What do you mean, give it to you? Fu Linqing remained silent for 2 seconds. Aren't you buying it for me? It says adult on the package. Ningxia clutched the item tightly, fearing he might throw it away in a fit of anger, and lied through her teeth, it's really not for you. I'm not throwing it away, he replied. Fu Linqing seemed to sense her apprehension. The items you bought for me shouldn't be kept in your room, right? I'll take them back to my room, but you should clean up the delivery box on the floor. It looks messy. Ningxia was astonished. Was this truly the Fu Linqing she knew? This man, who would typically explode in rage at the sight of diapers and pads, was now so calm. Had he accepted it? Ningxia cautiously asked, have you been possessed or something? Fu Linqing replied, do you need me to explode to feel comfortable? Chapter 44. Little tyrant, don't explode. Ningxia hurriedly shoved the diapers into his hands. Here. Fu Linqing accepted them, placing them on his lap as he wheeled himself back to the bedroom. What a curious turn of events. When had he changed his mindset? Ningxia was perplexed, but this shift was undeniably a good thing. Fu Linqing put the items away and returned to the living room, where Ningxia had already tidied up the floor. The rehabilitation tools she had purchased were neatly arranged. These are all home rehabilitation tools I bought for you. Would you like to try them now or later tonight? Tonight, he replied. All right, there's a manual. You can study how to use them first. Also, one more thing, Ningxia continued. A technician will come over this afternoon to renovate the bathroom. Fu Linqing paused. You scheduled that? Ningxia nodded. When did you make the arrangements? The day after our argument, I was so upset that I didn't eat lunch and went directly to the building materials market to make the order. Fu Linqing was speechless. You say I'm stubborn, but you're even more so. Since it was already scheduled, he chose not to protest, but he still insisted on his point. We must buy a washing machine. Ningxia replied dismissively, Buy, I'm serious, Stoamai. Ningxia decided to leave the space for the father and son, hoping it would help cultivate their relationship. Chuan, mother is preparing a delicious meal for you. Please assist your father in examining how to utilize those tools. With that, she slipped away into the kitchen. I in the living room. The father and son were rendered speechless. Fu Linqing, as an adult, took the initiative to break the silence. Come here and help me look at the instruction manual. Fu Zichuan remained motionless on the sofa. Do you not know how to read? Fu Linqing gazed at him. What did you say? Fu Zichuan replied. I am so small. Do you expect me to help you read the manual? Is that reasonable? When Ningxia was present, he was a well-behaved child. In her absence, he transformed into a rebellious youth. Whatever he was asked to do, he would steadfastly refuse. Fu Linqing rubbed his temples. Your mother hopes for us to get along well. You could feign cooperation a little to make her perceive our relationship positively. He was aware that Fu Zichuan harbored disdain for him as a father. Every time he visited from abroad, this boy would display a sullen demeanor, either opposing him outright or deliberately nitpicking. When Fu Linqing could no longer tolerate it, he would scold him, and typically, a child would then realize fear. But Fu Zichuan was unafraid. Not only was he unafraid, but he also grew bolder in defiance. If you dared to scold him, he would threaten to call the police, claiming that his father was abusing him. The stringent child protection laws abroad had once landed Fu Linqing in a police station, having learned the hard way that this child was not to be trifled with, if he could deceive his biological father. There was nothing he would shy away from. Upon returning this time, he had feigned innocence in front of Ningxia, completely shattering Fu Linqing's expectations. I refuse. Fu Zichuan was utterly uncooperative. If the relationship was poor, why pretend otherwise? Because I am your father. You pretend in front of your mother, creating a negative image of me, leading her to believe I am particularly unkind to you. This tarnishes my reputation. From now on, treat me as you do your mother, obediently, without contradicting me or opposing me. Now, remove your bottom from the sofa and come help me figure out how to use these tools. Fu Zichuan pointed to himself. Do you think I am such an obedient child? I simply won't go. If you have the ability, go ahead and hit me. Fu Linqing's face darkened. Fu Zichuan swung his little legs. In the past, when you hit or scolded me, no one came to my aid. Now that I have my mother here, if you dare to scold me, she will definitely explode in anger at you. I could even incite her to abandon you. Fu Linqing fell silent. Fu Zichuan, emboldened, remarked, Are you scared now? After a prolonged silence, Fu Linqing suddenly spoke. Your mother treats you well, doesn't she? Fu Zichuan shrugged. Based on his time spent with Ningxia since returning, she indeed treated him quite well. He relished the feeling of having a mother to defend him and was reluctant for her to discover the mischief he had engaged in at school. Fu Linqing mused. If your mother were to find out that you are a little tyrant bullying classmates abroad, while pretending to be obedient and docile in front of her, do you think she would be disappointed? Fu Zichuan jumped off the sofa in a panic. You must not tell her, Fu Linqing replied. Then you must listen to me and cease opposing me. You bully me just because you're an adult. I am your father. Bullying you is my prerogative. Stop dawdling and come here to fetch the instruction manual. Fu Zichuan remained unmoving. Fu Linqing began pushing his wheelchair towards the kitchen. Ningxia, come out. I need to speak with you. Fu Zichuan threw the book aside and rushed over to grasp the wheelchair. Father, which instruction manual do you want to see? I will get it for you. A smile crept onto Fu Linqing's lips. You little rascal, do you think I cannot deal with you? Ningxia's head peeked out from the kitchen. Fu Linqing, did you just call for me? No, Fu Linqing took the instruction manual handed to him by the little rascal. You must have misheard. Misheard? Ningxia wiped her damp hands. How are you two getting along? Fu Linqing smiled. Very pleasantly. Chuan is quite obedient. Fu Zichuan nodded. Father and I are reading the instruction manual. Ning Xia was thoroughly pleased. Good, good, good. You take your time with that while I prepare a grand meal. After lunch, the contractor for the bathroom renovation arrived. It took them 5 or 6 hours to complete the work. The previous wash basin was too high for Fu Lin Chung to reach while brushing his teeth or washing his face. So Ning Xia had it removed and lowered for his convenience. The toilet was truly filthy and old. Even she, who did not have obsessive cleanliness, found it intolerable, so she took the opportunity to replace it with a new one. The bathing area now had a fixed seat installed, along with handrails on the right side and directly in front, ensuring that there would be support in case of an accident. Once the workers left, Ning Xia eagerly urged Fu Lin Chung to try it out. Go take a look around and see if there is anything else that is inconvenient or unsuitable. She appeared genuinely happy and excited. Fu Lin Chung, not wishing to dampen her spirits, obediently tried it out. The barrier-free facilities indeed proved to be significantly more convenient than before. Ning Xia's satisfaction grew. One day, I will buy a television for Chuan Chuan, and this rented place will feel more like a home. Fu Lin Cheng's gaze shifted slightly. Home? Previously, he had not considered the Fu residence as home, nor had he regarded the marital home he shared with Ning Xia as home. This small, shabby, old rental apartment certainly did not qualify as his home. Yet, within him, why did he harbor a faint sense of anticipation and longing? Could it be that he was indeed fantasizing about Ning Xia remaining by his side indefinitely? Chapter 45. Narrow paths of enmity. Fu Lin Chung visited the rehabilitation hospital thrice a week. Previously, only Ning Xia accompanied him, but this time, he brought Fu Zichuan along. It was Fu Zichuan's first visit to the rehabilitation hospital, and he saw many individuals seated in wheelchairs like Fu Lin Chung. Some leaned on crutches, while others sat in wheelchairs, moving slowly, their spirits collectively dejected. There were patients groaning in pain from rehabilitation training. For a 5-year-old child, this scene carried a significant impact. Fu Lin Chung called for a halt midway and beckoned Ning Xia over. Confused, she approached. What is it? Fu Lin Chung had only trained for a little over 10 minutes. But beads of sweat had formed on his forehead as he quietly told Ning Xia, this place is unsuitable for children. Take Chuan Chuan outside to play. Ning Xia was momentarily taken aback, only then noticing the little fellow standing in the corner. Though he appeared to be curiously surveying his surroundings, his youthful face clearly displayed confusion and bewilderment, with his dark pupils reflecting his discomfort and tension. A child's world is vibrant and energetic, yet the atmosphere here was suffocating. Ning Xia's heart ached for him. She had focused solely on Fu Lin Chung and had overlooked Chuan Chuan's emotions. Fu Lin Chung, however, had picked up on it sensitively. Ning Xia asked him, can you manage on your own? Fu Lin Chung nodded, no problem. I will call you once I finish. All right. Ning Xia took Chuan Chuan and left the rehabilitation center. Not far from the hospital was a large shopping mall, and to lift his spirits, Ning Xia decided to treat him to ice cream. On the way, Fu Zichuan inquired why they were leaving. Your father told me that you were a bit scared, so he asked me to take you out to play. We will return to find him once he is done. Fu Zichuan was taken aback for a moment. Would he really be so kind? Ning Xia helplessly ruffled the little fellow's hair. Though your father seems stern, he cares deeply for you. I did not even notice you were scared, but your father picked up on it right away. His thoughts are entirely on you. Fu Zichuan kicked at the little stones on the road, remaining silent. Upon reaching the mall, the mother and son each held an ice cream as they strolled and savored their treats. After finishing the ice cream, they ordered milk tea, and in the relaxed ambience, the little one's spirits gradually returned to normal. Ning Xia recalled their conversation about buying a television, and they headed to the electronics store to browse. After a quick look, she found that the prices were all in the thousands. Ning Xia deemed them too expensive and began haggling with the sales staff. For a television priced at 3,000, she managed to negotiate it down to 1,500. The sales representative was left speechless. Sister, I might as well give you a television for free. Ning Xia replied, that would be too embarrassing. The sales representative responded with silence. Fu Zichuan sensed that if Ning Xia continued to press, the sales representative would ask them to leave. He pulled her away and, once outside the store, asked, Mother, is this television absolutely necessary for us to buy? Ning Xia nodded, it is essential. What family doesn't have a television? Your father isn't talkative, and you also tend to be quiet. I am the only chatterbox at home. If I am not around, wouldn't there be complete silence? In Ning Xia's heart, a lively atmosphere was what constituted a home. As a child, during the new year, she felt that every household was bustling with energy, with children clad in new clothes joyfully running about. Busy adults preparing festive goods, and the celebratory firecrackers ringing in the air. Only her own home was perennially filled with coldness and violence. In her past, she envied others for having a lively family. This envy had long been buried within her heart, and she had thought she would never have the opportunity to realize it. Yet now, she possessed a home and a lovely son. The dreams of her childhood had found fertile soil and begun to take root and sprout. However, the price was exorbitant. Even the cheaper ones were over 3,000. Perhaps I should just buy a second-hand one online. Fu Zichuan picked up on it. Mother, are you short on money? Ningxia felt she could not appear financially strained in front of her child. We are only temporarily facing difficulties. We will have money in the future. The implication was clear. There was a lack of funds. Fu Zichuan fell silent for a few seconds. Will I still be able to attend school in the future? Ningxia was taken aback. Why wouldn't you be able to go? Of course, you can go to school. However, we are financially constrained. Tuition fees must be exorbitant, especially since my father is currently unwell and without employment. You must care for him, and you too are without work. We can scarcely afford even a television, let alone the means for my education. Ningxia found herself at a loss for words in the face of her son's reasoning. Recognizing its validity, her savings had indeed dwindled considerably, and she was currently without a job. Fu Lincheng was even less inclined to seek employment in the near term, even if he wished to. No company would likely consider him. With 3 family members, daily expenses were a pressing concern. If they continued to deplete their resources in this manner, they might soon find themselves begging for sustenance. Do not worry, Mama will ensure you can continue your studies, Ningxia reassured, pinching the little one's prematurely serious face. There is a toy store upstairs. Would you like to take a look? What child does not adore toys? Fu Zichuan was no exception. Will you buy me something? He inquired. Toys are quite pricey, you know. Ningxia chuckled at the thought. It's merely a toy. How expensive could it possibly be? Go ahead and buy whatever you like. 10 minutes later, Ningxia was exasperated. This not just a trivial toy. Is it crafted from gold or silver? How can it be so costly? Fu Zichuan, though reluctant to squander money, found himself drawn to things he fancied. Mama, do you think this 500 yuan toy is expensive? Darling, do you truly like it? If Mama insists on purchasing it, then I suppose I can allow it. If you behave, Mama might consider it, she added. Then I will be good, he replied. Be good. And we shall not buy it, she countered. Having been thwarted in their toy quest, mother and son planned to exit the mall. Before leaving, Fu Zichuan urgently needed to use the restroom. Ningxia intended to accompany him, but the little rascal insisted he was a grown-up and refused her company. Amused, Ningxia waited outside, only to be confronted by Fu Rongrong's unexpected presence. How did she end up here? What a small world it was. Ningxia contemplated hiding in a corner, wishing to avoid a confrontation with Fu Rongrong. As Fu Rongrong was about to step into the elevator, she suddenly turned around. Locking eyes with Ningxia. Ruan Ningxia, Fu Rongrong exclaimed, her expression akin to that of someone confronting a sworn enemy. Just wait and see how I will deal with you today. Ningxia gestured around them. There are cameras everywhere. What do you intend to do? I demand you repay me, Fu Rongrong shouted. Repay you for what? I do not owe you any money. You swindled me out of 10,000 yuan. And you dare claim you do not owe me? Was it a swindle? You willingly gave it, and we engaged in a legitimate transaction. You paid, and I provided a remedy. Isn't that how business is conducted? Ridiculous. What legitimate remedy includes such humiliating words? You deliberately deceived me. Fu Rongrong's anger flared. Weight loss requires discipline in diet and exercise. No matter which doctor you consult, it's always the same advice. How can you accuse me of humiliation? Fu Rongrong, seething with rage, declared, If you do not repay me today, I will call the police. Then go ahead and call them, Ningxia retorted. Fu Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. This village girl is truly unafraid of consequences. Fine, just wait. She pulled out her phone. I will call the police right now. Wait. Ningxia was taken aback by her seriousness. As a family, we should not speak harshly. Considering I am your sister-in-law, get away from me. Do not touch me. Fu Rongrong evaded Ningxia's hand, stepping back without noticing an obstacle behind her. Suddenly, she heard someone exclaim. Turning around, she saw a small boy had fallen to the ground, his milk tea spilled all over him. The boy, sitting on the floor, looked panicked. Auntie, why did you bump into me? Fu Fu Rongrong quickly knelt beside him. Little friend, did you hurt yourself? Fu Zichuan, with red-rimmed eyes, replied, I fell on my bottom. It hurts a bit. I'm sorry, Auntie. I didn't see you. Fu Rongrong felt a pang of guilt and shot a fierce glare at Ningxia. This is all your fault. If you hadn't tried to snatch my phone, I would never have bumped into anyone. Ningxia remained silent, her expression inscrutable. Chapter 46. A family of three, none worthy of praise. Fu Rongrong seemed not to recognize her SONIT was not surprising. Fu Zichuan had spent most of his life abroad, returning only during holidays. Even when he did come back, Fu Linqing seldom brought him to visit the Fu family. The Fu family knew of Fu Zichuan's existence, but they were oblivious to his current state. Whether he was thin or plump, Ningxia initially intended to approach, but Fu Zichuan signaled her to hold back. What was the little rascal up to? Ningxia chose to observe quietly. Fu Rongrong rummaged through her bag for tissues to clean the boy's soiled clothing. I apologize, Auntie has dirtied your clothes. Let me compensate you. Fu Zichuan asked, are you offering money? Fu Rongrong nodded. Compensation is fine. I can buy you new clothes. Then you should pay me, he insisted, with tears streaming down his face. The boy lamented, this is the only outfit in the world. You can't just buy it anywhere. Do not cry. I can compensate you. How much is this outfit? Fu Rongrong inquired. Fu Zichuan extended his hand. Is it 500 yuan? All right, but I do not have cash on me. Where are your family members? I can transfer the money. Fu Zichuan shook his head. It's not 500. It's 5,000. What? Fu Rongrong froze momentarily. This white t-shirt costs 5,000. Before she could utter the word robbery, the boy's previously stifled tears flowed anew. I have been alone since childhood, without a father or mother. It was my aunt who raised me. But she was unwell. Before she passed, she made this outfit for me. Now, thanks to you, Auntie, I can never wear my aunt's clothing again. Fu Rongrong was rendered speechless, while Ningxia stood equally dumbfounded. Fu Zichuan sniffled and glanced at Ningxia. Auntie, do you think it is excessive for me to demand 5,000 from her? Ningxia pinched her thigh to stifle her laughter. Excessive? It is nothing short of outright robbery. This little white t-shirt was purchased for a mere 50 yuan on a flash sale. Ningxia maintained a serious demeanor. I find it not excessive. In fact, if you possess a shred of conscience, 50,000 would be more appropriate. Fu Rongrong glared angrily. Are you helping a stranger to extort me? Just a moment ago, you claimed we should not air our family grievances. Ningxia scoffed. Are we family now? You were just threatening to call the police on me. Hurry and compensate the child. Truly, it is not as if you cannot afford 5,000. Why be so petty? Fu Zichuan clutched Fu Rongrong's clothing. Auntie, if you refuse to pay, we can call the police and let the officers bring justice for me. Ningxia chimed in, if the police come, you will still have to pay, as it was indeed you who knocked the child down and dirted his clothes. Be quiet, Fu Rongrong snapped. Ningxia feigned dialing a number. I will call the police. Do not worry, dear sister-in-law. Once you are taken away by the police, I will certainly inform your mother. You dare call my mother? Fu Rongrong was beside herself with rage. If her mother learned she had been imprisoned over such a trivial matter, she would surely scold her mercilessly. Then pay up? Fine. I will pay. Fu Rongrong shot a resentful glance at the little boy. How do I give you the money? You have no phone. I have a smartwatch with a payment code. Fu Zichuan revealed, showcasing his device. Auntie, please scan it. Fu Rongrong suspected the child was trying to swindle her, but she had no evidence. She had indeed bumped into him and soiled his clothes. Compensation was warranted. Yet, the notion of paying felt incredibly begrudging. All right, I will transfer the money, Fu Rongrong conceded. Done? Received. Auntie. Fu Zichuan stood, brushing himself off. Goodbye, Auntie. Ningxia yawned. All right, I shall take my leave. Farewell. No need to see me off. The pair, one large and one small, swiftly vanished from her sight. Fu Rongrong's sluggish mind finally began to process what had occurred. Wait, Ruan Ningxia, why are you running off? Return the money you cheated me out of last time. But Ningxia had already slipped away. The mall was vast, and finding her again would not be an easy task for Fu Rongrong. Fuming, she made her way home, increasingly convinced that something was amiss. Everything felt off. Ruan Ningxia was suspicious. And the little boy was equally peculiar, particularly with his bright complexion. Why did he seem familiar? Where had she seen him before? Fu Rongrong could not recall but felt a surge of frustration. She had not only failed to extract money from Ruan Ningxia, but had also been extorted herself. Was Ruan Ningxia her nemesis? It seemed every encounter with that village girl led to financial loss. The housekeeper noticed her displeasure and inquired if she would like something to eat. Eat, eat, eat. Am I a pig? All you do is think about food. Fu Rongrong vented her frustrations on the housekeeper. From this day forth, I shall diet. Do not let anyone offer me food. Fu Zifeng descended the stairs with a cup of coffee, coolly remarking, if you are in a bad mood, take it out on yourself. Why lash out at others? Fu Rongrong huffed, nostrils flaring. Mind your own business. I will direct my anger at whomever I please. Fu Zifeng narrowed his eyes. Say that again, I in this household. Fu Rongrong feared Fu lynching the most. Followed closely by her own brother, T.O.B. Blunt, Fu Zifeng was the cunning type. Offending Fu Lincheng, the living devil, might be frightening, but he would retaliate immediately and not dwell on it afterward. However, crossing Fu Zifeng, her conniving brother, would lead to lifelong resentment, with the potential for a treacherous stab in the back at any moment. Thus, Fu Rongrong quickly succumbed. Brother, I was deceived by a child and felt uncomfortable, which is why I lost my temper. It was not directed at Zhang Guanjia. What transpired? Bad luck. Fu Rongrong recounted the incident at the mall. After listening, Fu Zifeng pondered for a few seconds and remarked, it's not bad luck. It's foolishness. Fu Rongrong was taken aback. Are you even human? I was deceived by a child, and you still make sarcastic remarks? You weren't deceived by just any child. You were tricked by your own nephew. Fu Rongrong was left in shock. What was that child's name again? Fu Zichuan, right? That little brat returned not long ago. Ruan Ningxia picked him up from the airport, and today, the one who conned you is your own nephew. He has been studying abroad for a long time and rarely comes home, so it's understandable that you wouldn't recognize him. Fu Rongrong couldn't believe her ears. That little brat is Ruan Ningxia's son? They conspired together to swindle me. It's one thing for a mother to do it, but now she brought her son along too. Are they both out of their minds? And that little scoundrel even cursed me under his breath, saying something about his aunt dying. Am I not his aunt? Fu Zifeng cast her a sidelong glance. You should have realized something was amiss when they both appeared before you. Yet, you were played for a fool. Is your brain only capable of growing taller and serves no other purpose? Ah! Fu Rongrong was so infuriated she felt she might explode. That whole family, not a single decent one among them. Chapter 47. Fabrication, Deception, and Trickery. At this moment, Ningxia, not want to be a decent person, was taking her son back to the hospital. 5 minutes prior, Fu Lincheng had messaged her, stating that the rehabilitation training had concluded. On the way back, Ningxia found herself covertly observing the little rascal beside her for what felt like the umpteenth time. Fu Zichuan felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Mom, what's wrong with you? Ningxia immediately inquired. Sweetheart, do you know who we just encountered? I know, her name is Fu Rongrong, and she is my aunt. Then why did you trick her like that? Fu Zichuan replied seriously. Mom, she bumped into me and got my clothes dirty. She should compensate me. She should. But the amount is excessive. Not at all. That t-shirt was a gift from you to me. The very first piece of clothing you ever bought for me. It's very significant. But my aunt ruined your sentiment. The sentiment is what's most important in this matter, so her compensation, no matter how much, is justified. Ningxia was left speechless. Goodness, she found herself persuaded, actually considering it reasonable. However, this wasn't the most crucial matter. Another thought crossed her mind. Ningxia blinked. Chuan, was it really Fu Rongrong who bumped into you in the mall? I felt like it was you who ran into her. At tea that moment, Fu Rongrong had her back turned to the restroom. When she was grappling with Fu Rongrong, Fu Zichuan had just exited the restroom, paused to observe, then walked over and deliberately positioned himself behind Fu Rongrong, leading to the collision. Fu Zichuan blinked his innocent puppy eyes. I saw her pushing Mom, so I ran over to pull her away, but unexpectedly, she stepped back and knocked me down. Is that so? Were you not intentionally standing behind her for her to bump into you? No, why would I do such a thing? Ningxia fell silent. Could it be that she truly misjudged the situation? It was entirely possible, given how chaotic it had been earlier. Then what did you mean by those earlier words? What was all that about being alone since childhood, having no father or mother, and your aunt passing away? Who taught you all that? Mom, don't you remember we just watched the television? Fu Zichuan chuckled. You were bargaining with that salesperson while the TV was showing a drama, and I just memorized the lines. His smile revealed two shallow dimples, exceedingly adorable. Gazing at that sweet, innocent face, Ningxia was entirely convinced. She had thought that her little rascal was lively and innocent, incapable of harboring such deep schemes to defraud Fu Rongrong. Upon reaching the hospital, Fu Linqing's rehabilitation training had already concluded. Ningxia instructed Chuan Chuan to wait outside while she went to fetch Fu Linqing. Every rehabilitation session left Fu Linqing fatigued, but the emotional toll was even heavier. Every paraplegic longs to return to normalcy overnight, and he was no exception. Yet, each assessment yielded the same results as before. The training was monotonous and repetitive, and it continually provoked doubts in his heart about whether this effort would bear fruit. Was his persistence truly meaningful? In the end, would it all come to naught? Sensing his despondency, Ningxia suggested dining at a restaurant, stating that they had unexpectedly come into some money today, and it would be fitting to eat out, marking their family's first outing together, which held sentimental value. Fu Linqing rejected her without a second thought. I don't want to go. Why not? Today is a rare opportunity. I just don't want to go. Are you going to force me? Seeing his suddenly cold demeanor, Ningxia paused. Just moments ago, he had seemed fine. Why had he become displeased again? Moreover, how could she force him? If he refused to go, she couldn't carry him off. Ningxia, with her good-natured smile, replied, It's fine, if you don't want to go. We can just eat at home, that's fine too. Noticing Ningxia's disappointment, Fu Linqing felt a twinge of regret and lowered his gaze. Being in a wheelchair inevitably drew attention wherever they went, and he did not want to feel like a spectacle in a restaurant, surrounded by onlookers. The only choice he saw was to isolate himself, confining himself to a small world. Not just this time, but perhaps he would avoid dining out with her in any public setting in the future. He was no longer the person he once was. Although they didn't make it to the restaurant, Ningxia had the owner of a small eatery outside their community prepare some dishes, which she took home. The meal was plentiful, a delightful mix of meat and vegetables. Someone who usually eschewed takeout was being unusually generous today, prompting Fu Linqing's curiosity. Did you find money? No, Ningxia replied mysteriously. I conned Fu Rongrong. Fu Linqing raised an eyebrow. Actually, it was your son who conned her. I merely played along. What exactly happened? Ningxia recounted the events from the mall. After hearing her, Fu Linqing was left speechless. How can someone be so foolish? It was all Chuan Chuan's doing. If he hadn't frightened Fu Rongrong, we wouldn't be enjoying such a lavish dinner tonight. Fu Linqing glanced at the little rascal beside him. Fu Zichuan chimed in. No need to thank me. Fu Linqing. Fabrication, deception, and trickery. Are you actually proud of that? What fabrication, deception, and trickery? Chuan Chuan simply has a good memory and can recall lines from the television, which also proves his quick wit and adaptability. Ningxia was now fully on her son's side. Fu Zichuan nodded in agreement. Mom is right. What nonsense! Fu Linqing rubbed his temples. He realized that his son had thoroughly brainwashed Ningxia. Ningxia peeled a shrimp for her son and, in truth, had another matter to discuss with him. What is it? I want to find a job. If I do, I'll need you to help take care of Chuan Chuan. Fu Linqing was taken aback. Why the sudden urge to find a job? Because we're running out of money. The balance in the bank account is dwindling. You can't work and earn money right now, and if I don't find work, we will truly be eating through our savings. Fu Linqing squinted. Are you implying that you find me unsatisfactory? Ningxia explained. I'm not dissatisfied with you. I'm merely stating facts. Fu Zichuan chimed in. Mom's right. You can't earn money right now and can't support the family. Ningxia coughed, signaling with her eyes not to provoke his father further, lest he explode. Fu Linqing was not easily provoked. After a long silence, he asked, What kind of job are you looking for? I don't know. I'll just start searching, and no plan at all. How is that different from being a headless chicken? Ningxia felt her face flush at his words. I do have a plan. First, I need to find a job close to home, so that in case anything happens at home, I can rush back immediately. Second, I need a job with flexible hours, so I can take leave to accompany you to the hospital for rehabilitation. Lastly, the salary has to be high. Fu Linqing posed a soul-searching question. If you were the employer, would you hire someone like that? Are those two stringent conditions? Wanting a high salary while also wanting a relaxed schedule. Being able to take leave anytime and being close to home? How can one have it all? Ningxia felt utterly ashamed. Who wouldn't he want to find a good job? Fu Linqing looked at her. Unless you are a core technical staff member or a key employee, you can't expect to have a high salary, flexible hours, and the ability to take leave at will. Ningxia felt utterly despondent. She hadn't even begun job hunting, and he had already dampened her spirits. Fu Lincheng, noticing her dejected demeanor, reflected on whether his words had been too harsh. Had he been too serious? Had he crushed her enthusiasm? He softened his tone, but it's not entirely impossible. What if you get lucky and find such a job? Ningxia felt even more hopeless. Her luck had never been good. Chapter 48. The wild CEO's sweet little wife Fu Zichuan couldn't take it anymore. Dad, if you can't speak properly, just stay silent, Fu Lincheng. Fu Zichuan encouraged Ningxia. Mom, I believe you can achieve your dreams. Ningxia forced a smile. I'm not so sure about myself right now. Fu Zichuan shot a glance at Fu Lincheng, exclaiming, look at how you've reduced Mom. Fu Lincheng felt compelled to make amends, saying, before we got married, what kind of work were you doing? I might be able to offer some advice. Ningxia's gaze flickered momentarily. I have held numerous positions in the past, sales, finance, and marketing, among others. Fu Lincheng expressed surprise. Such a wide range of work experience. Transitioning from sales to finance, and then to marketing, you are indeed a talent. And with such rich experience, finding a job shouldn't be difficult. Individuals like you, with such versatility, are highly sought after by many companies. Ningxia lowered her head, remaining silent. Fu Lincheng continued, could you elaborate on the specific roles you undertook? Ningxia, flustered, replied, well, just those. Fu Lincheng furrowed his brow. Just those? Please clarify, what type of sales did you engage in, and to what level did you advance? What companies did you work for in finance? Marketing is quite broad, encompassing brand strategy and market promotion. Did you work on any notable projects? Ningxia could no longer meet his eyes. I just mentioned those. Oh, you are so annoying. Let's eat in silence. With the conversation having reached this point, Fu Lincheng could hardly remain oblivious to the underlying issue. He scrutinized Ningxia for a while before putting down his chopsticks. Ruan Ningxia, are you concealing something from me? Ningxia replied softly, no, not at all. Fu Lincheng insisted, I am giving you one last chance. Do not lie to me. Ningxia buried her head deeper into her bowl. Fu Lincheng felt a headache coming on. It seemed that coercion was futile. Perhaps an incentive would work better. Ningxia, lift your head and look at me. When conversing with others, it is quite impolite not to look them in the eye. She indeed responded better to gentleness. Gradually raising her head, Fu Lincheng smiled at her. You mentioned you were looking for a job. If you do not clarify what you have done in the past, how can I assist you? After a lengthy hesitation, Ningxia finally said, if I tell you, you must not look down on me. Why would I ever look down on you? She replied. Before our marriage, I had indeed worked various jobs, such as selling clothes, working as a cashier in a supermarket, and serving dishes in a restaurant. Fu Lincheng was taken aback. Did you not claim to have experience in sales, finance, and marketing? Selling clothes is sales. A cashier is also related to finance, and serving dishes while recommending wine and dishes counts as marketing, doesn't it? She stated her reasoning with conviction, yet internally, she felt unsettled. After a prolonged silence, Fu Lincheng, unaccustomed to being challenged, found himself slightly amused by her self-presentation. Is there any truth to what you say? He mused. Why did you not speak the truth from the outset? Because the nature of the jobs is rather lowly? I feared you would mock me. She hadn't anticipated that he would press for details, which led her to stammer and hesitate. He was a person of great privilege, and their worlds were entirely different. Her previous life and work experiences, in his eyes, seemed trivial. While she held her dignity equal to his, her background did not match. Thus, she resorted to embellishing her self-worth. Fu Lincheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a twinge of discomfort, not because she had deceived him, but because she perceived him as someone who would ridicule her. Had he ever mocked her before? Why did she feel the need to lie? Fu Lincheng rubbed his temples. Aside from selling clothes, working as a cashier, and serving dishes, what other profitable jobs have you held? Ningxia inquired. Does writing novels count? Novels? Yes, after we got married, Zhou Shuiru told me there was no need for me to work. But I felt rather idle at home, so I began writing novels online. Fu Lincheng, surprised by her diverse interests, felt this was yet another unexpected revelation. So, how much do you earn from writing novels each month? Ningxia hesitated, not wanting to disclose her earnings, as she had been unsuccessful in her 2 years of writing and had not achieved any notable success. However, Fu Lincheng was evidently curious and refused to drop the subject. Steeling herself, Ningxia replied, with full attendance and subscriptions, perhaps around 1 to 2,000. Fu Lincheng remarked, a classic case of being a jack of all trades but master of none. This amount had once seemed trivial to him. Less than the cost of a single meal, however, times had changed, and 1 to 2,000 could sustain their small family for 10 days to half a month. Yet Fu Linqing found himself intrigued by her writing. Ningxia offered her phone to share her work. When Fu Linqing opened the link she sent, he was astonished. The title of her novel was The Wild CEO's Sweetheart. As he read the first chapter, he was taken aback and hastily exited. "What on earth are you writing?" Ningxia replied. "It's a romance novel." Fu Linqing retorted. "This is not just a romance novel. It's practically an erotic tale. The first chapter dives right into it, with explicit dialogues that are hard to bear." Ningxia earnestly asked him, "What do you think?" He had not even finished the first chapter, so how could he provide feedback? "I am open to criticism. Please point out where it falters," Ningxia insisted. Fu Linqing unabashedly replied, "You should stop writing." Ningxia exclaimed, "What?" Not wishing to discuss this in front of the child, Fu Linqing texted her, "Before the police accuse you of spreading obscene content, you should cease immediately." Reading the message, Ningxia felt her face flush. While the first chapter was indeed risque, why did he only focus on the explicit content? What about the emotional arcs, the plot lines, the themes of enmity? Ningxia texted back, "A heart that sees filth in everything." Fu Linqing responded. Fu Zichuan looked at them with confusion. "Why are you using your phones to communicate? What are you discussing behind my back? Is there anything in this household that I am not privy to?" Ningxia stammered. Fu Linqing calmly tucked away his phone. "Your mother and I were deliberating on who will wash the dishes after dinner." With half a bowl of rice still untouched, Fu Zichuan remained silent. Chapter 49. A desperate measure. The matter of finding a job had planted a seed in Ningxia's heart. She began submitting resumes on her phone and occasionally explored opportunities around the neighborhood. She inquired at local restaurants and supermarkets, but the wages were low and the hours inflexible. Once Chuan started school, she would be unable to pick him up on time. Therefore, she dismissed those options. Furthermore, she had to attend her rehabilitation training 3 times a week. There was a beauty salon that seemed quite promising, offering a salary of 5,000, conveniently located nearby, with a noon start time and a single day off. However, they occasionally required overtime until 11 or midnight, which he deemed too late and decided to think it over. Ningxia was an optimist. Adversity did not defeat her but rather strengthened her resolve. "In this vast city, I refuse to believe I cannot find a job." She reassured Fu Linqing, "Do not worry. I will definitely be able to support both you and Chuan." Fu Linqing was taken aback, never having imagined he would one day find himself relying on a woman. Seeing his silence and the slight frown on his face, Ningxia cautiously asked, "What's wrong?" Fu Linqing glanced at her. "I am contemplating how I have fallen to a state where I need a woman to provide for me." "Who says a woman cannot support a man? That is a stereotype," Ningxia retorted lightly. Then, recalling something, she added, "Actually, there is a way for us to swiftly escape this predicament." Fu Linqing raised an eyebrow. "Do tell." Ningxia suggested, "There's no overnight feud between father and son. You could apologize to your father and soften your stance. Perhaps they would welcome you back into the Fu family, allowing you to resume a life of luxury." Fu Linqing replied flatly, "Such dreams are better left unspoken. Asking Fu Zhenhai for forgiveness is akin to asking me to take my own life." This statement was rather severe, hinting at turbulent undercurrents beneath his calm exterior. "Why do you harbor such hatred towards your father?" Ningxia inquired, genuinely curious. "What has he done to you?" "He has not done anything to me." Fu Linqing replied indifferently. "You should be asking what he has done to my mother." Without needing to ask, Ningxia could surmise part of the story. Fu Zifeng is only 2 years younger than you, which means he must have married your mother for less than 2 years before having an affair with Zhou Shuiyu. Is that correct? Fu Linqing smiled bitterly. He had another wife and child outside. "My mother only discovered this when I was 8. He forced my mother to her death in pursuit of Zhou Shuiyu. Before I turned 10, they were perpetually arguing on my 10th birthday after celebrating with my grandparents. I returned home to find." Ningxia shook her head, perplexed. Fu Linqing's eyes were void of emotion as he recounted, "I found my mother in her room, having taken her own life, her blood staining her white nightgown and the white sheets." Ningxia was left in stunned silence. Witnessing one's own mother perish before their very eyes is an unbearable tragedy for a child of merely 10 years. She yearned to utter words of solace, to offer some comfort, yet at that moment, language appeared painfully inadequate. Fu Linqing had long surpassed the age where he required consolation. He was well beyond that tender age. When I called him to inform him that my mother had lost a significant amount of blood and implored him to return and save her, he was languishing on Zhou Shueru's bed, impatiently dismissing my plea with the words, "Better dead than alive. It's all over," before abruptly ending the call. Ningxia was incredulous. How could he act in such a manner? He was neither a competent father nor a worthy husband, and certainly not an adequate son-in-law. His wife had taken her own life due to his infidelity, and his in-laws had succumbed to despair following their daughter's demise. I often ponder a troubling question. If a stranger were responsible for my mother's death and the passing of my grandparents, I could denounce and scorn him, or even seek revenge in an extreme manner. However, when the perpetrator is the very man who gave me life and my surname, I find myself unable to condemn him. I am compelled to honor him, even to call him father. Fu Linqing gazed at Ningxia and remarked, "Isn't it absurd?" Ningxia was rendered speechless. At that moment, she grasped the source of Fu Linqing's suffering. She not only understood but felt a deep empathy. She too had endured the burden of an abysmal father, one who nearly dragged her into the abyss. At Fu Linqing, she called his name, clasping his bony hand. He was indeed wealthy, but he was not a good man. She had every right to despise him, to disown him. She did not wish to be entangled with him, and she vowed never again to utter words that would compel him to yield. Fu Linqing lowered his eyelashes, observing the small hand that rested upon his knuckles. Throughout his life, he had been inundated with the admonitions of family and friends. He is your father. After all, we are family. He gave you life and raised you. You should be grateful. His wealth will one day be yours. A little humility will not harm you. Now, Ningxia was telling him that he could detest him, could harbor no affection for him, and had every right to deny him. Fu Linqing lifted his gaze, fixating on the woman seated across from him. "If I disown him, I shall have no money." Ningxia scoffed, "If there's no money, so be it. What is the big deal? We have hands and feet. We shall not live off the scraps of others." "Then we must endure hardships," Fu Linqing replied. "That's fine." "I do not have a taste for sweetness," Ningxia retorted. Fu Linqing chuckled softly. He genuinely could not fathom why she was so kind to him, tirelessly caring for him, encouraging him during his low moments, often reminding him to remain optimistic about the future and not to succumb to despair. She had done so much for him. Could it truly be that she did not harbor feelings for him? Yet, when he had last asked, she had claimed not to like him in the slightest, describing him as temperamental and sharp-tongued, professing her preference for gentler men. If she did not like him, why then had she devoted herself to him, silently guarding his side? At the same time, Fu Linqing felt a sense of shame. Her kindness contrasted sharply with his previous treatment of her. Emotions swelled from deep within, and as he gazed into her bright, pure eyes, he felt increasingly uneasy. "Ningxia," he murmured her name, his heart ablaze. Ningxia looked at him, puzzled. "What?" Fu Linqing wished to assure her that he would no longer lose his temper with her, that he would treat her with utmost kindness. He would repay her for all he had previously owed her. Yet, he was acutely aware of his current circumstances. What right did he have to treat her well? He could scarcely walk, and it was highly probable he would never stand again. What could he possibly offer her in recompense? Ningxia waited for him to speak, but he remained silent, his expression shifting from bright to increasingly somber. "What is wrong with you? Do you have something to say?" she inquired. Fu Linqing shook his head. "I merely wanted to ask how your job search has been progressing these past few days." Ningxia sighed. "I lack substantial work experience, having spent several years as a full-time housewife. And I am severely out of touch with society. Very few companies would consider hiring me. However, Ruo Shui mentioned that I am quite pretty and would be suitable for a decorative role, suggesting I apply for those front desk positions that require minimal skills." Fu Linqing frowned. What nonsense is she spouting? What does it mean to be suitable as a decorative piece? Ningxia laughed. She means no harm. I actually find her reasoning quite sound. Following her advice, I submitted resumes to a couple of companies hiring for front desk positions. You won't believe it, but one of them has actually reached out to me with an offer. Chapter 50. His embarrassment, discomfort, and shame. Fu Linqing inquired about the nature of the company. Ningxia pulled out her phone to show him. I filtered a few options. These two are relatively close and offer similar salaries. One is in the medical field, while the other specializes in eyewear. Fu Linqing checked the credentials of both companies on his phone and confirmed they were legitimate, ruling out any potential risks. What are your plans? He asked. We are in dire need of money. The eyewear company offers a salary that is 1,000 higher than the medical one. I believe we should go with the one that pays more. Ningxia suggested, seeking his opinion. 1,000 yuan means a lot to us right now. It could stretch our budget for nearly half a month. Fu Linqing never imagined he would find himself weighing options over a mere 1,000 yuan. Regardless of which company they chose, they should first attend the interview and assess the situation before making a decision. Ningxia agreed with his reasoning. She was not overly concerned about the job itself, but rather about another matter. If I start working, I want to be able to take time off to come back. What will happen to your rehabilitation training? Fu Linqing chuckled. I'm a grown man. Can I not survive without you? As long as I can go downstairs, I can manage to go to the hospital alone. It seemed rather pitiable that while others had family members accompanying them, he would be alone. She did not wish for him to face rehabilitation training all by himself. However, she believed that when the time came, they would find a way to manage both their needs. The next day, Ningxia attended the interview. After years without formal employment, she felt a twinge of anxiety. The first interview was with the eyewear company, which offered a salary of approximately 6,000 yuan, with social insurance and housing fund, along with meals and accommodation. Even if she did not stay on site, they would provide a subsidy. Her appearance played a significant role in this interview. The front desk required a certain aesthetic. The interviewer remarked on her good image and invited her to start work at any time. Ningxia was quite pleased, especially considering it was conveniently located, with a bus ride taking just over 30 minutes. The other company, Hong Medical, revealed itself to be a high-end rehabilitation institution upon her arrival. They were a Sino-foreign joint venture, boasting efficient service, high-quality medical resources, and a serene environment conducive to recuperation. As Ningxia perused the informational brochure, she marveled at the conditions offered. Such private high-end medical care was a stark contrast to public rehabilitation hospitals. Clients would not have to wait in line and could even receive door-to-door service, enjoying private rooms and one-on-one care, ensuring their privacy and dignity. Ningxia could not help but recall the scenes from her visits with Fu Linqing to his rehabilitation sessions. In those vast spaces, dozens of patients trained simultaneously, the environment was cramped, noisy, and devoid of warmth, lacking privacy and comfort. She vividly remembered the incident when he suddenly lost control during training, the indifference of the doctors, and the curious stares of other patients. It had triggered his emotional turmoil. His embarrassment, discomfort, and profound shame remained etched in her memory. If he could undergo rehabilitation in such a high-end private facility, perhaps his emotional state would stabilize, and he would not be so prone to irritability and outbursts. For a patient like him, a more private environment could provide immense psychological safety and dignity. Yet, they lacked the funds. Such elite rehabilitation institutions commanded a hefty membership fee. Previously, she had been oblivious to the reasons behind Fu Linqing's deep-seated resentment towards Fu Zhenhai, which had led her to advocate for him to apologize. She had believed it would pave the way for a life of luxury. Now, however, knowing the core of his struggles, she could no longer bring herself to urge him to seek forgiveness from Fu Zhenhai. After the interview, Ningxia returned home. She shared the details of Hong Medical with Fu Linqing and showed him the promotional materials. Although the salary was not as high as that of the eyewear company and the job was located in the suburbs, requiring a commute of over 40 minutes, she expressed her desire to work there. I am particularly drawn to this place because of its connection to rehabilitation. The environment is exceptional, and they offer one-on-one private doctors. It would be ideal for your rehabilitation training in the future. Fu Linqing perused the brochure and quickly grasped the positioning of Hong Medical. He closed the brochure and remarked, their clientele consists of high-net-worth individuals, and membership levels start at 200,000. With my current financial situation, I am unable to access such services. What if I strike it rich one day? Ningxia mused, envisioning a future where they could afford to explore all levels of membership. Enjoying the best doctors from Germany, the United States, and France to care for him, Fu Linqing couldn't help but chuckle. In the past, he would have been a high-level client at such a medical center. Now, he could barely step through its doors. You think this place is suitable? Ningxia inquired. If you don't want me to go, I will decline. Fu Linqing frowned. What do you mean by saying I don't want you to go? You should go if you want to, because I need to take care of you. It is too far out in the suburbs, and it takes nearly an hour by bus if you need me. I want to be able to return in time. Fu Linqing was momentarily taken aback. Every decision she made seemed to revolve around him. It seems that in her life, he is the most significant person. You appear quite eager to visit this rehabilitation center, so why not go ahead? However, what if something were to happen to you and I cannot? Fu Lynching interrupted her. Are you implying that I am a harbinger of misfortune? Do you wish to take on that role as well? TSK, 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 you are right. I should not indulge in such thoughts. The work arrangement is settled. In 2 days, Ningxia will officially join Wangkong. Alongside her, there is another girl. Also at the front desk. The working hours are from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening, totaling 8 hours daily. Each morning, Ningxia rises at 7 o'clock. After returning from the market, she prepares a dish of meat and a vegetable, stores them in the refrigerator, and reminds Fu Lynching that this is the lunch for him and Chuan, advising him to heat it before eating. Having never set foot in a kitchen throughout his life, Fu Lynching required several instructions just to reheat the food. Due to the peculiar circumstances, they could only make do with a light meal at noon. In the evenings, when Ningxia returns from work, she would prepare fresh dishes, and the three of them would gather around a humble dining table, sharing stories of their day as they dined. Naturally, Ningxia dominated the conversation. Confined at home, Fu Lynching had little to engage with and could only listen. Ningxia would recount her experiences at the company, from hosting wealthy clients, one of whom had come with a broken arm, presumably due to a confrontation with his original partner, to trivial disputes between the cleaning staff and security over a few footprints. She was a whirlwind, bustling in and out each day, as busy as a spinning top. Watching her, Fu Lynching felt her exhaustion. She rushed to the market every morning, hurried home to prepare lunch, then dashed to catch the bus, only to return in the evening to cook dinner for 3. In truth, you could sleep in a bit longer. There is no need to wake early to shop, and cooked I can manage with instant noodles for lunch. Ningxia was taken aback. Fu Lynching, who had previously been quite particular and never touched instant noodles or frozen food, was now suggesting they eat instant noodles. He had indeed matured. She laughed heartily. I'm not that exhausted. I go to bed by 11 and rise at 7, so I'm getting my 8 hours. Fu Lynching believed it wasn't merely about sleep. Rather, her days were filled with unceasing tasks, leaving no room for personal space. In the stillness of the night, he would often contemplate that if he could just confront Fu Zhenhai, endure the humiliation and ridicule, perhaps he could return to the Fu family. Alternatively, he might beseech Fu Zhenhai for a sum of money, alleviating Ningxia's burdens. Yet, he found it impossible to approach Fu Zhenhai, not out of pride or fear of humiliation, but because he refused to bow to him. He would not stoop before the wealth that Fu Zhenhai wielded. Chapter 51. I am paraplegic, not brain damaged. Having worked for over half a month, Ningxia gradually acclimated to her new rhythm of life. Fu Lynching's rehabilitation sessions had shifted from weekly visits on Fridays to now occurring on Saturdays, Sundays, and Tuesdays. On weekends, Ningxia could accompany him to the hospital. On Tuesdays, she would utilize her 2-hour lunch break to rush home, assist Xiao Zhang in taking Fu Lynching to the hospital, and then hurry back to work. After his sessions, Xiao Zhang would bring him home. As Chuan frequented the rehabilitation center, he transitioned from initial restraint to a newfound familiarity. Everything was progressing positively. At the company, Ningxia fostered good relationships with her colleagues. The girl who joined alongside her, named Liang Meitong, was a year younger, unmarried, and not a local resident, with a soft and cute appearance. Being young and lively, Ningxia quickly bonded with her. One day, while they were dining in the cafeteria, Fu Lynching's call unexpectedly came through. Ningxia, thinking something was amiss, hurriedly answered, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Nothing is wrong," Fu Lynching replied. "The power at home has been out for several hours and has yet to be restored. Can the food you prepared this morning still be eaten?" Their current refrigerator was quite old, and its cooling efficiency had diminished significantly. Coupled with the sweltering weather, the prolonged outage had likely compromised the food's freshness. Just to be safe, you might want to avoid eating it, Ningxia advised, concerned for Chuan's health and the fact that Fu Lynching was unwell. If it were just her, she would have eaten it without hesitation, but with 2 men, one ill and the other a child, she could not take the risk. "I'll order takeout for you. What would you like to eat?" Ningxia offered. Fu Lynching responded, "I recall that you and Chuan bought instant noodles from the supermarket a few days ago. Where did you put them? We can eat instant noodles. There's no need to order takeout." Under Ningxia's influence toward frugality, Fu Lynching, who once regarded instant noodles as junk food, had begun to appreciate the value of simple living. A packet of instant noodles costs 2 yuan, and they could each have one for a total of 4. However, a meal ordered from a restaurant would cost at least 20 or 30 yuan for 2 people to feel satisfied. Ningxia could purchase fresh vegetables and meat from the market with that same amount, enough for all three of them to eat for an entire day. Hearing his words, Ningxia felt a mix of satisfaction and complexity. The once extravagant young master, who had thrown money around without thought, was now calculating expenses just like her. A commoner. I placed the instant noodles in the kitchen cabinet, right beneath the rice cooker. You can easily find them there. Also, please boil an egg for Chuan Chuan. And be cautious while boiling water so you don't burn yourself, Ningxia instructed, her tone resembling that of a mother. Fu Linqing found it amusing. I'm paraplegic, not brain damaged. Surely I can manage such trivial tasks. Focus on your work. I will take good care of your son. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Ningxia scarcely had a chance to respond before she looked up to see Liang Meitong's inquisitive face. Whose call was that? You seemed quite concerned. Why, child's father? What? Liang Meitong's eyes widened in disbelief. You remarried? And have a child? Ningxia continued eating. The child is already 5 years old. Aren't you envious? My goodness, you look so young. I thought you were single. We're about the same age. Yet you have a 5-year-old. I married quite early, Ningxia replied. Where is your husband from? Liang Meitong probed further, asking about his age and occupation, whether he was a local. Ningxia hesitated, unsure how to convey Fu Linqing's identity, and vaguely said, he used to be in business. Now he stays home to rest, and he is a local. Upon hearing that Fu Linqing was a local, Liang Meitong became even more excited. Ningxia, you're so lucky to marry a local man. Haiqing is a first-tier city with a multitude of migrant workers. Liang Meitong was one among countless laborers, having come from a smaller place, hoping to establish herself in this vast city. She had always wanted to find a local man to marry and have children, eventually buying a home. However, most local men often looked down upon women like her. So, upon learning that Ningxia had married a local, she was filled with envy and curiosity. How did you end up marrying your husband? Surely he has good friends. If there are any suitable single men, please introduce me. This posed quite a dilemma for Ningxia. She had no knowledge of Fu Linqing's close friends or their identities. While she had once been a wealthy lady in the Fu household, she had never integrated into the circles of affluent wives, and Fu Linqing had never considered introducing her to his friends. Ningxia couldn't make promises to Liang Meitong, yet she didn't want to sound too harsh, considering they were colleagues. All she could say was, if I come across any good men, I'll certainly keep an eye out for you. But don't get your hopes up. My husband's friends are all married. Some even have children in elementary school. At that moment, Fu Linqing was in the kitchen, staring at 2 packets of instant noodles, exchanging bewildered looks with his son. Having rarely eaten instant noodles, Fu Linqing asked, do we just throw the noodles into boiling water, or is there a specific method? Fu Zichuan, innocent and naive, replied, do we need to throw the packaging in as well? Fu Linqing, he regretted asking. Ultimately, he resolved to search online for guidance. Meanwhile, Fu Zichuan, clutching his rumbling stomach, suggested, you should call Mama and ask her how to prepare it. We can't call her. Fu Linqing, inexplicably fueled with determination, thought, I just assured your mother that I would take good care of you. If I call her for help now, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Thus, the 2 inexperienced father and son began their earnest exploration of how to cook instant noodles in the kitchen. Armed with their phones, Chapter 52. A special kind of love struck, Fu Linqing found an abundance of results online, and he felt quite overwhelmed. How could there be so many ways to prepare a simple packet of instant noodles, all devised by culinary enthusiasts? The internet suggested either soaking the noodles in boiling water or cooking them in a pot, where one could add extra ingredients like eggs, vegetables, or ham. Fu Linqing closed his phone and handed the decision over to his son. How would you like to eat them? Let us cook them, Fu Zichuan declared. Mama said I'm at a growing age, so I need to eat a balanced diet. I want 2 eggs, then we'll cook them. He fetched a pot, filled it with water, lit the stove, and prepared the ingredients. Once the water boiled, he tossed in the noodles, along with everything else, covered the pot, and declared it done. Fu Zichuan asked, is that it? Can we eat now? Fu Linqing nodded, just a few minutes more, and it will be ready. Fu Zichuan's expression was filled with skepticism. He had observed his mother cooking, which involved numerous steps and precise timing for seasoning. Yet, here with his father, the process seemed remarkably simple. He voiced his doubts. Is this really going to cook properly? Rest assured, you shall not go hungry. I am following the tutorial, and it is bound to be delicious. Fu Linqing exuded confidence, asserting that cooking was, in fact, quite simple, requiring only patience and a willingness to wait. After 7 or 8 minutes, he lifted the pot lid, gazing into the concoction within, and fell into silence. Fu Zichuan, with a look of disdain, exclaimed, "What is this? Where are my eggs? This resembles the egg drop soup my mother made a few days ago, but it pales in comparison to her presentation." Fu Linsheng. Fu Zichuan's small face scrunched up in distaste. The noodles have disintegrated, and there's too little water. It's all clumped together, resembling excrement. Fu Linsheng. Fu Zichuan's tone was laden with lamentation. "You've ruined our lunch. I shall go hungry." With wide eyes, Fu Linsheng began to speak nonsense. "It's not ruined. This is the final product. You should give it a taste." Fu Zichuan was unconvinced. Fu Linsheng insisted, "I assure you, it is true." He retrieved 2 bowls, ladling the slop into one for himself and pushing the other towards his son. Fu Linsheng took a spoonful. Fu Zichuan watched him intently. Fu Linsheng delivered the performance of his life, declaring, "It's quite tasty. Do eat." Had Fu Zichuan possessed even a primary school education, he would not have been so easily deceived. He reluctantly picked up the spoon and took a large bite. Then, "Ugh, no spitting it out. Ugh, ugh, swallow it down. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Your mother despises wasting food. If you do not finish it, she will be heartbroken." Thus, Fu Zichuan, with tears in his eyes, finished a bowl of oddly flavored, unappealing lunch that defied categorization. Fu Linsheng solicitously inquired, "Would you like a bit more?" "I shall never trust you again," Fu Zichuan retorted, bolting from the kitchen. Fu Linsheng. After finishing his own bowl, Fu Linsheng found he could eat no more. With a small portion remaining in the pot, he poured it all down the drain, suppressing his conscience. Once he completed this task, his phone chimed with a message from Ningxia, inquiring if they had eaten. Fu Linsheng replied, "We just finished a hearty meal. Do not worry about us." Ningxia felt gratified. Not only could Fu Linsheng care for himself, but he was also capable of preparing meals for his son, a feat she had never dared to imagine in the past. "Wait for me to return this evening. I shall prepare something delicious for you." Ningxia replied, "I must go now. I have to get back to work." Fu Linsheng smiled as he held his phone. He wheeled himself outside and said to the sulking child sprawled on the sofa, "Your mother says she will return tonight to prepare a delightful meal for us. Do not remain upset." Fu Zichuan merely huffed in response. The wait was interminable, especially when one was hungry. At 5 o'clock, Ningxia finished work and took the bus home, a journey of 40 to 50 minutes, followed by a trip to the supermarket for groceries. By a little past 6, she arrived home. Upon opening the door, she found Fu Zichuan eagerly waiting at the entrance, holding a pair of slippers, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Mother, you have finally returned." Ningxia patted the little fellow on the head, but before they could interact further, Fu Zichuan pushed her towards the kitchen. "Mother, please hurry and cook." As Ningxia tied on her apron, she asked, "Are you hungry?" Fu Linsheng shot a warning glance. "Not hungry," Fu Zichuan replied reluctantly. "I had eggs, greens, and instant noodles for lunch. Father cooked splendidly, and I was quite full." Fu Linsheng nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, I too felt quite sated." 30 minutes later, a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and a soup graced the table. Fu Zichuan clutched his bowl, eagerly digging into his rice. Fu Linsheng remained silent, also absorbed in his meal. Ningxia observed the two of them, both exhibiting the demeanor of the famished, and curiously asked, "Did you not both eat well at noon?" Fu Zichuan replied, "It's because Mother's cooking is delectable." Fu Linsheng added, "Tonight's dinner seems exceptionally fragrant." The two devoured the rice from the rice cooker, appearing still unsatisfied. Ningxia hesitantly asked, "Are you still not full?" Fu Zichuan licked his chopsticks. "I can eat more." Fu Linsheng sipped a small amount of soup. "I have a good appetite today. However, the rice is finished," Ningxia said. "Then I shall go prepare some noodles for you." "Oh, noodles!" the father and son exclaimed in unison. Ningxia. Fu Linsheng explained, "We grew weary of noodles at lunch. In truth, we have eaten enough. Do not prepare anything further, as it is unwise to overindulge at dinner." Fu Zichuan set down his chopsticks, nodding in agreement. After dinner, the three of them collaborated to tidy up the rubbish. The dining table and the kitchen. Around 7:30, Ningxia took Zichuan out for a stroll. This had become their nightly ritual. Fu Linsheng, unable to venture outside and unwilling to do so, left the evening outdoor activities solely to Ningxia and Zichuan. In truth, she hoped that the three of them could stroll together, peruse shops, and watch the elderly dance at the square. She had suggested asking a neighbor to assist in bringing him downstairs. But Fu Linqing had flatly refused, asserting that he was quite content remaining at home alone. He further stated that having taken care of Fu Zichuan all day, he relished the solitude. Ningxia recognized these were merely excuses. He simply did not wish to go out, did not want to see anyone, did not want social interaction, and did not want to be viewed with peculiar eyes. Ningxia wondered when he would emerge from this state. No longer caring about the opinions of others, perhaps with the passage of time, it would merely require a catalyst for him to regain his vigor. Each day, Ningxia traversed the same 2 points. Although her life felt monotonous, she found it fulfilling. In fact, she experienced a sense of satisfaction that surpassed her previous existence as a wealthy lady in the Fu household. Each morning, upon opening her eyes, she could see her son sleeping beside her, and her relationship with Fu Linqing had softened, no longer as rigid as before. She was now able to work and earn her own income, free from the previous feeling of having boundless wealth yet lacking a sense of reality. On this particular day, just as she finished work and began to gather her belongings to return home, Liang Meidong invited her out for dinner. Ningxia hesitated, as she still needed to prepare dinner for Zichuan. "You are far too much the devoted wife and mother," Liang Meidong remarked. "You never go out to play. You rush home after work to care for your husband and son. Were you particularly infatuated before? It seems as though you live solely for them. You must also consider yourself that a woman who loves herself will receive the love of others." Chapter 53. Goodness, he's even more handsome than in the videos. Ningxia found it amusing. "I love myself quite well, thank you. You, who are not yet married, do not grasp the significance of responsibility. Having children entails the obligation to care for them." Liang Meitong suddenly sighed. "If my parents had a sense of responsibility towards their children like you do, I wouldn't be arguing with them every few days." Ningxia was aware that her relationship with her parents was strained, having overheard her quarrels with them over the phone on 2 occasions. "Just come out with me for dinner. The world will not collapse if you skip one meal with them." Liang Meitong clasped her hands in a pleading gesture. "Why not call your husband and ask if he minds?" Ningxia, curious, inquired, "Why are you so insistent that I accompany you for dinner?" "All right, let me tell you the truth. I have a date today. The other party has invited me out for dinner. This will be our first meeting, though we have been chatting online for 2 to 3 months. He says he likes me and wants to meet. I have no friends in this city, and you are the only one I can turn to." Ningxia felt somewhat speechless. "Am I not just a third wheel?" Liang Meidong laughed. "It's not a date. Just a simple meet-up to share a meal and get to know each other. You already have someone you like to chat with, yet you still want me to introduce you to someone?" Recently, Liang Meitong had frequently brought this matter up, occasionally whispering it in Ningxia's ear, to the point where Ningxia felt like her ears were about to develop calluses. "I never said I liked him. We were just chatting, no commitment has been established, and it doesn't hinder you from introducing me to anyone." Liang Meidong considered this akin to blind dating. If this match did not suit her, she could always pursue the next as long as she did not straddle both boats and deceive the other party. It would suffice to go on. "I truly cannot manage on my own," Liang Meitong implored. Ningxia, softened by her persistence, relented and said she would call Fu Linqing to inquire. Liang Meitong cheered and urged her to call quickly. Ningxia stepped aside and dialed Fu Linqing's number. After 2 or 3 rings, it was answered and Zichuan's voice came through. "Mama? Why is it you? Where's Papa?" "He is in the living room exercising. He left the phone in the bedroom, so I came to answer." "Then please hand the phone to Papa. I need to speak with him." Fu Zichuan carried the phone to the living room and handed it to Fu Linqing. "Mama's on the line." Fu Linqing gradually ceased his exercise, adjusted his breathing, and placed the phone to his ear, his voice deep and resonant. "Ningxia?" His post-exercise voice was magnetic, traveling through the airwaves, and Ningxia rubbed her ears, saying, "A colleague of mine wants to meet her online romance for dinner. She feels awkward going alone and has asked me to accompany her. What reason should I give to decline?" Fu Linqing first inquired, "Is your colleague male or female?" He then asked, "Why do you not wish to go?" Ningxia replied, "I need to return to prepare dinner for you both." Fu Linqing frowned. Displeased with her response, he called her name. "Ruan Ningxia, do not devote yourself entirely to us. Your own life is equally important. Socializing with colleagues outside of work is also a means of cultivating interpersonal relationships. But what about your dinner? We cannot possibly resort to instant noodles again, can we?" The previous experience with instant noodles lingered vividly in Fu Linqing's mind, and the mere mention of them made his head throb. Ningxia remains oblivious to the tribulations endured by both her and Chuanchuan's stomachs. His demeanor is quite resolute. In truth, instant noodles can be quite delectable. Should you fail to return to prepare dinner, I shall seize the opportunity to hone my culinary skills. In the event of our divorce and your subsequent departure, these responsibilities will inevitably fall upon me alone. Ningxia lowered her gaze, choosing silence. Although they had reached an agreement to divorce while remaining under the same roof, they had yet to procure a divorce certificate. Fu Linqing had not broached the subject, nor had she. It was as if the notion of divorce had slipped their minds entirely. Their current relationship resembled that of friends rather than spouses, cohabiting under a single roof, sharing the burdens of daily life. As the silence lingered over the phone, Fu Linqing became acutely aware of his own words. Since their last agreement regarding the divorce, it had been a subject left untouched until now. An indescribable feeling enveloped him. He suppressed the emotion and suggested to Ningxia, "How about we go out and enjoy a meal with your colleagues? It would be a perfect opportunity for you to unwind." Ningxia pondered for a moment, "Then let me order takeout for you. You've just finished exercising. Take a break and avoid the kitchen. It's both tiring and sweltering." Fu Linqing acquiesced. After Ningxia ended the call, a message from Fu Linqing soon followed. "You still haven't mentioned whether your colleagues are male or female." Ningxia couldn't help but chuckle, replying, "They are girls." Fu Linqing ceased his responses thereafter. Ningxia returned to Liang Meitong, who, with anticipation in her eyes, nodded. "I can accompany you for dinner." "Fantastic!" Liang Meitong exclaimed, raising her phone. "I just messaged my online love interest, informing him that I'll be bringing a friend. He said that's perfectly fine and even asked what you would like to eat. I have no preferences." "You all decide," Ningxia replied. Opening the takeout app. Summer is the season for barbecues, and young people often opt for that when dining out together. En route, Liang Meitong disclosed her online partner's name, Zohong, and mentioned that he had also brought a friend to avoid any awkwardness. Ningxia found this agreeable. It ensured that everyone would feel at ease. "We video called online, so I know what Zohong looks like. He won't be a disappointment. However, I simply cannot accept a man who is too short." Liang Meitong, being quite tall herself, had inquired about his height, and he claimed to be 1.8 meters. "If he doesn't measure up in person, let's be courteous and leave swiftly after the meal." Ningxia questioned, "What if he truly is 1.8 meters? Then we could still continue the evening with some karaoke or something similar." Liang Meitong replied. Ningxia couldn't suppress her laughter. "You are indeed quite pragmatic." Liang Meitong linked her arm with Ningxia's. "I'm merely considering the next generation. I think I see him. He's standing by the barbecue shop, looking down at his phone. Can you quickly check if he's really 1.8 meters tall?" Startled by her sudden exclamation, Ningxia felt her own nerves heighten. "Let me see. He appears quite tall and isn't overweight. He suits you perfectly. Oh, he's looking over here and greeting us. You should respond." Liang Meitong's face flushed crimson. "Goodness, he is even more handsome than in the video. I think my brain just short-circuited and my hands have gone numb. Please, help me reply. Just this? And she dares to call herself a romantic?" Ningxia rolled her eyes and greeted the young man. Chapter 54. A Good Brother's Online Love Interest is a beauty. The gathering comprised 2 men and 2 women, all youthful, initially feeling a bit awkward. However, once the barbecue and drinks arrived, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Ningxia and Liang Meitong sat side by side, while Zohong and his friend occupied the opposite seats. Zohong ordered a plethora of barbecue items and only 2 servings of crayfish, one spicy and the other garlic-flavored. The table brimmed with an array of appetizing dishes. Liang Meitong, typically boisterous, exhibited remarkable restraint today, taking delicate bites of her food. Were it not for Ningxia's prior experiences witnessing her devour meals with wild abandon, she would have believed Liang Meitong to be a refined lady. Ningxia discreetly messaged her, "Do you like it?" Liang Meitong replied, "Absolutely. Did you not see the grin on my face?" Ningxia continued, "I think he likes you too. He keeps stealing glances at you. Whenever you look his way, he blushes, pouring drinks and offering napkins, so attentive." Liang Meitong responded with a playful emoji. Silly grin, spinning in circles. The initial shyness lasted only half an hour. Once the conversation flowed, Liang Meitong forgot all about her nervousness. Ningxia, seated beside her, observed as she and Zohong gazed at each other with affection, their eyes oblivious to anyone else. Ningxia felt somewhat superfluous. She messaged Fu Linqing to inquire about their meal. Fu Linqing sent back a photograph. Ningxia examined it closely. Is that egg fried rice? Fu Linqing replied. I made it myself. Ningxia responded. Didn't I suggest you order takeout? Why did you end up cooking? Initially, Ningxia intended to order for them, but Fu Linqing expressed a desire to experience the process of ordering takeout through his phone. Thus, she transferred him some money to try it out. Fu Linqing explained. After surveying the options, I found them all a bit pricey, so I decided to cook instead. Ningxia shook her head in disbelief. Truly, a penny pinches even the most extravagant of individuals. The man who once dined on gourmet meals now finds takeout exorbitant. Life has taught him the value of frugality. Ningxia sent a thumbs-up emoji. Thumbs up. Impressive. Ningxia added. The presentation looks delightful. It appears quite appetizing. With a bit more practice, you could even set up a stall. Fu Linqing, how come you excel at everything? Her words were laden with emotional value. Fu Linqing recognized her penchant for encouragement, whether directed at him or Chuan. Particularly with him, she showered praise for even the smallest of accomplishments. For instance, when he tidied up the floor out of boredom, she would gaze at him in awe and say, You can sweep the floor so impeccably even in a wheelchair. It makes me feel inadequate. During his home workouts, she would often exclaim, You truly are remarkable. I, with all my limbs intact, struggle to lift such heavy dumbbells. Yet you manage it effortlessly. Even a man of his stature occasionally felt bashful under her compliments. He chuckled as he typed. How does it feel dining with your colleagues? Ningxia replied. I feel like a third wheel. But the food is delicious. Fu Linqing inquired. What are you eating? Ningxia sent him a photo. Fu Linqing opened it to see a table laden with colorful and fragrant dishes. A stark contrast to his simple egg fried rice. Fu Linqing teased. Are you trying to evoke jealousy? Ningxia understood his implication and couldn't help but laugh, only to choke a bit in her delight. Cough, cough, cough. Are you all right? A glass of water was handed to her, and Ningxia instinctively accepted it, taking a few sips to soothe her throat. Thank you. She set the cup down and turned to the man across from her. You are I am Wang. How did I introduce myself earlier? It's a common name. So perhaps you didn't remember. No. Ningxia waved her hands in embarrassment. We were all still strangers then, feeling a bit tense, so I didn't catch it. Wang Hao, perceptive, replied. Actually, I didn't remember your name either. Ningxia introduced herself once more. Wang Hao and Zhou Hong had been friends for many years, and he was brought along on a whim by his good friend. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his friend's online love interest was an attractive woman, as was her friend. Regardless of gender, everyone appreciates beauty. Wang Hao found himself drawn to Ningxia, though he had yet to find the right moment to strike up a conversation. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, he engaged her in dialogue, asking where she was from, what she did, and what her hobbies were. Ningxia, treating it as casual social interaction, answered his questions and politely inquired about his background. My hometown is in X City. After graduation, I came to Haicheng to work and currently run a store with friends, specializing in medical aids. Hearing this piqued Ningxia's interest. What types of aids do you sell in your shop? We offer everything that disabled individuals might need. Wheelchairs, hospital beds, crutches, and various other equipment. Are modern wheelchairs quite advanced? I saw some online that cost hundreds of thousands. They are so expensive, even more than a car. Wang Hao chuckled. These high-end electric wheelchairs are fully equipped with features for standing and reclining, requiring custom fitting. They are akin to the Ferraris of wheelchairs. For patients with high spinal cord injuries, having access to such a wheelchair significantly enhances their quality of life. However, due to their exorbitant costs, those with modest means typically do not opt for them. Fu Linqing was not a high spinal injury patient. He retained normal upper body strength and even some strength in his core. Thus, such expensive multifunctional wheelchairs were impractical and unaffordable. Ningxia had long wished to visit a physical store to examine wheelchairs, but had been too preoccupied to find the time. Now that she had encountered a professional, she couldn't help but ask more questions. Wang Hao, eager for a deeper connection with her, answered all her inquiries thoroughly. As their conversation unfolded, they grew more familiar, with Ningxia even taking the initiative to add him on WeChat. His moments on social media featured numerous videos and images related to medical aids. Whenever she saw photos or videos of wheelchairs, she would eagerly click to view them. Wang Hao, in turn, opened her social media profile, which was set to display only the past month's posts. She had a mere 7 or 8 entries, all work-related, with one image of food captioned, Home-cooked meals. So, she knows how to cook as well, beautiful and skilled in the kitchen. However, from her photographs, it was evident that her current living conditions were not particularly favorable, as the dining table appeared quite cheap, and the furniture and decor were rather outdated. At such a young age, it was clear she could not afford her own home. The rented accommodation is likely rather subpar. His circumstances are marginally better than hers. She is a receptionist, a working girl, while he is a budding entrepreneur, a small business owner. If he were to pursue her, she would likely not decline. After dinner, it was only around 8:30 when Liang Meitong and Zhou Heng suggested changing venues. Ningxia sent a message to Fu Lincheng. We have finished our meal and are preparing to play a murder mystery game. I will definitely return before 11, so please don't let Chuan stay up too late. He needs to be in bed by 10. You don't need to wait for me. Just rest early. When Fu Lincheng saw this message, he had just finished his shower and was stepping out of the bathroom. Fu Zichuan was engrossed in his phone, and upon seeing his father emerge, the little boy scrambled off the sofa in alarm. Mom just sent a message saying she is going to play a murder game. Fu Lincheng replied. What nonsense have you been taught? I am not talking nonsense, Fu Zichuan retorted, handing his phone to his father, visibly upset. Just look for yourself. Fu Lincheng, puzzled, took the phone and opened the messaging app. Reading Ningxia's message, he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Fu Zichuan urged anxiously, you must stop her. Playing murder is wrong. After a moment of silence, Fu Lincheng said, tomorrow, I will discuss it with your mother and have her enroll you in a Chinese tutoring class. Fu Zichuan glared at him. Is my Chinese not good enough? It's perfectly fine. Fu Lincheng clarified the true intent of the message. Your mother is going to play a murder mystery? Not a murder game. Fu Zichuan looked bewildered. What is a murder mystery? It is a type of game. You wouldn't understand. Fu Lincheng handed him the remote. Watch television for another hour, then it's time for bed. The television was a second-hand set that Ningxia had purchased online some time ago. During the day, Fu Zichuan often used this television to pass the time. Fu Lincheng reviewed Ningxia's messages several times, typing and deleting his responses repeatedly. In truth, he hoped she would return early. He had assumed that after dinner, she would come back, but to his surprise, she was going out to have fun with her colleagues. Were her new friends that enjoyable? If she returned now, they could still chat. But if she came back at 11, she would shower and go to bed, leaving them no time to talk. Fu Lincheng realized how dependent he had become on her. Every day at her off-duty hour, he eagerly anticipated seeing her and hearing her voice. Previously, he found her chatter tedious and bothersome, but now, a day without her voice left him feeling as though something vital was missing. If one were to ask him about the most comforting time of his day, it would likely be the hour she returned from work. The three of them would sit at the dining table, eating and conversing. She would share tales of the people and events she encountered at work, both the good and the bad, and would candidly vent about peculiar clients. He had expected her to recount her day to him upon her return. Yet she had told him not to wait. On several occasions, he typed in the input box, no, 11 is too late. You must come back early, only to delete it afterward. Was his tone too harsh? Would she be upset? She had a rare chance to unwind and enjoy herself, and he would be selfishly demanding her return. After much deliberation, Fu Lincheng finally typed 2 words. All right. Fu Zichuan, lying on the sofa, wasn't he absorbed in the television but kept stealing glances at his father. Why did he feel that his father was in a bad mood? Just before his shower, Fu Lincheng had seemed quite cheerful, even mentioning that if their mother returned to find them already bathed, she would surely praise them. Now, however, he sat listlessly in his wheelchair, fiddling with his phone, seemingly oblivious to everything. Fu Zichuan discreetly sent a message to Ningxia via his smartwatch. Mom. Mom, calling Mom, are you there? Ningxia was not particularly interested in the murder mystery game. Had it not been for Liang Meitong suggesting that time was still early and that she wanted to spend more time with Zhou Heng, she would have returned home long ago. After playing 2 rounds, she felt the urge to use the restroom and told them to continue without her. Upon finishing, she received a message from Fu Lincheng saying all right. It seemed that returning later would not be an issue. Ningxia stepped outside for some fresh air, and just as she prepared to head back in, her phone buzzed with several messages from Chuan. She opened them one by one. Mom, calling Mom, are you there? Did you and Dad have a fight? Dad seems a bit upset. He looks as if that I don't know how to describe it. Just that feeling, like that abandoned stray dog we saw in the market last time. Ningxia was bewildered upon hearing these messages. What on earth? How could Fu Lincheng be unhappy? During their barbecue, He had seemed perfectly fine while chatting with her. Checking the time, she noted it was nearly 10 and informed Liang Meitong and the others that it was time to leave. Wang Hao responded, "You all have work tomorrow. It is indeed time to disperse. We should head back now and arrange to meet another day." Liang Meitong and Zhou Hong had no objections. Zhou Hong called a taxi to take Liang Meitong home, and Ningxia decided to share the ride with Wang Hao. The taxi made its way, stopping intermittently, and it took nearly 30 minutes to arrive at Ningxia's neighborhood. When she got out, Wang Hao was already out of the car, holding the door open for her. Ningxia thanked him. Wang Hao glanced around. "Do you live here? Do you need me to escort you to your building?" As a stranger she had just met, Ningxia felt it inappropriate to accept his offer. She politely declined. "No, thank you. You should head back. I appreciate you going out of your way to bring me here, 18-night. It is customary for men to allow women to exit the vehicle first." "It doesn't matter for me," he replied. "Although Haicheng is quite safe, there have been reports of taxi and private car drivers harming female passengers. I noticed your community lacks security and has no guards. So I thought I'd offer to escort you. Please don't misunderstand." Wang Hao added, "Now, you should head in. Let me know when you're home." "All right." Ningxia bid him farewell and walked towards her residential building. The complex was an old, dilapidated one, without a guard booth or security personnel, and more than half of the streetlights were out, casting a dim light. Though Ningxia was not overly concerned about encountering a bad person, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being followed. The footsteps behind her seemed to quicken, as if pursuing her. Ningxia thought, surely not. Just as she had mentioned the absence of security, she encountered trouble. She took off running. After only a few steps, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Mom, why are you running?" Ningxia halted abruptly and turned around. "Chuan Chuan." Fu Zichuan was running towards her from a distance, half-eaten ice cream in hand, licking it as he exclaimed, "It's me." Ningxia, her heart racing, grabbed him. "What are you doing down here alone? Did you come down with your father?" She glanced behind him but saw nothing. "Dad didn't come down. I came by myself," Fu Zichuan replied, sensing his mother's anger. "I wanted ice cream, so I sneaked down without Dad knowing." Ningxia felt like screaming, "Do you have any idea what time it is? You came down here all by yourself?" Fu Zichuan replied earnestly, "I'm sorry, Mom." Ningxia didn't adopt her usual nurturing tone but instead said sternly, "Do you understand how dangerous this is?" Seeing that Ningxia was genuinely upset, Fu Zichuan dropped his ice cream, his head hanging low. "I'm sorry, Mom." What could Ningxia do? She couldn't just hit him. That would only lead to pain and regret on her part. Moreover, her intuition warned her that if she resorted to physical punishment now, the mother-son bond they had painstakingly rebuilt to 80% might fall apart again. "Let us go back," she sighed. Taking his hand and walking towards the building, Fu Zichuan cautiously asked, "Are you still mad?" Ningxia replied, "I'm upset because I care. The more I worry about you, the angrier I become." After a pause, she added, "When I saw you running towards me from afar, without Dad following, my heart raced." She raised her hand, revealing the fitness watch on her wrist, which had just alerted her to an elevated heart rate. Fu Zichuan bit his lip and lowered his head in silence, his hand unconsciously clasping hers. Ningxia sensed his anxiety. Once they entered the building, she paused, crouched down, and embraced the small figure. "Did I scare you earlier? Did my sternness seem strange to you?" Fu Zichuan's eyes brimmed with tears as he nestled against her shoulder, whispering, "No one ever told me not to go out alone at night." Ningxia was momentarily taken aback. "Didn't your nanny tell you that when you were abroad? When I wanted to go out? They would always take me, and if I wanted something to eat or buy, they would comply immediately. For all these years, I have lived this way. During the day, I mentioned to Dad that I wanted ice cream, but he wouldn't let me have any. I just couldn't sleep. Thinking of ice cream, I thought that if I could just eat it, I would be able to sleep, so I came down by myself." His tone was filled with confusion and grievance. "I didn't know this was wrong, nor did I realize why you would be so upset. He was merely indulging in an ice cream." Was it really necessary for her to be angry over that? In Ningxia's heart, it felt as though it were being tightly grasped, twisted into a knot, a sensation both sour and bloated, oppressive in its intensity. In his world, the desire to eat was a normal, mundane affair. Venturing out to the store was not something he deemed inappropriate, nor had anyone advised him against wandering out alone in the dead of night. How could the nanny, whose sole duty was to ensure the little master remained entertained and not cause a ruckus, impart such wisdom? After all, He was not her own child. Why bother to invest such concern? What pained Ningxia was the memory of how joyfully he had rushed towards her just moments ago, only to be met with her scolding. In that instant, the smile faded from his face, replaced by a look of panic and unease. He believed the reprimand was solely due to his indulgence in an ice cream. Sweetheart, it is not the ice cream that angers me, nor is it your late-night escapade. It is simply the unbearable thought of losing you or the consequences should something happen to you. If a wicked person were to harm you, I would go mad. Fu Zichuan responded. I understand. There won't be a next time. Ningxia knew he had taken her words to heart as she gently touched his little face. Now, let us return. All right. After taking a few steps, Fu Zichuan suddenly paused. Wait a moment. What is it? Ningxia inquired. Puzzled. Fu Zichuan reached into his pocket and produced an ice cream. For you. I have one too. Thank you, darling. Let us share. The ice cream seems to have melted. No matter. We can drink water with it. Will you still punish me? Punish? Certainly not. I know you have learned your lesson and will never again engage in such worry-inducing behavior. Will you? Fu Zichuan nodded earnestly. Before they reached the 6th floor, the mother and son shared a half-melted ice cream. Ningxia rummaged through her bag for the keys to unlock the door. Perhaps they were alerted by the noise, or perhaps they had yet to sleep. For as soon as she opened the door, she was greeted by Fu Linqing emerging from the bedroom. He hesitated visibly upon seeing them enter together. Fu Linqing turned his gaze to the little one. Weren't you supposed to be asleep in your room? Fu Zichuan confessed. After you returned to your room, I got up and went out alone, and happened to run into Mom on her way back. What did you say? Fu Linqing's scalp prickled, his fury igniting. You snuck out while I wasn't paying attention. Have you lost your mind? Who gave you the audacity to do such a thing? Come here. Let me see if I can teach you a lesson today. His sudden outburst startled Ningxia. Instinctively, she shielded the child behind her, yet Fu Zichuan wore an expression of nonchalance, far more composed than Ningxia. Mom already educated me downstairs. Save your breath. There's no need to make a fuss. This only served to stoke Fu Linqing's anger further. His face turned grave. Very well. If I do not punish you today, it seems you will never learn. He casually picked up a feather duster from the cabinet and leaned against the sofa. He was not joking. Ningxia's entire being tensed. She glared at the man in the wheelchair. You dare to strike him? Fu Linqing frowned. Ningxia, in matters of discipline, you would do best to align with me. The act of sneaking out alone at this hour is serious. He needs to be punished severely to remember it. Step aside. What nonsense are you spouting? You think your so-called discipline is merely a matter of beating him. If I do not strike him, he will not learn. Then fine, the next time you err, I shall give you a beating as well, for if I do not, you will not learn. Fu Linqing was momentarily speechless. He understood that Ningxia was protective of the child, having carried him for 10 months. Naturally, she would shield him. Yet, such protection was misguided. Without firm discipline, the little one would grow increasingly unruly. Rather than argue with Ningxia, he maneuvered his wheelchair to pursue Fu Zichuan. The child, not foolish, darted away at his approach. Thus, the two of them circled around Ningxia, one fleeing and the other in pursuit. Ningxia, caught in the middle, tried to shield and block. Fu Linqing. Enough already. Zichuan has already told you that I educated him downstairs, and he understands his mistake. Dio, you still wish to strike him? Fu Zichuan hid behind her, reassuring her. Mom, I am not afraid. If he dares to hit me, I will call the police and have them arrest him. Letting him experience prison once more, Fu Linqing's face turned ashen at the thought of his dark past. Ningxia, a doting mother, only breeds unruly children. A parent who is emotionally unstable and resorts to violence only raises a generation of failures lacking in confidence. Ningxia scoffed. A muddy seed does not yield beautiful blossoms. Very well, I shall be the villain then. He declared that not only would the child be punished today, but also face a wall for reflection. Standing for an hour, you had better not interfere. Ningxia trembled with rage. Fu Linqing, I warn you, if you dare lay a finger on him, I doubt I shall fight you. Fu Linqing was bewildered by her extreme reaction, which bordered on the abnormal. He could sense the unease and fear hidden deep within her eyes. Chapter 57. Fu Linqing's fury. Realizing the situation had escalated, Fu Linqing discarded the feather duster in his hand and addressed the child hiding behind Ningxia. Father needs to speak with your mother. You should return to your room. Fu Zichuan looked to Ningxia, who, suppressing her emotions, nodded slightly. Only then did he retreat to his room, leaving the two of them alone in the living room. Fu Linqing wheeled himself closer to Ningxia, looking up at her. Will you speak first, or shall I? Ningxia replied curtly. About what? About why your reaction was so extreme. Your body trembling uncontrollably. Ningxia averted her gaze, refusing to acknowledge there is nothing. You are mistaken. You teach Zichuan not to lie, yet you do the same. Come with me. Fu Linqing grasped her hand, and upon feeling its icy chill, concern washed over him. He pulled her to the sofa, where he sat beside her, simply observing without pressing further. This only made Ningxia feel uneasy, as she avoided his gaze. What are you doing? Fu Linqing asked, waiting for you to collect your emotions and regain your composure. Ningxia found it amusing. Those are words I have spoken to you before. When his temper flared, he became a veritable powder keg. During his initial hospitalization, he struggled to accept his newfound disability, often exploding with rage. At that time, Ningxia would quietly wait for his tantrums to subside before engaging with him. It seemed today, she could not escape the same fate. Feeling somewhat agitated, she confessed, it's nothing much. I might just be a bit triggered. My father would become violent when drinking. If he was displeased or I made even the slightest mistake, he would punish me. In modern terms, it was domestic violence. I endured many beatings as a child, helpless to resist, and often found that defiance only led to harsher repercussions. Thus, I harbor a deep disdain for parents who resort to physical punishment. When she had seen him brandishing the feather duster to hit Zichuan, it had instantly transported her back to her childhood. Fu Linqing, who had never experienced such brutality, had no comprehension of the pain that came from being physically abused, of the sting of a belt. Although she was now an adult, and the physical scars had long since faded, the memories of her childhood trauma lingered, likely to accompany her for a lifetime. So I implore you, promise me, never, ever to strike Zichuan. All right? Fu Linqing listened in silence, yet with each word she uttered, his expression darkened further. He felt as though his heart was being clenched tightly, an insatiable rage spreading through his limbs. How dare anyone harm her? She must have been beautiful and charming as a child. How could the man who fathered her ever bring himself to inflict such cruelty? She was even pleading with him, begging him to treat her child with kindness. She could not protect her younger self, but she would fight tooth and nail to shield her own child. Fu Linqing turned his face away, taking several deep breaths to quell the violent emotions threatening to overwhelm him. What about your mother? Did she protect you? Ningxia appeared momentarily lost in thought. Her mother. She would protect her, but during her episodes, she would also grab her hair and curse her as a worthless wretch, wishing her dead. Ningxia shook off the memories and smiled faintly. She did protect me, but she was too frail, often powerless. Ningxia. Fu Linqing gazed deeply into her eyes, assuring her, I understand your desire to protect Zichuan. I too shall protect him. I will never inflict violence upon my child, nor will I ever lay a hand on you. Ningxia felt a slight sting in her nose, trying to conceal her emotions. She retorted, Yet you just threatened to hit Zichuan. Fu Linqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Anger surged within him. Had he known of her childhood experiences, he would have rather bled than utter such things in her presence. He had indeed been tempted to lash out. Shouldn't he punish the child for sneaking out in the dead of night? However, he recognized his impulsiveness had left her with psychological scars. His temper was already volatile, and her labeling him a powder keg only added to his frustration. If misunderstandings led her to believe he had violent tendencies, he might as well end it all. No, that wouldn't do. Fu Linqing was making a righteous attempt to salvage his image, explaining that his actions towards Chuan were merely a consequence of his misdeeds, a mere spanking, distinct from the brutality of domestic violence. Ningxia raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you are familiar with the methods of domestic violence? Pray, enlighten me on how it is executed. Ruan. Ningxia, are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Are you scolding me? Fu Linqing replied. All right, I was just jesting with you. Ningxia fixed her gaze upon him, stating that he had frightened Chuan and should apologize. Fu Linqing, incredulous, responded, Apologize to him? Indeed, given how you berated him, shouldn't you offer an apology? His thoughts drifted far from the matter at hand. Fu Linqing felt compelled to argue with her. Do you not think that his sneaking out in the middle of the night is rather outrageous? Does he not require some guidance? Left alone at home, devoid of toys and restricted from watching too much television, he could not accompany him outside to play, nor engage with him affectionately as I do. He is a human being, after all, capable of experiencing boredom and emptiness. Ningxia replied gently. No one has ever told him not to go out alone at night. He is at that age where he fears nothing and acts on his whims. I share your concerns, but you cannot indiscriminately scold and punish him. If it were me arguing with you, I believe you would certainly apologize, for I am an adult and you regard me with respect and pride. However, Chuan possesses his own dignity and pride. You cannot overlook his sadness simply because he is young. A cold sweat suddenly broke out on Fu Linqing's brow. Memories of his own childhood flooded back. Every time he erred, Fu Jinhai would only scold and beat him, never once offering an apology or engaging in a heartfelt conversation. He realized he had treated Chuan in much the same manner, never expressing affection towards him. Had he ever uttered the words "I love you"? Not once. Yet he recalled Ningxia saying those words many times, whether during their calls in the past or in the days they spent together after returning home. Fu Linqing pondered whether that little rascal, each time he felt wronged, had hidden away in solitude to wipe away his tears, just as he had done in his own childhood. Chapter 58. Fu Zichuan. Do not overstep your bounds. Fu Linqing glanced hesitantly towards the direction of the guest room, contemplating whether apologizing to him would be somewhat undignified. Upon hearing this, Ningxia became displeased, asserting that there was no comparison between dignity and a child's feelings. She was about to educate him further when he added, "He is my son. How could I possibly lose face by apologizing to my own child? Besides, if I apologize at home, no one else will know, right?" Ningxia was left speechless. He had already brainwashed himself. Then go ahead, she said. Fu Linqing wheeled himself to the bedroom door, about to enter directly, when Ningxia interjected, "Knock first." Fu Linqing complied, knocking obediently. Fu Zichuan, thinking it was Ningxia, called out, "Come in." Fu Linqing opened the door and, after a moment's thought, closed it behind him. The guest room was significantly smaller than the master bedroom, and in his wheelchair, Fu Linqing felt the space constrict further. Fu Zichuan lay on the bed, his small frame turned away from him, his shoulders trembling slightly. Was he crying? Fu Linqing felt somewhat at a loss in this situation. In the past, he would have sternly admonished him not to cry. Insisting that tears would not resolve anything, he would have forced the child to stifle his tears and grievances. However, Ningxia had made him realize that his approach would not cultivate strength and resilience in Chuan. Instead, it would render his emotions erratic, possibly leading him to grow up with a temper as foul as his own. Quick to anger, sharp of tongue, like a volatile powder keg ready to explode. Cough, Chuan, Fu Linqing began, wheeling himself to the bedside. Its father. Fu Zichuan's body stiffened. Fu Linqing imitated Ningxia's gentle tone, striving to embody a caring father. "I need to speak with you. Please wipe your tears and sit up so we can talk." "All right." Fu Zichuan remained motionless, his voice muffled by the pillow. "Are we going to talk about how you hit me and punished me?" No father was too impulsive earlier. In a moment of panic, I spoke of punishment. Your mother has educated me, and I have come to realize my mistakes. In any case, please sit up so we can have a proper discussion. Yet Fu Zichuan retorted, "I don't want to talk to you. Just go away." Fu Linqing had come to mend their father-son relationship. How could he possibly leave? He reached out and pulled the boy up from the bed, insisting, "We'll talk, and then I'll leave." With a sudden clatter, all the items Fu Zichuan had hidden in his embrace fell to the floor. Fu Linqing frowned. "What is this?" "This is my spiritual sustenance. If you throw away my spiritual sustenance, I will starve." Fu Linqing. Nonsense. Spiritual sustenance. It's a collection of violent and bloody comic books from the West. He had previously caught Fu Zichuan sneaking peeks at such material, had torn them up, and thrown warnings, but now he discovered the boy had secretly brought them back home. Did Ningxia not notice this while sleeping beside him every night? So he hadn't been crying after all. He had been lost in the joy of reading? Fu Linqing cast a glance at the comic-esque grotesque illustrations, the gory scenes almost unbearable to witness. How could a child be drawn to such terrifying content? Wouldn't he have nightmares at night? Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he adjusted his demeanor. "I want to throw them away. Just don't be alarmed." Fu Zichuan shoved the comic behind him, concealing it beneath the pillow, regarding Fu Linqing with suspicion. "Then what do you intend to do? Let us set aside the matter of the comic for now and address the issue at hand." Fu Linqing spoke with a calm tone. Your mother told me that I should not have scolded you, nor should I have hit you, and that I need to apologize. Father was indeed too impulsive, failing to understand your needs before getting angry. That was my mistake. Fu Zichuan gazed at him as if he were a monster. Are you really apologizing to me? Yes. You must have lost your mind. Fu Linqing. That you never used to apologize to me, nor did you say any kind words. When I cried, you called me weak, unlike a man. When I retorted, you grew even angrier, scolding me for being unrepentant, even going so far as to ground me and forbid me from going out or entertaining myself. Fu Linqing nodded. Thus, I have come to apologize to you. Can we reconcile? Just as Fu Zichuan was about to respond with a no, Fu Linqing, as if anticipating his reply, added, As long as you can forgive your father, I am willing to do anything. Ha ha. Here comes the chance for revenge. Fu Zichuan's eyes gleamed mischievously. Anything? Really? Yes. Then you must stand in the corner for an hour as punishment. Right, I was wrong. I will never make my son angry again, 1,000 times, and finally let me hit your backside with a feather duster. Fu Linqing's lips twitched. Fu Zichuan, do not take advantage of the situation. Daddy, he is not keeping his word, Fu Zichuan shouted. Be quiet. Fu Linqing moved to cover his mouth. Fu Zichuan pushed his hand away. But you said you would do anything. You little rascal, do not push your luck. Just say whether you want my forgiveness or not. If you want me to forgive you, you must do as I say. Fu Zichuan was reveling in his triumph. Fu Linqing's expression darkened. That moment. The door swung open halfway, and Ningxia peeked in. Did Chuan call for me just now? Fu Zichuan immediately seized the opportunity to complain. Daddy, doesn't he keep his promises? Such a grown man. Yet he has no sense of responsibility. Upon hearing her son's accusations and glancing at Fu Linqing's darkened expression, Ningxia struggled to suppress her laughter. This was likely the first time Fu Linqing had been outmaneuvered by his son. She stepped inside, rescuing the little rascal from Fu Linqing's grasp. Chuan, your father has mobility issues. Standing in punishment is certainly out of the question. As for the 1,000 repetitions of self-reflection, I believe it would be more beneficial for him to spend an hour each day helping you with your homework. Fu Linqing nodded in agreement. That sounds like a good proposal. Let us do it. Fu Zichuan, in utter despair, cried out, I don't want to. His temper is terrible. He will certainly scold me for not knowing how to write. Fu Linqing replied gently, Not at all. Starting tomorrow, we will have our parent-child interaction time, and I promise to impress you. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Ningxia and hurriedly wheeled himself out. As long as he could avoid the punishment of writing that 1,000-word reflection, he was willing to do anything. Fu Zichuan, like a frostbitten eggplant, sat despondently as Ningxia hugged him. Don't be upset. Daddy has promised he won't lose his temper with you. I believe he will change. Can you give him a chance and trust him just this once? The homework materials were something Ningxia had purchased online, aimed at familiarizing him with Chinese courses before he started school. This task was typically handled by Ningxia, and she saw this opportunity to let Fu Linqing take over, hoping to mend the strained relationship between father and son. Reluctantly, Fu Zichuan conceded, Fine, I'll listen to Mom. Ningxia kissed him on the cheek. Since you've agreed once, why not agree again? Since Daddy has come to apologize, shouldn't you also admit your mistake? But what did I do wrong? You deliberately sneaked out when he wasn't paying attention. That is indeed wrong. Fu Zichuan fell silent. You promised me that you wouldn't do it again? But you didn't assure him of that. I believe Chuan can also bravely admit a mistake to his father. Ningxia lifted his chin. I ascended that right? Fu Zichuan, somewhat awkwardly, replied, Mother has gone to take a bath. You should seek out father. I believe you can handle this matter quite well. Ningxia did not pressure him to go immediately. She tidied up her night clothes and headed to the bathroom, relinquishing control to him. After much hesitation, Fu Zichuan finally climbed out of bed, after a series of somersaults and splits. Chapter 59. Another man brought Mother home. When Fu Zichuan entered, Fu Linqing was just transitioning from his wheelchair to the bed, a motion he had grown increasingly adept at in the past. Each time he moved between the bed and wheelchair, he did so with utmost caution, sweating profusely and risking a fall. Now, he had mastered the technique quite well. Perhaps time truly has the power to change everything. Perhaps he should believe in miracles. Could he, too, have a day of recovery? Upon seeing his son rush in, Fu Linqing inquired about the matter. Fu Zichuan stood at the door, muttering softly, It wasn't my idea to come. Mother sent me to Fu Lynching raised an eyebrow. Is there something you wish to discuss? Mother said I should come and apologize for sneaking out to buy ice cream without telling you. Observing his son's awkward demeanor, Fu Lynching found it amusing. And then, Mother asked me to assure you that I will never go out alone again. Fu Lynching sighed and beckoned his son closer. Fu Zichuan lingered at the doorway. Come here, Fu Lynching urged. Step a little closer. Why? I've said all I needed to. You are too far away. I couldn't hear you clearly. Move closer. After a moment of hesitation, Fu Zichuan approached the bedside. I came to give you my assurance. Can you hear me now? I can, Fu Lynching replied, affectionately ruffling his son's hair. I trust you will no longer engage in anything that causes me concern. Fu Zichuan's eyes widened. His usually explosive father was surprisingly gentle, akin to Mother's touch. Where had the father who used to glare fiercely at him and storm out in anger gone? Fu Lynching glanced at the time. All right, it's time to sleep. It's quite late. As Fu Zichuan headed out, he paused halfway. Is there anything else? Fu Zichuan nodded, then shook his head, and finally nodded again. Fu Lynching patiently asked, So, is there something or is there not? There is, Fu Zichuan stated, considering you've been in a relatively good mood today. I'll share a secret with you. Fu Lynching was curious about his son's intentions. Father, when I went downstairs to buy ice cream, I saw a gentleman bringing Mother home. Fu Lynching was momentarily taken aback. That man was quite chivalrous. He opened the car door for Mother, tall and wearing glasses. Do you think he likes her? Fu Lynching felt a wave of frustration wash over him, an overwhelming sense of discontent, in moments of being scolded by Ningxia, when Fu Zichuan had irritated him, or amidst the chaotic events of the evening, he had not felt such a weight. Yet, these few words had left him feeling deeply constricted and uncomfortable. When Ningxia emerged from her bath, Fu Zichuan was already in bed. As she passed the master bedroom, she noticed the door ajar, revealing Fu Lynching standing by the window, hands gripping the protective railing, the night air thickening as the breeze flowed in through the open window. The open window invited in insects. Ningxia approached, puzzled. I thought you were asleep. Why are you practicing standing again? It's quite dangerous without your walker. Fu Lynching withdrew from his thoughts, slowly sitting down. Ningxia supported him until he was safely seated before she closed the window. I was feeling a bit restless. The walker was outside, and I didn't want to retrieve it, so I attempted to practice standing by the railing. Noticing the sweat on his forehead, Ningxia realized he must have tried many times to achieve that position, given the different heights of the window and walker. What if you fall? She cautioned. I apologize for worrying you. I was just wondering if I could push my limits. Fu Lynching pressed his trembling thigh. You're doing remarkably well. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. At first, you could only stand for a few seconds, but the last time I timed you, you managed to stand for almost 2 minutes. Fu Lynching forced a smile. From seconds to 2 minutes was indeed progress, but what did it matter? For him, 2 minutes and a few seconds were indistinguishable. He still could not walk or run, could not go out or take leisurely strolls with her. That was why other men were able to escort her home, gallantly opening car doors for her. He could have done all of that too. Uve sweated quite a bit. Would you like some water? Ningxia offered, handing him 2 tissues to wipe his brow. Fu Lynching paused, accepting the tissues, feeling a surge of inexplicable agitation rise within him. He struggled to regulate his emotions. He had already met his daily hydration quota. The rehabilitation doctor had prescribed a strict hydration schedule, dictating how much to drink, when, and how long to wait before engaging in urination training. Damn it, what right did he have to feel upset? Even drinking water was part of a regimented plan. He was not a normal person. She was normal, and she deserved to be with a normal man. Are you going to the restroom before bed? Ningxia inquired. Fu Lynching, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I went before you returned, so I'm fine now. All right, you should get into bed. I'll give you a massage. Let us skip it for tonight. It's getting late. You should rest. No. The doctor advised that it's best to do joint exercises and muscle massages every night before bed. Ningxia wheeled the chair to the side of the bed. Hurry up, no more excuses. It's not a big deal to skip one day. I'm a bit tired today, so let us forego it. That's exactly why you need to relax. Finish quickly so I can sleep. Fu Lynching found himself unable to refuse her and returned to the bed. He skillfully secured the wheelchair, placing his legs on the ground, adjusting his position, and with one determined effort, transferred himself to the bed. Ningxia suddenly chuckled. Fu Lynching stiffened. What are you laughing at? Do you remember when we first moved here, And you fell while trying to transfer from the bed to the wheelchair? Ningxia said. It hasn't been long. Just about a month, and your movements are already so proficient I no longer worry about you falling during transfers. You're doing amazing, Fu Lincheng. If it were me, I certainly couldn't be as excellent as you. Fu Lincheng. That is it true that when emotions are unstable and one is psychologically sensitive, they become extremely insecure. He found himself doubting whether she was mocking him. Fu Lincheng turned away, feeling dejected. Only you would compliment me over such trivial matters. Nonsense. This is not trivial. It's a significant improvement, all right? Ningxia pushed the wheelchair aside, removed her shoes, and climbed onto the bed, quickly lying down. Chapter 60. Her hands roamed over his waist. Fu Lincheng was startled by her sudden removal of her shoes and her swift move onto the bed. She had just bathed, her skin carrying the subtle scent of mint from the body wash. And the neckline of her nightgown was neither too high nor too low, seemingly devoid of undergarments. Fu Lincheng's heart raced as he averted his gaze, feeling both flustered and annoyed. Ruan Ningxia. Could you at least say something before getting into bed? He supported himself with his hands on the bed, leaning back. Ningxia, baffled, asked, Did I startle you? You don't usually seem this timid. Fu Lincheng lifted his chin. Go sit at the foot of the bed. Ningxia, originally kneeling, straightened up, pressing her hands onto Fu Lincheng's shoulders, and pushed him down onto the bed. Fu Lincheng was momentarily stunned. She pushed me down? What does she intend to do? Should I refuse her? But refusing might hurt her feelings. Ningxia edged closer to his legs, lifting his left lower limb. Hurry up. Let us finish this so I can sleep. Aren't you tired? Fu Lincheng. He was reluctant to speak. The exercises for his lower limbs, including the ankle, knee, and hip joints, were essential to prevent stiffness and contractures. Each part required different movements, and the entire process took at least 15 minutes. When Ningxia first started these exercises, she was fearful of causing him pain and took great care. He had even teased her then, saying he couldn't feel his lower limbs. She could scald him with boiling water, and it wouldn't matter. Now, she had become increasingly adept and confident in these exercises. As she performed ankle flexion and extension, she asked, How was your conversation with Zichuan? Fu Lincheng stared at the ceiling, still unwilling to speak. Ningxia scrutinized him. I'm asking you a question. What are you thinking about? Nothing in particular, Fu Lincheng replied, feeling exasperated. What was your question? I asked how your chat with Zichuan went. Did you two get into another argument? Not only did they not argue, but their father-son dialogue had been surprisingly calm and pleasant this time. Fu Lincheng remarked, We didn't argue. Previously, whenever I visited him abroad, I was always stern, either scolding him or reprimanding his mischief, which strained our relationship significantly. This time, however, during his return, I spent the most time with him, and our relationship has improved the most. There was no looking down on each other, nor any displeasure. I realize now that this harmony is largely due to you acting as a mediator. He had never considered this before, but lately, he had reflected a lot. I truly cannot consider myself a good father. Ningxia is aware that Fu Lincheng is quite strict with Chuan, as he is equally stringent with himself. He holds Chuan to high standards, just as he does with his own expectations. Rather than labeling him as a poor father, it might be more accurate to say that he is a father who struggles to connect with his child. Not only does he lack the ability to engage with his child, but Ningxia also observes that he finds it challenging to interact with others. During his hospitalization, he was unsure how to relate to fellow patients in nearby beds. Even in rehabilitation, he struggled to communicate with the therapists and fellow patients. Initially, Ningxia thought this was a sign of disdain, but it became clear that he harbored no contempt for them. It seems he simply does not know how to deepen emotional connections with others. If he were in a typical family setting, Ningxia cannot imagine the extent of his discomfort. However, he comes from a privileged background, having never had to worry about finances. He feels no need to alter his personality to accommodate others. On the contrary, others adapt to him, which has led him to lose sight of himself. This is likely why his temper is so foul and his words so cutting. He recognizes he is not a good father. After completing exercises for his left leg, Ningxia moved to assist him with his right leg, determined to strive towards becoming a better father. Suddenly, Fu Lincheng asked her, Have you ever hated me? Hate you for what? For sending Chuan abroad, preventing him from staying by your side. I used to think you would not be able to care for the child well, but now I realize that was a foolish and mistaken thought. Chuan is much happier by your side, to be honest. I have never hated you. Fu Lincheng, skeptical, responded. If you haven't hated me, then have you blamed me? Ningxia shook her head. Not at all. Fu Lincheng frowned. Are you just trying to placate me because you fear I will be upset? Ningxia laughed. Why would you think that? I don't hate or blame you, and you're still unhappy about it? Indeed. Fu Lincheng propped himself up, confused and irritated. He was angry at himself. You should blame and hate me. After all, you carried Chuan for 10 months, and I took him away from you when he was so small. It's only natural for you to hate me. Why don't you? But I truly don't hate or blame you. If you had abused or mistreated Chuan, I certainly would have loathed you. But you haven't. Chuan is living well abroad. You found him the best school, hired caregivers, chefs, drivers, and bodyguards. You provided him with a good life, ensuring he was well-fed and warm, growing up healthy. Why should I blame you? Fu Lincheng was left speechless. He had never encountered a girl like Ningxia, who bore no resentment or bitterness. If it were him, he would certainly harbor grievances and anger, never maintaining such a good temper. However, after a moment of contemplation, Ningxia added, there have been times in the dead of night when I missed Chuan so much that I couldn't sleep, shedding tears in silence, and yes, I have cursed you. Fu Lincheng's interest peaked. What did you curse me for? Ningxia felt a bit embarrassed. Well, there aren't really any kind words when cursing, Fu Lincheng urged. Be specific. I want to hear it. Ningxia replied. You're being ridiculous. Who asks to be cursed? She rolled her eyes and playfully slapped his thigh before turning away. Let me give you a back massage. Upon hearing the mention of a massage, Fu Lincheng immediately declined without a second thought. You've been sitting in a wheelchair all day. A massage would make you feel much better. Why refuse? His waist and abdomen still had sensation, and such an intimate action made him feel awkward. Each time her hands glided over his waist, he felt increasingly uneasy. As their relationship grew closer, that strange sensation intensified. Thus, whenever possible, he avoided the massage. Stop talking nonsense and lie down properly, Ningxia snapped at him. Don't make me use force. Without waiting for his response, she pulled him up and helped him turn over to lie down comfortably. Chapter 61. Did she not find this position too intimate? Ningxia straddled behind him, expertly kneading away. Fu Lincheng lay on the bed, his head tilted to one side, and the tingling sensation returned. The scent of her body wash flooded his nostrils, filling his entire breath with her fragrance. Her calves rested on either side of his hips. Sometimes, she would be lazy and sit on his legs, not fully, but rather hovering above, and lean down to gently press on his body's pressure points with her elbows. In these moments, Fu Lincheng often felt tormented. What was she thinking, not finding this position too intimate? Did she not feel how close they were when she bent over, despite using the same bottle of body wash? Why did she smell particularly enticing? Though paralyzed, he was not devoid of feelings. He felt agitated, wanting to tell her to stop, yet he craved the comfort she provided. Unbeknownst to Ningxia, Fu Lincheng was lost in such thoughts. Considering the myriad of emotions swirling in his mind, as she continued to massage, she spoke of the evening's events. Liang Meitong seems quite taken with her online romance. She's my colleague. I never expected online relationships could lead to true love. Just before my shower, she messaged me, saying Xiaozhou invited her for a weekend outing to some trendy spot for photos, asking if I wanted to join, but I declined. Why ruin a perfectly good weekend at home sleeping in when I could wake up early to catch a train? Isn't that exhausting? But tonight, the most surprising part was that barbecue restaurant. Their grilled meat was exceptionally delicious, tender and juicy, the best I've ever had. Initially, I wanted to go karaoke, but they insisted on playing a murder mystery game, a new trend. Although it seemed entertaining, nothing beats relaxing with karaoke. Having silently listened, Fu Lincheng finally spoke. Did you enjoy yourself today? Very much. I didn't have to cook and got to eat delicious food while playing fun games. It was a relaxing experience, free of stress. This. Ningxia suddenly noticed Fu Lincheng's expression had stiffened. Feeling regretful, she thought to herself, why did she speak so quickly? She clarified, Fu Lincheng. I didn't mean to imply that cooking at home is stressful. Please don't misunderstand, I just think it's good to unwind occasionally. It doesn't mean I'm tense at home. Forget it. The more I explain, the more convoluted it gets. You understand what I mean? Fu Lincheng forced a smile. I know what you mean. Ningxia sighed in relief. As long as you're not angry. I was worried you might blow up. Fu Lincheng looked dejected. I'm sorry. My mood isn't always the best. Ningxia slid off him and sat beside him. No worries, I'm not blaming you. Everyone has moments when their emotions get the better of them. You're a patient, after all. I can understand. Fu Linqing slowly turned onto his back. If you can enjoy yourself and have fun, then I'm glad. Seeing that he genuinely seemed unbothered, Ningxia relaxed completely. Next time I pass that restaurant, I'll bring something back for you and Chuan want to try. However, barbecue is best enjoyed fresh, she tentatively suggested. Or perhaps one day you'd like to go out for a stroll. We could take Chuan along and have a meal at the restaurant. Fu Linqing smiled slightly. It's getting late. You should head back to rest. Ningxia recognized this as a hint for her to leave. Indeed, whenever the topic of going outside, interacting with people, returning to a normal life arose, he would once again evade the discussion. Aside from his thrice-weekly visits to the rehabilitation hospital, he hardly ventured out. Even during rehabilitation sessions, he wore a baseball cap and remained silent. Each time, it was a direct route from home to the hospital and back again. When would he ever voluntarily suggest going out for a walk, shopping, or simply taking a stroll? Ningxia sighed inwardly, nodding as she got off the bed. Then you should rest early. Good night. Good night. Should I turn off the lights? All right. Before leaving, Ningxia turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. Fu Linqing lay in bed, listening to her return to the guest room, rustling for a while before her light was extinguished. The entire world seemed to fall silent. Seconds ticking away, yet Fu Linqing remained wide awake, staring at a spot on the ceiling. He knew he would struggle to sleep that night. He also understood that she wasn't complaining. It was just a casual remark. However, he found himself caring about it. He did not want to care, dismissing her words as insignificant, allowing them to drift in one ear and out the other without a second thought. Yet, he became petty and resentful, ultimately losing sleep over it. She was still so young, but living as though she were aged beyond her years. Every day, she acted like a caretaker for him, a paralyzed man, revolving around him without any personal time. Young women like her typically spent their weekends socializing with friends, shopping, or traveling, while she was stuck accompanying him to rehabilitation sessions, with no end in sight. Fu Linqing envisioned living such a life and felt suffocated. Overwhelmed by pressure, would she eventually grow weary of this existence? Would she tire of caring for him, constantly orbiting around him, and wish to escape it all? Just like her friend, surnamed Xiao, said, waking up each day to a chaotic and trivial life would inevitably breed resentment over time. Chapter 62. Fu Linqing felt gloomy all night. The following day, last night, Ningxia stayed up late, and when her alarm rang, she simply could not get out of bed. It was Chuan who came to the rescue, pulling her off the bed and ushering her to the bathroom. After completing her morning routine, she proceeded to prepare breakfast. 3 bowls of noodles, each adorned with shrimp, eggs, and vegetables. Concerned that they might not be full, Ningxia even steamed some buns and mantou. During the meal, she noticed that Fu Linqing's spirit seemed rather low and inquired about his well-being. Fu Linqing shook his head, insisting he was fine. Don't lie to me. Ningxia frowned. You clearly look like you didn't sleep well. Is something bothering you? Fu Linqing chuckled. Haven't you ever experienced insomnia? Ningxia, intrigued, asked, You suffered from insomnia? What caused it? Insomnia typically has its reasons, such as excessive coffee consumption or overwhelming stress. Which category do you fall into? Perhaps I slept too much during the day, making it difficult to sleep at night. I should reduce my afternoon nap. Fu Linqing maintained a composed demeanor, showing no signs of the melancholy he had endured throughout the night. Ningxia, not dwelling on it further, turned to her son, who was beside her munching on a bun, and said, Chuan, I have a task for you. Today, you and Daddy can only nap for 2 hours. I'll call to wake you both up. All right. Fu Linqing had always struggled with sleep, so Ningxia usually asked him to leave his phone outside during the day to avoid disturbances from messages or calls. Fu Zichuan gave her an okay sign with one hand, assuring her it was not a problem. Ningxia pinched his cheek, and just then, her phone chimed with a message from Wang Hao, inquiring whether she was awake. Why is he messaging me so early? Ningxia had already finished her meal and set her chopsticks down, casually replying, having breakfast now, planning to head to work afterward. There's something you need. Wang Hao responded. Nothing urgent, it's just that you didn't message me after you got home last night. It was late, and I didn't want to disturb you, so I thought I'd check in today. Ningxia recalled that Wang Hao had indeed asked her to inform him of her safe arrival home. However, Her encounter with Chuan Chuan sneaking out in the middle of the night had caused her to forget about sending that message. Since she and Wang Hao had only carpooled once and were essentially strangers, it seemed unlikely that he would go out of his way to message her about such a trivial matter. She suspected he was subtly reminding her that he had covered the fare for their ride, and she had yet to reimburse him. She sent an embarrassed emoji and a voice message. "I'm so sorry. I forgot to message you last night and to transfer the fare. How much was it? I'll send it to you." Fu Linqing glanced up. Ningxia, focused on her phone, saw Wang Hao send a facepalm emoji along with the text. "I'm not asking you for the fare. Please don't misunderstand." They had agreed to split the costs, so why would it be strange for him to ask for the money? Ningxia replied in voice message. "We carpooled, so it's only natural for me to reimburse you for half the fare. If you don't tell me the cost, I'll just estimate and send you something." Wang Hao replied, "It's really not a lot of money. You don't have to worry about it that moment." Fu Linqing spoke up. "Who is it?" Ningxia casually replied, "Wasn't Liang Meitong meeting her online friend last night? Her online partner brought along another friend, and I mentioned this before. We shared a ride back, and I forgot to pay him for the fare." Normally, she wouldn't be so oblivious, but why would anyone go out of their way to message her about a small fare so early in the morning? Fu Linqing felt his mood darkening again as he said, "Since it was a shared ride, you should definitely reimburse him." Ningxia nodded, "Right, but he said not to worry about it." Internally, Fu Linqing sneered, maintaining a calm facade. "Where did you catch the ride?" Ningxia mentioned the approximate location, and Fu Linqing calculated the distance, concluding it must have been a ride-hailing service, approximately 30-some yuan. "Transfer him 20. No more, no less." Ningxia found his reasoning sound and sent Wang Hao 20 yuan as they finished their meal. Ningxia began to clear the dishes while Fu Linqing wiped the table, casually inquiring, "You added each other on WeChat after just one meeting?" Ningxia, carrying a bowl to the kitchen, replied, "Well, his shop sells wheelchairs, and I was thinking of visiting to check it out, so I added him to understand a bit more." Fu Linqing took a deep breath. Online shopping was convenient, but for such items, it was better to purchase in store to try them out. If a wheelchair bought online turned out to be uncomfortable, what could be done? Ningxia quickly washed the dishes and glanced at the time. Realizing it was getting late, "I need to rush to catch the bus. So I won't keep you any longer. Stay home and behave. Call me if anything comes up." Fu Zichuan saw her to the door, saying, "Mom, come back early tonight." "All right." Watching Ningxia hurriedly depart, Fu Linqing's expression darkened considerably. He reminded himself not to be angry or petty. Everything she did was for his sake. After all, she merely added a WeChat contact and shared a ride with him. He shouldn't be so small-minded. Yet the more he urged himself to remain calm, the more he felt a simmering anger within. He wheeled himself to the balcony, retrieving the dumbbells from the corner, and began to exercise with a stoic expression. Ningxia arrived at the company punctually, changed into her work attire, and commenced a day filled with reception duties. In addition to her one-on-one tasks, she also fielded numerous phone inquiries. After a busy morning, she found herself parched at noon. She went out for lunch with Liang Meitong and, as they passed the parking lot, noticed several managers and even the director personally attending to a lady in a wheelchair. The clients of Wangkong Rehabilitation Center were typically middle to high-end, and while those who came for rehabilitation were well off, it was the first time she had seen the director personally greet someone. Liang Meitong remarked with a hint of envy, "If only we could strike it rich and experience the lives of the wealthy. I'm quite tired of these monotonous days." Ningxia also longed for wealth, but she felt content with her current life, perhaps the most comfortable she had experienced in years. Her son was by her side each day, and Fu Linqing's attitude toward her had changed significantly. Not to mention she was spared from rebukes from the Fu family. Everything was pleasant, except for the lack of money. During lunch, Liang Meitong suddenly asked, "What do you think of Wang Hao?" Ningxia casually replied, "He's quite nice, warm-hearted, and graceful at such a young age. He's already started his own business. I believe he'll achieve great things. I think he's quite good as well." Liang Meitong chimed in, "Though he may not be a handsome man. He's refined, wearing glasses that give him an air of elegance." Liang Meitong winked at her, "Make sure to seize the opportunity." Chapter 63. An inability to share marital intimacy. Ningxia was taken aback. "Seize what opportunity?" Liang Meitong replied, "You exchanged WeChat contacts, and yesterday I saw you two chatting enthusiastically." "What opportunity are you talking about?" Ningxia explained. Adding him on WeChat was merely to ask some personal questions. "It's not what you think. Well, since you and your husband aren't getting along, if you do end up divorcing, You could consider Wang Hao as a potential new partner. Liang Meitong began listing Wang Hao's merits. Listen to my analysis. First, he's reliable, has his own job, and is young. You two are quite a match. Liang Meitong knew about Ningxia's impending divorce because Ningxia returned home every Wednesday during her lunch break. And over time, she had revealed that her husband was paralyzed and required rehabilitation at the hospital. Liang Meitong was surprised. After all, Ningxia had a good appearance, and remarrying should not be difficult. It took immense courage to live with a man who might never stand again. Out of sight, out of mind, and even more so for a spouse with no blood ties, a paraplegic loses the function of their lower limbs, which includes the inability to engage in sexual intercourse. For older individuals, it may not matter, but young people have needs. How is that different from being a widow? If it were Liang Meitong, she might have divorced and freed herself from such a plight long ago. Therefore, she had curiously asked Ningxia if she had considered divorce at that time. Ningxia, unaware of Liang Meitong's thoughts, casually replied, "I'm indifferent, but my husband wants a divorce. For now, we still live together, and I don't know when it will happen." Liang Meitong genuinely liked Ningxia as both a colleague and a friend. She believed that since a divorce was inevitable, and a quality man like Wang Hao was available, Ningxia should take the opportunity to get to know him. Hence, she praised Wang Hao in front of Ningxia. Liang Meitong smiled and said, "Besides, I think he likes you too. He offered to drive you home after your first meeting." Ningxia found this amusing. "Don't be ridiculous. That wasn't him driving me home. We shared a ride back, and we split the fare. But you two seem to be getting along quite well," Liang Meitong remarked. "He's running a medical supplies store. And I was inquiring about wheelchair brands and functions. He's a professional. Naturally, he knows his field well." Ningxia felt she was overthinking things and decided not to entertain such conversations in the future. Although Ningxia believed that Liang Meitong, this love-stricken individual, was overthinking, drawing every male-female relationship towards ambiguity, Wang Hao's recent demeanor left her in a quandary. Could it be that he truly harbored feelings for her? Over the past few days, Wang Hao had sent her messages intermittently, inquiring if she had eaten during meal times and casually lamenting about the sweltering weather at night. For their rather ordinary relationship, the frequency of his messages felt rather excessive. Yet, he had never uttered any ambiguous words nor suggested an outing, leaving Ningxia uncertain about how to proceed. Should she simply clarify the situation? But what if he did not mean anything by it? That would be exceedingly awkward for her. His messages, while entirely appropriate and benign in content, prompted Ningxia, as a reasonable person, to occasionally respond politely. After 2 or 3 days of this, as she made her way home from work, Ningxia stumbled upon a video of a wheelchair posted by Wang Hao on his social media. Intrigued, she clicked on it and was instantly enamored. The design, the lines, and the functionality were all perfectly suited for Fu Lincheng. Fu Lincheng required a wheelchair that was convenient for outings, lightweight for effortless maneuverability, and suitable for prolonged use without causing fatigue. Ningxia, excited, opened her chat with Wang Hao and sent him the video. Inquiring about the price of the wheelchair, Wang Hao replied promptly with a voice message. "This model is priced at over 8,000 after discounts, and its main selling point is its lightweight and foldable design. If you're driving, it can be disassembled and stored independently." Ningxia was somewhat taken aback. Can disabled individuals really drive? Wang Hao responded, "Yes, individuals with disabilities can obtain a C5 driver's license and drive just like anyone else." She had never delved into this topic before, especially since Fu Lincheng's accident had occurred only a few months prior, leaving her knowledge of such matters rather scant. Thus, she was unaware that a driver's license was available for those with disabilities. After searching for information online, she discovered the basics of the C5 license. Her eyes sparkled. Did this mean that Fu Lincheng could drive again, just like he used to? Wang Hao, ever enthusiastic, introduced her to several wheelchair models and inquired, "You seem particularly interested in wheelchairs, having consulted me several times. Are you planning to purchase one for someone?" Ningxia typed, "Didn't I mention? My husband has mobility issues, and I'm buying a wheelchair for him." After a moment's thought, she added, "I married quite early. Despite my young age, I already have a 5-year-old son. With a husband and a child, it seemed unlikely that any normal young man would harbor further notions." It was a perfect opportunity to clarify things and prevent any misunderstandings. However, after Ningxia sent the message, Wang Hao ceased to respond. She paid it no mind, putting her phone away as she entered her home. "Darling, Mommy's back." Fu Zichuan hurried over, offering her slippers and exclaiming, "Princess, please change your shoes." Ningxia chuckled with delight. calling out for Fu Lincheng while changing, but after a while, she still did not see him. She set her bag down and asked, Chuan, where is your father? He is sleeping in the bedroom. I called him, but he didn't want to get up. Ningxia frowned and headed to the master bedroom. Indeed, Fu Lincheng was still in bed, the curtains drawn, casting the room in dim light. Ningxia turned on the light, causing Fu Lincheng to stir. She approached him. Fu Lincheng? Fu Lincheng squinted against the bright light. Raising a hand to shield his eyes, his voice hoarse from sleep. What time is it? Ningxia chuckled. I'm back. What do you think? Hurry up. Otherwise, you'll be up all night again. Upon seeing the smiling figure at the edge of his bed, Fu Lincheng paused. Are you in a good mood? Of course, she replied. I found a wheelchair I like and learned that you can obtain a C5 driver's license. Nothing could be more delightful. Ningxia nodded. Not bad. Don't sleep anymore. Get up, I'll prepare dinner. She turned to leave, oblivious to the dark cloud that loomed over Fu Lincheng's brow. In half an hour, dinner was ready, and the three of them sat around the table. Ningxia intended to discuss the driving license with Fu Lincheng, but her phone suddenly chimed. It was a message from Wang Hao. She casually glanced at it, reading, They must be very happy to have such a wonderful mother and wife like you. After a moment's reflection, she replied with a laughing emoji and 2 words, Thank you. Fu Lincheng's voice, void of emotion, interrupted, Wan Ningxia. Who are you chatting with? Chapter 64 Fu Lincheng. Are you jealous? Ningxia had just sent her message when she set her phone down. Focusing on her son, she responded casually, I mentioned before, I met a friend who sells wheelchairs. He posted about a new model, and I was just chatting with him. Fu Lincheng poked at the food in his bowl with his chopsticks. Him again. Do you two communicate frequently? Ningxia, still pondering the wheelchair and the driving license, replied hesitantly, not really frequently. We just chat occasionally. Fu Lincheng's expression turned colder, his voice icy. Messages come in daily, whether during meals or while watching TV. You call that infrequent? Ningxia then realized something was amiss. She patiently explained, I can't use my phone while working. I only have time to chat after I get off work, so he occasionally messages me about wheelchairs. What is there to discuss about wheelchairs? If I didn't know better, I'd think he was selling dragon chairs. Ningxia finally detected the sarcasm in his tone, and she found it absurdly amusing. Fu Lincheng, surely you can't be jealous? He had been angry for several days, and she had only just realized. Was she so preoccupied with chatting with another man that she hadn't noticed his mood? She had changed. Her heart was no longer with him. Fu Lincheng's anger grew as he thought, why would I be jealous? Jealous of someone selling wheelchairs? Ridiculous. Ningxia whispered, he sells wheelchairs, and you are still using one. This remark struck a nerve, and Fu Lincheng exploded. Ah, so you indeed look down on me for being disabled. You've had enough of this life? Haven to you. You've been wanting to leave for a long time. Haven to you? Ningxia took a deep breath, putting down her chopsticks. She turned to her bewildered son. Chuan, cover your ears. Uncertain of his mother's intentions, Fu Zichuan obediently complied. Ningxia, now unreserved, pointed an accusatory finger at Fu Lincheng. Are you trying to argue with me again? Have you nothing better to do than stir up trouble? Fine, if you want to argue, let us have at it. I'm not used to you being normal lately. Fu Lincheng remained silent. Ningxia continued, what is the point of ruining a perfectly good meal? A wheelchair costs several thousand. It's worth 2 months of my salary, and of course, I need to consider it carefully. What is wrong with discussing it? One is a seller, the other a buyer. It's a perfectly normal exchange. Why are you being so petty and suspicious? You claim I look down on you for being disabled. I don't. You are currently unable to stand. You need a wheelchair to move. When will you come to terms with this reality? You isolate yourself, unwilling to see others, unwilling to go out. Isn't that because deep down you can't accept being in a wheelchair? I've never looked down on you. Neither has Chuan. The only one who looks down on you is yourself. Ningxia fixed her gaze on him. Fu Lincheng, you're truly sensitive. Don't you think this is exhausting? Every little thing makes you think I despise you. What will you do in the future? Am I not allowed to voice a complaint? Can others not look at you with curiosity? Are you planning to keep avoiding this forever? Hiding in this rental unit and wasting your life? Fu Lincheng's breath quickened, his clenched fists trembling. A tumultuous rage and resentment churned within him, almost consuming him. He was angrier than before, wanting to curse, wanting to explode, wanting her to leave. But he knew that such actions would irreparably hurt her. Yet, her words now wounded him deeply. She knew how much he cared about his legs, yet she poured salt into his wounds. Why couldn't he just continue to escape? Why couldn't he avoid confronting the unacceptable? Why couldn't he be sensitive, irritable, or restless? Who had decreed that he must calmly accept being disabled? Ningxia. Fu Lynching lowered his gaze to the remnants of food on the table. His left hand, resting on his lap, trembled uncontrollably. He called her name softly. Just delete the contact for that wheelchair seller. And don't communicate with him again. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. Ningxia looked at him incredulously. You're being unreasonable. Fu Lynching met her gaze. Delete his contact. Ningxia's temper flared. So every time I meet a man, I must delete his contact. Fu Lynching stared at her. Will you delete it or not? Ningxia replied defiantly. I want. Fu Lynching fixed his gaze on her, and she could see the muscles in his upper body tensing, a clear indication of his rising agitation. Gradually, however, his shoulders slumped, as though all the air had been let out of him, leaving him deflated and lifeless. He averted his eyes, murmuring a quiet goodnight as he wheeled himself back to the bedroom. Ningxia is unexpectedly a damp squib. She had thought he would, as in the past, throw a fit and smash a bowl. Fu Zichuan observed the tension that had arisen between the two adults. They had quarreled. Although there were no loud shouts, he could sense the heavy negativity permeating the air. His father was evidently displeased, even saddened. His mother was also unhappy and somewhat angry. Ultimately, his father said nothing and bore the pitiable demeanor of a stray dog abandoned, retreating to his room while pushing the wheelchair. He lowered his hands from his ears and cautiously looked at Ningxia. I'm sorry. Ningxia snapped back to reality and hurriedly asked, What is wrong? Why are you apologizing? Fu Zichuan replied, Because of me, you two quarreled. That's nonsense. It has nothing to do with you. Ningxia reassured him. This time, it was your father's fault. Fu Zichuan bowed his head. It was I who told Dad that a gentleman brought Mom back, which made him unhappy and led to the argument. Who is this gentleman? The uncle who drove you home the night I bought ice cream. So you saw him, huh? He didn't bring Mom back. She carpooled with him. Ningxia lifted his chin and gently rubbed his cheek. Your father knows about him. Our quarrel isn't about that. Then what is it about? Ningxia pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of sadness but had to admit, perhaps it's because your father doesn't trust your mother very much. It was precisely because of this lack of trust that he became sensitive and irritable over minor issues. If Fu Lynching could believe her a little more, tonight's quarrel would not have occurred. It's all right. Your father will be fine in a couple of days, Ningxia reassured him. He shouldn't stay angry for long. Yet, this time Ningxia miscalculated. Fu Lynching not only remained upset but seemed to have entered a cold war with her. Chapter 65. Cold War, Quarrel, Outburst. The next morning, Ningxia prepared breakfast and, noticing Fu Lynching had not yet risen, took the initiative to call him for a meal. Initially, she intended to use the opportunity of calling him for breakfast to brush over the quarrel, but the powder keg of a man ignored her completely. Nearly reigniting her frustration, she decided to disregard him, finished breakfast with Chuan, and left directly. She thought things might be better by nightfall, but upon returning home, she found Fu Lynching just emerging from the bathroom, not even glancing her way as he wheeled himself back to his room. Ningxia. Is he still angry? How can he be so hot-tempered? In the past, he would rush to her the moment she returned. But today, he seemed resolute. The next morning and the following night, he continued to act as if she were invisible. Whenever she attempted to engage him in conversation, he responded with indifference, occasionally offering brief replies. This time, Ningxia was genuinely upset. Previously, she would always be the one to apologize and placate him, but this time, she resolved not to indulge him. The two of them fell into a cold war. Living under the same roof, sharing the same table for meals, yet silently competing in their mutual disregard. You ignore me, and I shall not acknowledge you. The Cold War was draining, and Ningxia felt increasingly disheartened each day. At work, Liang Meitong noticed her mood was off. Why don't we go out and have some fun after work? Liang Meitong suggested, setting a small mirror before her. Just look at you, radiating resentment. Today, Zhou Heng invited me to karaoke. You should join us to unwind. Ningxia's first instinct was to ask if Wang Hao would be attending, but then she realized that such a mindset was inappropriate. There was nothing between her and Wang Hao. Not even a friendship. His attendance was irrelevant to her. The more she tried to avoid suspicion, the more it seemed to indicate something was amiss. It was Wang Hao this time. What if next time it was a male colleague? Would that mean she could no longer go to work at all? Thus, she readily agreed. All right, let's go sing tonight. Liang Meidong preemptively informed her. Wang Hao will probably go too. Ningxia shrugged. His presence or absence is of no consequence to me. I can't forego my own social life because of him. After work, Ningxia called her son. Chuan Chuan, Mommy will be home a bit late. What would you like to order for dinner? Fu Zichuan was delighted. Coca-Cola and fried chicken? Typically, Ningxia would never allow him such indulgences at home, deeming them unhealthy, but Fu Zichuan had long craved them. Fried foods are indeed unhealthy, but an occasional treat was permissible. She ordered enough KFC for the two of them. Make sure to inform your father that Mommy will be home late. Why don't you just text him? We're in a Cold War. Why should I initiate contact? Besides, you can relay the message. You tell Dad. Mommy 1T, send a message. All right, after hanging up, Fu Zichuan settled on the sofa, watching television while waiting for the takeout. About 30 minutes later, a knock sounded at the door. Fu Zichuan dashed to answer it. The delivery had arrived. Grasping the heavy takeout bag, he closed the door and sought out Fu Lincheng. Old man, get up and eat. Fu Lincheng lay in bed, having just awakened, and frowned upon seeing the KFC bag in Fu Zichuan's hands. Where did this come from? Mom ordered it. She said she would be home late and told me to let you know. She even got me takeout. Fu Zichuan set the bag on the bed, tore it open, and immediately grabbed a piece of fried chicken. It's a family bucket. Enough for us both. Fu Lincheng felt a throbbing in his temples. There's crumbs everywhere. Go eat outside. Aren't you going to eat? Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Fu Lincheng shooed away the annoying, carefree little brat. The room fell silent once more. Fu Lincheng noticed an unusual flush on his face. He realized he had a fever. Feeling lethargic and lacking energy, having nearly spent the entire afternoon in bed, he had been running a fever at night for the past few days, but Ningxia had not noticed his condition. Had it been before their Cold War, she would have noticed on the first night. Even if she hadn't, he would have told her. But now, he didn't want to say anything. They were still in a Cold War. And since she was unwilling to speak to him, what was the point of informing her about his fever? After all, she wouldn't he care. Staring at the stark white ceiling, he scoffed to himself. She's out having fun and doesn't he even deign to call and let me know? At the KTV, Ningxia monopolized the microphone, singing several songs to release the pin-up emotions of the past few days. Indeed, shouting aloud could relieve stress. Liang Meitong and Zhou sat together, covering their ears, their expressions one of auditory assault. Wang Hao lounged on the sofa, encouraging her. You sing beautifully. Keep going. Ningxia felt too embarrassed to continue hogging the mic. Handing it over to Liang Meitong and settling into a single sofa, you all sing. I'll drink some water and rest my voice. Liang Meitong and Zhou chose a love song. Singing sweetly together. Ningxia took out her phone to check for messages. There were none. It was already 8 o'clock. She messaged Chuan Chuan. What are you doing? Fu Zichuan replied instantly with a voice message. Watching TV. Ningxia typed. Are you full? Fu Zichuan, not wanting to type, responded with a voice message. Super full. Mommy, can you come home even later tomorrow? I still want fried chicken. Ningxia chuckled helplessly. Mommy will be back in an hour. What about your dad? Has he eaten? Fu Zichuan shouted. Old man, Mommy is asking if you've eaten. Fu Lincheng thought to himself. She still knows to ask if I've eaten, yet she goes out without so much as a word to me. He was deeply concerned but felt too proud to call and ask. Now that Fu Zichuan had provided an opening, Fu Lincheng took the opportunity and dialed Ningxia's number. When Ningxia saw the phone ringing, she was taken aback to find it was Fu Lincheng calling. Had this rascal finally decided to relent after 3 days of Cold War? The karaoke room was too loud, so Ningxia stepped outside to take the call. Finding a quiet spot, she answered, Hello. For a moment, there was silence on the line, only the sound of the man's slightly heavy breathing. Ningxia had intended to speak to him calmly, but recalling the cold treatment she had received during their quarrel. Her tone inadvertently turned harsh. Speak up. Why the silence? What do you want? It's already past your working hours. Fu Lincheng's low, husky voice broke the silence. Why haven't you returned yet? Ningxia assumed he was calling to make amends, but to her surprise, he was looking for a fight. She had already told Chuan Chuan she would be home late. What was the point of asking her that? Fine, if he wanted to play dumb. She would play along. Ningxia huffed, deliberately saying, Well, why do you think? Ningxia, I'm asking you a question. Give me a proper answer. I've answered you properly. If I'm not home yet after work, what could it be but overtime? On the other end, Fu Linqing's breath hitched momentarily. He tightened his grip on the phone. Before the call, he had thought that as long as Ningxia sincerely apologized and admitted her mistake, he would end the Cold War. Yet, she had the audacity to lie to him. Fu Linqing's anger ignited instantly. Ruan Ningxia, you liar! What business does a front desk clerk have working overtime? A liar! Ningxia retorted angrily. What's wrong with a front desk clerk working overtime? I stand by my company through thick and thin. I voluntarily asked to work extra hours. Is it wrong for me to contribute and shine? Fu Linqing roared in anger. You were clearly at the KTV, running wild outside. What do you mean by deceiving me? Ningxia retorted. Then why did you deliberately ask me why I haven't returned when you know I'm out having fun? What do you mean by that? Fu Linqing, panting on the other end of the phone, exclaimed. If you enjoy playing so much, then just don't come back. Stay out there and be wild. Damn it. Ningxia raised her voice. What are you cursing for? I haven't done anything wrong, and why shouldn't I go back? That's my rented apartment. It's my home. The heavy breathing on the phone intensified. Ningxia's own breath quickened as well. Just then, a voice behind her suddenly called out. Ningxia. She turned to see Wang Hao, who looked astonished, having no idea how long he had been listening. The atmosphere was hushed, and Fu Linqing could clearly hear that single utterance of her name. He froze, his emotions spiraling out of control, and with a fierce gesture, he smashed his phone. Chapter 66. She had only been with Fu Linqing. Ningxia heard a loud thud, as if the phone had fallen from a great height. If it had merely slipped from his hand, it wouldn't have made such a ruckus. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Upon checking her phone, she found that the call had indeed been disconnected. Given Fu Linqing's temperament, it was evident that he had broken the phone. What a wasteful man! She attempted to call back, but the line remained unanswered. Frustrated, she was approached by Wang Hao, who inquired, Are you okay? He had been waiting in the private room for her return, and upon stepping out, he found her engaged in an intense argument with someone else, her demeanor fierce and aggressive, a stark contrast to her usual cheerful self. Ningxia's sweet appearance, large eyes, a delicate face, and a lively disposition made her seem approachable and carefree, but seeing her in such a fiery light left Wang Hao momentarily stunned, as she paced anxiously. He finally approached her, asking, Is something wrong? Is there anything I can help with? Ningxia, not wishing to converse with him at that moment, raised her hand in a gesture to pause and replied, I'm sorry, I need to make a phone call. Please wait. She stepped aside and dialed Chuan's watch phone. Chuan quickly answered, and Ningxia hurriedly asked, Baby, are you with Daddy? Fu Zichuan's voice was uncharacteristically tense. Mommy, I just heard a loud noise coming from Daddy's room, and I'm scared to go in. What if he gets mad and yells, Good. Just listen to Mommy and don't go in to find him. Open the door just a crack and peek in to see if he has fallen. If he has, Mommy will call the police for help. Okay. Fu Zichuan jumped off the sofa, tiptoed to the master bedroom, cautiously opened the door, took a quick glance, and then hurried back to the living room to report, He hasn't fallen. He's just lying on the bed and not moving. Then let him stay in the living room and watch TV. Mommy will be back soon. Okay. Ningxia hung up the phone and turned to see Wang Hao waiting. Upon noticing she had finished her call, he approached and asked, Are you heading back? Ningxia nodded. There's something happening at home, so I need to leave. You all continue to enjoy yourselves. Wang Hao suggested, Let Zhou Heng and Liang Meidong have fun, I'll drive you back. Ningxia declined, It's fine. I can go back by myself. Wang Hao insisted, It's no trouble. We can share a ride since our routes are the same, just like last time. Ningxia pondered whether she hadn't been clear enough during their previous conversation. She had explicitly mentioned having a husband and a son, which typically would deter any single man. Just as she was contemplating how to make her situation clearer, Wang Hao spoke up, How old is your son? 5. I have a daughter too. She's 3 years old and stays with my parents back home. Ningxia was taken aback. You're married? I divorced 2 years ago'd, my ex-wife and I parted amicably. And I have custody of our child. Ningxia nodded. 3 is the right age for kindergarten. That's nice. Daughters can be such sweethearts, unlike boys who are always so mischievous. Wang Hao chuckled. Lele is indeed very well behaved. She always tells me not to work too hard and reminds me to eat on time. As they conversed while descending the escalator, Wang Hao glanced at Ningxia, feeling a bit anxious. Since they had already broached such personal topics, he decided to speak candidly. Heard from Liang Meidong that you and your husband are going through a divorce. He seems to have some mobility issues. I've been divorced too and have a daughter. While I'm not wealthy, I'm not destitute either. I may not yet afford a house in Haicheng, but I do own one back home. The point of my rambling is that I have a genuine interest in you and would like to get to know you better. If you and your husband do separate, may I pursue you? Wang Hao Ningxia, not waiting for him to finish, interrupted him, feeling a bit awkward, as she hadn't anticipated such a sudden confession. She was not adept at handling such romantic situations. Thus far, she had only been involved with Fu Lincheng. When it came to matters of the heart, Ningxia was a complete novice, and she could only strive to avoid making the other party uncomfortable while clarifying her own position. The truth is, my husband and I have not yet divorced. Even if we do in the future, I don't wish to pursue another relationship. While his mobility issues are indeed temporary, I believe he will recover. They had reached the entrance, and Ningxia paused to reflect. Primarily, I see you as a friend. I've been bothering you on WeChat just to consult about wheelchair matters. If my inquiries have led to any misunderstandings, feel free to delete me once you get home. Is my explanation clear enough? Wang Hao offered a wry smile. It's quite clear. She truly had a wonderful character. Even after causing him some discomfort, she still endeavored to ensure he felt at ease. Ningxia sighed in relief, having clarified her stance. Well, I must leave now. There's an urgent matter at home that I need to attend to. Without waiting for Wang Hao to respond, she hurried away, fearing that Chuan might be frightened waiting alone at home. She flagged down a taxi and urged the driver to hurry. Upon arriving home, her thoughts were consumed with worry for her timid son. However, upon entering, she found her lively boy sprawled on the sofa, enjoying an apple while watching TV, laughing heartily. Ningxia, Chuan, she called. Mommy! Fu Zichuan dashed over to fetch her slippers. As Ningxia changed her shoes, she quietly inquired about his father. Has Daddy come out at all? No. He's been lying there motionless. Fu Zichuan munched on his apple. Even though you told me not to go in. I washed an apple and went to ask him if he wanted some, but he ignored me. Ningxia patted his little head. It's fine. Mommy will go check on him. You keep watching TV. Entering the master bedroom, she knocked on the door. When there was no response, she pushed the door open. The room was dark, with the lights off. Fu Lincheng lay on the bed, seemingly asleep, as the air conditioning emitted a pleasantly cool breeze. At 27 degrees, in sleep mode, the temperature was neither too hot nor too cold, and he was covered with a thin air conditioning blanket. Ningxia noticed a phone lying on the floor behind the door. She walked over, picked it up, and saw that while the screen was still lit, it was cracked in half. Approaching the bedside, she was about to speak when Fu Lincheng suddenly pulled the blanket over his head. His hoarse voice muffled beneath it. Did I say you could come in? You just barged in without permission. Do you even know how to respect privacy? Put down the phone and leave. Chapter 67. Daddy has collapsed. Ningxia. What a terrible temper. On her way back, she had already reflected on her behavior. Indeed, she shouldn't have argued with him, knowing full well his volatile nature. She had intentionally provoked him, resulting in him smashing his phone. She feared that if Chuan went to find him, he would scold their son in his fit of anger, so she didn't dare let Chuan enter his room. Now seeing him cocooned in the blanket, speaking in a muffled tone, Ningxia felt a pang of sympathy. She sat at the edge of the bed and gently tugged at the blanket, speaking softly. Aren't you feeling stifled under there? Come on, get up. I heard from Chuan that you've been asleep all afternoon and haven't had dinner. Aren't you hungry? She thought she had lowered herself enough for Fu Lincheng to relent, but instead, he took it as an opportunity to shout back. Now you care about me? Now you're worried whether I'm hungry. Where was this concern before? You had no qualms running wild outside, did you? Ningxia's expression darkened as she glared at the man buried under the blanket. Fu Lincheng, if you keep being insufferable, I won't speak to you anymore. Fu Lincheng scoffed. I've always been this way. You're not discovering anything new. Ningxia was genuinely angry now. Ignoring him, she tossed the phone onto his pillow and turned on her heel, leaving without another word. Once the door closed, the room was plunged back into darkness, and Fu Lincheng lifted the blanket, staring at the closed door, his lips pressed into a thin line. Ningxia exited the room and sat on the sofa, fuming silently. How could there be such an insufferable man? With a foul temper, a sharp tongue, and such obstinacy. She had offered him an olive branch, and instead of accepting it, he had kicked it away. She is nothing short of a lunatic. Sooner or later, she will be driven to the brink, and she will unleash a thorough beating upon him. leaving him to ponder whether he dares to provoke her again. "Mom, did Dad yell at you again?" Fu Zichuan inquired softly as he leaned closer. "Don't worry, Mom yelled back at him too," Ningxia reassured, tenderly caressing his little face. "Let's ignore him for now and allow him some time to cool off. Have you taken a shower? Make sure to sleep early tonight." The next morning, as Ningxia rose, she noticed that Fu Linqing's bedroom door remained closed. She prepared breakfast and shared it with Chuan. After they finished eating, she said, "Mom is off to work now. I've left eggs and steamed buns for your dad. When he wakes up, he can have them." Fu Zichuan gave her an approving thumbs up. Upon arriving at the office, Liang Meitong noticed the gloomy expression on her face and asked what was troubling her. Ningxia replied tersely, "I was annoyed by that dog. Don't ask, it only makes me more upset." Liang Meitong had originally intended to gossip about her and Wang Hao, especially since Wang Hao had left the private booth shortly after she did. But seeing Ningxia's displeasure, she refrained from probing further. During lunch, Ningxia's phone suddenly rang. It was Chuan calling. With a smile, she answered, but before she could speak, Chuan's voice, tinged with tears, came through. "Mom, can you come back?" "Dada, he scared me." Ningxia's heart tightened. "Don't cry. What did he do to scare you? Did he hit you or yell at you?" "No, Dad didn't hit or yell at me. He fainted in his room, and I can't wake him up." Ningxia's face drained of color. "Okay, I understand. Don't panic. Mom is coming back right away. Stay by Dad's side and keep calling him. Don't be afraid. I will be there soon." "All right." After hanging up, Ningxia's heart raced as she dashed out, reminding herself to stay calm and not to panic while dialing Xiao Zhang's number. The call connected, but Xiao Zhang did not answer. In a state of urgency, Ningxia considered calling the police when her phone rang again. She assumed it was Xiao Zhang returning her call and quickly answered. "Xiao Zhang, if you're not busy, could you come to my house immediately? My husband has fainted. Please take him directly to the hospital after you arrive." It wasn't Xiao Zhang on the line, but Fu Ziyan. Ningxia felt as if she had found a lifeline. "Fu Linqing fainted at home. It will take me an hour to get back. Can you drive fast and take him to the hospital?" Fu Ziyan detected the tremor in her voice and furrowed his brow. "Don't worry. I'm on my way. I'll call you once I arrive." With that, he hung up. Ningxia's frantic heart began to settle. Chuan must be frightened. Ningxia decided to go directly to the hospital to meet Fu Ziyan and called Xiao Ruoxue, asking her to check on Chuan. Xiao Ruoxue readily agreed, saying, "Don't worry, I'm nearby and can be there right away." After hanging up, Ningxia anxiously waved for a taxi, but the more urgent she felt, the more elusive the taxis became. Fu Ziyan arrived quickly, his sports car and adept driving skills proving invaluable as he sped through the streets. Reaching Ningxia's dilapidated apartment building in under 20 minutes, he rushed up to the 6th floor, banging on the door, and before he could catch his breath, it swung open. A child, about 5 or 6 years old, stood there with a clean, fair face, tears streaming down and eyes red. Before Fu Ziyan could question who the child was, the little one pulled him into the bedroom, sobbing and pointing at Fu Linqing, who lay unconscious on the floor. Without hesitation, Fu Ziyan strode over and, with all his might, half lifted, half dragged the unconscious man onto the bed. He patted Fu Linqing's face, urging, "Hey, wake up." Fu Linqing's face was flushed, his body burning with fever. After considerable effort, Fu Ziyan managed to hoist the unconscious figure onto his back. "Good grief. He's heavy even when he's limp," he grumbled, carefully making his way out. The narrow, steep stairs presented a perilous challenge, and he felt as though a misstep could send them both tumbling down. After breaking a sweat, he finally reached the ground floor. Just then, a woman burst in, talking animatedly on her phone. "Xia, don't worry. I'm almost there. Oh, isn't that Fu Linqing? And there's a guy who looks utterly exhausted carrying your husband. Is that the foolish third young master of the Fu family you mentioned?" Fu Ziyan replied curtly. "It's fine, I've arrived. You head to the hospital. I'll take care of Chuan." Xiao Ruoxue hung up and approached Fu Ziyan in her high heels. "You must be Fu Linqing's brother. I'm Ningxia's friend. Where are you taking him?" Fu Ziyan rolled his eyes and headed towards the car. "Taking him to the morgue." "What, do you want to come too?" Xiao Ruoxue was momentarily speechless, but she quickly tossed the still heavy Fu Linqing into the passenger seat of the convertible sports car. Fu Ziyan slid into the driver's seat and pressed down on the gas, the engine roaring to life as they sped away. Chapter 68. Take off his pants. By the time Ningxia arrived at the hospital, Fu Linqing was already in the emergency room, with Fu Ziyan conversing with a doctor. As Ningxia approached, She overheard the doctor asking, "Does the patient have any known drug allergies? What medications did he take before losing consciousness?" Fu Ziyan was at a loss for answers, sweat beading on his forehead. Spotting Ningxia, he seized her as if she were a lifeline, pushing her toward the doctor. "The patient's wife is here. You can ask her." Just then, a call came in, prompting him to step outside to take it. The doctor repeated the questions, and Ningxia provided detailed answers. He is a paraplegic patient and occasionally experiences nerve pain. The doctor prescribed medication. "I am unsure if he took anything before fainting, but he doesn't seem to have any known drug allergies." "What exactly happened to him?" Ningxia pressed. "When the patient was brought in, he had a high fever. We suspect that the fainting was caused by the fever, but we need to rule out any other complications," the doctor explained. "First, we need to bring down his fever. You should handle the admission paperwork. He will need to stay for observation for a couple of days." "Understood." Relieved to hear it was just a fever, Ningxia hurried off to complete the admission procedures. However, Fu Linqing's ID was at home. So she called Xiao Ruoshui, who was looking after Chuan Chuan. "I'm at the hospital now. Fu Linqing needs to be admitted. His ID is in the drawer of the bedside table. Could you find it and send me a picture?" Xiao Ruoshui quickly located the ID, snapped a photo, and sent it over. "What happened? How did he suddenly faint?" "He has a high fever," Ningxia replied. "He needs to be hospitalized. I'll try to come back tonight. But could you please take care of Chuan Chuan for now? Don't be so polite. Just focus on the hospital. If you can't come back, then don't worry about IT. By the way, how is Chuan Chuan?" "When I arrived, he was crying pitifully, but now he's lying on the sofa watching TV, looking a bit listless. He must have been scared. Put him on the phone. I want to talk to him." Xiao Ruoshui handed the phone to the dejected little boy sprawled on the sofa. Fu Zichuan languidly asked, "Mom, how is Dad?" "He's fine. He fainted because of a fever." Ningxia spoke softly and gently. "You were scared today? Weren't you? Don't be afraid. Dad will be back in a couple of days." With Ningxia's comforting words, Fu Zichuan's mood visibly brightened. After reminding him for a while, she hung up. Upon returning to the ward, she found a nurse administering an IV to Fu Linqing, with Fu Ziyan present. The nurse, while setting up the IV, instructed Fu Ziyan, "You need to take off his pants." Fu Ziyan nearly jumped in shock. "What? Why would I take off his pants? It's a doctor's order. We need to insert a catheter after the IV is done. Aren't you family? What's wrong with helping to remove the patient's pants?" Fu Ziyan was bewildered. "Why do we need a catheter just for an IV? I've never had one when getting an injection for a cold or fever." The nurse patiently explained, "The patient's fever is caused by a urinary tract infection, and since he is a paraplegic, we need to insert a catheter in this situation. Hurry up and pull down his pants." No amount of persuasion would make Fu Ziyan undertake such a task. "I'll do it," Ningxia interjected as she walked in. "You're here?" Fu Ziyan's expression shifted to one of oddity. "Never mind. I'll handle it. You wait outside." Before Ningxia could react, he pushed her out and shut the door. Ningxia was baffled. As Fu Linqing's wife, it was entirely reasonable for her to assist. Why had he sent her away? Fu Ziyan's rationale for ushering Ningxia out stemmed from his belief that an awake Fu Linqing would undoubtedly object to her witnessing the insertion of a catheter. Although one shouldn't be concerned with dignity or appearances in such dire situations, he empathized with Fu Linqing and felt it would be embarrassing. After dismissing Ningxia, Fu Ziyan felt somewhat absurd. They were a married couple. After all, why was he meddling in their affairs? Once he had managed to get Fu Linqing's pants off, Fu Ziyan did not leave. Instead, he stood by, observing as the nurse finished the IV and proceeded to insert the catheter. Oh my goodness, goodness gracious. The sight of such a thick, long tube being inserted directly through the urethra made Fu Ziyan's scalp tingle, and he instinctively clenched his legs. "Nurse, does that hurt him?" The nurse reassured him. "Not at all." Fu Ziyan thought to himself, "Am I really that gullible?" The paraplegic lower limbs were devoid of sensation, and consequently, there was no feeling when the catheter was inserted, Fu Ziyan remarked. After the nurse completed her task and offered a few words of instruction, she exited the room. Ningxia entered, witnessing Fu Ziyan's ashen visage. Inquiring about his condition, Fu Ziyan, with a hint of bitterness, replied, "You are not a man. Thus you cannot comprehend the feelings of a man witnessing another man being catheterized." Fu Ziyan had never encountered such a jarring scene. It felt as though the catheter had been inserted into himself. He shuddered his numbed body, declaring, "I leave him in your care." Ningxia found his reaction to be an overreaction. When she gave birth to Chuan Chuan, She had also undergone catheterization. The ward fell into silence. They were fortunate that Fu Linqing was the only patient in the room. Ningxia pulled a chair beside the bed, observing Fu Linqing peacefully asleep, his breathing steady. The flush on his face had faded, and he no longer felt so feverish. His damp hair was disheveled on his forehead. She reached out to tidy it, reflecting that his hair seemed to have grown longer since the last cut nearly a month ago. Leaning her elbow on the bed's edge, cradling her chin in her palm, she unabashedly gazed at the sleeping Fu Linqing. He was truly handsome, perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences, his deep-set eyes, straight nose, and lips that were neither too thin nor too full in slumber. His demeanor softened considerably, contrasting sharply with the piercing look of his wide-open eyes, which often bore an air of scrutiny and aggression, capable of inciting frustration with just a single expression. Thankfully, he possessed such a striking visage. Otherwise, with his foul temper and sharp tongue, coupled with an unlikable personality, she pondered how she could endure him. Upon awakening, Fu Linqing caught a whiff of the antiseptic scent permeating the air. Having lain in the hospital for nearly 3 months following the car accident, he was intimately familiar with the odor. The moment he detected that distinctive antiseptic scent, he knew he was in a hospital. Surveying his surroundings, he confirmed he was indeed in a patient room. A cannula remained in his hand, the 4 fluids depleted, and the door to the ward was closed, enveloping the space in tranquility. He had no idea of the time, as the light was dim. Ningxia was slumped at the bedside, her face resting on her arm. Fast asleep. Chapter 69. He had developed feelings for Ningxia. Fu Linqing adjusted his position, slightly turning his upper body to scrutinize the sleeping Ningxia. The lighting was rather dim, and with no lamp on, he struggled to discern her features. Her phone lay beside his pillow, and he picked it up, activating the flashlight. Illuminated by its glow, he gazed at Ruan Ningxia. Such moments of unrestrained observation were rare. Although they shared the same roof, Ningxia always seemed to be in motion, never like this. Calmly slumbering beside him in her sleep, she appeared so gentle, a stark contrast to her usual sharp words that often left him exasperated. Her breaths were shallow, and he leaned in closer, listening to her breathing, feeling an inexplicable sense of tranquility wash over him. Had she worn makeup? Her complexion was flawless, smooth and fair, akin to the finest jade. Her lashes remained thick and curled. He had noticed before how beautiful her eyes were. Her petite nose, slightly plump, struck him as endearing, and her lips, perfectly shaped, full and rosy. Her face seemed devoid of any blemish. And the more he observed, the more he found himself captivated, satisfied by every detail. Fu Linqing became aware of the thoughts swirling in his mind. He suddenly jolted. What is happening to me? I previously regarded this face as superficial and pretentious, not even wanting to cast a second glance. Now, I find myself staring like a fool, even desiring to kiss her. Am I losing my mind? No, I am not mad. I have fallen for her. Fu Linqing's heart raced as he fixed his gaze on the sleeping Ningxia. How could he have developed feelings for her? When had that occurred? It seemed unfathomable that he could have feelings for someone he once deemed superficial, calculating, lazy, lacking ambition, and utterly devoid of redeeming qualities. Nonsense. Fu Linqing, you are talking nonsense. What evidence is there that she lacks ambition? She diligently searched for a job and approaches her work with utmost seriousness. She does not shirk her responsibilities at home, taking care of all the chores, even washing his clothes without a hint of complaint. Her cooking is delightful. She can prepare a hearty meal in less than half an hour. Unlike him, who could barely manage instant noodles, so what if she has her little schemes? Everyone possesses a modicum of cunning. He himself could be quite ruthless in pursuit of his goals. Her materialistic tendencies are perfectly normal. Who isn't driven by financial gain in this cutthroat society? Why should she be any different? She certainly does not shy away from confrontation. On the contrary, she is incredibly kind, exhibiting profound empathy towards the weak and standing her ground against the powerful. She is filled with virtues. Her heart shines like gold. The more he learned about her, the more radiant she appeared, while he felt increasingly dull in comparison. He must have been blind to have once deemed her worthless. Having dissected his thoughts with a newfound clarity, he gazed at Ningxia's sleeping face, growing ever more convinced of her worth and increasingly drawn to her. Before he realized what he was doing, He had leaned down to kiss her. It was at that moment that Ningxia opened her eyes. Fu Linqing felt his lips draw very near to her, but as her body shifted unexpectedly, he recoiled in alarm, hitting the back of his head against the bedpost with a thud. Damn! Fu Linqing cursed under his breath as darkness clouded his vision. Ningxia, awakening, saw him clutching his head, curled up, along with the expletive he had uttered. Perhaps still groggy from sleep, she took a moment to process before asking, Fu Linqing, are you cursing at me? Fu Linqing. Oh no. Ningxia quickly realized, springing to her feet. Did you hit your head? Hurry, lie down. Is it serious? Fu Linqing. Taking a deep breath, he replied. I'm fine. How could one possibly hit their head while peacefully asleep? Ningxia examined him, confirming he had not sustained any serious injury. She intended to assist him in lying down, but as she reached out, he recoiled dramatically, exclaiming, Don't touch me. Stay away. Ningxia was taken aback. His aversion reminded her of the pre-accident Fu Linqing. Whenever she inched closer, he would curse at her to back off. He would never touch anything she had used or consumed, and even a slight accidental brush would send him recoiling as if he had contracted a disease. It had been ages since she had heard him express such disdain. Hearing it again left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Fu Linqing cursed himself internally for being such a fool. Why had he reacted so strongly? He had frightened her, he quickly explained. I'm not angry with you. Nor do I mean anything else, I just don't want you so close. You're too near, and I'm afraid I might do something inappropriate. Ningxia retorted, Fine. I want to make it difficult for you. I'll leave. Don't go. Who told you to leave? Fu Linqing panicked. You want to walk out the moment I wake up? Ruan Ningxia, do you have a conscience? Ningxia was genuinely angry now. Hands on her hips, she glared at him, shouting. One moment you tell me to give you space, the next you don't want me to leave. Fu Linqing. Are you out of your mind? What do you want? I feel like a lunatic myself. Go ahead, scold me. Once you're done venting, don't you dare leave. Sit down and keep me company. Ningxia was utterly exasperated with him. She sat down in a chair, while Fu Linqing lay back down, though his demeanor remained uneasy, occasionally glancing at her, appraising her, only to quickly avert his gaze. Ningxia found his behavior peculiar. The way he looked at her now reminded her of the years they were married, when he would always regard her with disdain and contempt. Feeling increasingly agitated under his scrutiny, she could no longer tolerate it. Fu Linqing. What do you mean by this? What are you staring at? If you find me annoying, I can disappear right now. Fu Linqing. What is she talking about? When have I ever looked at her with disdain? He was simply feeling awkward and nervous. Chapter 70. Fu Linqing confessed his feelings. Fu Linqing felt the need to clarify the situation. If he didn't, he would be unjustly accused. He spoke slowly, enunciating each word. I don't find you annoying, nor have I looked at you with disdain. You've misunderstood me. Ningxia was unconvinced. Then why have you been looking at me sideways? Fu Linqing chuckled in frustration. You really don't realize why I'm looking at you. A man can't help but gaze at a woman. It is simply because I like you, which is why I want to keep looking. How could someone so sharp-witted be so oblivious in this regard? Ningxia finds rhetorical questions particularly vexing. After all, she is not a mind reader capable of discerning his thoughts. Frustration and silence envelop her as she contemplates. I am uncertain why you gaze upon me. All I know is that your scrutinizing stare makes me profoundly uncomfortable. Should you continue to regard me in such a manner, I shall take my leave. Fu Linqing then declares, I like you. Ningxia's immediate reaction is one of disbelief. Fu Linqing, who had been reclining, realizes that such a declaration necessitates a more upright posture. He gradually props himself up, leaning against the headboard, his heart racing with uncertainty about what to articulate next. He can only voice whatever thoughts flit through his mind. I admire you for your beauty. I cannot help but steal glances at you. I harbor no disdain or contempt for you. How could I possibly look at you with such disdain? Ningxia, stunned by his words, feels as if she has been rendered speechless. She did not mishear him. Fu Linqing genuinely professed his feelings for her. Yet, was he not once filled with disdain for her? Living under the same roof, it was he who claimed to feel suffocated. It was he who insisted on a divorce. How could he now profess affection? Could it be that he is merely seeking an excuse? Ningxia regards him with suspicion. Are we not in a Cold War? What do you mean by suddenly expressing such sentiments? Are you trying to find an easy way out? Fu Linqing nearly chokes on his own words. after enduring a prolonged period of tension. This is the response he receives. You wish to continue this Cold War? You are the one who instigated it. I have been the one trying to bridge the gap. He retorts, that was because you went out with that wheelchair vendor while I lay at home, feverish for days, and you failed to notice. If it were not for that wheelchair vendor, you would have sensed my discomfort long ago. Is it not reasonable for me to be upset and wish to avoid you? You are merely being petty. I share nothing with Wang Hao, yet you choose to throw a fit. Fu Linqing scoffs. Wang Hao, are you quite affectionate with him? Ningxia glares at him. Are we about to quarrel again? Fu Linqing immediately retreats, realizing he has once again lost control of his emotions and nearly provoked her ire. Taking a deep breath, he strives for calm, yet he cannot help but feel anger towards her and that wheelchair vendor. Once is enough. You need not go out repeatedly to ask a man. I cannot fathom what that fellow is scheming. Ningxia shoots him a withering glance. And you dare accuse me? Were you not once inseparable from Jiang Yao? On our wedding day, you spent 3 days and nights with her, did you not? Moreover, you were also embroiled in scandals with starlets. Preposterous. Fu Linqing nearly leaps to his feet. Those rumors are entirely unfounded. Concocted by paparazzi. I have even taken the fall for Fu Ziyuan on several occasions. The stars he pursued had their names misattributed to me. As for Jiang Yao, our relationship was indeed close in the past, but that was merely due to our family's connections. Her father was my mother's classmate, and we met in childhood. On the day of your wedding, her father passed away, which deeply affected her at that time. Fu Linqing harbored disdain for Ningxia, perceiving Jiang Yao as more significant. When Jiang Yao reached out to him for companionship during her grief, he obliged, despite not recalling the incident that Ningxia clings to. This reveals how much it has weighed on her mind. Fu Linqing, now earnest, explains, after my mother's passing, every quarrel with Fu Zhenhai resulted in punishment. I was deprived of food and confined. I would sneak out when he was distracted. And when I had money, I could sustain myself for a few days. When I ran out, I would go to Zhang's house for a meal. Jiang Yao was merely a girl of 11 or 12 when I was a teenager. How could I have any romantic feelings for a child? After entering university, I lost contact with her. When she graduated, her mother reached out to me for a job at Fu Corporation, and only then did we reconnect. Fu Linqing looks at Ningxia, asserting, I have always regarded her as a sister. There has never been anything romantic. If I were lying, I swear I would never stand again. Ningxia is taken aback by his revelations. She had always assumed Jiang Yao was Fu Linqing's ex-girlfriend. Now, he claims their relationship was devoid of romantic feelings. What then of the years spent in rivalry with Jiang Yao? She had even physically confronted Jiang Yao, berating her for her lack of integrity. Covering her face, she laments, why did you not say this sooner? Fu Linqing, feeling aggrieved, responds, you never asked. Ningxia reflects silently. She had indeed never inquired, and even had she, his previous demeanor would have likely dissuaded him from offering further explanation. Uncertain of her belief in his words, Fu Linqing adds, if you have any lingering questions, feel free to ask. Ningxia shakes her head, signaling she has no further inquiries. Fu Linqing exhales in relief. Then, how do you perceive our relationship? Having expressed his feelings, she ought to provide a response. Ningxia suddenly queries, are you hungry? Before Fu Linqing can process this, Ningxia stands up, declaring, I am hungry. The hospital cafeteria is likely closed. I will step out for a moment to buy something to eat. Without waiting for his response, she hurries out. Realization dawns on Fu Linqing. Is she evading him? What is she avoiding? Does she not wish to respond to him? Or has his confession startled her? Perhaps it is that she finds him repugnant, despising his current state of disability, hence her silence. Yet, he quickly dismisses this notion. No, Ningxia is not that kind of person. If she truly despised him, she would not have remained by his side when everyone else turned away after his accident. So, her choice to retreat and avoid answering stems from a lack of affection. Fu Linqing feels adrift. On one hand, he believes her unwavering support indicates she harbors some feelings for him. Conversely, he questions why she would like him. He is, after all, now a cripple, devoid of any merits. Perhaps her loyalty stems from sympathy and pity, compelling her to care for him temporarily. If that were the case, would he not be deluding himself? Should she reject him, how would they coexist in the future? Would daily encounters not be fraught with awkwardness? The very thought is unbearable. He would rather take to the streets than endure such a scenario under the same roof with her. As the vibrant lights of Haiqing illuminate the evening, Ningxia strolls through the bustling streets, her mind preoccupied with Fu Lynching's words from the hospital room. She has indeed fled in avoidance. How could she comprehend Fu Lynching's feelings for her? She comes from humble beginnings, having manipulated him into marrying her and deceiving him financially before their wedding. Why would a normal person harbor affection for such a woman? Could it be that his affection arises from having fallen from grace, now surrounded by only her, who cares for him? If so, that is not love but gratitude. If he claims to love her out of gratitude, what will happen when he regains his strength, wealth, and encounters more admirable women, perhaps even someone he genuinely loves? How long could his gratitude endure? Might he revert to viewing her with disdain, as he once did? With a heavy sigh, Ningxia shakes her head, attempting to dispel these chaotic thoughts. She had deliberately distanced herself, trusting Fu Lynching to refrain from making any more bewildering declarations. Surrounding the hospital are numerous quaint eateries. Ningxia purchases a bowl of noodles and wontons, packaging them to return to the ward. Fu Lynching waits anxiously, yet Ningxia's absence lingers. Without his phone, he has no sense of time. Does procuring food truly take this long? Is she avoiding him, retreating home, and foregoing his company today? Thankfully, Ningxia eventually returns, carrying 2 bags. I bought noodles and wontons. What would you like to eat? Fu Lynching studies her expression, detecting no signs of distress, and simply replies, I would like noodles. Ningxia sets up the small table, placing the noodles before him while setting the wontons on the bedside table. She sits silently, consuming her pork wontons, and an air of quiet envelopes the ward. Fu Lynching glances at her several times, his thoughts far from the meal. Why does she remain silent? She appears unaffected, as if nothing has transpired. Should I reopen the conversation? 100 thoughts race through his mind. Yet what escapes his lips is, your wontons look more appetizing than my noodles. Ningxia stares at him. So, you wish to eat my wontons? Fu Lynching, feeling cornered, admits, yes, as he observes the wontons she has already eaten. Ningxia hesitates. Aren't you repulsed? You used to be quite disdainful, not only of my food but even of the meals I prepared. Occasionally returning to the villa, it is always the housekeeper who rekindles the fire to prepare a meal. Never venturing near the dishes I have previously tasted, Fu Lynching's body stiffened, evidently reminded of past indiscretions. He wished for nothing more than to find a hole to burrow into, gritting his teeth as he implored. Just consider me a fool from the past, and refrain from resurrecting old grievances. Grant me a modicum of dignity. Ningxia couldn't help but laugh, opting for wontons instead of noodles. The wontons also contained fresh meat, and the broth was identical. In truth, the flavors were quite similar. As Fu Lynching savored the wontons, a sudden thought struck him. These were the very ones Ningxia had eaten, and the spoon he used had also been hers. Did that mean he was indirectly kissing her? His ears inexplicably flushed, and he chastised himself for being so trivial, pondering such matters over sharing a spoon. Just moments ago, he had almost kissed her. Had she not awakened abruptly, his lips would have brushed against her nose. If only he had acted a fraction quicker, success would have been his. What a foolish notion, taking advantage of a vulnerable moment and feeling proud of it. By the time Fu Lynching uncomfortably finished the wontons, Ningxia had already completed her noodles. She took the box outside to dispose of it and returned to ask, will you be all right here alone tonight? Fu Lynching immediately inquired, are you going back? Chuan is home alone. Your sudden fainting earlier frightened him. Although my friend is watching over him, I still wish to return and speak with him. Ningxia settled into her chair. You've already recovered from your fever, right? If you can manage on your own, I'll head back tonight and visit you tomorrow morning. Fu Lynching felt a pang of jealousy. Was their son more important than him? Ningxia widened her eyes. What are you saying? Of course, Chuan is more important. Fu Lynching's expression darkened instantly. Realizing her words were somewhat inappropriate, Ningxia cleared her throat and revised. What I meant is, Chuan is still a child. While you are an adult capable of taking care of yourself, correct. Incorrect that I am an adult, yet I am also a patient who requires care. Ningxia. Fu Lynching bluntly questioned. Ruan Ningxia, I profess my feelings for you. And you have yet to respond to this inquiry. Ningxia thought to herself, he indeed posed the question. On the way back, she had anticipated that with his temperament, he would demand an answer tonight. Fu Lynching was resolute in his quest for an answer. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to sleep. If she liked him, then she liked him. If she didn't eat well, she would simply state her disinterest. Answer my question, and I shall let you return, Fu Linqing stated, gazing intently at her. Under his unwavering gaze, after a prolonged moment of hesitation, Ningxia slowly nodded. Fu Linqing's mind erupted with a cacophony of joy. Akin to fireworks bursting forth, elation gradually permeating his very being, causing his heart to race as if it might leap from his chest. His hands trembled slightly. You like me? Ningxia hesitated. If you wish for me to like you, then I shall like you. What? The fireworks in his mind extinguished in an instant. Fu Linqing stared at her incredulously. What do you mean? If I wish for you to like me, then you will? Ningxia appeared conflicted. Fu Linqing glared at her. Do you, or do you not, like me? Ningxia glanced at him, startled by his fierce demeanor, feeling as though uttering the words I do not like you would provoke him to pounce and silence her. She involuntarily shivered and nodded repeatedly. I like you. I like you. In that moment, Fu Linqing felt as though the sky had collapsed around him. He was in turmoil, his temples throbbing, struggling to breathe. Clutching his chest, he articulated each word with intensity. Ruan Ningxia, I grant you one more chance. Speak truthfully and do not deceive me. Ningxia, too, felt overwhelmed. What do you want from me? Saying I like you is unacceptable, yet saying I do not is also wrong. What answer do you seek? Chapter 72. Ruan Ningxia, do you truly like me? Fu Linqing's heart ached with frustration. He believed Ningxia's thoughts were profoundly flawed, seemingly lacking her own opinions. He urged her. To like is to like, to dislike is to dislike. Base your response on your feelings. Do not say what you think I want to hear. What do you mean? It means you must speak the truth. Express your innermost thoughts. But what I said is the truth. My innermost thoughts. Fu Linqing felt as though he might pull his hair out. He recalibrated his emotions. Are you certain you genuinely like me? Ningxia was at a loss for words. Fu Linqing's gaze bore into her. Speak quickly. After pondering, Ningxia replied, Well, I do not dislike you. Good, that's a promising start. Liking someone often begins with not disliking them. Fu Linqing's demeanor softened considerably. So, you merely remain uncertain about your feelings for me, still entangled in contemplation? Ningxia shook her head. No, I have clarified my feelings. I do not dislike you, and I like you. Fu Linqing. Damn it, why couldn't he feel elated? She had declared her affection, yet he felt no overwhelming joy. Her expression was earnest, and she spoke the words he longed to hear, but he could not muster the exhilaration of mutual feelings. He even began to doubt her sincerity, suspecting she was deceiving him. She must be lying, withholding the truth. Fu Linqing's hard-won composure crumbled once more. He exclaimed in exasperation, Ruan Ningxia, do you truly like me or not? Ningxia's temper flared as well. What is it that you wish to hear? Do you want me to say I dislike you? Very well. I despise you utterly, not a shred of affection. This was utterly unbearable. Fu Linqing felt on the verge of a breakdown, clutching his chest as he lay down, feebly stating, You should leave. Just go. Do not provoke me further. I wish to live a few more years. Ningxia felt equally exasperated, mentally screaming, What a neurotic, truly difficult to please. She tossed her phone onto the bed and angrily declared, Your phone is at home. I'll leave mine for you to use. If there's an emergency, call your number using mine. The password is Chuan's birthdate. I'm leaving. Fu Linqing made no move to stop her. Indeed, he preferred her absence. Were she to remain, he feared she might utter something he was not ready to hear. However, did Ningxia not worry about him accessing her private messages? Fu Linqing contemplated Chuan's birthday, entered the password, and unlocked the phone. His first instinct was to check her messaging apps, curious about her conversations with the wheelchair vendor. Yet, he hesitated, pondering whether this was inappropriate. But if she had left her phone behind, surely she had no qualms about him looking. Moreover, she had even provided the password. What privacy was there to protect? Without guilt, Fu Linqing opened WeChat, locating the vendor and reviewing their conversation, which soured his mood further. Although their exchange contained no overtly inappropriate comments, the vendor persistently sought to ingratiate himself. Sell your wheelchairs properly. What business is it of yours to ask if I've eaten or slept? And commenting on the heat and reminding me to apply sunscreen. Does that fall within the purview of a salesperson? The more Fu Linqing contemplated, the more incensed he became. He sent a message. Mr. Wang, I believe there is no need for further conversation. My husband has stated that we do not need a new wheelchair at this time. If you feel uncomfortable deleting me, I shall do so myself. I am a polite person, hence this notice. After sending the message, Fu Lynching intended to block the vendor. Yet, the audacity of the wheelchair vendor astonished him as he replied almost instantly. Is it because my confession the other day caused you distress? I believed we could still remain friends. Fu Lynching was incredulous. The vendor had confessed? When did that happen? Why hadn't he Ningxia mentioned this? Was she planning to run off with this vendor, abandoning him and their son? Fu Lynching felt as though the world were dimming around him, his fingers furiously typing. Do not harbor such delusions. We cannot be friends. I love my husband dearly and would never betray him or leave him. If you had any sense, you would delete me and never show your face again. Wang Hao replied. Confused, Ningxia. Why are you so abrupt today? Are you still angry with me? If so, I can apologize. I heard Liang Meitong say you intend to divorce your husband, which prompted my interest in pursuing you. If you and your husband have a strong bond, then consider my previous words as though they were never spoken. Fu Lynching was taken aback. Was Ningxia discussing a divorce with her colleagues? When did she develop such thoughts? She had clearly not wished to separate when he had broached the subject. Had the daily care become irksome for her? Another notification chimed. Wang Hao sent another message. However, even if you are upset, I must say you are making the right decision. If your husband cannot stand for the rest of his life, divorce is the appropriate course. Women can be selfish at times and thus find greater happiness. Wang Hao, I say this not because I wish to pursue you if you divorce, but rather as a friend who wishes for your well-being. What the hell da? Who does this outsider think he is meddling in their affairs? Fu Lynching's temper flared. He raised his hand to throw something, but remembered it was Ningxia's phone. He suppressed his anger with great difficulty. It would not matter if he broke his own belongings, but if he broke hers, she would surely scold him. Fu Lynching responded. Who do you think you are? Go sell your wheelchairs and mind your own business regarding my marriage. He then blocked the vendor without hesitation. Upon returning home, Ningxia found Xiao Ruoshui seated on the sofa, engrossed in her mobile phone. Upon noticing Ningxia's arrival, she gestured towards the room, saying, My godson has just fallen asleep, so please keep your voice down to avoid waking him. Ningxia nodded, changed her shoes, and entered the house. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? I bought you some late-night snacks. Hurry and eat, Xiao Ruoshui urged. At least you have a conscience. I happen to be quite hungry, Ningxia replied. Xiao Ruoshui accepted the bag from her hand, which contained some marinated delicacies and a beverage. It seemed that a conversation was in order. Ningxia indeed had something to discuss with her. She settled onto the sofa, lost in thought for a moment before slowly speaking. Fu Lynching confessed that he likes me. Xiao Ruoshui nearly spat out her cola, exclaiming, You must have misheard. I did not mishear. He said it with his own lips. How could he possibly like you? Hasn't he always looked down on you? Ningxia slumped back against the sofa, sighing. Perhaps it's out of gratitude. After all, I stood by him without fail after his incident. Xiao Ruoshui pondered. Is it possible that this is true love? Ningxia turned to her, asking, Do you believe that could be the case? Xiao Ruoshui also thought it highly unlikely. We conspired together to defraud him of 500,000. We even threatened him with a video. If he didn't pay up, we would report him for the crime of seduction, and we deliberately waited until your belly grew, making it difficult for you to terminate the pregnancy before going to his company to demand a legitimate status. Each of these actions would surely infuriate him. If I were in his position, I certainly wouldn't develop any affection for a woman who plotted against me. Chapter 73. I was a virgin. You forced me. Ningxia fell silent. 5 years prior, she had worked at a hotel, shamelessly taking advantage of her position to sneak into Fu Lynching's room. In a despicable act, she had drugged the water he was drinking, and when the effects took hold, she seduced him, leading to their encounter, which she recorded. The following day, when Fu Lynching awoke, Ningxia's first words were, I was a virgin. You forced me. Her second statement was, You must take responsibility for me, or I will report you. The third was, I have recorded a video of your crime. You wouldn't want this matter to escalate, would you? Ningxia had no idea what expression Fu Lynching wore at that moment, as she had kept her head down, too afraid to meet his gaze. All she knew was that he was furious, shattering numerous items in the hotel room and cursing profusely. Her only thought at the time was, will he kill me? Yet even if he intended to, she felt no regret. Trembling in his wrath, she cautiously suggested, Once you've calmed down, let us sit and discuss this properly. Fu Lynching had asked her simply, What do you want? Cowering in a corner, she whispered. I want money. 430,000. If you can give me the money, I won't cause you any more trouble. Fu Lynching scoffed. Money? This is extortion. I could report you and have you imprisoned. Let me calculate. 430,000 is no small sum. You would likely face 3 to 10 years in prison for that. How old are you? Is it worth it to spend years in jail for 430,000? Ningxia was taken aback by his words, standing there helplessly, unable to articulate a defense, tears streaming down her face. She pleaded, I need this money. If you give it to me, I want to pursue the matter of you mistreating me. You have so much money. Can't you pity me just this once? I am waiting for the money to save my life. I know you are a good person. It was clear that Fu Lynching was the true victim, yet her tears made it seem as if she were the one wronged. Fu Lynching, exasperated by her weeping, barked, Shut up. Crying won't earn you a single penny. Ningxia ceased her sobbing. Fu Lynching then inquired, Who sent you to scheme against me? Ningxia vehemently shook her head. No one. I did this on my own. Then how did you get into my room? I work at this hotel as a cleaner. I had a room key. Fu Lynching sneered, realizing he had been treated like a fool. Then, recalling something, he furrowed his brow and asked, When did you come in? I felt nothing. When I became aware, I found a woman in my arms, both of us unclothed. At that moment, he sensed something was amiss but was overwhelmed by instinct. Failing to push her away and succumb to his desires, it was only now that he had the chance to unravel the inconsistencies. Fu Lynching narrowed his eyes. You managed to sneak in. Did you do something to my drink? He interrogated her like a criminal. Initially, Ningxia had the upper hand, but now she was the one on the defensive. She answered every question he posed. She admitted to having drugged his drink, stating she entered only after he had fallen asleep. Fu Lynching's anger surged. Who instructed you to do this? Was it that Mistress Zhou Shueru or one of her illegitimate children? Regardless of how Fu Lynching pressed her, Ningxia continued to deny any outside influence, insisting that everything was her own doing. Despite trembling in fear, she refused to speak the truth. After a moment of calm contemplation, Fu Lynching changed his approach. How old are you? Ningxia hesitated before replying. 22. How old? Really? 20? Still not being truthful. 19. I'm 19 years old. Damn. Fu Lynching kicked the coffee table in frustration. Just a child. The wave of dread washed over him. Had she not been of legal age, he would never be able to clear his name. How could a mere 19-year-old scheme against him without reason? There were many wealthy individuals in Haicheng. He was not the only one susceptible to deceit. Why did she target him specifically? Fu Lynching found it hard to believe that she acted alone. I can give you the money, but you must tell me the truth. Why did you set your sights on me? Is it written on my forehead? Come deceive me. I have plenty of money? Throughout their conversation, Ningxia never lifted her gaze, remaining in the corner, staring at her toes. When she heard his question, she finally raised her eyes to meet his briefly before hastily looking down again. He truly did not remember her. Perhaps this was for the best. Without any psychological burden, she could proceed with her nefarious plans. Speak up. Are you mute? Just a moment ago, you were eloquent in requesting my money. Ningxia trembled and, in a muffled voice, said, There was no one behind me. I just thought you seemed easy to talk to, not like a bad person. I needed money, so I devised this foolish plan. I'm sorry. I apologized. I won't release the video. I still have my dignity. Not like a bad person. Seemed easy to talk to? You clearly took me for a fool. Fu Lynching scoffed. You want to release it? What did you use to record it? A mobile phone. I recorded it on my phone. Hand it over. Ningxia hesitated momentarily. Fu Lynching raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Did you not say you wouldn't release it? Ningxia's face flushed, her voice dropping. Do you want to see it? What? You dared to climb into my bed but are afraid I'll watch the video. Enough with the nonsense. Hand over the phone. Reluctantly, Ningxia produced her phone, and Fu Lynching snatched it from her grasp. Once he had it, he found himself taken aback. This phone, was excessively worn. The screen's edges were shattered, clearly a budget model. After unlocking the device and scrolling through, he noticed it lagged, suggesting it had been used for several years, likely purchased for under 1,000. Fu Lynching opened the album and found the most recent video. Fearing the sounds it might produce, he quickly muted it. The phone's poor pixel quality and inadequate framing revealed only half of the individuals on the bed. Although just half of the scene was visible, Fu Fu Linqing recognized himself immediately. He initially intended to critique and judge the woman who had seduced him, but as he continued watching, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. Was it she who had seduced him? It appeared more as though he were the one taking advantage of her. Had he bitten her? Had he pulled her hair? Was she crying? Her expression seemed to convey immense pain. Was it truly that unbearable? If it hurt, it was her own fault. She had brought this upon herself. Due to the muted audio, he could hear nothing, relying solely on the expressions to form his judgments. Unable to endure any longer, Fu Linqing hastily exited the video. He tossed the phone back to her. His expression unreadable. Didn't you say you would delete the video? Then do it now, right in front of me. Ningxia nodded, opened the album, found the video, and with her hands trembling, she tapped several times before successfully deleting it. Once deleted, she held the phone upright for him to see. I deleted it. It's gone from the recycle bin too. There won't be any backups, will there? No. Fu Linqing paused. You really deleted it? Ningxia, perplexed, replied. Of course I did, that I deleted it right in front of you, and even showed you. Do you not believe me? Fu Linqing indeed did not believe her. He found it hard to accept that someone could be so easily fooled and foolish. Wasn't he her intention to extort his money? The video was her only leverage against him. Having deleted it, how could she threaten him further? Chapter 74. This drug is for impotent men. As Ningxia sensed his silence and his unyielding stare. She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Cautiously, she asked, I've deleted the video. You promised to give me the money, right? How naive she was, bordering on foolishness. She had eradicated her only useful evidence, yet still expected to extract money from him. How could someone so simple-minded have concocted such a scheme against him? Without accomplices, it is utterly impossible. Fu Linqing sat languidly on the sofa, his shirt hanging loosely on him, no longer exhibiting the anger he had earlier displayed. Instead, he appeared more relaxed. His gaze roamed unabashedly over the girl standing in the corner of the room. She was merely a girl, only 19 years old. Too young at the age of just entering university. Instead of focusing on her studies, she had ventured out to engage in this sordid scheme of extortion, her intentions thoroughly misguided. Had she encountered someone other than him today, she would have long been apprehended by the police. Why are you not speaking? Ningxia stammered, her anxiety palpable. Will you give me money? Suddenly, Fu Linqing interjected. Where did you acquire the drugs? Do they pose any harm to my body? Ningxia hesitated, uncertain. I believe they should be fine. Fu Linqing pressed on. What do you mean by should? If you are uncertain, how can you so carelessly administer drugs to me? Are you not afraid I might suffer from poisoning? Ningxia lowered her head, feeling utterly ashamed. I'm sorry. Fu Linqing was relentless, continuing to question her. Does a mere apology suffice to erase the harm you have caused me? Who provided you with these drugs? Such contraband cannot be purchased on the market. Do you not realize that drug trafficking can lead to the death penalty? Her reaction confirmed his suspicions. She trembled, huddled in the corner like a frightened quail, her face pale as a sheet under the light. Chao Gu is not a bad person. He isn't a drug dealer. We sought him out for help, and he only provided us with the drugs. He assured us they wouldn't harm our bodies. Many men with erectile dysfunction take this. It's truly not poison. Fu Linqing was taken aback. You gave him drugs meant for men with erectile dysfunction? And you call him Chao Gu? Anhui? It seems you indeed have accomplices. His first instinct was that he had fallen victim to a scam. Any moment now, someone would come crashing through the door, accusing him of assaulting a woman. If he wished to keep the matter under wraps, he would have to pay them off. Yet, it had already been some time, and no one had come. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Linqing coldly stated, call your accomplices. Rather than remain at their mercy, it was better to take the initiative. Ningxia appeared dazed. I have no accomplices. Call that Chao Gu you mentioned. I cannot call Chao Gu. I cannot betray him. His wife is pregnant, and if you report him, he will be arrested. What nonsense, he was the victim, yet it seemed as if he were the perpetrator. Fu Linqing gazed at her with an icy stare. If you do not call your accomplices to come and con me out of my money, how do you expect to extort me? Just give me the money, and I will leave, she pleaded. Fu Linqing furrowed his brow. Had he misjudged the situation? You mean to say you are alone? He inquired. Ningxia nodded. Since you are alone, having deleted the video without any support or evidence, on what grounds do you think I would comply with your demands for money? Ningxia's eyes widened. You are tricking me? Fu Linqing couldn't help but laugh. Who is deceiving whom? Ning Xia, incredulous, was filled with rage. You clearly said that if I deleted the video, you would give me money. How could he deceive her? People in the big city were indeed so wicked. She glared at him, her eyes ablaze. You liar! You are all talk. You have been deceiving me, treating me like a fool. You promised to give me money, and it was only then that I followed your orders and deleted the video. You owe me money, don't you remember? You have owed me money for a long time. You swindler! Fu Linqing was too weary to continue this charade. He had ascertained that she was simply a foolish and naive scammer, and his patience had worn thin. Consider yourself fortunate that you have not inflicted any irreparable harm upon me. So I shall not pursue the matter of the drugs you administered. He gestured towards the door. You would do well to leave immediately. Otherwise, I may yet reconsider and report you to the authorities. And you will not like the consequences. In that moment, Ning Xia found unexpected courage and dared to challenge him. If you have the guts, then report me, Fu Linqing scoffed, picking up his phone in an instant. Ning Xia faltered, stumbling away in a panic. Later, upon discovering her pregnancy, she hesitated to contact him, fearing he would insist on an abortion. She needed that money, if her belly grew larger, making an abortion more difficult. Perhaps he would consider giving her the money for the sake of the child. He did indeed give her the money and married her, yet his feelings towards her were steeped in disdain. So when he claimed to like her, deep down, Ning Xia could only harbor suspicion. Leaning back against the sofa, she sighed deeply. He shouldn't have any affection for her. She was a person with sins. If she were in his position, she would not have liked someone like herself either. Nonsense, you are wonderful, Xiao Ruoshui admonished her. You are not at fault. The one with faults and sins is me. Everything you did was for me. The drugs were given by me, and the money was also requested by me. If there is karma to be had, it should fall upon me. As Xiao Ruoshui spoke. Tears began to flow. You could have married someone who genuinely loves you, someone who treasures you, who considers you in all matters, sparing you any anguish, allowing your child to grow up by your side. It is because of me that you ended up with food. He seeks out mistresses and remains entangled with his ex-girlfriend, treating you with cold indifference, rarely returning home, and when he does, he takes his anger out on you. Now, with a limp, he expects you to care for him. Your miserable life is all because of me. Ning Xia found it absurd. While Xiao Ruoshui intended to comfort her, her words only made Ning Xia cry. I am not that miserable. She handed Xiao Ruoshui a tissue to wipe her tears. Though separating from Chuan Chuan was the hardest thing for me to bear, I also enjoyed several good years. In his home, I had endless money. Have you forgotten all of this? You cannot shoulder all the blame. You were not coerced into doing those things. Everything was voluntary on my part. Furthermore, if it weren't for you, I would have starved to death in the streets at 19 or perhaps been victimized by some scoundrel. If you were not too young, I would have recognized you as my godmother long ago. Xiao Ruoshui's tears were unceasing. Compared to what I have done to you, what you have done for me is what truly pulled me from the depths of hell. All that is in the past. We are both doing well now. You could have been doing even better. Perhaps not. If it weren't for your help, I might have been sold into the mountains. The more Xiao Ruoshui listened, the more distressed she became. Recalling their past struggles, they had endured such hardships. She could scarcely fathom how they had persevered through those bitter days. Ning Xia tried to console her for a long time, but to no avail. Finally resorting to her trump card. Do you want to wake your godson? At that, Xiao Ruoshui felt embarrassed to continue crying. Chapter 75. Fu Linqing was feeling quite exhilarated, immensely so. That day, it was late, and Ning Xia, concerned for Xiao Ruoshui's safety, insisted she stay the night. The three of them could not fit on one bed, so Ning Xia let her and Chuan Chuan sleep together while she took Fu Linqing's bed. Fu Linqing's phone lay on the bed, and upon inspection, she found that half of the screen was shattered. It could light up, but the damaged areas were unresponsive to touched IT. Seemed she would have to spend money to buy a new phone. A decent phone would cost at least 2,000 to 3,000, money that could cover a month's worth of groceries, and quite well at that. Ning Xia couldn't help but mentally berate him for being such a spendthrift. The next morning, Ning Xia had the day off, coinciding with Xiao Ruoshui's day off as well, allowing the three of them to go to the hospital together. Ning Xia gathered the necessary documents and withdrew some cash from a nearby outlet. Having only been working for less than a month, the money she withdrew came from her savings. Seeing her savings dwindle further, Ning Xia sighed heavily. Xiao Ruoshui proposed, "How about I transfer some money to you?" After enduring several years of hardship, she had gradually paid off her debts, and although her funds were limited, she had managed to save a little. Ning Xia waved her hand dismissively. "Keep your money for yourself. I am not at the point of needing to borrow. If that day comes, trust me, I will be the first to seek you out." Around 8 a.m., they arrived at the hospital. Ning Xia brought breakfast to the ward, only to suddenly hear Fu Linqing's furious voice echoing out, "Who cares if you come? Get lost." In the next moment, Fu Ziyan's thunderous voice followed. "I'm here because I respect you. Don't act ungrateful. What are you even worth to shout at me? Get out. I won't leave. If you have the ability, stand up and hit me. You can't even stand. What are you being so arrogant for? Save your strength." Fu Linqing was provoked by the comment about not being able to stand, and in a fit of rage, he grabbed something nearby, ready to hurl it at him. "Fu Linqing, you are not allowed to throw my phone." Ning Xia rushed over just in time to restrain him. "Calm down. What are you angry about?" Fu Linqing's face darkened. "You are my wife, and you help him?" Ning Xia shot him a glare. "I am not helping anyone. I just don't want you to break my phone. We are the ones who will have to pay for repairs, and we certainly cannot afford to act like spoiled rich kids right now." Fu Linqing remained silent. Ning Xia cast another reproachful glance at Fu Ziyan. "And you? Don't you think your behavior is problematic as well? Why provoke him? They say to avoid hitting the face. You are intentionally targeting his sore spot. How shameless can you be?" Fu Ziyan was momentarily taken aback. "I was merely speaking the truth." Ning Xia retorted, "You are a scoundrel." Fu Ziyan, indignant, demanded, "What did you say?" "I said the truth. You know the truth isn't pleasant to hear." Fu Ziyan fell silent. Fu Linqing felt exhilarated. Immensely so. In the past, whenever he had a conflict with Fu Ziyan at the Fu residence, the family would invariably side with that scoundrel. Now it is settled. There are indeed those who stand by him. His wife supports him, rebuking others on his behalf. The flames of anger within Fu Linqing have been completely extinguished. He grasps Ning Xia's hand, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Forget it. Do not pay heed to such individuals." "What kind of person am I?" "Fu Linqing, you need to clarify your words." At this point, it is Fu Ziyang who is displeased. "I rushed over early this morning to see him, even putting aside past grievances to buy him breakfast. Not only does he fail to express gratitude, but he also tells me to leave. Who could tolerate such behavior?" Fu Linqing scoffs coldly. "You expect me to be grateful? What a pipe dream. Look at him, in this wretched state. I have refrained from striking him solely out of consideration for his disability." Fu Linqing's expression darkens instantly. "Repeat that." Ning Xia may scorn him as a cripple, but what right does this fool have to speak? Why are you so anxious? Though my words may be harsh, I speak the truth. All right. Fu Ziyang. Ning Xia interrupts, visibly displeased. "Thank you for visiting him, but if you're done, please leave. You show little respect, and your words are quite excessive. I sense you are not welcome here." Fu Ziyang, now amused by his own anger, finds it utterly absurd that someone is shouting him down for the first time. When in need, they treat him like a chauffeur, and once used, they kick him aside. If he were to help them again in a moment of fervor, he would be nothing but a dog. With a cold snort, Fu Ziyang storms away. Ning Xia initially contemplated how to console Fu Linqing, but he appears to be in quite good spirits, gazing at her with a smile as gentle as water. Ning Xia, bewildered, asks, "What are you smiling about? You were just insulted." "Let him curse. His mouth is his own, and I cannot compel him to praise me. How generous of you now, when just moments ago, you looked as if you could kill." "What did you say?" "Nothing. I brought you breakfast. Fu Ziyang surely purchased it from a high-end hotel, so the ingredients and flavors should suit your palate better. You might as well eat what he bought." Fu Linqing does not even glance at the breakfast Fu Ziyang left on the bedside table. "I'll eat yours." Ning Xia, as she sets up the small table beside the hospital bed, retrieves the breakfast from Xiao Ruoshui's hands. "We already had breakfast outside, so you can eat alone. By the way, Sister Shui is on her day off and came to see you." Xiao Ruoshui's impression of Fu Linqing is far from favorable due to his notorious temper. Previously, he was a domineering figure. A bit of bad temper could be tolerated. But now, in his weakened state, he remains just as cantankerous, and she feels Ning Xia deserves better. Nevertheless, she senses a change in Fu Linqing's demeanor toward Ning Xia, as he no longer hurls cold words or demands she leave. Thus, she greets him calmly. Chuan Chuan is quite worried about you. He was frightened when you fainted yesterday. I hope you recover soon. Fu Linqing cast her a fleeting glance, harboring no fondness for Ningxia's friend. With her heavy makeup and flamboyant attire, working in a nightclub, she does not strike him as a respectable woman. Yet, since she is Ningxia's friend, and reportedly her closest one, Fu Linqing feigned civility, saying, Ningxia mentioned you took care of Chuan Chuan last night. I appreciate it. Appreciate what? He's my godson. Of course, I should care for him. Fu Linqing gasps. When did my son recognize such a woman as his godmother? This is absurd. He seeks an explanation from Ningxia, yet she refuses to meet his gaze. Instead, Xiao Ruoshui observes the tension and says to Ningxia, Xia, why don't you stay with him while I step outside for a bit? The disinfectant in the room is rather unpleasant. Suddenly, Fu Zichuan takes her hand, saying, Godmother, I dislike the smell of disinfectant too. I'd like to go outside with you. Of course. Xiao Ruoshui is taken aback, as this is the first time Chuan Chuan has called her godmother and taken her hand. Let's go. Godmother will take you to buy snacks. And so they leave together. Fu Linqing's expression darkens. Ningxia, do you have something to say to me? Ningxia considers and nods. Indeed, I do. Then please explain. Ningxia places the chopsticks in his hand and pulls up a chair. I think you should message Fu Ziyang and apologize. Fu Linqing. Why on earth should he apologize to that fool Fu Ziyang? He hasn't even settled the score for being called a cripple yet. Apologize? What a joke. Fu Linqing gazes at her silently. You were just on my side, and now you've defected so quickly. Ningxia, somewhat exasperated, replies, Fu Linqing, do you realize how childish you can be at times? Chuan Chuan is more mature than you. Fu Linqing is exasperated. Do you not know how happy I was when you supported me? The moment that fool leaves, you begin to slap my face, and it irks me greatly. The joy I felt moments ago has vanished. Ningxia sighs. Do you not understand? It was that fool who brought you to the hospital. You were unconscious and unaware, but he carried you down from the 6th floor and nearly twisted his ankle on the stairs. Running 3 red lights along the way to Fu Linqing. That he looks at her skeptically. You are too naive. He did not have the altruism to bring me to the hospital. Ningxia patiently explains, he did not deceive me. Nor did I deceive you. You owe your timely arrival at the hospital yesterday to him. Fu Linqing frowns. What benefit did he offer you that you speak on his behalf? I know your relationship with Fu Ziyang is far from amicable. Having fought since childhood, but I'm not defending him. I merely believe he may not be as bad as you imagine. When Zhang Yao and I fought at the CAF, damaging their property, he was the one who paid. And on the day he visited our rented place to see you, he provided us with money as well. If he truly despised you, there would be no need for such gestures. Fu Linqing chuckles coldly. He was humiliating you, and in turn, humiliating me. You think he was offering help? Ningxia disagrees with his perspective. There are many ways to humiliate someone. There is no need to use money to belittle someone when they are in difficulty and short of funds. Fu Linqing furrows his brow but remains silent. Ningxia blinks. If the person doing these things were a stranger instead of Fu Ziyang, would you see it as humiliation? A gentleman judges actions, not intentions. I believe your prejudice against him is too deep. No matter what he does, you see him as hypocritical. Hence, considering he carried you down from the 6th floor, it would not be too much to apologize and express gratitude. I know you are a magnanimous man, not one to be unreasonable. You possess many admirable qualities, and your ability to forgive and be generous is one of my favorites. Fu Linqing rolls his eyes at her. You are beginning to flatter him again. Do you think he would be deceived by such banal sweet talk? He would not. Ningxia pulls out his broken phone. If you feel embarrassed, I can send the message for you. All right. Fu Linqing grunts in response. All right. You are annoying. All right. You remain silent, so I shall assume you agreed. Fu Linqing takes the phone from her. You must be joking. If I were to message him in such a gentle tone, I fear that fool would mistake me for a weakling. Ningxia is speechless. How can he be so immature at nearly 30? Clinging to pride and suffering for it, the opportunity for reconciliation is right at his feet. Yet he refuses to even glance at it. Suit yourself. Ningxia decides to leave him be. Hurry and eat. Your breakfast is getting cold. She then inquires, where's my phone? Fu Linqing retrieves the phone from beneath the pillow and hands it to her. Ningxia glances at it, noticing the battery is dead. Fortunately, she brought a charging cable. Fu Linqing picks up his chopsticks, lifting a small piece of fried dough. Do you not have anything you wish to say to me? Ningxia plugs in her phone, casually responding, I've said everything that needed to be said. Fu Lynching directly asks, when did you allow Chuan Chuan to recognize Xiao Ruoshui as his godmother? On the day he was born. Why did you not consult me before deciding such an important matter? Ningxia gives him a puzzled look. When I gave birth to Chuan Chuan, you were not at the hospital. After I completed my month of confinement, you returned to glance at us for a mere 10 minutes before leaving. How was I to consult you? Besides, I had already decided before Chuan Chuan was born that I wanted him to recognize Ruoshui as his godmother. Regarding Ningxia's childbirth and his absence at the hospital, Fu Lynching finds himself speechless. The weight of Ningxia, previously and presently, holds a vastly different significance in his heart. In the past, he would have perceived her words as mere complaints. Now, however, they evoke a sense of guilt and unease within him. He attempts to explain. I did not visit you in the hospital because I was overwhelmed with work. Ningxia ponders for a moment before shaking her head. The day after I gave birth, I checked my phone, and Zhang Yao had posted a moment of you dining with her, seemingly enjoying a French meal for nearly 2 hours. If you could spend 2 hours eating, you must not have been that busy. Fu Lynching. His heart races with anxiety. Ningxia, are you blaming me? It has been 5 years since that incident. I am uncertain whether I dined with Zhang Yao for 2 hours. Yet I assure you, I was indeed very busy back then and failed to visit you and the child in the hospital. My work consumed all my time. Ningxia finds it somewhat amusing. I bore you no grudge, nor did I harbor any anger. You mentioned it was 5 years ago. Even if there was anger at the time, it has long since dissipated. There is no need for such extensive explanations. Moreover, even if she dined with another, she has no grounds for complaint. After all, she married him, which is hardly a commendable situation. How can she claim the right to criticize his actions outside their marriage? Let us not dwell on that. You should have your breakfast. Fu Lynching, however, was too troubled to eat. She doesn't blame him? Why not? The matter of childbirth is monumental, and he did not even take the time to visit the hospital. How indifferent he must have been towards her. The hospital room fell into silence. After half a minute, Fu Lynching spoke again. You must have found it quite challenging to give birth to Chuan Chuan. I have heard that a woman goes through a near-death experience when she gives birth. This indeed evokes a sense of poignancy. Ningxia replied, Chuan Chuan was a premature baby. You probably did not know that. He spent half a month in an incubator. Fu Lynching was taken aback. Is that so? I had no idea. Your ignorance is somewhat understandable. Chuan Chuan and I remained in the hospital for over a month until we were both well enough to be discharged. It was my carelessness that led to the incident. One day, after taking a shower, I stepped onto a wet floor without noticing and slipped, falling hard enough to render me speechless. It was the nanny who discovered me and, along with the driver, rushed me to the hospital, which ultimately saved Chuan Chuan. Fu Lynching felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing. He could not fathom the image of Ningxia, heavily pregnant, falling in the bathroom. What if the nanny hadn't found her? What if they had arrived at the hospital a moment too late? Fu Lynching dared not think further. He feared his emotions would spiral out of control once more. He requested Ningxia to pour him a glass of water. Sensing his discomfort, Ningxia inquired, What's wrong? Nothing, just a bit thirsty. Fu Lynching replied with a forced smile, The fried dough sticks are overly salty. Oh. Ningxia thought little of it and poured him a glass of warm water, advising him to drink slowly. After taking a couple of sips, Fu Lynching shifted the topic. Xiao Ruoshui works in a nightclub. Doesn't she? Always adorned in flamboyant attire, her job lacks prestige and cultural merit. What kind of woman can be Chuan Chuan's godmother? Ningxia paused, taken aback. What do you mean by that kind of woman? Chapter 77. Are children now running around engaging in such schemes? Fu Lynching blurted out, She doesn't strike me as a good woman. Ningxia pressed her lips together, responding, I once held jobs that lacked prestige as well. I've served tables and even washed feet for wealthy patrons clad in suits and ties, appearing respectable, yet they were nothing more than wolves in sheep's clothing. Conversely, those whose occupations may seem less than noble in my eyes are commendable. They toil with their own hands to earn a living. Without resorting to theft or deceit, Fu Lynching realized he had spoken thoughtlessly. His mind was preoccupied with the image of Ningxia falling while pregnant, and he had uttered words without contemplation. Although harsh, those words reflected his true sentiments. Perhaps deep down, he indeed looked down upon Xiao Ruoshui for working in a nightclub, trading on her looks for income. However, such remarks clearly unsettled Ningxia, as her expression revealed her distress. Fu Linqing attempted to clarify, I do not disdain you. Ningxia replied softly, disparaging my good friend is tantamount to disparaging me. That's nonsense. You are you, and she is she. Why disdain for her does not equate to disdain for you. Are you truly willing to quarrel with me over an outsider? She is not an outsider. She is my dearest friend, my closest confidant. Ningxia was genuinely upset now. If you slander her, I will undoubtedly argue with you. Fu Linqing could hardly believe it. Chuan is more important to me, and now Xiao Ruoshui is of greater importance. Ruan Ningxia, do not be so biased. I am your husband. You should think of me first. Not some trifling friend. You doubt how can you compare with Sister Ruoshui? She took me in during my most difficult times. Without her, there would be no me today. She and Chuan are the most important. Fu Linqing was infuriated, feeling lightheaded and nauseous. He was still a patient. Yet she wouldn't even offer him a comforting word. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself to remain calm. He asserted, if you wish for me to respect her, she ought to find a job that earns her respect. There are countless respectable jobs in this world. Must she work in a nightclub, parading around and profiting from her looks? What do you know? Ningxia seethed, throwing the tissue in her hand at his face. You know nothing about Sister Ruoshui. On what basis do you presume to judge her, to declare her unworthy? You have no understanding of the hardships she has endured, nor the demons she has escaped. You cannot fathom how difficult it is for ordinary people to make a living. She not only has debts to repay, but her parents are ill and require substantial funds for surgery. You know nothing, yet you speak so recklessly. Fu Linqing opened his mouth to respond, but Ningxia raised her hand, angrily interrupting him. Enough, do not speak. If you continue, I may resort to insults, and I do not wish to berate a patient. Fu Linqing was equally incensed. He was angry that she would not stand by him, instead siding with an outsider. Who hasn't he faced hardships? Is it justifiable to sell oneself when in need? Hardship is no excuse. She claimed that without Xiao Ruoshui, there would be no present-day her. What does that mean? Is Xiao Ruoshui her reincarnated parent? Only those without family would use the term taken in. Does she not have parents and a brother? What need does she have for someone else to take her in? Fu Linqing was filled with fury and questions, but as he was angry and she ignored him, he too chose to disregard her. Here they were, two individuals over 50, acting like petulant children, refusing to acknowledge one another. In the hospital's outdoor parking lot, Fu Zichuan and Xiao Ruoshui sat on the steps nearby, shaded by the trees, each holding an ice cream cone. They had been out for a while and planned to return to the ward after finishing their treats. Suddenly, Fu Zichuan spoke up, Godmother, look over there. Is that my third uncle? Xiao Ruoshui followed his pointing finger and saw Fu Zian standing by his car, engaged in a phone conversation. After a moment of scrutiny, she nodded, yes, that's your third uncle. Do you know him? I thought he left early. Why is he still here? My memory is excellent. Although I have only met him 2 or 3 times, I remember his face. Fu Zichuan's large eyes darted around. Godmother, why is my third uncle's car different from the others? Xiao Ruoshui explained. He drives a supercar, an extremely expensive one. The ordinary cars beside it don't even compare to the cost of his. Fu Zichuan pondered for a moment. He seems easy to deceive. What? I mean, he doesn't seem very clever. We could probably easily trick him out of his money. Xiao Ruoshui's jaw nearly dropped in shock. What do you mean? You want to con your third uncle? Fu Zichuan exclaimed excitedly. Godmother, let us scheme against him. Xiao Ruoshui was taken aback. What have I just heard? Fu Zichuan elaborated. My mother needs money. And he looks wealthy and gullible. Last time, my mother and I swindled a few thousand from my aunt. If we trick him, a guy who drives a sports car, we should be able to get some too. Xiao Ruoshui coughed. Who did you and your mother swindle? My chubby aunt Dotto, Fu Rongrong. Fu Zian's sister. Xiao Ruoshui had never met Fu Rongrong but had heard Ningxia's complaints about her. This sister-in-law was known for her ample size and fiery temper. A staunch supporter of Jiang Yao, who looked down upon Ningxia. Whenever they met, she would either mock or scorn Ningxia. Xiao Ruoshui found herself smiling wickedly. Come, tell me how you and your mother deceived that little chubby one. Fu Zichuan recounted the events at the mall. After hearing the tale, Xiao Ruoshui laughed even more mischievously. Thank goodness I don't have a daughter as foolish as that. After finishing the last bite of his ice cream, Fu Zichuan asked, should we really con my third uncle? Xiao Ruoshui hesitated. He doesn't seem as foolish as his sister. It might not be easy to deceive him. Fu Zichuan replied confidently. I didn't waste my holiday watching dramas. I am sure I can pull it off, godmother. You just need to collect the money. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Fu Ziyan had intended to leave immediately after being infuriated by Fu Lincheng and his wife. But he received a phone call from his assistant. After Fu Lincheng departed from the Fu family, the old man had sent him to the branch company for training, expressing high hopes for him to excel and prove himself independently there. Fu Ziyan was eager to perform well, yet the people at the branch were uncooperative. As an outsider, he arrived with the title of general manager but lacked achievements, making it difficult to gain their respect. The project was stalled under his management. The assistant called to inform him that the project was being hindered. Fu Ziyan grew increasingly agitated. He had been at the branch for nearly 2 months, yet the staff refused to recognize him, treating him dismissively. While they pretended to cooperate, they opposed him when it truly mattered. Mr. Fu, Manager Zhang insists. Ignore that old fool. I am the general manager. Stop bothering me. We can discuss this when I return to work on Monday. After hanging up, Fu Ziyan stood by his car, lit a cigarette, and sighed deeply. He was simply not cut out for the rigors of the workplace. Only suitable for a wealthy second generation who indulges in pleasure. After finishing his cigarette, Fu Ziyuan got into the car, ready to leave. Just as the engine roared to life, a child suddenly dashed over, standing beside his car and exclaimed, "The road is so wide. How could you drive and hit me?" Fu Ziyuan, who hadn't moved an inch, thought. In this day and age, children are already out here attempting to scam? Is the national economy really this dire? Chapter 78. How come the Fu family's money is so easy to swindle? The sports car had a low chassis, and Fu Zichuan inherited his height from Fu Lincheng, making him taller than his peers. Thus, standing beside the car, he was nearly eye-to-eye with Fu Ziyuan, who was seated inside. Fu Ziyuan rested his hand on the steering wheel, casting a sidelong glance at the child. Little rascal, my car hasn't even moved. Isn't it a bit premature for you to be scamming me? He waved dismissively. Next time. Remember to time your entrance better. Now, move aside. Don't block the way. I want to hold this against you. Fearing Fu Ziyuan might drive off, Fu Zichuan clung to the rearview mirror, his large eyes wide open as he said, "Your tire just ran over my foot. See for yourself." Fu Ziyuan found it amusing. His car hadn't budged at all. How could it possibly have run over the boy's foot? Even if it had, would the child still be able to chat with him calmly? Fu Ziyuan glanced around, searching for this boy's accomplice. A child this small must have someone prompting him to engage in mischief. Sure enough, he spotted a flamboyantly dressed woman standing under the shade of a nearby tree. Frequently glancing in their direction, Fu Ziyuan felt a sense of familiarity with her eye-catching attire, as if he had seen it somewhere before. "Little rascal, is that your mother?" Fu Ziyuan pointed at the woman. "Call her over." Fu Zichuan neither confirmed nor denied, merely stating, "Uncle, you should pay up. If you don't, I want to let you leave." Fu Ziyuan laughed. "You're trying to scam me and still expect me to pay? You and your mother truly aren't afraid of me calling the police, are you? I think calling the police and paying up are two different things. If I were you, I would choose to pay. Would you like to hear my reasoning?" This genuinely piqued Fu Ziyuan's curiosity. He removed his sunglasses and raised an eyebrow. "Let us see how you squirm. Go on." "Then, uncle, you answer me first. Where's this place?" "The hospital. People who come to the hospital are either patients or relatives visiting patients." "Uncle, take a wild guess at which category I belong to." Fu Ziyuan found himself at a loss. Yet, seeing the boy's clever demeanor, he instinctively sensed something was amiss. "What do you mean?" "You guessed right. Uncle, I'm a patient here to see the doctor because you hit me. My whole body hurts now. My condition has worsened. Even if you call the police, they will make you pay for my medical expenses." Fu Ziyuan inwardly cursed. The little rascal was indeed prepared. "Uncle, guess what illness I have." "You probably wouldn't be able to guess." "Actually, my illness depends on whether you pay or not. If you pay, I will have a minor illness. If not, then I'll have a serious one. If a serious illness requires a checkup, I've heard those costs can be exorbitant." Fu Ziyuan. Fu Ziyuan felt he was truly witnessing a ghost today. Early in the morning, he was infuriated by Fu Lincheng, and now he was being provoked by an unknown child. The most aggravating part was that this child, clearly trying to swindle him, pretended to be concerned for him. "Regardless, uncle, you must pay. It's better to settle for the amount for stepping on my foot than for medical expenses, which are far too high." Fu Ziyuan truly found it laughable, chuckling aloud. "Little rascal, you're quite the talent. a promising candidate for scamming. He beckoned the flamboyant woman in the distance. Xiao Ruoshui was anxiously waiting, not expecting Fu Ziyuan to suddenly call her. After a moment's hesitation, she approached. Fu Ziyuan appraised her from head to toe and pointed at Fu Zichuan, saying, "You seem quite respectable. How did you raise such an unprincipled son, Xiao Ruoshui?" To be honest, if Fu Ziyuan had the time, he would have loved to engage this scamming mother and son in a thorough discussion. However, he had no time to spare. The butler had called him early in the morning, saying that the old man had specifically requested him to return for lunch. He dared not disobey the old man's orders. I and the entire Fu family. Only Fu Linqing had the audacity to stand up to the old man, defy his commands, and even had the courage to sever ties with him. To be frank, Fu Ziyuan secretly admired that, as noon approached, he had neither the time to stay and call the police nor to accompany the little rascal for a medical checkup. Knowing full well that everything the child had claimed about his poor health was nonsense, he couldn't be bothered to expose the lie. Grabbing a wad of cash from the passenger seat, he tossed it out of the window, scattering money all over the ground. He waved impatiently, "Scram, scram, scram. Take the money and get lost. Don't block the way with that." He slammed the accelerator down, and the sports car roared like a beast, kicking up dust as it sped away. Xiao Ruoshui stared at the money strewn across the ground, thinking this was utterly humiliating indeed. He was a wealthy young master. The manner in which he tossed money was akin to shooing away a beggar. "Mom, hurry and pick up the money," Fu Zichuan exclaimed excitedly. "So much money. Mom will be so happy to see this. Let us hurry and collect it before the wind blows it away." Xiao Ruoshui glanced at the money on the ground, realizing there was indeed a lot, certainly over 10,000. Truly a wealthy person, casually throwing around a sum like that. Perhaps being treated like a beggar was bearable considering the money at stake. "Ha ha ha, hurry and pick it up." Xiao Ruoshui chuckled as she joined in the scavenging. "Oh heavens, let me be a wealthy person in my next life too. I want to experience what it feels like to sit in a sports car and throw money around." After they finished collecting the money, both were so elated they could hardly contain themselves, deciding to buy 2 ice creams and bring drinks for Ningxia on the way back to the hospital. On the return journey, Xiao Ruoshui couldn't help but exclaim, "Why is it so easy to swindle the Fu family's money? Chuan Chuan, you wouldn't try to scam everyone you meet, would you?" Fu Zichuan licked his ice cream. "I have another second uncle. I wonder if his money is easy to swindle. Grandpa has a bad temper, very old-fashioned, not easy to scam. As for Grandma's money, I am not sure if I should call her Grandma. Dad says I shouldn't, but Grandpa insists I should." Xiao Ruoshui had heard from Ningxia that Fu Linqing's biological mother had already passed away. She had also heard that his stepmother had taken her place as a mistress, and Fu Linqing had always despised her. The two of them were always at odds. Upon returning to the hospital room, they found the atmosphere between Ningxia and Fu Linqing to be quite tense. One lay on the hospital bed receiving and 4, eyes shut tight and frowning, looking utterly displeased. The other sat in a chair playing on his phone, wearing a sullen expression, equally unhappy. Xiao Ruoshui exchanged glances with Fu Zichuan. "What was going on, Mom?" Fu Zichuan spoke first. "I'm back." Ningxia looked up from her phone, her face breaking into a smile. Xiao Ruoshui cleared her throat and gestured to Ningxia. Ningxia looked puzzled. "What is up?" Xiao Ruoshui replied. "You come with me. I need to discuss something with you." Suddenly, Fu Linqing, who had been keeping his eyes shut, opened them and spoke coldly. "What can't you say in front of me?" Xiao Ruoshui was taken aback. This was clearly directed at her, questioning her. She awkwardly smiled. "There's nothing I can't say in front of you." "Then let us be direct. It's one thing to be secretive, but don't lead Ningxia astray." Ningxia, unable to tolerate it any longer, retorted. "Fu Linqing, shut up. If you say one more word, I'll sew your mouth shut with a needle." Fu Linqing's face darkened like a pot bottom, covering his heart and turning his head away. Chapter 79. We are truly difficult siblings. It was so obvious. How could Xiao Ruoshui not perceive it? Fu Linqing, this young master, was targeting her. Had she done something to upset him? She looked at Ningxia with a questioning gaze, and Ningxia shook her head, silently mouthing, "Ignore this lunatic. Let us go talk outside." Ningxia pulled her along. "No need. Let us just talk here." Xiao Ruoshui took the money from her bag and handed it to her. "This is for you." Ningxia was taken aback. "What are you doing?" "I've already said I don't want your money. We're facing difficulties right now, but you earned this money through hard work. Fu Linqing frowned, turning to look. Indeed, Xiao Ruoshui held a small stack of cash. Ningxia would never accept it, knowing all too well how hard Xiao Ruoshui had struggled over the years. Seeing her in such a tough spot yet still willing to part with money, Fu Linqing's disparaging words only fueled Ningxia's anger, and she shot him a fierce glare at Fu Linqing. Dopft. Xiao Ruoshui laughed. You misunderstood. This isn't my money. Ningxia didn't understand. Not your money? Fu Zichuan raised his hand. Mom, it's money I earned. Ningxia was bewildered. What is going on? Xiao Ruoshui explained how Fu Zichuan had scammed Fu Ziyuan. Ningxia. Fu Linqing. Fu family. When Fu Ziyuan returned, it was not yet mealtime. The butler informed him that the old man was in the back garden for rehabilitation. He headed straight there, arriving at a small garden where the trees provided ample shade and a gentle breeze blew. Two professional rehabilitation therapists were assisting with exercises nearby. Dad. Fu Ziyuan greeted as he settled into a nearby lounge chair, picking up some clean grapes from the small table beside him. Your condition is much better than the last time I was here. You don't even need support to walk anymore. The last time he had been enraged by Fu Linqing and ended up in the hospital, Fu Zhenhai had suffered a mild stroke. Thankfully, it wasn't too severe. After nearly 3 months of rehabilitation, he was now able to walk independently, and the symptoms of his crooked mouth and slurred speech had improved significantly. He cast a glance at the disheveled Fu Ziyuan and said to the rehabilitation therapist, That's enough for today. Let us call it a day. The therapist pushed over the wheelchair and assisted Fu Zhenhai in sitting down. One rehabilitation therapist knelt to help relax his lower limb muscles, while another attended to his upper limb joints. Seated in the wheelchair, Fu Zhenhai coldly observed the carefree Fu Ziyuan. You've been at the branch office for nearly 2 months. How is it there? At the mention of this, Fu Ziyuan felt a surge of grievances. Not much to speak of. I am your son, the illustrious third young master of the Fu family. Yet those people show me no respect whatsoever. Respect must be earned. What have you done to command their respect? Fu Zhenhai sneered. In 2 months, have you accomplished any project that would turn heads? Fu Ziyuan shrugged. I would like to achieve something significant, but those people are utterly uncooperative, making it difficult for me to carry out my work. Dad, I simply lack the aptitude for business and leadership. I excel at indulging in pleasures. Perhaps I should just embrace being a wealthy layabout. If I were to embark on a business venture and incur losses, the money lost would suffice for my indulgences for quite some time. Rising, Fu Ziyuan approached with a bunch of grapes, peeled one, and offered it with an ingratiating gesture, only to be met with a glare from Fu Zhenhai. Useless waste. Fu Zhenhai scolded. If you cannot produce a project within 2 months, your monthly allowance will be capped at 50,000. Fu Ziyuan was taken aback. 50,000? Surely you jest. Dad, what can I do with that? It wouldn't even cover a day's expenses. Fu Zhenhai, uninterested in further discussion, instructed the therapist to wheel him away. Fu Ziyuan tossed the peeled grape into his mouth and dejectedly returned to the front hall. On the way, his phone chimed. Ningxia had sent a message inquiring about his whereabouts and if he could come back to the ward. Fu Ziyuan, disinterested in typing, responded with a voice message. What's this? Haven't scolded me enough this morning. Now you want to summon me back for more? Ningxia replied. You misunderstand. It's not about scolding you. It's about Chuan acknowledging his mistake. He shouldn't have asked you for money. He is just a child. Being a bit mischievous, Fu Ziyuan responded. After walking a few steps, he halted abruptly. Incredulous. You know that little brat who swindled me? He recalled the flamboyantly dressed woman he had seen when he picked up Fu Linqing from the ramshackle apartment building. That floral dress seemed familiar. Ningxia inquired, Are you talking about Chuan? He is your nephew. You've met him before. Don't you remember? Fu Ziyuan raised his voice in disbelief. What are you saying? That little con artist is your son? You sent him to swindle me? Meeting once a year for no more than 10 minutes, and with the child's appearance changing each time, how could he possibly remember? Before Ningxia could respond, Fu Rongrong rushed out, Third brother, you're back. Who swindled you? Ignoring her, Fu Ziyuan collapsed onto the sofa, reading Ningxia's explanation. Chuan doesn't he understand? If you're angry, just come to the hospital. I'll have him apologized. Fu Rongrong sat beside him, brimming with curiosity. Speak up. Who swindled you? Did you report it? We truly are kindred spirits. I was also swindled by a brat last time. To this point, a light bulb went off for Fu Rongrong. Fu Ziyuan began to piece it together as they exchanged knowing glances. You were swindled too? Fu Rongrong, sensing something amiss, probed. Was the one who swindled you a 5-year-old? Fu Ziyuan narrowed his eyes. Is he rather tall, with rosy lips and pearly whites, looking quite handsome? Fu Rongrong slapped her thigh. Does he have a mole at the corner of his eye and is particularly good at acting and speaking? Fu Ziyuan, case solved. The same child has swindled us both. Tentatively, Fu Rongrong asked, so, third brother, do you realize that the one who swindled us is our nephew? Fu Ziyuan took a moment to respond. I just found out. Fu Rongrong empathized with his plight, patting him on the shoulder. Ts all right, third brother. In a few days, it won't feel so stifling. I felt the same way at first. Fu Ziyuan shot her a glare. I'm not stifled like you. Men can be stubborn. Fu Rongrong couldn't resist asking. How much did you lose? Fu Ziyuan, exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair. Who counts that meticulously? Probably around 10,000. Ha ha ha. Fu Rongrong burst into triumphant laughter. So you're worse off than me? I was only swindled out of 5,000, and you lost 10,000? Ha ha ha. Fu Ziyuan was utterly speechless. Are you really comparing losses? Is this some kind of badge of honor? What are you two laughing about? Came a sudden voice from Fu Zifeng. The two in the living room paused. Chapter 80. Her second brother is truly terrifying. Fu Zifeng had just returned from the company. Upon entering, he spotted his unreliable younger siblings sprawled on the sofa, one laughing uproariously, the other rolling her eyes. He raised an eyebrow. What has you both so amused? Share the joy with me. In the midst of their banter, Fu Ziyuan and Fu Rongrong froze. Despite sharing the same mother, Fu Rongrong and Fu Ziyuan were somewhat closer. Fu Zifeng had always been the exemplary child. Charming and well-mannered, with excellent grades and a clean, refined appearance. In contrast, Fu Ziyuan had been a troublemaker, disinterested in academics, and often at odds with adults. As for Fu Rongrong, she was almost an open book. Heavily influenced by her two brothers, sometimes she found herself disliking Fu Ziyuan for his carefree attitude and sharp tongue, often exchanging playful jabs with him over the years. When Fu Zifeng was absent, they would trade insults, but his presence united them in silent agreement. In that moment, their eyes met, and they understood each other's thoughts. We've both been swindled. Why shouldn't he be swindled too? We all came from the same womb. He should bleed a little too, Fu Rongrong queried through her gaze. How can we ensure he gets swindled as well? Fu Ziyuan replied with his eyes. I'll trick him. Clearing his throat, he began, second brother. I just returned from the hospital. Do you know whom I went to see? Fu Zifeng settled into the single sofa opposite him. I don't know who you visited, but I do know you have no respect for your elders, and I particularly dislike that about you. He paused, chuckling as he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, resembling a snake flicking its tongue. I heard from colleagues at the branch that you recently stood up a client to chase after girls at a club. If Dad finds out, do you think he'll use his rehabilitation cane to thrash you? Or send you to the grassroots to run errands every day? Fu Ziyuan, that treacherous bastard. Feigning nonchalance, Fu Ziyuan chuckled. Where did you hear such baseless rumors? I've long since reformed and no longer indulge in such frivolities. My affairs are minor. What's important is that I visited the eldest today. His situation is dire, unable to walk, jobless, living in a dilapidated rental. He is worse off than our household staff. Upon hearing this, Fu Rongrong immediately grasped Fu Ziyuan's intentions and quickly chimed in. Second brother, you two have been rivals since childhood. Now that the eldest is in such a pitiful state, I isn't it the perfect opportunity for you to visit and mock him. Once Fu Zifeng went to the hospital, given that little brat's character, he would undoubtedly seize the chance to swindle him too. Thus, their objective would be fulfilled, and after being suppressed for so long, it was high time they turned the tables on him. Fu Ziyuan eagerly nodded. Rongrong is right. Second brother, will you go? If you do, I'll send you the address. Fu Zifeng raised an eyebrow. You want to see Fu Linqing? You even know which hospital he is in? Of course, you still have time to visit. He is still hospitalized. If you delay, you might miss the chance to witness his misfortune. Very well, Fu Zifeng nodded. Dad has explicitly forbidden any of us from privately contacting Fu Linqing. You not only visited him but also know how long he'll be in the hospital. It seems you've met him more than once in secret. You're quite bold. Failing projects, offending clients, and challenging Dad's limits. All these offenses will make him furious if he finds out, he sighed. Yet his face was alight with anticipation. I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing you in a grassroots position, distributing flyers in utter disgrace. Damn it! Fu Ziyuan suddenly snapped back to reality, bolting after him. You scheming second brother, You're too devious. You can't go out. Fu Zifeng turned, executing a swift maneuver that left Fu Ziyuan pinned to the sofa. Clutching his neck and unable to speak, Fu Rongrong, observing the unfolding drama, felt a chill run down her spine and scurried away. How terrifying! Her second brother is truly fearsome. The hospital. After handing over the money to Ningxia, Xiao Ruoshui departed. Having already taken a day off yesterday, she needed to return to work that evening. Ningxia and Chuan remained in the ward, keeping Fu lynching company as he received his fore. Ningxia meticulously counted the money Chuan had swindled, 10,500 yuan. That is equivalent to 2 months of my salary, coupled with the 5,000 yuan from Fu Rongrong's previous encounter. Chuan had managed to swindle half of my 3-month salary in merely half an hour. And no wonder there are so many scams in society today. The profits are staggering. Ningxia, feeling the weight of her bulging wallet, was in high spirits. The money from the Fu family is truly too easy to deceive. Fu lynching, resting on the hospital bed, cast her a sidelong glance. Am I also so easily fooled? Ningxia fell silent, not daring to utter a word. The incident from 5 years ago, when she had plotted against him, was the hardest thing for her to confess. If only she could wake up one day and forget it all. Fu lynching had no inkling of her thoughts, nor did he realize she still harbored resentment over the events of that year. In truth, he had moved on. He even mused that if she hadn't schemed against him back then, their lives might have turned out differently. He could very well still be a solitary figure, childless and without a wife, quietly waiting for death after the accident. Both were lost in their thoughts. And the hospital room fell into silence. It was Ningxia who snapped back to reality first. What I meant was, it's easy to swindle Fu Ziyuan and Fu Rongrong. Fu lynching snorted. Fu Rongrong is foolish. Which is why she fell for your tricks. Fu Ziyuan doesn't care about such trivial sums. A night out at a bar, buying drinks for strangers, costs him far more. Fu Zichuan's eyes lit up. If he was so wealthy, perhaps he could con him a few more times, alleviating his mother's worries about money. The Fu family had plenty of people. Earning 100,000 a month was not merely a dream. There could be no next time. Ningxia immediately interjected. The last time we scammed Fu Rongrong was because she genuinely hit you, and the money was given willingly. We accepted it, and that was that. But your third uncle is a decent man. It feels a bit dishonorable to deceive him. Fu lynching frowned. What third uncle? I have long severed ties with the Fu family. Don't call me that. How could he possibly be disconnected? Even if he no longer bore the Fu surname, his blood still flowed with the family's lineage, not to mention he still bore the Fu name. Ningxia sensed that the more he claimed to be indifferent, the more he actually cared. The pain inflicted by an original family was something she understood better than anyone else. Having endured love and hate, such memories would not be easily forgotten. Fu lynching's expression darkened slightly. You're not seriously considering persuading me to return to the Fu family, are you? Chapter 81. How could I possibly remove my trousers while being watched so openly? Ningxia shot him a glance. I wouldn't dare. Fu lynching's eyebrows nearly shot up. You wouldn't dare? Does that imply you still have thoughts about it? To avoid inciting his anger, Ningxia chose silence. Ningxia, you truly infuriate me. I have told you how my mother was driven to death by that old fool Fu Jinhai, and yet you still fantasize about me returning to the Fu family. Had he laid bare his scars and vulnerabilities for her in vain? Ningxia explained, hold on. I never intended for you to return to the Fu family. I merely believe that if you cut ties with them, you will lose the inheritance that rightfully belongs to you. This is money that is rightfully yours. Are you truly willing to forfeit it? Ultimately, do you still think I lack money? You indeed lack money. I lack money too. Our family is currently in dire straits. Ningxia believed his perspective was profoundly misguided. She had been working at the rehabilitation center for nearly a month, encountering many affluent individuals there who had access to the best medical resources to aid their recovery. If only we had money, we wouldn't be facing such hardships. If we had money, Zichuan wouldn't have to con Fu Ziyuan's money. If we had money, you wouldn't have been sent to the hospital due to a urinary tract infection. Suffering from a high fever and fainting, Ningxia sighed. I do indeed like money. It can resolve many issues. You haven't experienced hardship. You don't know how truly bitter life can be. Fu lynching pressed his lips together. His temperament had changed significantly over the past few months. He no longer reacted explosively at the mention of money, viewing her as vain and materialistic. She was genuinely contemplating how they would survive without finances. Fu Linqing replied calmly, "It is impossible for me to beg Fu Zhenhai for mercy." Before Ningxia could respond, he added, "Thus, I might as well look for a job." Ningxia's eyes widened. "Did I hear you correctly? You said you want to find a job?" "Yes, I want to find a job. My condition has stabilized. Apart from rehabilitation training, I have plenty of free time. If I find a job, we will have an additional source of income, providing us with greater security." The more Fu Linqing spoke, the more interested he became. "That way, you won't have to work too hard, and I won't feel like a useless burden. What do you think?" Not a good idea, however. Ningxia unhesitatingly doused his enthusiasm with cold water. "I disagreed." Fu Linqing was momentarily taken aback. Why not? The one claiming poverty and needing money was her. Now she was the one preventing him from earning. Fu Linqing found himself perplexed by her reasoning. Ningxia stated, "There is no reason. Your current job is to focus on your recovery, striving to stand and walk again as soon as possible." Fu Linqing looked at her calmly. "Have you ever considered that I might never stand again? Am I to remain confined at home doing rehabilitation for the rest of my life, never going to work and living off you?" Ningxia nodded. "Exactly. Until you're fully recovered, you will remain in rehabilitation training, and I will support you for the rest of your life." Fu Linqing. It was the first time Fu Linqing felt that Ningxia was even more obstinate than he was. Especially concerning his recovery, she seemed never to have doubted his ability to heal. From the very beginning, she had believed he would recover. Her unwavering faith placed immense pressure on him. What if he didn't recover? Fu Linqing pinched the bridge of his nose. "Ningxia, I think we need to have a serious conversation. If it's about you finding a job, there's no need for discussion. I will firmly oppose it. You should rest. I will ask the nurse how much fluid you need today. Zichuan, go with your mother to find the nurse, allowing your father to rest properly." Once outside the ward, Ningxia explained to her son, "Mommy and Daddy aren't arguing. We were just speaking in a serious tone. I hope I didn't frighten you." Fu Zichuan shook his head, indicating he wasn't scared. While abroad, his classmates had told him stories about how parents argued. They would fight, throw things around the house, and harshly scold their children, eventually leading to separation, forcing him to live in two homes. When Fu Zichuan first returned to the country, he would panic at any raised voices, fearing Ningxia and Fu Linqing might quarrel and leave him homeless. Thus, he behaved very obediently a few times. When their voices rose, resembling a quarrel, Fu Zichuan feared they might come to blows, break things, or scold him. Yet none of that ever transpired. Even the next day, they would reconcile as if nothing had ever happened. Gradually, Fu Zichuan's anxiety dissipated. He no longer felt the trepidation he had upon his return. "Mom, if Daddy wants to earn money, why can't he go earn it?" "Because Daddy's current task is not to earn money, but to regain his health." Ningxia affectionately ruffled her little one's hair. "These are not your concerns. Your job is to eat well, play well, and be happy and healthy every day." "What about your task, Mommy?" "My task? My task is to work hard to earn money, take care of you, and look after your father." Fu Zichuan hesitated for a moment. "Mom, I still have my second uncle and my grandparents. They should have more money than my third uncle." Ningxia instantly understood. "You little rascal. Are you thinking of swindling their money too?" Fu Zifeng, Fu Zhenhai, and Zhou Shueru were certainly not as easily deceived as Fu Rongrong and Fu Ziyuan. Fu Zichuan tilted his head, asking, "Is that not allowed?" "Not allowed. Don't even think about it. Your little tricks won't impress them at all." However, Ningxia was also curious. "By the way, how did you manage to con money from Fu Ziyuan?" Fu Zichuan recounted the entire process of deceiving Fu Ziyuan, leaving Ningxia utterly dumbfounded. "How did you come up with all that?" Fu Zichuan shook his phone. "I watched a lot of TV. I learned from the shows." Ningxia felt a wave of exasperation. "Kiddo, you should stick to watching Peppa Pig from now on." In the afternoon, Ningxia inquired with the doctor about when Fu Linqing would be discharged. The doctor informed her that his condition had stabilized, the urine in the catheter was clear, and since the fever had subsided, he could likely be discharged soon. The next day, the nurse came to remove the catheter, and Fu Linqing instructed Ningxia to handle the discharge paperwork. Concerned that the nurse might have additional instructions, she suggested waiting until the catheter was removed before proceeding with the formalities. Ruan Ningxia. Fu Linqing felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration, overwhelmed by a sense of shame. "Could you give me a little dignity? How can I possibly remove my trousers with you watching me so openly? How can I face? How could he allow the woman he liked to witness such a humiliating moment?" He had his pride. Chapter 82. There are wives who personally assist their husbands with catheters. Observing the embarrassment in his eyes, Ningxia blinked and suddenly realized. Was he actually feeling shy? With a child already in the picture? What was there to be bashful about? Ningxia mumbled softly. Fu Linqing was rendered speechless. You, a woman, don't even know how to spell shame. Hurry up and go out. Wait until I'm done before coming back in. Ningxia glared at him. I'm worried the nurse might have something to say. You're the patient, so keep your chatter to a minimum. The nurse had never encountered such an innocent male patient before. Even a glance from his wife was enough to fluster him. In contrast, there were paraplegic patients whose wives would personally assist them with catheterization. One could only imagine the turmoil that would ensue for him. There was nothing more to discuss. If your husband feels uncomfortable, perhaps it would be best for you to proceed with the discharge formalities first. With that, Ningxia stepped out. She retrieved some medication from the pharmacy and completed the discharge paperwork. By the time everything was settled, it was already noon. Ningxia pondered whether to take a taxi back or to trouble Xiaozhang for a ride, when a call from Fu Ziyan interrupted her thoughts. As soon as he spoke, he said, You sweet-talked me into having your son apologize to me, yet you remained silent regarding my request for repayment. Ningxia replied, Apologizing is certainly feasible, but retrieving the money from my pocket is out of the question. Fu Ziyan retorted, Your son owes me 10,000, and he cheated Rongrong out of 5,000. As his mother, you should repay it together. Ningxia was taken aback. Were these siblings really keeping tabs at home? Clearing her throat, she asked, Ziyan, are you busy today? A shiver ran down Fu Ziyan's spine. Ruan Ningxia, speak normally. What is abnormal about me? She countered. Everything about you is abnormal. You sound like you're trying to deceive me. Ningxia forced a smile. Oh, come now. I'm just concerned for you. If you're free today, why not come to the hospital? I'd like to treat you to a meal. That Fu Ziyan was taken aback. You want to treat me to a meal? Just yesterday, you were saying I was rude and unwelcome. You misunderstood. I meant that I was rude for not welcoming you. How could I not welcome you after you helped Fu Linqing so much? Our whole family welcomes you, especially Fu Linqing. He is particularly grateful to you for carrying him to the hospital and regrets losing his temper with you yesterday. Ningxia possessed a unique ability to speak with such sincerity while fabricating stories that left no room for doubt. Fu Ziyan's conviction began to waver. Was he really grateful? Indeed. Then why hasn't he shown it? You know him. He cares a lot about appearances. Although he appreciates you, he feels embarrassed to express it. If you come to the hospital, you'll certainly notice a significant change in his attitude towards you. Fu Ziyan was convinced. I find myself free today. Then come to the hospital. Leave that sports car behind and take a more spacious vehicle. Why? You'll find out when you arrive. With that, Ningxia hung up. Returning to the ward, she found Fu Linqing already packed and dressed in his own clothes. Having successfully convinced one Fu, she now aimed to persuade the other. This Fu was far more difficult to handle. She took a deep breath and said, Fu Linqing, Fu Ziyan just called me. I mentioned your discharge, and he said he would come to pick you up. Fu Linqing frowned. Can't I just take a taxi? Xiaozhang is also an option. A taxi won't carry you upstairs. I texted Xiaozhang, but he said he is busy and won't be available until this afternoon. Fu Linqing fell silent. The downside of his condition was the limitation on his movement, making it inconvenient to return home. When Fu Ziyan arrives, you should be polite. You scolded him quite harshly yesterday, and he is coming to pick you up for your discharge despite that. At the very least, you should express your gratitude, understood? Fu Linqing scoffed, as if he didn't insult me. You insulted him, and he insulted you. Yesterday's grievances are now even. Today, he is here to take you home, so you ought to thank him. If you behave like you did yesterday, I will. Ningxia threatened. I will be very upset, Fu Linqing grimaced, feeling utterly vexed at the thought of being amicable towards Fu Ziyan. Though Fu Ziyan was a few years younger, they had been rivals since childhood. Fu Ziyan, with his athletic build and impulsive nature, often clashed with Fu Linqing, who had a bad temper and found him intolerable. Their childhood was marked by mutual physical confrontations, resulting in bruises and swollen faces. It was hard to imagine how two such adversaries could coexist peacefully. Yet, under Ningxia's threat, Fu Linqing had no choice but to relent. So long as he did not provoke her, he had no desire to escalate matters further. Fu Ziyan arrived swiftly, reaching the hospital in less than an hour. He messaged Ningxia to inform her of his arrival. Ningxia responded enthusiastically, Chuan, and I will come to greet you. What is there to greet? I've been here before. Despite his dismissive tone, Fu Ziyan felt a sense of being valued. A small satisfaction. As the elevator doors opened, he saw Ningxia holding the hand of the child who had swindled him. Remembering his own misfortune, Fu Ziyan's expression soured. "Third uncle." Before he could respond, the child greeted him cheerfully. "I am Chuan Chuan, your innocent, lively, and kind-hearted nephew." Fu Ziyan was taken aback. "Innocent? Kind-hearted? Wasn't he the one trying to scam me yesterday?" Ningxia shot Chuan Chuan a knowing glance. "Chuan Chuan, please take third uncle to find your father." Chuan Chuan approached, handing Fu Ziyan a bottle of water. "Third uncle, this is a token of our meeting. Though it is a small gift, it carries great sentiment. I hope you like it." A mere bottle of water as a bribe? Fu Ziyan chuckled dryly. "I appreciate it." Chuan Chuan replied, "No need for thanks. It was exchanged for another bottle, so it cost nothing. Please drink it before it expires tomorrow." Fu Ziyan could no longer maintain his forced smile. He turned to Ningxia. "Are you here to welcome me, or to provoke me?" "Actually, I have a favor to ask of you." Ningxia hesitated. "You see, Fu Linqing is being discharged, and taking a taxi is inconvenient. Could you please give him a ride back and carry him upstairs?" Fu Ziyan burst into laughter, a response born from sheer disbelief at the absurdity of the request. Ningxia looked perplexed. "Is it that amusing for you to help carry Fu Linqing upstairs?" "I find it utterly ridiculous," Fu Ziyan exclaimed, almost furious. He had come expecting a warm welcome, only to discover that they intended to exploit him. In a wonder they insisted he switch to a more spacious vehicle. They wanted him to play the role of a chauffeur. It felt as though this family was treating him like a beast of burden, first swindling him for money and now demanding his physical strength. "If you don't want to do it, I won't force you." Ningxia sighed truthfully. It was Fu Linqing who requested it. This time, Fu Ziyan outright refused to believe her. "Is that so? If you don't believe me, why not accompany me to the ward?" Fu Linqing said that true feelings are revealed in times of hardship. He appreciates that you rushed him to the hospital, which shows you have a generous heart and are a good person. His opinion of you has improved significantly. Who wouldn't he enjoy hearing flattering words? Fu Ziyan found himself swayed once again. Did he really say that? Ningxia nodded earnestly. Absolutely. Before entering the ward, Fu Ziyan maintained a skeptical demeanor. He swore that if he detected even a hint of displeasure on Fu Linqing's face, he would turn on his heel and leave. Clearing her throat, Ningxia announced, "Fu Linqing, we are back." Looking up from his phone, Fu Linqing noticed Fu Ziyan standing at the door. Remembering Ningxia's words, he forced himself to be cordial. "You're here." To Fu Ziyan's surprise, Fu Linqing was indeed courteous. This was the first time he had witnessed such friendliness from him in nearly 25 years. There were no sarcastic remarks, no insults. Fu Ziyan tentatively inquired, "I heard you're being discharged. Since taking a taxi is inconvenient, may I offer you a ride home?" Fu Linqing glanced at Ningxia, who was giving him a fierce look, clearly indicating that a poor attitude would lead to consequences upon their return home. Reluctantly, he replied, "Then I must trouble you." After a brief pause, he added, "Thank you, Da." What in the world? Was Fu Linqing possessed? Fu Ziyan cleared his throat. "When shall we leave?" "Right now." Ningxia cheerfully pushed the wheelchair next to the bed. The discharge paperwork was complete, the medication collected. They had been waiting for him. With Ningxia's assistance, Fu Linqing transferred to the wheelchair. It was Fu Ziyan's first time witnessing Fu Linqing in a wheelchair. His legs lacked strength and required manual lifting, which appeared quite peculiar. Fu Ziyan found himself momentarily stunned. Previously, Fu Linqing had a habit of exercising, running every morning, and seemingly enjoyed playing badminton and volleyball. If he was unable to stand again, how could he ever run or engage in sports for the rest of his life? That thought was utterly tragic. "Stop staring." Fu Linqing shot him a sideways glance, maneuvering the wheelchair to the door. "If you're so interested, you can personally experience these useless legs when we get in the car." Fu Ziyan snapped back to reality, feeling embarrassed at having been caught staring. Who was interested? Let us just go. His vehicle in the parking lot was no longer the flashy yellow sports car, but a robust G-Class. Ningxia frowned. How is Fu Linqing supposed to get into that? Fu Ziyan assessed. He should be able to manage. He's tall, and you are shorter. Ningxia was exasperated. Couldn't you have brought a more reasonably spacious vehicle? Come on then, how shall we get him in? Fu Ziyan tossed his sunglasses into the driver's seat and opened the passenger door. Shall I carry you in, or what? Leave me be. Fu Linqing pushed him away and said to Ningxia, "The height seems a bit insufficient. Let me try to see if I can manage to lift myself up." All right. Ningxia wheeled the chair closer. and Fu Linqing steadied himself against the door before slowly rising. Ningxia hurriedly pushed the wheelchair aside to create ample space for him to adjust his movements. The height was indeed somewhat lacking, but given his tall stature, with some effort, there was still a chance he could manage to sit up. However, Ningxia was too short, making it difficult for them to coordinate effectively. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, Fu Ziyang stepped in to take over, allowing Ningxia to assist from the side. The two men, of similar height, found it much easier to operate together. Fu Linqing draped his arm over Fu Ziyang's shoulder, who then pulled his arm upward with all his might. Yet Fu Linqing remained immovable. Fu Ziyang, growing impatient, exclaimed, "You're almost there. Just lift your leg." Fu Linqing's expression darkened. "Damn it, I can't lift my legs." "Oh, my apologies. I forgot you can't move. Could you perhaps lean back a bit? See if that helps?" He hesitated. "You can't move your backside either, can you?" Fu Linqing, exasperated, retorted, "Get out of the way. I'll do it myself." Without his misguided guidance, Fu Linqing found it much easier and, after several attempts, successfully seated himself in the chair. Fu Ziyang, drenched in sweat, sighed in relief as he tossed the wheelchair into the spacious trunk and called for Ningxia and the others to get in the car. "Let us hurry, it's sweltering. This cursed weather." Upon arriving at the community, Fu Ziyang found that his car could not enter and had to park by the roadside. With the high chassis of the G-Class, Fu Linqing couldn't get out, so Fu Ziyang had to carry him from the car to the wheelchair, which Ningxia then pushed into the community. Once they reached the building, Fu Ziyang carried him up to the 6th floor. As he ascended, panting, he lamented, "Why didn't we rent a place with an elevator?" Ningxia, too, regretted not choosing an apartment with one. Having an elevator would have made moving up and down much more convenient. Fu Linqing scoffed. "Apartments with elevators cost an additional 2,000 a month, 20,000 extra a year. We can't afford that. It's the time." Ningxia was in a hurry to find a place and had no money, so she had to rent the one that offered the best price-performance ratio. Although commuting was indeed inconvenient, it hardly mattered to him. He didn't need to go out every day. Fu Ziyang rolled his eyes. "Now you're defending her? Can't even say a word against her. Seems like you're not the one who is exhausted." Finally reaching the 6th floor, Fu Ziyang was drenched in sweat. "Hurry inside." Ningxia opened the door and invited him in, then instructed her son, "Chuan, pour some water for your uncle." "Okay, Mom." Fu Zichuan dashed to the kitchen. Fu Ziyang settled Fu Linqing into the wheelchair and collapsed onto the sofa. Gasping, "It's so hot. Turn on the air conditioning." "We don't have air conditioning, only a fan," Fu Linqing remarked coolly from his seat. "What? In this heat, you don't have air conditioning?" Fu Ziyang expressed disbelief. "You can't possibly be trying to save on the electric bill." Ningxia, looking apologetic, replied, "The living room doesn't have air conditioning, only the master bedroom does. Would you like to go there and cool off?" Fu Ziyang. Fu Linqing added, "If you do go, just don't sit on my bed. I'm a bit of a neat freak." Fu Ziyang was infuriated. "When I carried you up here? You didn't seem so particular." "Oh, I was just managing," Fu Linqing retorted. "Come on, can we not argue?" Ningxia interjected, turning on the fan. "You're both adults. Is this really necessary?" Just then, Fu Zichuan returned with water, prompting Fu Ziyang to drop the argument. He was hot and thirsty, taking a large gulp from the cup, only to furrow his brow afterward. "This water tastes strange. What brand is it?" Fu Zichuan looked puzzled. "I just filled it from the tap. Does it taste weird?" Fu Ziyang was at a loss for words. "What the hell? Is today a trial for me?" Ningxia explained. "We haven't been home these past few days, so we didn't boil any water. It's fine. Tap water is drinkable. It just doesn't taste good. There are no bacteria or viruses, so feel free to drink." Fu Ziyang didn't want to stay there a moment longer. It was hardly a livable situation. The entire house was smaller than the Fu family's living room. No air conditioning was one thing, but they were offering him tap water. What dire conditions were these? No wonder Fu Linqing had threatened to take his own life last time. If it were him, he would consider the same. Such a miserable existence wasn't worth living. Death seemed a better option. Chapter 84. Unexpectedly, Fu Linqing. "You two have a day of seeking my help." Ningxia noticed his intent to leave and quickly urged, "You've helped so much today. I promise to treat you to a meal. Stay for dinner before you go." Fu Zichuan chimed in, "Uncle, my mom's cooking is delicious. You should stay for dinner." Ningxia glanced at Fu Linqing, giving him a meaningful look. "Look how well-spoken your son is. As a father, you should be more mature." Fu Linqing reluctantly conceded, "If I haven't eaten yet, I'll stay for a bit. Fu Ziyang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction at that moment. If it weren't for the situation, he would have laughed out loud. Who would have thought, Fu Lincheng, that you two would come to seek my favor one day, since you all are so enthusiastic? I shall graciously stay for dinner, Fu Lincheng said, though he couldn't quite hide his disdain. Ningxia, with finality, declared, Great. What would you like to eat? I'll go buy the groceries. Fu Ziyang squinted. Can I choose the dishes? Choose whatever you like. Ningxia replied. It's been so hot lately. My appetite isn't great. Just make something simple, like Italian black truffle fried rice, pan-seared A5 Wagyu, cheese and cream baked lobster, as for dessert. You can decide. Fu Lincheng scoffed. Do you think this is a restaurant where you can just order? Fu Ziyang retorted, Well, she did say to order whatever I wanted. It's fine, Ningxia interjected. They're just a few foreign dishes. I can manage. Fu Lincheng took a deep breath. We can't afford to let him eat such expensive dishes. Ningxia winked. He gave Chuan 10,000. We can use his money. It won't cost us anything. Fu Lincheng. Fu Ziyang was speechless. The saying holds true. The wool comes from the sheep. Why don't you both watch some television at home while Chuan and I go shopping? Ningxia instructed as she sent Chuan for a bag and went to fetch an umbrella for sun protection. The mother and son left hand in hand, leaving the two adult men staring at each other. Unsure of what to say, Fu Ziyang felt awkward. Throughout their lives, encounters with Fu Lincheng had either ended in arguments or fights, never in this calm, peaceful manner. Fu Lincheng felt equally uncomfortable. He was considering retreating to his room to escape the atmosphere when Ningxia texted him, Be a good host. Don't hide in your room. Fu Lincheng. What do you mean by guest? Don't give him too much importance. Ningxia. Considering he carried you back, be a little nicer to him. Fu Lincheng. I've been nice enough. Inviting him to dinner is a first for him. Ningxia. Then don't frown at him like he owes you money. At least smile. Smile? Fu Lincheng scoffed. A cold smile, perhaps? The two men sat silently, each engrossed in their phones, with only the sound of the fan filling the air. Fu Lincheng finally put his phone down, resisting the urge to retreat to his room. However, the atmosphere remained awkward, prompting him to grab the remote and turn on the television to break the silence. With some noise, the tension eased slightly. On the coffee table lay some fruit brought back from the hospital, 2 apples and a few oranges. Fu Lincheng picked an orange and began peeling it slowly. Suddenly, he heard Fu Ziyang, who was seated on the sofa, mutter a curse. Furrowing his brow, Fu Lincheng turned to glance at him. A few seconds later, Fu Ziyang erupted in anger. Those shameless bastards. Did they conspire to give me trouble? Not only are they blocking my project, now they're even denying the contracts I signed. Calmly eating his orange, Fu Lincheng turned his head to look. Fu Ziyang continued to rant. Who do they think they are? Just because they have seniority doesn't mean they can act with impunity, despite being a branch office. The Fu family is still the largest shareholder. The assistant on the other end of the phone felt wronged. He was just an employee. Tell Wei Donghu and Wang Mingho that if they continue to oppose me, I'll fire both of them. Fu Ziyang hung up the phone, his temper flaring. Fu Lincheng spoke up lazily. You don't have the authority to dismiss Wei Donghu and Wang Mingho. That power lies with Fu Zhenhai. Fu Ziyang shot him an incredulous look. Were you eavesdropping on my call? Fu Lincheng shot him a sideways glance. How long have you been at the branch? What is it to you? You think I'm here to mock you? No, I don't have the time. Fu Ziyang replied. It was originally Wei Donghu who was uncooperative, and now Wang Mingho is targeting you as well. Isn't he? How do you know that? They are both veteran employees who built their careers under Fu Zhenhai. Neither is easy to deal with. They've established their own power in the branch office. And you, without any authority or influence, have come in to take the general manager position, which naturally makes them uncomfortable. I remember before you arrived, those two were already at each other's throats. Now that you're here, they've united against you. Fu Lincheng chuckled. You are being pushed to the edge of a cliff. They're just waiting for you to jump. Fu Ziyang exclaimed in anger. Then I shall throw caution to the wind and demand to know what they truly intend. Well, that would be splendid. Should they escalate the matter to the authorities, claiming you are too emotional and unfit for the position of general manager, there would be no need to wait for your dramatic leap off a cliff. They could simply ensure your swift and humiliating departure, much to everyone's delight. Fu Ziyang mused. This won't do, nor will that. What then can he do? Shall he merely serve as a punching bag at the company each day? Frustrated, Fu Ziyang raked his fingers through his hair. I understand their discontent. After all, I am young, but their actions are downright excessive. They exclude me from meetings, fail to notify me about project approvals, and now, contracts I have signed remain unacknowledged by them, leaving my subordinates non-compliant. This is a blatant disregard for my authority. If it were you, would you not feel indignant? Fu Lynching replied calmly, I would not be angered. I would simply take decisive action to ensure their compliance. He tossed an orange from the coffee table towards Fu Ziyang, who fumbled to catch it. Fu Lynching continued, while you find yourself cornered by a monkey and a tiger at the edge of a cliff, consider yourself fortunate. You still possess a gun and 2 bullets. Regrettably, it requires 2 bullets to deal with the tiger and 1 for the monkey. Fu Ziyang was taken aback. How is that fortunate? I am still trapped, needing 3 bullets to resolve the situation, yet I only possess 2. How can I ensure my own safety? The key to self-preservation lies precisely here. With a faint smile, Fu Lynching inquired, what do you think should be done? Fu Ziyang scratched his head. The tiger is indeed stronger than the monkey, so I shall first use a bullet to eliminate the tiger, then devise another method to handle the monkey. Fu Lynching shook his head. A spark of realization ignited in Fu Ziyang's mind as he proposed. I could win them over, negotiate with each separately, offer benefits, and form an alliance against the other. Fu Lynching retorted, rather than seeking alliances, it is more prudent to hold the power of life and death in your own hands. Fu Ziyang found himself at a loss, fiddling with the orange in his grasp. Then what would you do? Fu Lynching raised his hand, deftly tossing the peeled orange skin into the trash. I would fire a shot at the tiger, and then inform them that anyone who disobeys shall receive the other bullet. Fu Ziyang was momentarily stunned. What a brilliant strategy! This way, they would not dare to approach recklessly, and I would not be forced to leap from the cliff. Fu Ziyang felt he had discovered a solution. Yet he needed to carefully consider the appropriate approach to maintain balance against them. With a complex expression, he asked, why are you assisting me with your counsel? Fu Lynching replied expressionlessly, counsel? You are overthinking. I merely spoke casually. Fu Ziyang scoffed, thinking to himself that if it were truly casual, he would not have shared so much. This fellow must be grateful for his assistance in taking him to the hospital. Chapter 85. He used to be that kind of fool lacking common sense. Ningxia returned from grocery shopping, drenched in sweat, with Chuan Chuan's little face flushed. Ningxia refrained from letting him near the air conditioning, fearing he might catch a cold from the temperature change, so she had him squat beneath the fan to cool down. Fu Lynching pulled out a tissue, casually wiping Chuan Chuan's face a couple of times before handing the tissue to him and then pushing the wheelchair in front of Ningxia to help her wipe her sweat. Ningxia squatted on the floor, sorting the groceries, and lifted her chin for him to wipe her neck. Fu Lynching obediently complied. Ningxia categorized the food. Meat with meat, vegetables with vegetables, drinks with drinks. Fu Ziyang peered over and was bewildered. Where are my Australian lobster, Wagyu beef, and black truffle? Ningxia, without looking up, replied, they're all similar. Little crayfish are still shrimp, beef brisket is still meat, and shiitake mushrooms are no less than black truffles. Fu Ziyang was utterly speechless. This is a world apart. I thought she would finally be generous, but alas, she remains stingy. I'll go cook now. It will be ready shortly. You all can watch TV, he declared. Ningxia, carrying the vegetables, headed for the kitchen, but Fu Lynching took the bag from her, extracting the vegetables and ingredients. He glanced at Fu Ziyang, stating, we don't eat plain rice at our home. If you want rice, you need to prepare the vegetables. What? Fu Ziyang exclaimed in shock. You want me to be a sous chef? I've never lifted a finger in the kitchen. I've been pampered since childhood. No more nonsense. If you want to eat, you must help out. Ningxia smiled. It's fine. He's a guest. No need to help. I will handle it. Upon hearing this, Fu Ziyang felt embarrassed to act like a lord. Looking at Fu Lynching, who expertly began preparing another bag of vegetables. Even Chuan Chuan sat on the floor, watching television while peeling garlic. Fu Ziyang reluctantly lifted his esteemed rear from the sofa and squatted beside Chuan Chuan, unsure of what to do. What should I do? He asked. Fu Lynching pointed at the cabbage, instructing him to tear it into pieces. Fu Ziyang responded with an "oh," picking up the cabbage and preparing to smash it on the ground. What are you doing? Fu Lynching exclaimed. Fu Ziyang, confused, replied, aren't we supposed to smash it first? Fu Lynching sighed. Are you really going to smash it? How else will we open it? It resembles a watermelon. Fu Lynching felt the urge to scold him. After all, one wouldn't he simply smash a watermelon on the ground? He seemed to forget that without Ningxia's guidance, He too had once been that kind of fool lacking common sense. After a moment of silence, Fu Linqing instructed, "Put down the cabbage and help Chuan Chuan peel garlic." Fu Ziyang shrugged and began peeling garlic alongside Chuan Chuan. Squatting was tiring, so he mimicked Chuan Chuan and sat on the floor. This was also his first time peeling garlic. Lacking long nails, he struggled for quite some time before finally managing to peel one clove. Had he not seen this father and son duo working diligently, Fu Ziyang would have given up long ago. Fu Linqing took the prepared vegetables to the kitchen, where Ningxia was cutting meat. She glanced over and said, "Just place them here. I'll wash them in a bit." "I'll wash them. Just turn on the faucet." "Can you reach it?" "I can't reach the faucet switch, but washing vegetables is no problem." Ningxia turned on the faucet, and the water gushed forth, splattering Fu Linqing's face. Ningxia couldn't help but laugh, washing her hands and using her apron to wipe his face. Fu Linqing turned his face away in disdain. "This is disgusting. It smells of grease. Can't you use a tissue?" "Oh, don't move. I have no paper at hand. Just bear with it." Their height. It was quite an awkward position. Fu Linqing's face was directly in line with Ningxia's chest. She stood before him, holding his head steady, bending down to lean in closely. Amidst this domestic atmosphere, Fu Linqing could also catch a whiff of her subtle fragrance. His ears began to feel warm, and he mumbled, "Don't buy low-cut t-shirts in the future." "What?" Ningxia did not hear clearly. "It's nothing. Are you done?" "Almost." When Fu Ziyang turned to look into the kitchen from the living room, he beheld the scene of the two almost glued together, one tenderly wiping the other's face with an air of intimacy. He simply could not comprehend how, in such a filthy, cramped little kitchen, they could engage in such flirtation. What surprised him the most was their lack of complaints. Initially, Fu Ziyang had thought that Fu Linqing would surely be abandoned, and perhaps one day he would even see him begging on the street. Yet, to his astonishment, they did not complain about their meager existence. They did not blame one another, and their lives seemed to improve steadily. If it were him, no, there was no if. The women who followed him only sought wealth. None would endure hardship with him. He felt a twinge of jealousy towards Fu Linqing. However, even more surprising to Fu Ziyang was that Fu Linqing had not once returned to the Fu family nor called the old man. He lacked the courage to sever ties with the Fu family. After all, the old man controlled the finances, and appeasing him would ensure a comfortable life. Yet Fu Linqing did not bend. He never stooped to the old man's will. In this regard, Fu Ziyang found himself somewhat admiring him. "Third uncle, you've turned the garlic into mush." Chuan Chuan's voice broke through his thoughts. Fu Ziyang snapped back to reality, disdainfully tossing the mushy garlic aside. The pungent smell lingering on his hands, making him feel nauseous. "Chuan Chuan, I send you this impoverished life uncomfortable? How about I take you back to the Fu family?" Fu Ziyang proposed, suggesting that returning to the Fu family would mean a life of luxury, with everything one could desire. Chuan Chuan huffed, firmly rejecting, "I don't like spicy food." "You can go eat it by yourself." Fu Ziyang continued to entice. "There's air conditioning too. Everywhere you go, there's air conditioning. And you want to have to brave the summer heat to buy groceries." Chuan Chuan tilted his head, "But I really enjoy going grocery shopping with Mama." "Third uncle, have you ever gone grocery shopping with your mama? Have you ever held hands with your mama while strolling through the streets? Have you ever shared a cup of ice cream with your mama in a shop?" "I have done all these things with Mama, and I love it, so please stop trying to entice me back to the Fu family. I do not like it there." Fu Ziyang was momentarily taken aback. Then he pondered. He had never experienced such familial bonding. His mother and father were both business people, often absent for days at a time, and he and his siblings were raised by nannies, enjoying privileges and conditions lacking in ordinary families, yet devoid of the warmth of familial affection found in typical households. Fu Ziyang felt a strange sensation in his heart, suppressing the emotion as he gritted his teeth and ruffled the little guy's hair, boasting, "What are you bragging about? Aren't you short on cash? Would you like me to introduce you to a client?" "Client? Indeed, you have a second uncle, and you are aware of that, aren't you? He has become quite wealthy, even more so than I. You should take advantage of him and extract some funds for your mother." The more Fu Ziyang contemplated, the more enticing the idea appeared. "Perhaps we could collaborate, splitting the gain 70-30 in your favor." Fu Zichuan, curious, inquired if you were also in need of money. "I am not," came the reply. "I simply wish to witness your second uncle's misfortune." "I refuse," Fu Zichuan asserted. "I have washed my hands of such dealings and aspire to be a good person from now on." No longer engaging in deceitful schemes, Fu Ziyan was infuriated. So, after exploiting him, he intends to become virtuous. Should he merely be a fool? Chapter 86. A cunning merchant has birthed a little trickster. At T2 in the afternoon, Ningxia had prepared lunch. She directed Chuan and Fu Ziyan to carry the table against the wall while she fetched the dishes from the kitchen. Fu Ziyan shook the cheap little wooden table, wondering if it would collapse while they were eating. In such a case, would he prioritize saving the table or the food? And what of this chair, made of plastic? They truly were impoverished, so destitute that he felt inclined to offer them some money. Soon, he regained his composure. Fu Lao San, do not be such a saint. This is Fu Lincheng, your lifelong adversary who has insulted you and demeaned your mother. He looks down upon you, a contemptible scoundrel. You should celebrate his misfortune with champagne. What are you daydreaming about? Go assist with the dishes. Fu Lincheng, with an expression of disdain, remarked that Chuan was helping, questioning Fu Ziyan's dependency at his age. Fu Ziyan retorted angrily, you haven't helped at all, yet you disdain me. Fu Lincheng replied languidly, this is my home. Why should I concern myself with you? Fu Ziyan, on the verge of flipping the table, protested, but I am still a guest. Is this how you treat? Silence. Ningxia has emerged. Fu Lincheng interrupted. Though he was uncertain why he should cease speaking, he complied. Ningxia emerged from the kitchen, balancing two freshly cooked dishes. Slightly hot to the touch, as Fu Lincheng's gaze fell upon her, Fu Ziyan moved forward to accept the dishes obediently. 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and 1 soup were beautifully presented, appealing to the senses. Fu Ziyan was already ravenous. Having never tasted Ningxia's cooking, he was skeptical of her culinary skills. However, upon savoring the first bite, he was astonished. Wow, your skills are remarkable. Every dish is delicious. How did I not notice this before? Is it truly this delectable? Ningxia replied. If you find it enjoyable, you are welcome to come and eat here often. Fu Ziyan remained silent. He had no intention of returning. This place was both poor and dilapidated, and the presence of the irritating Fu Lincheng was enough to deter him. Suddenly, Ningxia remembered something and opened the refrigerator to retrieve several cans. I bought some chilled beer. Let us all have a drink. Chuan, you may have cola. Fu Ziyan looked at Fu Lincheng in confusion. Could he even drink? Ningxia affirmed. I consulted the doctor, who said it was permissible, even suggesting he could indulge a bit more since beer is diuretic and aids in the recovery of his bladder condition. However, you cannot drink, as you must drive. Perhaps you and Chuan could share the cola? Fu Ziyan, disdainful, replied, only children drink cola. I want beer. Afterward, I'll call my assistant to drive me. Very well, Ningxia raised her glass, cheerfully declaring, today is a wonderful day. As Fu Lincheng has recovered and been discharged from the hospital, I am overjoyed and hope he remains healthy and free from ailments henceforth. Let us toast to that. Fu Zichuan quickly opened his cola, echoing Ningxia's sentiment. Here's to Dad's health and well-being. Fu Lincheng gazed at Ningxia, silent, his eyes soft and incredulous. He lifted the beer can, opening it with a pop. And after a few moments of silence, he slowly spoke. I hope my loved ones remain healthy and free from misfortune, able to stay by my side always. As he uttered these words, his gaze remained fixed on Ningxia, filled with fervent warmth. Ningxia, usually confident, felt her cheeks flush under his intense stare. Fu Ziyan rolled his eyes. Enough of your affection. There are others present. Uncharacteristically, Fu Lincheng did not retaliate, appearing quite pleased. What are you, envious? He teased. Ridiculous? Envious of you? Fu Ziyan scoffed, crunching on fried peanuts. Women pursuing me line up from Haicheng to France. Why would I envy you? Fu Lincheng raised an eyebrow. Are you certain those women are pursuing you and not your wealth? Fu Ziyan fell silent. Ningxia shot Fu Lincheng a glare, offering Fu Ziyan some food. You're quite handsome. Many must admire you. Do not heed his nonsense. Fu Ziyan huffed softly. After the meal, Fu Ziyan found himself overly full, sprawled on the sofa, rubbing his stomach, utterly unwilling to move. The television played animated shows, while Chuan sat on the floor, engrossed. The fan swayed back and forth, emitting a constant hum, accompanied by the chirping of cicadas outside. He felt lethargic, almost drowsy. Fu Lincheng and Ningxia emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes, discovering him dozing on the sofa. Fu Lincheng pushed his wheelchair over, exuding disdain. Finished eating, yet you're napping? Do you take this place for a hotel? Ningxia, carrying a garbage bag from the kitchen, addressed Fu Ziyan. You've been drinking, so you cannot drive. Has your assistant arrived yet? I can accompany you downstairs. Why send him? He has legs, Fu Linqing protested, reluctant to let Ningxia venture out in the sweltering heat. Give him the trash and let him take it out. After consuming so much rice at our home, he should contribute something. Fu Ziyan bristled. Whereas the excess? It was merely 3 bowls of rice. You scoundrel. Watching television, Fu Zichuan raised his hand. Third uncle. You also had 2 bowls of soup. You did indeed eat quite a bit. Fu Ziyan was left speechless. A cunning merchant had indeed spawned a little trickster. All right, enough bickering. Let us go. Ningxia opened the door and pulled Fu Ziyan outside, fearing a quarrel might erupt if they lingered. As they descended the stairs, Ningxia led the way while Fu Ziyan followed. He sought conversation, asking if Fu Linqing remained indoors all day without venturing out. Ningxia sighed, explaining that he was reluctant to meet others. Uncomfortable with their scrutiny, Fu Ziyan empathized. If he were in Fu Linqing's position, he too would prefer isolation. The fear of unfamiliar gazes and the possibility of ridicule from acquaintances would deter him from stepping outside. Ningxia suddenly suggested, if you have time in the future, you could visit him more often. I believe your presence encourages him to speak more. Fu Ziyan paused, murmuring softly, his verbosity is not due to fondness for me, but rather disdain. I think you harbor bias against him. If he truly despised someone, he wouldn't spare them even a glance, let alone waste words on them. Despite his fiery temper and apparent vitality, he is quite sensitive. During his hospitalization, he was perpetually downcast. Upon returning home, he improved slightly but only buried his true feelings deep within. Every day, after walking with Chuan, he would sit alone in darkness, lost in thought for hours without shifting his position. I worry for him. Ningxia struggled to articulate her concerns, yet every time she witnessed him in such a state, her heart would clench painfully. She felt as though he were engulfed by darkness, devoid of hope. Hence, she frequently suggested outings, even if merely to breathe fresh air and interact with others. Yet, he had never acquiesced. Have you considered relocating? Fu Ziyan proposed, suggesting a place with an elevator for convenience. With the current stairs, even if he wished to go out, it would be an insurmountable challenge. Of course, Ningxia replied, we will definitely change houses in the future. I have found a job now, and this year I will save diligently to hopefully move next year. Fu Ziyan cleared his throat, questioning, are you short on funds? Would you like me to lend you some? Chapter 87. Fu Linqing. Are you hiding a knife with intentions of self-harm? Ningxia's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. Oh, how wonderful. If you could lend a bit more, that would be splendid. You possess numerous properties. Don't you? If you could spare one, we could move directly. And for Chuan, your adorable little nephew, could you lend a bit for his school fees? Fu Ziyan felt as though he had fallen into a den of wolves. Why the silence? How much can you lend me? Ningxia pressed. I suddenly no longer wish to lend. Fu Ziyan retorted. Didn't you find employment? Earn your own money for the move. Ningxia scoffed softly. Fu Ziyan initially assumed she was upset, but she seemed unbothered. He found it difficult to discern whether she genuinely sought a loan. After their last altercation regarding a hunger strike, he inquired, is he still contemplating self-harm? Not anymore. He genuinely wish to end his life. Perhaps he was merely feeling low after transitioning from the hospital to a subpar rental environment, overwhelmed by multiple stimuli that led to his loss of appetite. Is that so? Fu Ziyan frowned. Then why hide a knife? Ningxia was momentarily taken aback. What knife? The kind used for fruit. When I visited him the other day, he brandished it, scaring me to death. I pondered whether he intended to harm himself, but it seems I overthought it. Ningxia abruptly halted. Fu Ziyan nearly collided with her. What are you doing? They had reached the ground floor and stood at the entrance of the building. Ningxia turned to him, her gaze piercing. Are you certain he is hiding a knife? Certainly. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It appeared to be taken from beneath the pillow. Before she could finish her sentence, Ningxia thrust the trash in her hand into his, requesting he dispose of it for her, as the trash bin was just outside and she had matters to attend to. Hurrying upstairs like a gust of wind, Fu Ziyang observed the garbage bag in his hand, pinching his nose as he carried it out to throw away. Fu Linqing and Chuan were engrossed in a game of Go. This game, a small box costing 10 yuan, was something Ningxia had purchased for Chuan during her visit to the hospital when Fu Linqing was confined there. The duo had occupied their time with it during his hospital stay, albeit neither of them truly knew how to play Go, treating it instead as a game of Gomoku. By the time Ningxia returned, they had already played twice. Upon seeing Ningxia, Fu Zichuan began to wail, "Mommy, I want to play chess with you. Come here quickly. I don't want to play with Dad. He never lets me." Ningxia walked directly to Fu Linqing's bedroom, dismissively responding, "Sweetheart, play with your dad first." Fu Linqing paused, momentarily halting his actions. Fu Zichuan, puzzled, wondered if Mommy had perhaps gone to the wrong room. Her demeanor suggested she was in urgent need, likely to visit the restroom. "Play by yourself," he instructed. Fu Linqing placed the pieces on the coffee table and pushed his wheelchair over to in the master bedroom. Ningxia lifted Fu Linqing's pillow, finding nothing beneath it. She shook the pillow, yet still found nothing. Reaching beneath the mattress, she continued to find nothing. When Fu Linqing entered, he was met with the sight of her crouched on the floor, lifting his mattress to peer underneath. Fu Linqing raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you doing?" Ningxia set the mattress down, relieved that it was light enough for her to lift alone. She moved to the other side of the bed, continuing her search, and upon hearing Fu Linqing's question, glanced at him, replying, "What do you think?" Fu Linqing, unable to deduce her intentions, conjectured, "Are you planning to change the sheets? Didn't we just do that over a week ago?" Ningxia finished searching the foot of the bed, discovering no knife. She lowered the mattress and walked towards the headboard. Fu Linqing wheeled closer, grasping her wrist, asking softly, "What is going on?" Ningxia shook off his hand, lifted the mattress again, and reached inside, feeling around until her fingers grazed something. Pulling it out, she set down the mattress, revealing a fruit knife in her hand. Fu Ziyang had not deceived her. He had indeed concealed a knife. Ningxia urged herself to remain calm, yet her composure faltered, her expression growing serious, more serious than ever before. She inquired, "What is this?" Fu Linqing met her gaze, and after a few seconds, replied, "A fruit knife. How can you say that so calmly? What did you intend to do by hiding a fruit knife beneath the mattress?" Ningxia could not restrain her voice from rising. "Where did this knife come from? What are you planning?" Fu Linqing furrowed his brows, urging her to sit down. "I don't want to sit right now. You need to tell me why you concealed a weapon." Fu Linqing remained silent, wheeling closer, taking the fruit knife from her hand, cautioning, "It's sharp. Don't hurt yourself." Ningxia was furious, her eyes reddening with anger. Fu Linqing, "I will ask you one last time. Did you hide the knife with the intention of committing suicide?" Fu Linqing shook his head, insisting, "No." Ningxia doubted his words. Why would someone without suicidal thoughts hide a knife? The more she pondered, the more frightened she became. If the last act of starvation had not worked, would he resort to cutting his wrists? Would she one morning open the door to find him lying in a pool of blood? Fu Linqing sighed, pulling her closer to sit on the bed, tossing the fruit knife aside, lifting her chin to meet her eyes, and stated firmly, "I swear to you, I never contemplated using the knife for self-harm." Ningxia gazed into his clear eyes, feeling a mix of confusion and uncertainty. His earnestness and vow made her want to trust him, yet her mind was plagued with doubts, frightened by her own thoughts, unsure if he was telling the truth. She turned her face away, pushing his hands aside, declaring, "I understand now. I will take this knife. You are not allowed in the kitchen or to touch any knife. Not even one." Fu Linqing, caught between amusement and exasperation, complied. "All right." Ningxia's expression softened slightly. Fu Linqing cautiously asked, "So you're no longer angry?" Her previous seriousness had genuinely startled him. Ningxia shook her head, insisting she was not angry. Yet, despite her words, her mood remained subdued, and she occasionally drifted off into thought. Even Chuan sensed her unusual demeanor. That evening, as Ningxia prepared to take a shower, the little one approached quietly, asking Fu Linqing, "Daddy, did you and Mommy argue again? Why is it different this time? Before, you were the one who seemed upset. Now it's Mommy. Will you two make up tomorrow? Are you getting a divorce? What nonsense are you thinking?" Fu Linqing pushed his head away, stating, "We did not argue. And we will not get divorced. Sit properly." He stared at the bathroom door for a long while, feeling quite vexed. That damned fruit knife. Why hadn't he hidden it better? The most infuriating part was Fu Ziyang's big mouth. Blurting everything out, he could only wonder what Ningxia was thinking about him. He had explained everything, yet it was evident she did not believe him. Chapter 88. Perhaps from today onward, I should sleep with you. Ningxia was indeed troubled. She could not shake the doubt that Fu Linqing would hide a knife without reason. He claimed he feared the Fu family would mock him and that he concealed the knife as a precaution against losing control of his emotions. Yet such thoughts were perilous. Even if someone were to mock him, did that mean he would resort to violence? If he did not adjust this mindset, how could he face the world outside? There would always be people around, and sitting in a wheelchair, he would undoubtedly attract stares. If he encountered someone with a harsh demeanor or disdain, would he be unable to control himself and lash out? Feeling flustered after her shower, Ningxia washed her clothes and hung them out to dry before heading to the master bedroom to find Fu Linqing. He was reclining on the bed, engrossed in his phone, the cracked screen still intact. Ningxia had offered to replace it, but Fu Linqing insisted it was unnecessary, claiming it still functioned adequately. Ningxia sat on the edge of the bed, stating, "You haven't T engaged in lower body exercises for 2 to 3 days. It has time to do so today." "All right," Fu Linqing nodded, setting his phone down and shifting his body to lie down. Ningxia positioned herself beside him, beginning her routine from his ankles, remaining silent instead of chatting as she usually did. Fu Linqing's gaze remained fixed on her, until he could no longer contain himself and spoke first. "What are you thinking about?" Ningxia glanced at him, her tone contemplative. "I was thinking about the knife you hid." Fu Linqing sighed in exasperation. "Haven't I already explained it to you?" "Ningxia," he called her name, "perhaps starting today, I should sleep with you." Fu Linqing stuttered. I need to keep an eye on you." "What if you do something foolish while I'm asleep?" Ningxia surveyed the bed, which was large enough for 2 people, and reassured him, "I only need a little space. I won't crowd you or impede your movements." "What do you think?" "Of course not." Fu Zichuan burst in, the first to object. "Mommy, how can you abandon Dad and sleep with me?" "I refuse unless you both let me join." Fu Linqing was left speechless. "What does this have to do with you?" Fu Zichuan agilely climbed onto the bed, clinging to Ningxia's neck like a little monkey, pleading, "I don't want to sleep alone. Mommy, you must sleep with me." Ningxia supported his little backside. "You're a big boy now. You can sleep by yourself." Fu Zichuan pouted. "Daddy is much older than me. He can also sleep alone. Are you asking for trouble? Go back to your room." "What time is it to still be awake?" "Are you scolding me, Mommy?" "He is scolding me. You need to scold him back." "I see you're truly asking for it. I'll count to 3. You better get off your mother immediately. 1 good night, Mommy." "Goodbye, Mommy." Fu Zichuan deftly hopped off the bed and dashed back to his room. Finally, the world was quiet again. Fu Linqing pondered Ningxia's earlier statement. Did she genuinely intend to sleep with him? He felt conflicted. Aside from that incident 5 years ago at the hotel, they had never shared a bed. If it were to happen now, would he feel uncomfortable? Surely he would. How could he sleep soundly with someone he liked lying beside him? Moreover, she would likely struggle to sleep as well. His insomnia was frequent, often due to physical discomfort or nerve pain, and at times, it stemmed from emotional turmoil, causing him to toss and turn throughout the night. If she were beside him, she would undoubtedly notice his sleeplessness, and when he couldn't sleep, it would disturb her. The next day, how would she muster the energy for work? Thus, it seemed they were not yet ready to share a bed. Just as Fu Linqing resolved to decline her proposition, Ningxia suddenly interjected, "After work tomorrow, you should come along with Chuan and me for a walk." Fu Linqing was taken aback. Weren't they discussing sleeping arrangements? How had the conversation shifted to going for a stroll? Autumn has already arrived, and the evening temperatures are no longer as sweltering as they were recently. Taking a stroll at night, feeling the gentle breeze, is quite pleasant. Ningxia teased him. "You are not familiar with this area, are you? It is particularly lively here at night. There is a square about a 10-minute walk from our community, where many people gather every evening. The elderly dance in the square and children play in the fountain. It may be noisy, but it is full of life. Don't you want to experience it?" Fu Linqing decisively replied. "No, I do not." Ningxia pressed on. "When do you plan to go out? It has been over 4 months, and considering your time in the hospital, you have not truly enjoyed yourself in all that time." After a long silence, Fu Linqing finally said, "When I feel ready to go out, I will do so naturally. Is it because of the stairs that you do not wish to go out? Would you be willing if it were an elevator building?" "It has nothing to do with the type of building." Fu Linqing rubbed his temples, feeling a surge of irritation. He did not want to discuss this topic. "Weren't we supposed to be doing a massage? Let us get it over with so you can sleep." Ningxia's expression turned sorrowful. "Fu Linqing, what are you avoiding? Why can't you just muster a little spirit? It's just going out." It's a simple matter. You need not worry about the stairs. I will arrange for someone to carry you down. Fu Linqing pressed his lips together. Am I not spirited enough? I go to the hospital for rehabilitation on schedule and put in considerable effort to exercise at home. Does going out necessarily equate to being spirited? Ningxia gazed at him silently, aware that her words might hurt him, yet she pressed on. Yes, your reluctance to venture outside, to engage with society, to embrace life, indicates that you are not spirited enough. What normal person doesn't he go out? Only prisoners are content with confinement. Do you wish to imprison your heart? Fu Linqing weakly retorted, I do not. Ningxia insisted. I do not believe you. Prove it to me. Suddenly, Fu Linqing shouted, I truly do not. Why do you force me to do what I do not want? After the massage session concluded, he added, I am done for today. You can go home. Ningxia glared at him. I am not leaving. We have just finished ankle exercises, and you still need to do knee and hip joint activities, as well as the massage for your back. Even if you do not want to, you must endure. Fu Linqing fell silent. Ningxia's frustration mounted. You deceiver, you profess to care for me yet refuse to make any effort for me. You cannot even manage a simple walk. I see that you do not genuinely like me. You have merely grown bored being cooped up at home with only me, a female companion, and your gratitude has led you to mistake it for affection. If you were a normal person surrounded by capable women, you would not even glance my way. Ningxia's words hung in the air until, unexpectedly, Fu Linqing, who had been lying down, propped himself up. Leaning forward to kiss her, her torrent of resentful words was abruptly silenced. Chapter 89. It turns out kissing really feels like an electric shock. Is this what kissing feels like? Ningxia was momentarily stunned. It was not just her. Fu Linqing, who initiated the kiss, was also taken aback. He did not know why he had kissed her. Hearing her incessantly claim that he did not care for her made him want to silence her. Why did she assert that he did not like her? If he truly did not care, would he have gone to the hospital over a cold war with her? His urinary tract infection was a result of poor hydration management. During the days she ignored him, he had lost his appetite, had no desire to drink, and even avoided moving, preferring to lie there in a state of lethargy. Neglecting his physical needs led to the inevitable consequence of hospitalization. She remained oblivious to the true reason for his hospitalization, thinking it was just a common urinary infection. Tio spare her feelings. He had begged the doctors and nurses to keep it confidential, telling her it was merely a routine infection. Otherwise, knowing the truth would surely burden her with guilt. Given his condition, how could she still claim that he did not care for her? In a moment of heated impulse, without overthinking, he sat up and kissed her. After the kiss, his mind went blank, uncertain of what to do next. They both remained wide-eyed, and Fu Linqing could see Ningxia's face, dazed and close, her eyes filled with panic. Seeing her like this made him feel less tense, even a bit smug. It seemed he had discovered a way to silence her during her incessant chatter. Who said I do not care for you? Fu Linqing released her, propping his arms on either side and leaning back. If I did not like you, would I have kissed you? Before he could finish his thought, Ningxia seized his collar, pulling him in for another kiss. Fu Linqing was taken aback. After kissing, Ningxia withdrew, her face glowing with the triumph of a successful ambush. Why should you get to kiss me? That is not fair. I should kiss you back. Fu Linqing was momentarily stunned. Then, refusing to be outdone, retaliated. One arm supported him on the bed while the other pulled her closer. Ningxia gasped as they tumbled into the bed together, their bodies pressed tightly against each other. Fu Linqing wrapped one arm around her waist and the other held the back of her neck, pressing his lips against hers. Fearing she might hurt him, Ningxia gently pounded his shoulder. Fu Linqing released her. Ningxia propped herself up, still lying on him, their faces flushed, hearts racing. Ningxia's cheeks were as rosy as a bloom, her eyes glistening with moisture. Fu Linqing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively leaning closer to her. Kissing her once more, Ningxia expected him to merely brush his lips against hers again, but this time he did not. He cautiously extended his tongue, his movements awkward, as if venturing into uncharted territory. Filled with curiosity and exploration, Ningxia's mind went blank, her heart consumed with a singular thought. Kissing truly does feel like an electric shock, a sensation of delightful tingling coursing through her. Everything she had read in novels was undeniably true. Her heart raced furiously, pounding as if it could leap from her chest. Her breathing became increasingly labored, as if she were drowning, her head spinning. If this continued, she felt she might perish. Determined to save herself, she pushed Fu Lincheng away and scrambled off him, hastily fleeing the room. With a loud bang, she shut the door to the guest room, which was dark and shadowy. Chuan had long since fallen asleep. She lay on the bed, covering her flushed face, listening to her own soft gasps. Her phone beside the pillow buzzed once, then again, and finally a third time. Ningxia exhaled, patting her heated cheeks, and picked up her phone. Fu Lincheng. Why are you running away? Fu Lincheng. Come back. Fu Lincheng. You haven't finished your lower limb exercises, and your back massage is also incomplete. Ningxia typed back. Didn't you just shout that you didn't want to do it anymore? Fu Lincheng. I apologize. I should not have shouted at you. Ningxia. I'm exhausted. I am not doing it today. I'll make up for it tomorrow morning. Fu Lincheng. Are you really that tired? Ningxia huffed lightly, tossing her phone aside, burying her face in her pillow. Unable to suppress a chuckle, the next morning, as Ningxia prepared to go to work, she found herself contemplating how to face Fu Lincheng, only to discover he had not yet risen. Last night marked their first kiss, an experience that left her feeling both unfamiliar and shy. She hesitated to confront him, so she sent Chuan to wake him. Chuan emerged with the report, Daddy is still asleep. Ningxia felt a wave of relief. This was better, as it spared her the awkwardness of facing him. However, it was unusual for him to sleep in. He typically rose early, after finishing breakfast and preparing lunch to store in the fridge. She bid farewell to Chuan and rushed to catch the bus. By the time Fu Lincheng awoke, it was nearly 9 o'clock. He had enjoyed a restful sleep. For the past few months, he had been suffering from insomnia. Prior to his hospitalization, he and Ningxia had been at odds, and not a single night had been peaceful. His sleep during the hospital stay had also been poor, but now, at home, he finally managed to sleep soundly. Could it be that kissing Ningxia had changed something? He kissed her, and she kissed him back. He had felt an unprecedented lightness of spirit, as if he were floating, akin to the pleasant buzz of alcohol. And he fell asleep more quickly than usual. When he left his room, he found that Ningxia was no longer there, and Chuan was reading on the sofa. Where's Mommy? She went to work. She left breakfast for you on the table. Mommy wants you to remember to take your medicine after breakfast. Fu Lincheng smiled and went to wash up and brush his teeth. Ningxia received delightful news that day. It was payday. She immediately shared the news with Fu Lincheng. Great news. I'm getting my salary today. Let us eat something nice after I finish work. She initially intended to suggest dining out, but recalling Fu Lincheng's aversion to that idea and his evident displeasure the previous night, she decided against it, opting instead to suggest a meal at home. That moment, Fu Lincheng was lifting weights. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. An hour earlier, he had completed some lower limb exercises, rested for half an hour, and resumed upper body workouts. Since his lower body was immobilized, he had to ensure his upper body strength was sufficiently robust. Over the past few months, he had lost considerable muscle mass. His shoulders were no longer as broad, and the strength in his arms had diminished significantly. What troubled him even more was that when he and Ningxia had collapsed onto the bed the previous night, he found it somewhat taxing to hold her close. How could someone as light as Ningxia feel heavy to him? He felt utterly useless. Thus, early that morning, he began training his biceps. He also needed to work on his abs. He could not allow Ningxia to feel the softness of his belly in the future. Upon seeing Ningxia's message, he set down the dumbbells, paused for a moment, and replied, We already had a nice meal yesterday. Save your money for necessities. The message has been sent, but Ningxia has not replied. It is currently lunchtime, and she is likely eating. Instead of dining, Ningxia is engaged in a heroic act, rescuing a drowning individual. Chapter 90. I can swim. You must call for help immediately. By the time Ningxia messaged Fu Lincheng, she had finished her meal. She had not anticipated encountering someone in distress on her way back. The Wankong Outdoor Recreation Center boasts an exceptionally pleasant environment, replete with various leisure facilities, and features a vast artificial lake bordered by shady trees. As the sun sets, some clients request their aides to take them for a stroll. However, during the peak of noon, when the sun is high in the sky, few venture out for a walk due to the sweltering heat. To reach the cafeteria, one must traverse this picturesque lake. Upon returning from lunch with Liang Meitong, Ningxia suddenly noticed splashes of water by the lakeside. Initially, she assumed it was a wild bird fishing, but upon closer inspection, she realized someone was drowning. Liang Meitong also spotted the commotion, her face paling in shock. "Oh my, is someone drowning? Ningxia, what are you doing? Are you going to save them?" As it was lunchtime, the staff had gone to eat, and although security is on duty 24/7, there were no patrolling guards at that moment. There were no others nearby, just the two of them. As Ningxia rushed towards the lake, she asked Liang Meitong, "Can you swim?" Liang Meitong replied in distress, "Of course not. I'm a terrible swimmer. I can swim. Quickly call for help," Ningxia urged. After saying this, she tossed her phone to the ground, kicked off her shoes, and leapt into the water without hesitation. Liang Meitong, in a panic, began to stomp her feet, calling the security office and searching for a long stick, hoping to lend assistance in any way possible. Ningxia had been swimming since childhood, having grown up in the mountains, where she thrived in nature, capable of climbing trees and herding sheep. Every summer, she and her brother would recklessly dive into streams and rivers, honing her swimming skills. However, the person in distress was completely unable to swim. Ningxia swam with all her might, but as she approached the drowning individual, they clutched her like a lifeline, their hands and feet entwined around her like vines. The panicked person clawed at her face and neck with sharp nails, treating her body as a flotation device, pressing her head beneath the surface to gasp for air. Despite her exceptional swimming skills, Ningxia found herself powerless, pinned underwater and unable to shake off her grip. She even inhaled a few mouthfuls of water due to the violent struggle. "This is not good. If this continues, we both could drown." Realizing she could not rise, Ningxia held her breath and sank deeper, wrapping her arms around the drowning person's legs, pulling them down with her. The sudden loss of security caused the individual to loosen their grip, allowing Ningxia to push off the bottom and swiftly break the surface for air. She took a deep breath while seizing the person's hair, yanking them out of the water. Gasping and choking, the individual began flailing their arms wildly in panic. Ningxia gritted her teeth and struck the side of their neck with a punch. The person emitted a gurgling sound, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. In her youth, Ningxia had saved a drowning person before. Her father had taught her that those in distress often lose their rationality due to fear. And if they are not subdued, both parties might perish. An unconscious person would relax, making it easier to rescue them. Ningxia pulled the individual towards the shore. "Here," Liang Meitong cried out in desperation on the bank. Seeing the approaching security personnel, "Over here, hurry!" Exhausted, Ningxia and the unconscious person were pulled ashore. She lay on the ground, panting heavily. Liang Meitong rushed over. "Ningxia, are you all right?" Ningxia waved her hand, too fatigued to speak. "I'm fine." The security personnel administered CPR to the unconscious person, who soon regained consciousness, weakly coughing before slipping back into unconsciousness. The arriving manager praised Ningxia and called for a stretcher to take the individual for further treatment, while Liang Meitong guided Ningxia to wash up and change clothes. While bathing, Ningxia discovered she had been scratched, with several raw wounds on her face and neck that stung painfully under the hot water. Fortunately, being at a rehabilitation center, there were medical staff on hand to tend to her injuries. Liang Meitong, seeing her wounds, felt both anger and sympathy. "You went to save her, yet she still hurt you." Ningxia chuckled wryly. "It wasn't intentional. She probably didn't even realize what she was doing." Liang Meitong, having never swum or experienced drowning, couldn't comprehend the sheer terror of it. "You have no idea how frightening it was. Watching you swim over, only to be pulled underwater multiple times, nearly drove me insane. Your bravery is truly remarkable," Liang Meitong remarked, still shaken. The situation was undeniably risky, but had Ningxia not intervened, a life could have been lost before her eyes. "Since payday was today, I was thinking we could go shopping after work." Liang Meitong handed her bag to Ningxia, "But that plan is off now. The manager just called and said you don't have to work this afternoon. You get a paid half-day off." "Really? That's wonderful news," Ningxia exclaimed, feeling fortunate despite the ordeal. Liang Meitong, exasperated, replied, "I wouldn't want that kind of luck." Ningxia smiled, rested for a moment, and then made her way home. On the ride back, she felt compelled to inform Fu Lincheng to prevent him from being bewildered by her sudden return. "Fu Lincheng, are you taking a nap? I finished work early today and will be home shortly." Fu Lincheng quickly replied, "Did you get fired?" Ningxia sent a playful emoji, explaining the midday events. "I saved someone, and the manager rewarded me with a paid half-day off." Lying in bed, Fu Linqing frowned at the message. Saved someone? Be more specific. Ningxia replied, I've just arrived at the station. I'll explain everything when I get home. Upon her return, Fu Linqing was already awake, sitting in the living room in his wheelchair, enjoying the cool breeze from an electric fan. Ningxia said, I bought a watermelon from the vendor. Let me cut some for you. She carried the watermelon to the kitchen, but Fu Linqing found her demeanor odd. Usually, she would immediately remove her hat and sun protective clothing upon entering. Yet today, she remained fully covered. When she emerged with the cut watermelon, she still showed no intention of removing her sun protective attire. The outfit included a hood and mask, concealing her entire face except for her eyes. Fu Linqing inquired, How long do you plan to wear that sun protective clothing? Ningxia cleared her throat, saying, Before I take it off, I need to warn you. I have some injuries on my face. Please don't be alarmed. Fu Linqing frowned and quickly urged her to remove it. Ningxia unzipped her jacket, lowered the hood, and revealed her face. Fu Linqing's expression changed dramatically, his gaze sharpening with concern. Who did this to you? Chapter 91. Are you addicted to kissing her? His look was intimidating, prompting Ningxia to hastily explain, It's nothing serious. I told you I saved someone, right? How could saving someone result in this? Fu Linqing's frustration boiled over. Did you get into a fight? Who hurt you? Her wounds were clearly from being clawed. It didn't make sense for her to suddenly take a half day off without reason. I genuinely saved someone. A drowning person. She scratched me while I was rescuing her. Ningxia recounted the events, and Fu Linqing's alarm grew with each detail, his anger intensifying. Ruan Ningxia, you are far too reckless. When he was upset, he would call her by her full name, emphasizing his discontent. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to rescue someone from beneath the water? You could have lost your life. You could have just called security. Why did you have to jump in? No one is worth risking your safety. Ningxia had anticipated his anger, but not to this extent. She softly explained, I can swim. I'm quite capable. I assessed the situation. Even if I couldn't save her, the security would arrive in time to prevent any loss of life. You assessed? He retorted, Is an accident something that can be evaluated? A drowning person can cling to you like a water ghost, pulling you under. Many proficient swimmers have faced peril while attempting to save someone. Before making such a decision, did you think of me? Did you think of Chuan Chuan? Fu Linqing gripped the armrests of his wheelchair so tightly that the veins on his hands bulged. His teeth clenched. What if something happened to you? What would you have me and Chuan Chuan do? Ningxia approached him, gently prying his fingers open to ease his grip and prevent him from injuring himself. She spoke softly, Don't think like that. I'm perfectly fine. I cannot lose you. In a sudden motion, Fu Linqing pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her waist, pressing his face against her abdomen. Ningxia, I cannot afford to lose you. If you were to leave me, I wouldn't be able to survive either. Ningxia was taken aback. His embrace was so tight that it caused her discomfort. After a considerable pause, she reached out to pat his shoulder, reassuring him, What are you talking about? I never considered leaving you. Fu Linqing's voice was muffled. What about when the rent is due next year? Will you move out? Will you leave me and not want me anymore? Ningxia hesitated. Well, say it. Ningxia's eyes darted around. We'll discuss that when the time comes. Fu Linqing abruptly lifted his head, his eyes locked onto her. What did you say? Repeat that. You just said you never thought of leaving me. Did you not say you wanted a divorce? Divorce my foot? I'm not leaving. Ningxia stifled a laugh. A year from now, do you still wish to stay here? There's no elevator and the environment is poor. I certainly do not want to live here any longer. I must move to a nicer place. Don't you want to move with me? Fu Linqing was momentarily stunned, but upon regaining his senses, he swiftly pulled her down, and before Ningxia could react, she found herself seated on his lap, startled. Your legs. She hurried to stand up, fearing she might hurt him, but Fu Linqing held her firm. It's fine. Not only did he refuse to let her go, but he also tightened his embrace, his hand pressing against the back of her neck, capturing her in a kiss. Ningxia, are you addicted to kissing me? After last night's awkward kiss, his kiss today was markedly improved, more assertive and commanding, sending a tingling sensation through her that made her head spin, akin to the effects of alcohol, just as they were lost in the kiss. Fu Zichuan awoke from his afternoon nap, rubbing his eyes as he emerged from his room. He passed by his parents, who were engrossed in their embrace, and then plopped down on the sofa. Ningxia sensed footsteps and, upon opening her eyes, caught sight of the sofa. Ah! She was nearly startled into a scream. When did this little one come out? Did he see them doing something embarrassing? This is madness. Ningxia was completely jolted awake, pushing Fu Linqing away in a flurry and tumbling off his lap onto the floor. Letting out a muffled groan of pain, Fu Linqing paused, puzzled by her sudden behavior. Looking at her with a bewildered expression, Ningxia shot him a glare. Mommy? Hearing the commotion, Fu Zichuan blinked in confusion as he got up from the sofa. Why are you home? Mommy got off work early today and came back. Ningxia rubbed her sore bottom as she answered, feeling quite guilty. Fu Linqing was taken aback, his eyes silently questioning. Wasn't this little rascal supposed to be sleeping in his room? When did he come to the sofa? Ningxia was at a loss for words. You don't know. How would I know? Fu Linqing suddenly sighed. Ningxia. Fu Linqing asked earnestly, am I a disturbance to you too? Ningxia. Fu Zichuan's sleepiness evaporated as he sprang up. Old man, what do you mean? I see you're getting bolder. Fu Linqing rolled his wheelchair over. Mommy, save me. Fu Zichuan lunged toward Ningxia. Quickly. Ningxia opened her arms, catching him and dashing toward the kitchen. Fu Zichuan clung to her, laughing uncontrollably, filling the house with joyous laughter. The takeout for dinner was ordered by Ningxia, who declared it a treat for herself after receiving her paycheck today. She even ordered a small cake, costing only a few dozen yuan, enough for the three of them to share. Fu Zichuan curiously asked, Mommy, is it your birthday? No, Mommy received her first paycheck from her own hard work in years today. So it's quite meaningful. Hence, the little cake to celebrate. Moreover, she had just risked her life to save someone, and with great calamity avoided, good fortune should certainly follow, making it even more deserving of a celebration. Why not go out to eat to celebrate? The words were spoken without much intent, yet Ningxia took them to heart, glancing at Fu Linqing beside her, and quietly replied, Well, actually Mommy also wished to take you out to eat. But Daddy doesn't want to go out. It's fine. Celebrating at home is just as good. Ningxia felt her words were somewhat trivial. The little rascal innocently inquired, Daddy, why don't you want to go out? The outside is fun and lively. Fu Linqing replied in a bland tone. Eat more, talk less. Ningxia. All right. It seems that even the temptation of a biological son cannot sway him. Has he truly made up his mind not to go out? After dinner, it was time for the nightly stroll that Ningxia and her son took every evening. With trash in hand and phone ready, she pressed on, asking once more, Fu Linqing, are you really not coming out with us? Fu Linqing replied, Be careful of cars on the road. Use the pedestrian path when crossing and return early. Fu Zichuan, already waiting at the door, urged, Mommy, hurry. Ningxia had no choice but to relent. All right, we're off. Call me if anything comes up. Okay. The door closed and tranquility returned to the house. The silence allowed Fu Linqing to focus, just as he usually did, reading in the living room to pass the time until Ningxia's return. However, after flipping through just a few pages, he found it difficult to concentrate as usual. Downstairs was a small courtyard, bustling with noise at this hour. He had always managed to ignore it, but today he felt unusually restless. He tossed the book aside and wheeled himself to the balcony. Gazing out through the window, from the 6th floor, it wasn't too high, allowing him to see the source of the ruckus below. A group of children laughing and playing. These children belonged to the neighborhood, emerging in clusters after meal times to frolic. Some as young as 3 or 5 were riding scooters, while others, around 7 or 8, sported skateboard shoes, running, shouting, and laughing. Their parents also gathered in clusters, chatting, conversing, and laughing together. When Ningxia and Zichuan went out for their walks, was it like this? Did she mingle with unfamiliar parents, discussing their children? And what about Zichuan? Did he, like those children, run around joyfully, shouting and laughing? Fu Linqing had previously held little interest in such matters. But as Ningxia and Zichuan grew more significant in his heart day by day, he found himself increasingly concerned for their feelings. He thought perhaps he should try to go out with them for a stroll. Chapter 92. Fu Ziyan, the great resentful one. Upon returning from their walk, it was already 9 o'clock. As Ningxia entered the house, Fu Linqing was waiting for them in the living room as usual. The little rascal had played joyfully today, as he did every day. Having been cooped up at home during the day with no vibrant nightlife like abroad, he burst out at night like a wild horse. The first thing they did upon returning home was for Ningxia to take Fu Zichuan for a bath. Afterward, he would watch half an hour of television before bedtime. While Ningxia was busy washing his clothes in the bathroom, Fu Linqing wheeled himself over. Ningxia asked if he needed to use the restroom, to which Fu Linqing shook his head and said, Now that you've received your paycheck, it's time to buy a washing machine. Fu Linqing had mentioned buying a washing machine several times before, and Ningxia had always brushed it off, assuming she would do the same today. However, she nodded and replied, "All right, I've already looked online and found some affordable washing machines. I'll buy one during the sales. It was summer now, and hand-washing clothes was quite convenient. But as the weather gradually turned cooler, Ningxia feared her hands would get cold. Next month when I receive my paycheck, we can also look for a better wheelchair." After Ningxia finished washing the clothes, she took the basin to the balcony to dry them. "I'll buy you a good wheelchair then," Fu Linqing sighed helplessly. "This wheelchair is still manageable. It can't be made do with. The brakes are faulty. If it breaks down completely one day, you could fall." Ningxia did not wish to discuss this topic further. He wanted to save money, but she did not want to cut corners in this regard. "Have you finished your book? Let me know when you're done, and I'll borrow more from the library." "Almost done." Fu Linqing replied absent-mindedly. "I didn't read much today. I was mostly on my phone." Ningxia cast him a questioning glance. He wasn't the type to be addicted to his phone or enjoy gaming. So why was he suddenly saying he had been on it for so long? Fu Linqing slowly explained, "I was looking for job opportunities on my phone. Why are you still holding on to that?" Ningxia felt a bit upset. "Didn't I say before that you don't need to worry about work? Is it wrong for me to look for a job? I can help share the burden. It'll lighten your load. What kind of job can you find like this? No company would hire you. You have to go to the hospital for rehabilitation training 3 times a week. And with the time it takes to travel back and forth, that's at least 3 or 4 hours. What company would allow you to take such long leaves? Besides, you can't sit for long either. Your back can't take it. You must lie down to relieve the pressure on your back. How can you do that if you're working for hours on end?" Ningxia's frustration grew. "Moreover, you have a strict drinking schedule and need to train your bladder sensitivity. How will you manage all that while working?" Fu Linqing remained silent. Ningxia realized her words had become too harsh, possibly hurting his pride. He must be feeling uncomfortable now. Simply arguing wouldn't resolve anything. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "What kind of job do you want to find?" "I haven't thought about it yet." Fu Linqing forced a smile. "Honestly, you're right. No company would want someone like me. No, that's not the right mindset." Ningxia interrupted him, wheeling him to the living room. Sitting on the sofa, she looked at him and said, "When I said no company would want you, I was speaking in frustration. I've looked up some information, and many companies do hire people with disabilities. But I believe your most important task right now isn't to find a job, but to focus on your rehabilitation training. To work hard on your health and strive for recovery. Once you are well, you will be better equipped to work and earn money." You. Seeing her comforting him like a child, trying to maintain his dignity, Fu Linqing couldn't help but smile. Ningxia, unaware of his amusement, thought he hadn't listened and continued, "You dislike going out, right? Just think about it. A job requires leaving the house. If you're not stepping outside, even if you find a job, can you actually go to work?" Fu Linqing let out a faint sound of acknowledgement. "Perhaps I shall give it a try." Ningxia, initially taken aback, leapt up in disbelief once she grasped the meaning of his words. "What did you say? You want to give it a try? Try what? Going out?" Fu Linqing, surprised by her exaggerated reaction, pulled her back down and whispered, "Chuan Chuan is sleeping." Ningxia covered her mouth and sat down, lowering her voice as her eyes widened. "Are you truly going out? Now? What time is it? What would I do going out now?" Fu Linqing, amused yet exasperated, suggested they postpone it for another day. Fearing he might change his mind, Ningxia pressed on, "Let us not postpone. Let it be tomorrow. After dinner, the 3 of us can go out together, shall we?" In the hopeful gaze she cast upon him, Fu Linqing agreed. Ningxia smiled. The following day, while at work, Ningxia found herself preoccupied with a singular dilemma. How would Fu Linqing manage to descend the stairs? Regret washed over her for having rented this stairway apartment. Had she known that her relationship with Fu Linqing would improve so significantly, she would have gladly spent more money. Initially, she never considered that Fu Linqing would reside there for an extended period, assuming he would be picked up by Fu Jinhai shortly after. Renting such a spacious apartment now felt like a waste of resources. After dinner, it was already past 7, and she had called Xiao Zhang to come and carry Fu Linqing downstairs, feeling rather embarrassed about it. Furthermore, after their stroll, they would need to return, and it was getting late, which made her worry that Xiao Zhang might have reservations about it. Having only moved in a little over a month, she felt awkward asking the neighbors for help, as they were still unfamiliar with one another. It seemed this daunting task would fall squarely upon Fu Zian. the one deemed most troublesome. During lunch, Ningxia messaged Fu Ziyan, inquiring if he had eaten. After a while, he replied, "Not lending." Ningxia responded, "Not asking you to lend money, just if you're free tonight, come over for dinner. Didn't you say my cooking was excellent last time?" Fu Ziyan shot back, "I won't go. You wanted me to buy Australian lobster, but you got little crayfish instead. They're all substitutes." There's a crowd outside eager to treat me to fine dining at upscale restaurants. Ningxia replied, "Honestly, it's not just about the meal. I need to talk to you. Please make an effort to come." Fu Ziyan retorted, smiling, "Then I definitely want to go. You're only calling me when there's trouble. Goodbye, Ningxia." At that moment, Fu Ziyan was dining at the Fu household, seated around the table with the family, except for Fu Zifeng. Fu Zhenhai and Zhou Shueru preferred lighter flavors, especially since Fu Zhenhai had high blood pressure, resulting in meals that were exceedingly bland. To summarize, the food could barely entice a bird. Were it not for the necessity of consulting the elder, Fu Ziyan would hardly ever dine at home, as he preferred to avoid it altogether. The family had a plethora of rules. Whispering or using mobile phones at the dining table was strictly forbidden. When Ningxia messaged him, he could only respond covertly. The four of them sat in silence, with only the occasional clattering of bowls and chopsticks breaking the stillness. Fu Ziyan reminisced about the lively atmosphere at Ningxia's home, where every member of the trio was more boisterous than the last. Especially Ningxia, whose mouth hardly paused during meals. She relished sharing amusing anecdotes from her day-to-day life, even recounting moments when she witnessed elderly folk scrambling for eggs at the supermarket. In contrast, Fu Linqing spoke little, offering the occasional comment in response. Chuan Chuan was quite the chatterbox, unpicky with food, and would exuberantly praise Ningxia's cooking after each dish. Fu Ziyan had previously found their constant noise bothersome, but unbeknownst to him, he had developed quite an appetite, consuming several bowls. He would never ask for more at the Fu household. Once his bowl was empty, he would set it down and leave. So why had he eaten so much at Ningxia's? Was it truly because of her culinary skills, or was it the inviting atmosphere that whetted his appetite? Chapter 93. Are you discussing something risky? After finishing her work, Ningxia returned home, stopping by to buy groceries. While preparing dinner, she received a message from Fu Ziyan inquiring about the dishes she was making. Ningxia, without asking whether he would come, replied, "Just some home-cooked meals. I'm in the midst of preparing. Hurry over, it'll be ready soon." Fu Ziyan responded. "When did I say I was coming?" 5 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Fu Lincheng was in the bathroom, while Chuan Chuan, who was watching television in the living room, went to answer it. Surprised to see Fu Ziyan at the door, he exclaimed, "Third uncle, why did you come empty-handed?" Fu Ziyan. After having lunch at the Fu household, he had discussed the branch office with Fu Zhenhai. Upon hearing his plans, the elder dismissed them as fanciful notions and advised him to focus on his work. This soured Fu Ziyan's mood, leading to a heated argument with the elder before he stormed off. Wishing to avoid the frustrating atmosphere at the branch office, he sought out a few friends and spent the afternoon in leisure. As mealtime approached and hunger set in, having not eaten enough at the Fu residence, he initially planned to indulge in a vibrant nightlife with his friends. However, somehow, his car found its way to Ningxia's neighborhood. Upon arriving, Ningxia had yet to return, so he dozed off in the car. His friends, puzzled by his absence, questioned why he wasn't dining out. Fu Ziyan messaged them to eat without him, just as he noticed Ningxia returning with groceries. After lingering in the car for a few minutes, he thought, since he was already there, he might as well head upstairs. As Fu Lincheng emerged from the bathroom, he spotted Fu Ziyan seated in the living room. With a raised eyebrow and a tone of disdain, he remarked, "Why are you here again?" Fu Ziyan, sitting on the sofa and enjoying an ice pop from Chuan Chuan, glanced at him and replied, "Your wife invited me over." Fu Lincheng wheeled himself closer, stating, "If you want to eat, remember to pay." Fu Ziyan, "Why should I?" Fu Lincheng, "If you want to pay, then leave." Fu Ziyan, "You're such a shrewd businessman." Fu Lincheng rolled his eyes. "You, who are freeloading, dare call me a shrewd businessman?" Fu Ziyan. 10 minutes later, dinner was served, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, all ordinary home-cooked fare. Fu Ziyan didn't need to be invited. He found a spot and sat down, casting a disdainful glance at the food. "There is hardly any meat. Knowing I was coming, couldn't you have made it a bit more lavish? Is this how you treat your guests?" Yet, his body betrayed him as he eagerly picked up chopsticks to eat. Ningxia handed him a bowl of mung bean soup, offering apathetically, "Next time, I'll make it more sumptuous." Fu Ziyan exclaimed contentedly, "This is more like it." Were it not for Ningxia's good nature, Fu Linqing would have slammed the table by now, irritated by Fu Ziyan's incessant chatter while being a freeloader. Thankfully, Ningxia was too preoccupied with her thoughts about Fu Linqing going out to engage in a dispute with him. She stole a glance at Fu Linqing and suddenly asked, "What you said yesterday? Does it still hold true?" Fu Linqing, with a puzzled expression, replied, "What did I say yesterday?" He couldn't possibly be having second thoughts. Ningxia, growing anxious, insisted, "Didn't you say you wanted to try?" Fu Linqing shook his head. "I don't recall." Ningxia glared at him. Fu Linqing chuckled. "I was just teasing you. I remember and my word stands." Ningxia breathed a sigh of relief. As she listened to their cryptic exchange, Fu Ziyan glanced back and forth, his expression growing increasingly peculiar as he speculated about the nature of their conversation. "Are you discussing something risky?" Fu Linqing abruptly choked, coughing. Ningxia's face turned crimson. Fu Zichuan, with innocent curiosity, asked, "What kind of risky talk?" Just as Fu Ziyan was about to respond, a sharp glare from Fu Linqing silenced him. "Shut your mouth." Fu Ziyan. Ningxia hurriedly clarified, "It's not like that. After dinner, we thought about going for a stroll, and Fu Linqing wants to join us. If you're free, could you please help carry him downstairs?" This left Fu Ziyan momentarily speechless, and he began to cough again. "I knew you wouldn't invite me over for no reason. You want to use me as a tool? Don't say it like that. We trust you, which is why we're inviting you. If we didn't, we would have asked the neighbors for help long ago." Fu Ziyan huffed in response. Fu Linqing, visibly irritated, added, "No one's begging you to come. I don't want you to carry me. Just finish your meal and leave. That's fine by me. I don't want to be a pack horse either. Then get lost. You tell me to get lost and I want tea. I'm determined to carry you." Fu Ziyan's rebellious spirit flared. "The more you resist, the more I want to carry you." Fu Linqing. Fu Ziyan dove back into his meal, finishing quickly. Once done, he slammed his bowl down and declared, "Let us go, right now." Fu Linqing shouted, "Are you out of your mind?" "Ningxia hasn't finished eating. I'm done." Ningxia wiped her mouth and tugged at Chuan Chuan, who also claimed he was finished. Fu Zichuan. "I haven't finished yet. There's still half a bowl of rice." "Then let us go." Fu Ziyan waved his hand dramatically, assumed a martial arts stance, and clapped his thighs. "Hop on." Without hesitation, Ningxia moved forward to assist Fu Linqing in standing up, while Fu Ziyan bellowed. Lifting him onto his back and striding towards the door, Ningxia directed Chuan Chuan, "Baby, grab the water bottle and follow us." Thus, without finishing their meals or clearing the table, they rushed out in a flurry. Ningxia pushed the wheelchair behind, while Fu Ziyan carried Fu Linqing at the forefront. As Fu Ziyan carried him, he grumbled, "Damn it, Fu Linqing, why are you so heavy? What have you been eating? Weighing stones?" Fu Linqing felt utterly humiliated, never having imagined that he would one day be on Fu Ziyan's back. Enduring such ridicule, he bellowed furiously, "If you're going to carry me, do it properly. If you utter another word, just roll away." Fu Ziyan, unwilling to back down, retorted loudly, "Ha! You really have some nerve, daring to spout nonsense while I carry you. Do you believe I can make you tumble down the stairs? You would surely descend much faster than walking." The two exchanged insults, neither willing to relent, while Ningxia stood behind, drenched in sweat and too frightened to breathe. She genuinely feared that these two men might escalate their verbal sparring into a physical confrontation. Fortunately, they managed to descend the stairs without incident, and Fu Linqing was successfully seated in his wheelchair. Fu Ziyan bent over, supporting his legs, panting, "I'm utterly exhausted." Fu Linqing adjusted his clothing, his tone laced with disdain. Weakling. Chapter 94. She is, in fact, more exceptional than she perceives. Fu Ziyan rolled his eyes. At this moment, you are even less capable than this so-called weakling. What gives you the audacity to look down upon me? Fu Linqing. Fu Ziyan huffed and walked away. Hey, Ningxia called out, don't leave. Come with us for a stroll. There's a night view nearby by the river. Every night, many people go there to take pictures. It's as lively as during the day, and it's particularly enjoyable. Fu Ziyan scoffed. What riverfront night view? That's a place only the impoverished frequent. As a wealthy heir, my nightlife is quite vibrant. Thank you very much. I won't. Ningxia signaled to Fu Zichuan, who immediately understood, stepping forward to pull Fu Ziyan along. Third uncle, stay close to me. I'm worried you'll get lost trying to find your way back. Fu Zian. It dawned on him that they were concerned about returning and no one being there to carry Fu Lynching upstairs. Ningxia ignored his outburst, gently pushing Fu Lynching forward. As they exited the residential area, more people emerged for a leisurely stroll, and the residents had grown familiar with the trio over the past month. Their striking appearances, mother's beauty and sweetness, son's charm and adorableness, and father's notable presence in the wheelchair, often wearing a stern expression, made them hard to ignore. This combination attracted attention wherever they went, and Fu Lynching detested the way others looked at him. He felt increasingly displeased, his expression darkening. Even before exiting the complex, he began to regret leaving. This was the busiest time of day. He felt like a circus monkey on display, being scrutinized by everyone. He pulled down his baseball cap to shield himself from their prying eyes and urged Ningxia to hurry. Yet, she enthusiastically greeted those around them, engaging in back-and-forth exchanges, which left Fu Lynching astonished. It was only once they distanced themselves that he had a chance to ask, "Do you know all those people?" "I know everyone in our building. I don't know anyone from the others. You've been here for less than 2 months, and you already know them all. You must have a social prowess." Ningxia whispered, "If you went out every day, you'd quickly get to know our neighbors too. Fu Lynching. No worries, let me introduce you." Ningxia continued, "The first neighbor I greeted is Aunt Luo from the 3rd floor. Her grandson is Hao Hao, the same age as Chuan Chuan. Aunt Luo is warm-hearted but somewhat petty. She is well-versed in the prices at the market, so shopping with her is a bargain. The second neighbor is Sister Shan on the 1st floor. She appears sharp-tongued but feeds the stray cats nearby. The third neighbor is a couple on the 4th floor. They are both quite shy. I didn't see the neighbors on the 5th floor today. The 6th floor has an elderly couple. Their daughter settled abroad, and they are aging and have difficulty moving around. First. Fu Lynching listened with impatience, questioning why he should care about these neighbors. But as he continued to listen, he found himself surprised. He was astonished by Ningxia's keen observations. Some people lived next door for years without knowing whether their neighbors were male or female. Yet Ningxia could recall every family and individual, discerning their strengths and flaws. Not everyone possesses her unique ability. She is, in fact, more exceptional than she realizes, though she remains oblivious to this truth. As night fell, vibrant neon lights illuminated the darkness. The temperature, once sweltering, dropped as a refreshing breeze wafted from the river. Ningxia pushed Fu Lynching along the sidewalk, informing him of the various attractions and delicacies available. Fu Lynching listened absent-mindedly, observing that individuals in wheelchairs like himself were a rarity. Passers-by would often steal glances. Children would pass by, exclaiming, "Mom, this uncle is in a wheelchair. Can he not walk? I want to sit in a wheelchair too." "I don't want to walk." The mothers would awkwardly cover their children's mouths, urging them to be quiet. Fu Lynching, expressionless, thought to himself that he had truly changed. Had he heard such remarks in the past, he would have been furious. Ningxia discreetly monitored Fu Lynching, anxious about how he might react to the stares of others on his first outing. Contrary to her fears, he maintained a semblance of calm, refraining from lashing out, yet his body language revealed a state of alertness, his demeanor tense. Ningxia sought to help him relax, engaging him in continuous chatter, though he rarely responded. Ahead lay the square, bustling with activity, offering food, drinks, and various entertainment options, all quite lively. As Ningxia spoke, she maneuvered the wheelchair towards the accessible ramp, but she overestimated her strength. The incline proved steep and challenging. A burly passerby noticed and approached. Requesting Ningxia to step aside, he effortlessly pushed Fu Lynching through the ramp. The entire exchange occurred too swiftly for Fu Lynching to react. Ningxia gently nudged Fu Lynching's shoulder. He managed to say, "Thank you." The robust gentleman waved dismissively. "No need for thanks, brother. Is your wheelchair expensive?" Fu Lynching felt somewhat speechless. Why was this man chatting him up? He begrudgingly engaged in a brief conversation before parting ways. Ningxia continued pushing the wheelchair forward, smiling brightly. "Didn't I tell you? There are still good people in this world. If you encounter difficulties outside, there will surely be someone to assist you. There is no need to fear being ridiculed. Most people are merely curious, and their gazes lack malice." Fu Lynching remained silent. Ningxia sensed he seemed more relaxed than before, as his body was no longer as tense. Upon reaching the center of the square, it was teeming with people. Chuan and Fu Ziyan had vanished into the crowd. Ningxia messaged Fu Ziyan to inquire about their whereabouts. Fu Ziyan replied with a voice message, "We're at the fruit stand. Your son is trying to take advantage of me, insisting on buying this and that. Am I an ATM?" Fu Linqing scoffed lightly. "Is it too much for me to buy my son some fruit while he's south at my place for free?" Ningxia put her phone away. "I don't think it's excessive." Fu Linqing remarked, "Then let us ignore them and enjoy ourselves." Ningxia agreed. All right. The two experienced an unusual moment of harmony. Chapter 95. I adore this side of you. In the bustling center of the square, they gravitated toward a less crowded area. Across the river, the skyscrapers gleamed with brilliant lights, the dazzling neon colors blending harmoniously, creating a vibrant tableau, a breathtaking sight. Ningxia gazed at the distant towers, her face illuminated softly by the night, recalling the first time she witnessed such a scene. She was left awestruck, and even now, each glimpse still leaves her spellbound. Fu Linqing chuckled. What's so astonishing about it? It's merely taller buildings with somewhat more dazzling lights. Ningxia replied, You grew up in a big city, surrounded by skyscrapers, while I was raised in the mountains, where all I saw were more mountains. You can't fathom the feelings I experienced when I first laid eyes on buildings towering over the mountains. That was 6 years ago, when a girl from the mountains wandered through a bustling city in the frigid winter. Lost and uncertain of where to go or what to do, following the crowd aimlessly to the riverside and witnessing the most breathtaking night view of her life. Tears streamed down her cheeks, not only from the beauty before her, but also from the realization that she had finally found the right path. Fu Linqing was aware that she was not from the area, that her family resided elsewhere, including parents and a younger brother, but beyond that, he knew nothing of her past. She had never voluntarily shared her experiences, seemingly avoiding the topic entirely. Fu Linqing maneuvered his wheelchair closer. Taking her hand, "Do you miss home? If you do, call your family and invite them over for a reunion." Ningxia shook her head with a smile. "I don't miss home. Not at all." Fu Linqing furrowed his brow, wanting to say more, when Ningxia suddenly interjected, "Fu Linqing, take a picture of me. I've never taken a photo in such a night view before." Excitedly, she pulled out her phone, pressed it into his hands, pushed herself back a bit, and stood by the railing, striking a peace sign. "Make sure you capture me beautifully." "What a ridiculous pose." Fu Linqing expressed his disdain. "Change it." "I won't change it." "What's wrong with the peace sign? It's an internationally recognized gesture." "Snap?" Ningxia glared at him. With a click, Fu Linqing captured the moment. "All right, is this really it?" Ningxia rushed over, snatched the phone, and upon glancing at the photo, she was devastated. "What kind of expression is this? So fierce. Were you doing this on purpose? I don't want this picture. It's too ugly. Take another one." As she spoke, she attempted to delete it, but Fu Linqing snatched the phone back. "No deleting. It's so lively and vivid. I like you just the way you are." He promptly sent it to his own phone. Ningxia, both amused and exasperated, retorted, "If you want this ugly picture of me, then you must take a photo with me." Fu Linqing, who had never liked taking photos, especially not in his current imperfect state, immediately rejected the idea. "Don't even think about it. I won't take a picture with you. I don't care. You either take a photo with me or delete my ugly picture." Fu Linqing genuinely appreciated the candid shot from earlier. Ningxia appeared vibrant and alive in it, her eyes sparkling with life, overshadowing the night scene behind them. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to taking a photo together. Ningxia promptly pushed him to the railing and asked a passerby to help take the picture. Initially, she stood beside him, but then, after a moment's thought, she suddenly crouched down, one hand on the wheelchair and the other forming a peace sign. Leaning her head against Fu Linqing's shoulder and flashing a bright smile that revealed her pearly white teeth, as the photo was captured, Fu Linqing instinctively reached out and held Ningxia's hand. They stood close, exchanging smiles, with the dazzling river and towering buildings in the background. An hour later, as they prepared to head back, Ningxia learned what Fu Ziyuan meant by shearing sheep. Chuan had bought numerous items from a vendor, including pajamas, t-shirts, and slippers, all matching parent-child outfits. Fu Ziyuan appeared to be in shock from the expenses, exclaiming on the way back that he would never come out with them again. Upon arriving at the community, he resignedly became the tool man, carrying Fu Linqing upstairs while grumbling about his weight. The moment Fu Linqing settled into the wheelchair, he dashed away without a word. Ningxia. Chuan was exhilarated, skipping the TV after his bath and climbing into bed to sleep. While Fu Lincheng was showering, Ningxia lay on the couch, sifting through the photos taken that day. They had snapped numerous pictures from various angles and locations, and she selected a few that she particularly liked to post on her social media. Xiao Ruoshui was the first to like it. Liang Meidong quickly followed with, "Wow, is this your husband? He is surprisingly handsome." Among those who saw the post was Fu Rongrong. Upon viewing Ningxia's pictures, all featuring Fu Lincheng in his wheelchair, she paused in shock. After Fu Lincheng's accident, she had not visited him in the hospital. She had only learned from her third brother that he was paralyzed. She had never imagined what Fu Lincheng's paralysis would look like, but seeing him in a wheelchair now left her profoundly shaken. It seemed so unreal. The once imposing man now had to rely on a wheelchair for mobility. TSK, what a fitting consequence. She wondered why he had crashed his car into their father and ended up in this predicament. However, she remembered that on the day of the accident, he had stormed in, furious, and had a heated argument with Fu Zhanhai. At that moment, his emotions were clearly off-kilter, teetering on the edge of losing control, almost as if he were ready to harm someone. Driving in such a state of irrationality was indeed perilous. As Fu Rongrong scrolled through the photos, she suddenly exclaimed. Fearing she had misread, she downloaded Ningxia's pictures and saved them to her album, then zoomed in. She hadn't misread. It was indeed her third brother. Fu Rongrong was both astonished and furious. How could her third brother, that foolish man, be with Ningxia and let her son ride on his shoulders? Had they secretly become close? Fuming, she sent the photo to Zhou Xueru. "Mom, look at this. Is this not my third brother? He actually went to see Fu Lincheng privately. If Dad finds out, he has done for." Her mother, busy with something, did not respond. Fu Rongrong messaged Fu Ziyun again. "Fu Laosan, what mischief have you gotten into?" After waiting 2 minutes without a reply, Fu Rongrong, infuriated, began bombarding him with messages. The next day, on her way to work, Ningxia received a message from Fu Rongrong. It consisted of just 4 words, despicable and shameless. "Ningxia, what was that little chubby girl up to now?" Ignoring her, Ningxia arrived at the office. Just as she emerged from the dressing room in her uniform, she spotted Liang Meidong waving at her. "Xia, the manager wants to see you in his office." Ningxia was taken aback. "What does he want?" "I don't know." The call came directly to the front desk, urging you to go quickly. It seems quite urgent. You should hurry. Uncertain about what was afoot, Ningxia approached with a sense of unease. Chapter 96. I want to be sold off, will I? Ningxia arrived at the manager's office. Apprehensive that she might be fired, as her family relied on her salary, she knocked lightly, and the manager beckoned her inside. Upon entering, she was surprised to find not only the manager but also the director present. Initially thinking they were in conversation, she prepared to wait outside, but the manager invited her in. "It's all right, come sit." Ningxia walked over and sat down, nervously asking manager, "Did you need to see me for something?" Without beating around the bush, the manager directly inquired, "Do you remember the drowning person you saved a couple of days ago?" Ningxia nodded. She certainly remembered, as Fu Lincheng had scolded her over it. "The person you saved has regained consciousness. Mr. Zhang wishes to meet you." The director interjected, "Shower Wan, is it? Please set your work aside for now and come meet him." Ningxia blinked, confused. "Who is Mr. Zhang?" "Mr. Zhang is the person you saved." "You didn't know who you saved?" Ningxia was puzzled. "Isn't he just a client here for rehabilitation?" The director chuckled. "That's not entirely incorrect. Now, let us go. Mr. Zhang is in the hospital, and he sent a driver to pick you up. I was just about to visit him, so I'll accompany you." Ningxia hesitated. "Now? What's wrong? Is it inconvenient for you?" The manager exchanged glances with the director, who was quite amiable. "It's all right. Feel free to express any concerns." Ningxia sincerely asked, "If I go with you now, does that count as an absence? Will my salary be deducted?" An absence incurs a 200 deduction. If her pay would be docked, she wouldn't go. The director and manager appeared taken aback by her concern, falling silent simultaneously. Seeing their lack of response, Ningxia assumed there would indeed be a deduction. "Mr. Zhang wants to see me. Surely he means to thank me. But really, it's no trouble at all. You two carry on with your business. I won't intrude. No salary deductions?" The manager quickly assured, "Of course not. You can go without worry." With that reassurance, Ningxia followed the director to the parking lot, where a driver was already waiting. Upon seeing her, the driver promptly opened the rear door, placing a hand on it and respectfully saying, "Miss Wan, Mr. Zhang sent me to pick you up. Ningxia was taken aback by such service. Hesitatingly, she entered the car, unable to resist sending Fu Linqing a message to Fu Linqing. Do you remember the person I saved from drowning? I'm on my way to meet her. Not only is the director with me, but she also sent a driver to fetch me. The driver is treating me with such courtesy that I'm a bit overwhelmed. Do you think this could be some sort of scam? I want to be sold off, will I? But the director is in the car. Surely he wouldn't do such a thing. How about this? If I haven't messaged you in 30 minutes, you should call the police. Meanwhile, Fu Linqing was at home training when his phone buzzed incessantly. He paused his exercises and had Chuan fetch the phone. The messages were folded, and Fu Linqing could only see the last one mentioning call the police, causing his heart to race. Without even reading the rest, he called her immediately. Ningxia answered quickly, lowering her voice. What is the matter? It's you. Why do I need to call the police? What happened? Fu Linqing asked urgently. The ride was incredibly smooth, with no bumps, and the car had excellent soundproofing, muffling the outside noise. Ningxia recognized it was a high-quality vehicle. Only such cars could attend to every detail so meticulously. The interior was eerily quiet, and even though she lowered her voice, it felt conspicuous. She sensed that both the driver and the director were eavesdropping on her call. Ningxia awkwardly stated, Did you not read the messages? You should read them first. I'll hang up now. After ending the call, she quickly messaged Fu Linqing again. Don't call me. Let us chat on WeChat. After reading her messages, Fu Linqing finally understood the situation and breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to reply, another message from Ningxia came in. Actually, I was overthinking it. What kind of human trafficker would drive such a nice car? Recalling that Fu Linqing had owned many cars, she began describing how wonderful this car was, how comfortable it felt. As she spoke, she began to dream. When we have money, we should definitely buy one to enjoy. Fu Linqing listened to her description and found a screenshot online. Sending it to Ningxia. Is the car you're talking about like this? Ningxia scrutinized carefully and remarked, Fu Linqing. This car's top configuration is worth 10 million, equivalent to a house in the city center. Ningxia retorted, That's outrageous. How can a car be so expensive? With 10 million, what couldn't she do? Why would she choose to buy a car? Fu Linqing queried. Who exactly is the person you saved? Ningxia typed. I don't know much, only that her surname is Zhang, and the director refers to her as Director Zhang, while the driver calls her Zhang Dong. Zhang? Fu Linqing pondered thoughtfully. During their conversation, the vehicle smoothly arrived at a private hospital. The driver parked and led them out of the parking lot, entering an elevator that took them to a special care ward. After knocking on the door, a woman in her 50s greeted them and invited them inside. The ward was spacious, resembling an apartment, complete with a living room, a balcony, and even a dressing room. Propped up in bed was a frail woman, the very person Ningxia had fortuitously rescued from drowning that day. Upon seeing Ningxia, Zhang Yingzhen greeted her, You're here. She patted the edge of the bed and continued, I asked your director about your name. Your surname is Wan, right? I shall call you Xiao Wan. Come sit. Given their shared experience of life and death, Ningxia naturally approached and, after sitting down, expressed her concern, Sister Zhang, are you feeling any better? Zhang Yingzhen paused, seemingly touched by the sincerity in Ningxia's address, and a smile graced her previously expressionless face. She gently patted the back of Ningxia's hand, her voice soft. I'm much better now. Thank you for your concern. Sister Zhang was quite slender, her hand devoid of any flesh, and Ningxia felt the coldness and rigidity of her touch. The connection between people often hinges on mutual affinity. Some may exhibit warmth, yet if the chemistry is lacking, closeness is unattainable. However, when the chemistry is right, even a first meeting can spark fondness. Ningxia felt a strong affinity towards Sister Zhang. She observed her features and candidly remarked, Sister Zhang, you don't look well, and your hands are quite cold. The air conditioning shouldn't be set so low. When I entered just now, a chill hit me. And I shivered. You just had a near-drowning experience. You shouldn't be in such a cold environment. Chapter 97. She is the first female tycoon of Haiqing. Zhang Yingzhen preferred a cooler climate, as the cold helped her maintain mental clarity. Occupying a high position, she was often surrounded by sycophants, and few dared to voice their opinions as directly as Ningxia did. Her demeanor towards Ningxia was amiable. This young girl who had saved her life resonated with her, and thus, she graciously accepted Ningxia's suggestion. Is it really cold? Let Aunt Zhong adjust the air conditioning. Aunt Zhong was the woman who had opened the door earlier. Upon hearing Zhang Yingzhen's words, Aunt Zhong smiled and adjusted the temperature. It seems Xiao Ruan's words hold weight. I can never persuade Director Zhang otherwise. Don't listen to her. I am quite easygoing. Zhang Yingjin smiled that I owe you my life. Had it not been for you, I might have perished in the lake. I am truly grateful. Ningxia waved her hand dismissively. It's a small matter. Really, Sister Zhang. No need to be overly polite. Zhang Yingjin regarded her. Saving a life is a significant act. Is it truly just a small matter? Ningxia, carefree, replied, I could mention it, but I feel you are being too courteous. There was no need to call me over to thank me. It wasn't a big deal. Zhang Yingjin laughed. Perhaps for you, it's not a big deal, but for me, it is monumental. I specifically invited you here to express my gratitude. What do you need? Or is there anything I can do for you? Ningxia had actually contemplated this on her way there. Hearing Zhang Yingjin's words, she stroked her chin and remarked, there is indeed something you could do. Sister Zhang. Zhang Yingjin looked at her encouragingly. What is it? Speak up. Ningxia cleared her throat. I've seen in the news that those who act heroically often receive a banner. If you truly wish to thank me, how about gifting me a banner? Zhang Yingjin fell silent, pondering for a moment before asking. Just that? Nothing else you desire? Ningxia shook her head. I can't think of anything else. Like money or valuable items? Ningxia waved her hands. Let us forget about money and valuables. I didn't save you for that, and besides, discussing money can spoil relationships. Not discussing money would spoil relationships, Zhang Yingjin sighed. Aside from money, I seem to have little else to offer you. Perhaps I should give you a sum that ensures you will never have to worry about your livelihood again. Such words were bound to incite envy. The person she had casually saved turned out to be a wealthy magnate. Ningxia felt that refusing some money would leave her feeling uncomfortable, so she hesitated. If you truly want to give me something, maybe let the director award me a bonus. Isn't there a commendation for acts of bravery in many companies? Zhang Yingjin turned to the person waiting by the door. Director Kong, can you grant her a bonus? The largest shareholder of Kong Medical Group had spoken. How could Director Kong refuse? He earnestly promised, absolutely, it will be done. Compared to the bonus, Ningxia valued something else more. She chuckled, and the banner must be awarded too. Imagine how impressive it would be to have a banner hanging at home. Zhang Yingjin was amused by her, feeling her spirits lift. It had been a long time since she had felt such ease. After spending some more time with Zhang Yingjin, Ningxia took her leave. Zhang Yingjin did not insist she stay, instructing the driver to take her home. Ningxia, considering the sweltering midday heat, did not refuse, true to her efficient nature. Within a couple of days, the banner was delivered to Ningxia's hands. She received it while at work, and nearly everyone at the front desk was aware of her receiving the banner. Liang Meitong commented as she looked at the banner. You deserve thanks. Had it not been for you, that Sister Zhang would certainly have met with misfortune. A life-saving grace should be repaid with gratitude. Upon returning home, Ningxia eagerly unveiled the banner. Tada! Fu Linqing glanced over, reading the inscription. Presented to Wan Ningxia, whose beauty and kindness shine forth. In urgent moments, she saved a life. Gifted by Zhang Yingjin. Mom, what is this? Fu Zichuan curiously asked, holding the banner. This is a medal of honor. With this, your mother can boast for a lifetime. Ningxia laughed heartily. She was overjoyed, busying herself with Fu Zichuan, contemplating where to hang the banner for maximum visibility. Fu Linqing stared at the name of the donor, his expression growing serious. After Ningxia finished dealing with the banner, she went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Fu Linqing followed her in a wheelchair. What are you doing in here? It's sweltering hot. Ningxia protested. You should wait outside. You aren't afraid of the heat, so why should I be? Fu Linqing grumbled, feeling disgruntled that she was so kind to him yet indifferent to herself. Give me the ingredients. I'll handle it. Ningxia found herself at a loss, handing him the basket of vegetables. As Fu Linqing snapped green beans, he casually chatted. Has that Sister Zhang contacted you again? Ningxia replied while slicing meat. No, I haven't seen her since that day. This banner was even delivered to me by the manager today. Fu Linqing inquired. Do you know who this Sister Zhang really is? A wealthy person? Ningxia asserted. Her driver must be driving her car. You mentioned that the top model costs 10 million, so the base model must be worth several million, right? If a car is that expensive, she must be quite well off. The Kong Rehabilitation Center is designed for the affluent, so it follows that Zhang Yingjin must also be wealthy to be there. Fu Linqing glanced at her. You saved her life, and with her wealth, she only gave you a banner? Isn't that a bit stingy? Ningxia paused in her chopping, turning her head to wink at him. I forgot to mention, we missed an opportunity for a lifetime of financial security. Fu Linqing raised an eyebrow. Just the other day, Sister Zhang mentioned she wanted to thank me for saving her and offered me a sum of money, though she didn't specify an amount. Just that it would ensure my financial security for life. But I turned it down. Ningxia appeared somewhat regretful. If I had accepted her money, would we have been able to move out sooner and rent a better place? Fu Linqing nodded, certainly. If she promised to ensure your financial security, her offer would have been enough for us to rent a decent apartment, if not by one. Really? Ningxia was astonished, given the high housing prices in Haicheng, averaging 20 to 30,000 per unit. Wouldn't that means she would have given me 2 to 3 million? Perhaps even more? Are you regretting it? A bit. Ningxia pondered, such a large sum of money. How could she not be tempted? Especially since they were currently in dire need of funds. Yet, if she had truly received such a sum, she doubted she would accept it. Quickly, she came to a conclusion. For me, it's not a proportional matter. Receiving such a large amount, I wouldn't feel secure holding it. Fu Linqing asked, do you know what Zhang Yingzhen's true identity is? You just asked that. Sister Zhang is wealthy, Ningxia replied. She is not just any wealthy person. Fu Linqing paused. Let me put it this way. She is the first female tycoon of Haicheng. Her wealth is immeasurable, and her husband is the renowned Hua Zhongliang. Chapter 98. Fu Linqing shot her a glance. Do not say such ambiguous things. Ningxia, puzzled, asked, who is Hua Zhongliang? Is he really that famous? Fu Linqing nodded. In the business world, he is quite a prominent figure. Almost no one is unaware that he is the chairman of the Zhongying Group. Are you familiar with Zhongying? Ningxia lowered her head again, cutting the meat. I am not certain what exactly the Zhongying Group does, but from its name, it seems to be a combination of Sister Zhang and her husband's names. They are truly romantic, to name their company by taking a character from each other's names. It is akin to raising a child together. Fu Linqing chuckled. You are indeed correct. The Zhongying Group has thrived under the support and companionship of the couple. After more than 20 years of development, it can no longer be described as a mere child. It is a giant. Ningxia, completely unfamiliar with the business realm, suddenly grew curious. Is your Fu family more formidable? Or is Sister Zhang's company? The Zhongying Group's ventures span across various fields, from real estate to financial investments, from high-tech industries to traditional manufacturing. Its commercial footprint is immensely vast. If Zhongying Group can be ranked second among the physical enterprises in Haicheng, then the Fu family can at most claim the 5th position. Ningxia remarked, even being ranked 5th is quite impressive for your Fu family. The difference between 2nd and 5th in a class isn't all that significant. With some effort, perhaps you could catch up. Fu Linqing expressed his disdain. The Fu family is the Fu family, and I might not drag me into the affairs of the Fu family. I have no connection with that household any longer. All right, I misspoke. Ningxia surrendered. Fu Linqing placed the vegetable basket into the sink. So, now that you are aware of Zhang Ying's true identity, what are your thoughts? Ningxia shook her head and replied, none. We are individuals from 2 different worlds and shall not cross paths again. I express my gratitude. Receive the banner and the bonus for next month. It is a win-win situation. However, I must say I quite like Sister Zhang. She possesses a certain loneliness and pitiable aura that irresistibly draws one to her. Fu Linqing found it amusing. She is known in the business world as the Iron Lady. Everyone who has interacted with her describes her as stern and unyielding, with profound foresight. She is a woman as sharp as an eagle. You dare to say she appears lonely and pitiable? Well, when I saw her, she did look rather frail and pitiable, Ningxia replied. That is merely your perception. Sick individuals often appear weak. Such a woman possesses depths that surpass those of men. Fortunately, you two will not have further encounters. Yes, have you finished speaking? If you have, please step out. I need to cook. I am so hungry I could devour a whole cow. If you continue talking, I might end up consuming you as well. Fu Linqing shot her a glare. Do not utter such ambiguous statements. With that, he wheeled himself out. Ningxia wore a perplexed expression. What ambiguity? It seemed perfectly normal. 20 minutes later, the meal was ready. Ningxia emerged from the kitchen, drenched in sweat. Fu Linqing instructed her to wash her face while he and Chuan set the dining table. By the time Ningxia finished washing her face and returned, the dishes had already been brought out from the kitchen. Neither father nor son had touched their chopsticks, waiting for her to join them for the meal. Halfway through their meal, Ningxia suddenly recalled something. Oh right, September is approaching, and Chuan will be starting school. How are you progressing with the kindergarten search? If Chuan Chuan goes to school, he will be attending the big class. But whether it will be a public or private kindergarten remains undecided. Ningxia had no opinion, and Fu Linqing said he would handle it, so she left it to him. I have shortlisted several kindergartens on my phone, both public and private, with varying distances. You can take a look later. Okay, there is significant difference in tuition fees. Generally speaking, public kindergartens are more affordable. Ningxia inquired of her son, who was focused on his meal. Chuan Chuan, do you prefer public or private kindergarten? Ningxia anticipated he would ask what the differences were between the two types of kindergartens. Instead, he replied, whichever kindergarten is cheaper, I will attend. Saving money is the priority. Ningxia felt a surge of emotion. The child has become sensible, understanding the importance of saving money. The day after tomorrow marks the weekend, and Fu Linqing is scheduled for rehabilitation at the hospital. They do not plan to take a stroll afterward. Instead, they will relax at home, watching television and chatting, thus concluding their day's activities. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Xiao Zhang drove them to the hospital. Chuan Chuan accompanied Fu Linqing inside for rehabilitation training, while Ningxia stood outside, making phone calls to inquire about kindergartens. Fu Linqing had already found several kindergartens within a 3 to 5 kilometer radius of their community, along with the admission phone numbers. Ningxia called each one to inquire about their enrollment conditions. This was her first time doing such a thing. Previously, when Chuan Chuan studied abroad, she had no opportunity to take part in such matters. What others might find troublesome, she found rather interesting. After several calls, it became evident that public kindergartens are indeed much cheaper than private ones. However, as the questions multiplied, unwelcome news soon followed. The voice on the other end of the admission line informed her that due to policy changes this year, they would prioritize admitting students whose parents possess property certificates. In other words, individuals like Ningxia, who rent, would be unable to enroll their children in public kindergartens. Ningxia was taken aback, unaware that there were so many regulations surrounding school admission. She now understood why properties within school districts are so expensive. On the other hand, ordinary private kindergartens did not impose such stringent requirements, yet their tuition fees were exorbitant, reaching tens of thousands a year, translating to 2,000 to 3,000 per month. There were even bilingual and international kindergartens with tuition fees soaring to hundreds of thousands annually, while a semester at a public kindergarten would only cost a few thousand. Ningxia glanced at her bank balance on her phone, letting out a long sigh. What good are banners? What is the point of boasting? If only they had more money. After completing his rehabilitation training, Fu Linqing emerged, sitting in his wheelchair, slightly breathless and drenched in sweat, his t-shirt soaked. The spare clothing Ningxia had brought became useful, and he wheeled himself to the restroom to change into a clean t-shirt. Exiting the rehabilitation building, it was already 12:30, mealtime. Initially, Ningxia planned to treat him to a nice meal outside, but she changed her mind. Why not eat at the hospital cafeteria? It has been a while since she had cafeteria food. Aren't you eating cafeteria food every day? Fu Linqing retorted. Haven't you had enough? Not enough. I particularly enjoy cafeteria food. Fu Linqing thought she was talking nonsense. She had clearly stated before their departure that she would take him somewhere delicious. Since their pleasant outing by the river last week, Fu Linqing's resistance to going out had diminished. Even that morning, when Ningxia suggested they take advantage of the day out to visit a nearby mall, Fu Linqing hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Ningxia was thrilled when he accepted. She excitedly made plans before they left, mentioning shopping at the mall and enjoying delicious food, aiming for a delightful afternoon. Why had her enthusiasm changed now? Chapter 99. Chuan Chuan, did mommy frighten you? While eating, Fu Linqing noticed her furrowed brow and distracted demeanor. She was a straightforward person, unable to conceal her worries. He asked her, what is it? Aren't these dishes your favorites? Why the lack of appetite? Ningxia smiled and replied, it's probably too hot. You all eat, I don't mind. Fu Linqing directly inquired if something was bothering her, but Ningxia shook her head, denying it. Fu Linqing did not believe her. She was reluctant to speak the truth. He pressed his lips together and chose not to pursue it further. Ningxia was merely troubled over the tuition fees. She hoped Chuan Chuan would be accepted into the public kindergarten, which would save a significant amount of money, but deep down, she knew the chances were slim. After the meal, Fu Linqing asked Ningxia, shall we still go shopping? Ningxia turned the question back at him. Do you want to go? Fu Linqing replied nonchalantly, I don't mind. Thus, Ningxia asked Chuan Chuan, son, do you want to go shopping? Children are the most perceptive. Fu Zichuan had already sensed the atmosphere was somewhat off. He looked left and right, asking, should I go shopping? Ningxia was taken aback. Why would he ask that? If you want to go, then we shall go. Fu Zichuan looked at her with a pitiful expression, as if to say, Mommy, you don't seem to want to go shopping. Ningxia then realized her own mood had affected them, prompting her to reflect. Mommy was just lost in thought. It doesn't mean I don't want to go shopping. Didn't we agree to have a fun afternoon before we set out? Though the mall was not far away, it would still take over 10 minutes to walk there. Concerned about the heat, Ningxia decided they should take a taxi. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes, not a single taxi stopped. Ningxia wondered, isn't this place supposed to be easy for hailing a cab? What's going on? Fu Linqing also felt puzzled but soon discerned the reason. It was his presence. Each time a taxi approached and saw him in the wheelchair, it would accelerate away. They likely thought getting him in and out of the vehicle would be too cumbersome. Ningxia quickly caught on, feeling furious. What does this mean? I want to file a complaint. Being treated this way made Fu Linqing uncomfortable, yet he no longer reacted with anger as he once would have. He stopped Ningxia, who was about to take pictures, and said calmly, Let it go. Ningxia remained angry. They usually had Xiaozhang drive them to the hospital, and this was her first time taking a taxi with Fu Linqing. She had not anticipated encountering such a frustrating situation. Fu Linqing suggested, if it really comes to it, we can skip shopping and call Xiaozhang to take us back and away. I refuse to believe we can't get a taxi today. Ningxia retorted, we haven't done anything wrong. Why should we concede? The ones in the wrong are those taxi drivers, deliberately ignoring us to save themselves some trouble. Her anger seemed to have a calming effect on Fu Linqing instead. Don't frighten Chuan, he urged. Turning to the child, he asked, Did Mama scare you? To which Fu Zichuan replied, unfazed, joining Ningxia in cursing at the taxi. Venting their frustrations lifted the spirits of all three. Eventually, they managed to flag down a taxi willing to stop. The driver, displaying commendable enthusiasm, exited the vehicle to assist in placing the wheelchair in the trunk, engaging Fu Linqing in conversation. My father suffered a stroke and became paralyzed 2 years ago, making travel quite inconvenient. Now, whenever I see a person with a disability, I always stop. Young man, what's the situation with your legs? Although Fu Linqing's temperament had mellowed considerably, it did not imply he was comfortable discussing such matters with strangers. He maintained a stoic silence, gazing out at the rapidly receding scenery, as an old, familiar irritation brewed within him. He felt an urge to snap at the driver to silence him, but he understood that such a reaction would only lead to discomfort for everyone, especially Ningxia, whom he wished to spare from embarrassment. Ningxia, aware of Fu Linqing's displeasure, had been quietly monitoring his expression. Upon arriving at the mall, she finally remarked, actually, that driver wasn't so bad. He just talked a bit too much. Fu Linqing nodded, acknowledging her observation. I know. Then don't be angry. Getting upset only creates unnecessary discomfort for yourself. Ningxia bent down to coax a smile from him. Come on, smile. Fu Linqing obliged with a slight tug at the corners of his mouth. I am not angry. He felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. The need for assistance, even for simple outings, and the struggle to hail a cab, rendered him exceedingly inconvenienced. If he could not return to normalcy, such inconveniences would shadow him for life. It was a bustling Saturday at the mall, filled with children, and Fu Zichuan was thoroughly enjoying himself. After indulging in over 2 hours of play, Ningxia noticed Fu Linqing appearing somewhat fatigued. She called Xiaozhang, asking him to come to the mall to pick them up. Upon returning home, Fu Linqing headed to the restroom. Ningxia assumed he would take a nap, but upon washing his hands and emerging, he said, Come to my room, we need to talk. His serious demeanor puzzled her, prompting her to follow him. The room was stifling without air conditioning, so Ningxia drew the curtains and switched it on, inquiring, What do you want to talk about? About why you seem distracted in the hospital. Fu Linqing patted the edge of the bed, indicating for her to sit. There's something you're hiding from me? Ningxia sighed. Am I that obvious? Quite indeed. You couldn't even finish your meal. Well, it's not a huge issue. It's just that Chuan might not get into the public kindergarten. While you were in rehabilitation, I made several calls, and their uniform response was that the policies have changed. Students with property ownership certificates will be prioritized. I fear Chuan will have to attend a private kindergarten, but the tuition for those is several times higher than public ones. Fu Linqing was momentarily speechless. You're upset over such a trivial matter? Trivial? This is a significant issue. Ningxia felt he still hadn't grasped the seriousness of the situation. She pulled out her phone to show him her bank balance. Look, There's barely anything left. Enrolling Chuan Chuan in a private kindergarten means we'll have to tighten our budget significantly. We want to be able to purchase even slightly more expensive items. And we must live frugally. Plus, we can't afford to fall ill. Fu Linqing remained silent for a few seconds. Now that you mention it, it does seem rather severe. His acknowledgement prompted Ningxia to reassure him. Actually, it's not that bad. Don't overthink it. Where there's a will, there's a way. Perhaps we can find the cheapest private kindergarten. Even if it's cheap, it'll still cost 20 to 30,000 a year. Thankfully, it's not a one-time payment, so the pressure isn't overwhelming. We can save a little and manage. Suddenly, Ningxia cupped his face in her hands and playfully rubbed it. Oh, stop frowning. It's unbecoming. Fu Linqing was taken aback by her sudden gesture. As he gazed into her radiant face, his mood began to lift. He grasped her hand, leaning in to kiss her. This startled Ningxia, who gasped and withdrew her hand. Leaning back, what are you doing in broad daylight? With his wheelchair blocking her path, she had nowhere to escape. He seized the opportunity, reaching for her. Come here. Let me kiss you. His desire to kiss her was overwhelming. He wanted to embrace her, to be close to her. Ningxia, taken aback by his boldness, scrambled onto the bed, blushing fiercely as she hurriedly exited the room. Fu Linqing chuckled softly to himself. It was just money. After all, he could earn it. He attended another rehabilitation session on Sunday, took a day off on Monday, and planned to go again on Tuesday or Wednesday. Once Ningxia finished breakfast and left for work, Fu Linqing hesitated for a while before finally dialing Fu Ziyang's number. Upon receiving Fu Linqing's unexpected call, Fu Ziyang was in his apartment, preparing to head to the office. Before 9 o'clock, as the general manager, he was not required to clock in punctually. While leisurely having breakfast, he was surprised by Fu Linqing's call. Chuan Chuan, are you playing with your dad's phone? Fu Ziyang was incredulous that Fu Linqing would reach out to him. It's me, came Fu Linqing's voice. Is it really you? The sun must be rising from the west if you are calling me. The sun isn't rising from the west, and you're not mistaken. I am indeed looking for you, and my intuition tells me you must be in trouble. Had it not been for an absolute necessity, Fu Linqing would never have sought help from someone he had always found insufferable. Speak up, Fu Ziyang pressed, curiosity piqued. What do you need from me? Fu Linqing took a deep breath. I wanted to ask if you have time. If you do, could you come and help carry me down the stairs? Fu Ziyang rubbed his ears. What did you say? Please repeat that. I didn't catch it. Fu Ziyang, don't be so excessive. What is wrong with being a bit excessive? Have you forgotten how excessively you treated me before? Now that you finally need my help, I can't let you off easily for all those years you called me foolish, Fu Linqing. Finally venting some frustration, Fu Ziyang felt relieved enough to ask. What do you need to go downstairs for? Are you heading to the hospital? Didn't Ningxia say that someone named Xiao Zhang usually takes you there? I'm not going to the hospital. I have a job interview that might take up the whole morning, and I need someone to watch Chuan Chuan. Xiao Zhang doesn't have the entire morning to help. What? Fu Ziyang was taken aback. You have a job interview? Where are you interviewing? Enough with the unnecessary questions. Are you coming or not? After a moment of hesitation, Fu Ziyang decided that going to the office would only bring him more grief. So he agreed, all right, just wait. I'll come over once I finish breakfast. Hurry up. I have 2 interviews scheduled today. Don't delay me. Got it? Stop nagging. After hanging up, Fu Ziyang finished his breakfast and drove over. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he found the door already ajar. Seeing Fu Zichuan, he greeted him warmly. Third uncle, Dad and I have been waiting for you for a long time. As Fu Ziyang leaned against the wall, catching his breath and preparing to speak, Fu Linqing approached in his wheelchair. Clad in a shirt and trousers, his hair neatly styled, he looked just as he always had. The sight startled Fu Ziyang. It had been ages since he had seen Fu Linqing in such a serious and formal manner. The memory of Fu Linqing once dressing sharply and berating him in the office resurfaced, making him feel a twinge of unease. What are you standing there for? Let us go, Fu Linqing commanded. Oh, right. Fu Ziyang instinctively complied, crouching down to carry him. After descending several steps, he realized how cowardly he had been. Wishing he could slap himself. Gritting his teeth, he asked, what about the wheelchair? Fu Linqing rolled his eyes. What do you think? Just carry me down, and then you can go back up for it, Fu Ziyang retorted. You just my brother, not my parents. They've never given me orders like you. After his outburst, he froze, as did Fu Linqing. Fu Ziyang felt increasingly embarrassed, wishing he could slap himself silly, He chastised himself mentally. What kind of brother is he? Get a grip? This awkward exchange left them both speechless. Upon reaching the ground floor, Fu Ziyang's car was parked outside, not a supercar, nor an extravagant G-Class, but a BMW. Perfectly suited for easy entry and exit, Fu Linqing settled into the passenger seat, uncomfortably muttering a thank you. Fu Ziyang appeared even more uneasy, saying nothing and displaying a look of disdain as he headed upstairs. After transferring Fu Linqing to the wheelchair and bringing Fu Zichuan down, they sat in the car, and after a moment of blasting the air conditioning, Fu Ziyang finally asked, "Where to?" Fu Linqing entered the address of the interview company into the GPS. Instructing him to follow the directions on the way, Fu Ziyang inquired about the position Fu Linqing was interviewing for: investment advisor or strategic management and planning. These two positions aligned well with his capabilities. After all, he had managed the vast Fu group efficiently. It was merely. Fu Ziyan cast a discreet glance at his leg. He was not optimistic about this interview. No management team in any company would have a leader in a wheelchair. It would severely tarnish the company's image and fail to instill a sense of trust among clients. Fu Ziyan dared not voice his thoughts, as Fu Linqing appeared quite confident. He feared that expressing his doubts might undermine his confidence or provoke the powder keg. At 10:05 in the morning, they arrived at the first company. The height of the vehicle was just right, requiring no strenuous effort from Fu Ziyan to lift him out. He merely needed to assist him at the side. Allowing Fu Linqing to transfer to the wheelchair independently, Fu Ziyan inquired, "Will you go by yourself, or shall we accompany you?" Fu Linqing replied nonchalantly, "You keep an eye on Chuan in the car. I will go alone." "Very well." Fu Ziyan patted his shoulder and offered a few encouraging words. "Good luck." Fu Linqing glanced at him, brushed his hand away, and said nothing as he wheeled himself towards the CBD building. Fu Ziyan returned to the vehicle, leaving the engine running to let the cool air circulate. Fu Zichuan leaned against the window, watching the direction in which Fu Linqing had departed. Fu Ziyan asked him what he was looking at. Fu Zichuan replied, his voice muffled, "My dad usually doesn't want to go out. He actually gathered the courage to venture out to such a crowded place. He has a bad temper and lacks patience. If someone mocks him, will he end up fighting? Rest assured, he won't get into a fight." Fu Ziyan reassured him. "Your dad can barely stand. How could he engage in a brawl?" Fu Zichuan continued, disheartened. "If it weren't for me needing to go to school, he wouldn't even consider working to earn money." Fu Ziyan was taken aback. "Are you now so impoverished that you can't afford education?" He had overheard their conversation regarding tuition fees. It seemed they lacked the funds for his schooling. Fu Ziyan was at a loss for words. He knew they were struggling, but not to such an extent. They were so destitute that they had not even thought to ask him for financial assistance. In the past, had they approached him for money, he would have undoubtedly mocked them. Yet now, if they were to ask for help, he would likely lend it to them. However, neither of them seemed inclined to seek his aid. To be honest, Fu Ziyan felt a certain admiration for them. "Chuan," he suggested, "why not make a bet with your uncle? Bet on whether your father will succeed in his interview. I bet he will. Then I bet he won't. What if you lose? What do you suggest? If you lose, you pay up." Fu Ziyan chuckled and teased, "You little money grubber. Fine, if I lose, I shall pay." Time ticked by, and after 40 minutes,